The sun cast its warm glow upon the neatly arranged blue uniforms as students engaged in their morning exercises. Most wore solemn expressions, adhering strictly to the routine, which elicited a broad smile from the headmaster. Among these obedient students, however, was not Jiang Meng. At that moment, he found himself at the very end of the line due to tardiness, sluggishly stretching his arms and legs, his fair complexion kissed by the sun, now adorned with two rosy hues. As they performed their exercises, Feng Ko, positioned a few people away from Jiang Meng, turned his head and displayed a goofy, triumphant expression, mouthing the words, "Mission accomplished." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Jiang Meng furtively glanced at the line's front where Shi Ruyuan stood, a smug smile curling his lips. Today, it seemed, the unfortunate Shi Ruyuan was destined for misfortune. The system's voice sounded somewhat uncertain. Will you succeed in bullying the male lead this time? After all, you have failed numerous times before. Jiang Meng raised his delicate eyebrows, nearly puffing out his chest in pride. Dear Chicken Pang, I must remind you that as my ally, you ought to have faith in me. The thought of torn homework sheets and a horde of squished caterpillars sent a shiver down his spine. It was enough to irritate that hypocritical fellow. The system, still lacking optimism, mumbled, "Oh well, I wish you luck." This marked Jiang Meng's first venture into the world of antagonist role-playing since binding to the system, with Shi Ruyuan being the male lead of this realm. Shi Ruyuan once enjoyed a blissful family life. His mother, Bai Lu, was a piano instructor, while his father, Shi Han, served as a special forces soldier along the border. Despite their infrequent gatherings, the family of three lived harmoniously. However, 4 years ago, after the drug dealer that Shi Han had apprehended was released from prison, he sought revenge and cruelly murdered Shi Han. The sudden loss of her husband proved unbearable for Bai Lu, leading her to take sleeping pills in a tragic act of suicide. Upon returning home from school, Shi Ruyuan discovered his mother lifeless before him. Remarkably composed, he sat in silence beside her body for 2 days and nights, until a neighbor, concerned, called the authorities. At the tender age of 10, Shi Ruyuan transformed overnight from an unloved child into a dazzling scion of wealth. Initially, the system feared that Jiang Meng might develop a sense of pity for Shi Ruyuan due to his unfortunate childhood, which could impede the completion of their mission. Yet, to their surprise, Jiang Meng, having been spoiled and oblivious to the sufferings of the world, exhibited selfishness and arrogance, fixated solely on the notion that her exclusive affection was threatened by an outsider. "I won't concern myself with anything else, but no one can undermine my standing in the way family." The system, relieved, exclaimed, "What a stroke of luck! From this day forth, we shall be the formidable duo, intent on reducing the male lead to tears." Jiang Meng, with a playful smile, resembled a proud little leopard, declaring, "Absolutely." Before Jiang Meng's extraordinary journey began, he was renowned as the esteemed young Master Jiang, cherished and pampered by a large family. His name resonated through the circles of affluent young men in the capital, where many sought to bestow upon him the stars and the moon, courtesy of his grandfather's powerful standing in the business realm. Yet, this scion of wealth, young Jiang Meng, was inherently fragile, physically weaker than his peers, suffering from cardiac insufficiency. In an effort to provide his son with a semblance of a normal upbringing, Jiang Meng appointed several astute and capable aides to accompany the young master to school. However, being different from the other children, who frolicked and played, he could only observe, leading to his increasing isolation and a growing sense of entitlement. As time passed, Jiang Meng's health deteriorated further. The adults, feeling sympathy for his suffering, became less stringent in their discipline, allowing him to indulge in his whims. Private tutors were driven to frustration by his antics, and those tasked with his care found themselves at his mercy. In the blink of an eye, the young tyrant reached adulthood. Despite undergoing numerous surgeries, modern medicine ultimately proved inadequate to heal him. Not long after celebrating his 18th birthday, young Master Jiang suffered another cardiac episode that led to his admission into the intensive care unit. The frail child lay upon the hospital bed, his consciousness fading as he listened to the monotonous beeping of the medical equipment, a stark reminder of his dwindling life. It was at this moment that a brilliant golden light flashed before him, reminiscent of the divine Guanyin from the classic Journey to the West, followed by the voice of a child. "Greetings, Player 001. Welcome to the Omnipotent System, JJ. By completing the task progress bar, you shall be granted a new lease on life." Jiang Meng, designated as 001, found himself in a state of bewilderment, sensing he had encountered a rather unreliable life-preserving system. Yet, having received 2 dire notifications regarding his health and experiencing excruciating pain from both rescue efforts and treatments, he could no longer endure his frail condition. He pressed his colorless lips together and cautiously inquired, "What would you have me do?" The system, capable of transforming into various objects, morphed into a plump little chick that affectionately nudged Jiang Meng's cheek with its head. "You have played roles before, haven't you? You must embody the villain in different worlds," it chirped. The mischievous streak within Jiang Meng surged forth, and his tone grew slightly enthusiastic. "So I can bully those I find displeasing? And in return, I shall regain my health?" The chubby chick nodded vigorously, stepping closer with its tiny legs, exclaiming, "Exactly. Your primary task is to torment the male protagonists and become a stumbling block in their journeys." Jiang Meng's lips curled into a smirk, his curled lashes fluttering as he mused. This indeed was his forte. Those who had once irked him had all been reduced to a state of utter humiliation. After careful contemplation, he deemed this venture to be quite favorable. Thus, Jiang Meng, the young master, bound himself to the system, striving for a new lease on life in the real world. However, his endeavor had yet to bear fruit. It was not due to cowardice, but rather because the woman before him bore a striking resemblance to his former world's attending physician. Her eyes, long and narrow, glimmered with a chilling light that had once cast a shadow over his childhood, instilling a measure of fear toward Xinqing. Jiang Meng cast a furtive glance at his father, only to find him engrossed in his meal, oblivious to his son's silent plea for help. Although Wei Cheng is now a renowned entrepreneur, admired and praised by countless individuals, his demeanor remains consistently reserved and gentle. He has entrusted all domestic authority to his wife, following her commands with a cheerful compliance, succinctly summarized in 2 words, henpecked. When the lady of the house speaks, the entire Wei family dares not defy her, and even the servants have begun to show utmost respect toward Shiruyuan. Xinqing, an accomplished woman, swiftly arranged for Shiruyuan's enrollment, considering that he had fallen behind in several courses, allowing him to study alongside her own son at Chongguang Middle School. With this decision firmly established, Jiang Meng ceased her futile resistance. However, the 2 brothers were at odds, a fact evident to all. Jiang Meng found the character of Shiruyuan quite displeasing, feeling no need for him to play the role of a villain, as she inherently detested him. Though he appeared obedient and understanding, seeking sympathy in front of his parents, he was far from virtuous, often indulging in dubious behavior. On one occasion, they encountered each other in the school restroom, where Jiang Meng detected a strong odor of smoke emanating from Shiruyuan. Yet, she found herself unable to substantiate her suspicions of his mischief, especially as her parents continually praised Shiruyuan for his intelligence and upright character, encouraging her to learn from her elder brother. Jiang Meng gritted her teeth in frustration. Although he was merely a year her senior, Shiruyuan stood 15 centimeters taller, a thorn in her side. In the initial days following Shiruyuan's arrival at the Wei household, Jiang Meng sought to provoke him at every turn, but all her attempts to assert dominance were rendered futile by his indifferent demeanor. A fist struck against the cotton, and Jiang Meng, holding his breath, finally prepared to unleash a grand move after days of persuading his good friend Foam could help him capture caterpillars. As he gazed at someone's silhouette, Jiang Meng felt as though the triumphant trumpet of victory had quietly sounded in his ears. His heart fluttered with excitement, and his eyes darted around before finally settling on Shiruyuan. The latter possessed striking features, bright eyes yet a demeanor that exuded indifference, standing tall and straight like a spirited young poplar tree. Though he had been hailed as the campus heartthrob since his first day at Chongguang High School, Jiang Meng remained convinced of his own superior looks without needing justification. Gigi, the chubby chicken, blinked his bulging eyes and sighed dreamily. Wow, the male lead is so handsome. Unwilling to concede, Jiang Meng wiggled his little bottom, adjusting to a more dignified posture, slightly lifting his chin as he awaited the unfolding drama. The English class representative, Xiao Qian, was bustling about, collecting assignments with a loud voice. Upon reaching Shi Riyuan, however, she suddenly adopted a more demure tone, softly inquiring, "Classmate, where's your homework notebook?" Shi Riyuan maintained a stoic demeanor, not even deigning to glance at Xiao Qian. However, the moment he opened his workbook, his slender fingers faltered. Not far away, Jiang Meng held her breath, her eyelids refusing to flutter, anxious to witness a moment of exquisite embarrassment. She urgently pinched Ji Xiaobang and inquired, "Why isn't he reacting?" Ji Xiaobang, equally perplexed, suggested with a pout, "How about we burn his backpack next time?" Xiao Qian noticed the workbook marred by a knife's cut, furrowing her brow as she began to flip through its pages, ready to report the bullying of the new transfer student to the homeroom teacher. Yet, she clearly underestimated her brother's penchant for provocation, for several pristine English notebooks were now stained with a yellow-green liquid, alongside a scattering of caterpillar corpses. Shi Riyuan's expression, previously impassive, finally darkened. Xiao Qian let out an exaggerated scream, retreating 5 meters away. The instigator, Jiang Meng, burst into laughter, collapsing onto her desk, shaking with mirth. As the class bell rang, Teacher Ling, in her high heels, strode to the podium and instructed Xiao Qian to bring up the homework and the list of students who had not submitted theirs. Although Xiao Qian wished to shield the new handsome classmate, she knew well that Teacher Ling was notorious for her meticulousness. With a troubled sigh, she twirled her pen and jotted down Shi Riyuan's name on a slip of paper before handing it in. Ling Mei glanced at the paper containing only one name, her expression darkening ominously. As expected, she called Shi Riyuan to the front, and upon seeing his lack of explanation, she suppressed her anger and ordered him to stand in the corner for the entire morning. The classmates whispered for a moment before being silenced by Teacher Ling's icy glare. And the English lesson officially commenced. Jiang Meng shielded her face with her English book, reading the words with indifference, internally boasting, "Look at me, I'm impressive. Teacher Ling might even call my mom to complain." The system transformed into a flat eraser, nestled in Jiang Meng's palm. Excellent. Progress has reached 10. By the time school ended, Jiang Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was truly in high spirits. Shi Riyuan had washed his backpack and left it to dry at school, clutching his books and workbooks to his chest. Next to him, Jiang Meng stretched his limbs, deliberately pressing him against the car window, his little face devoid of guilt. The child's soft body pressed tightly against him through the fabric, radiating warmth, his eyes darting restlessly beneath his eyelids, plotting some mischief. Shi Riyuan, expressionless, mused, "The offspring of affluent families are as naive and innocent as a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Such childish antics hardly constitute bullying." That evening, with Shen Qing and Wei Cheng out attending social events, the nanny prepared a table laden with nutritious dishes, the aroma of creamy mushroom soup wafting outside the villa. Upon noticing Shen Qing's absence, Jiang Meng tossed his backpack into Shi Riyuan's hands and skipped inside, arranging his favorite foods on the dining table without waiting for him. Diving into his meal, the system emerged from his pencil case, transforming into a chick, joyfully indulging in dinner, invisible to others. The cook and servants flitted around their young master, momentarily neglecting Shi Riyuan, who seemed blissfully unaware of their unintentional disregard. After placing their items in the study upstairs, he finally took a seat at the dining table, his chopsticks only moving among a few nearby dishes, green spinach and golden carrot cubes. Astonishing that he could even eat such things. Jiang Meng let out a hum, unconcerned, and fed himself until full, creamy mushroom soup smearing his lips like a white beard. Shi Riyuan had polished off an entire bowl of rice and sat leisurely, observing the little imp across from him, who was devouring his meal with cheeks puffed up, resembling a gluttonous little hamster. The hamster, sensing his gaze, alertly raised its eyebrows and shouted, "What are you staring at?" Shirui Yuan chuckled lightly, standing to approach Jiang Meng, wiping his mouth with a napkin before silently departing. Jiang Meng was momentarily stunned, thinking, is this guy actually bold enough to scorn me? As Shirui Yuan entered the study, Jiang Meng's indignant voice called out, "Shirui Yuan, I warn you, don't touch me casually again." Shirui Yuan replied with a casual "oh," his eyes sparkling with amusement. At 8 o'clock that night, Jiang Meng clutched his workbook, a look of profound despair etched upon his face. In his previous world, due to his physical condition, his parents had always maintained a lax attitude towards his academic performance. Even his private tutor turned a blind eye. Yet, in this world, glancing at his plump little belly and round cheeks, he thought to himself that he was akin to a fully developed bud, destined to serve the nation, leaving no justification for shirking his studies. Though he contemplated this, taking action felt as arduous as a death sentence. Jiang Meng stared blankly at a math problem, sorrowfully conversing with the system. Do you guys also feel the pressure of academic advancement? Thus, the dynamic duo of one person and one chubby chick worked flawlessly together, completing the math homework. Subsequently, Jiang Meng copied English words in his plump, clumsy handwriting, then deliberately raised his voice to read a Chinese text, finally finishing the daunting task of homework. With a sigh of relief, he stood up to stretch, inadvertently spotting Shirui Yuan working on advanced exam questions. Ji Xiaobang couldn't help but swoon. The male lead is truly ambitious. Jiang Meng scoffed, thinking that ambition had never been a trait he possessed. However, the system's words sparked a hint of jealousy in him. Pausing, he corrected its attitude with a stern face. We are to be his stumbling block, constantly reminding ourselves of our disdain for him. Can you refrain from looking so obsequious? Ji Xiaobang, ever perceptive, quickly adapted. Exactly. The male lead isn't ambitious. He's merely overreaching. Pleased, Jiang Meng sprawled onto the bed, tilting his head to discover a lifelike caterpillar lying beside him.
Ah, no.
Jiang Meng shrieked, startled, and in his excitement, began to hiccup uncontrollably. Shirui Yuan had intended to frighten the little rascal in return, but upon seeing the child's face flush with indignation, hands covering his mouth as he hiccuped, he felt a twinge of regret. Fake, he muttered, stowing away the fake insect, then ruffling Jiang Meng's tousled hair. Bemused, if you're so afraid of caterpillars, then how did I end up with a whole bunch in my backpack? Jiang Meng, feeling humiliated in front of his adversary, his eyes reddening with anger, retorted, those were threats made to phone co to catch them for me. Don't change the subject. It's all your fault that I'm hiccuping. Suppressing laughter, Shirui Yuan, aware that hiccups were bothersome, hurried to pour a glass of warm water. Hiccups are caused by eating too much at night and drinking carbonated beverages. Be more mindful next time. Though Jiang Meng doubted his good intentions, the hilarity of hiccuping while speaking was undeniable. He tightly shut his mouth, glaring at him fiercely, before gulping down the warm water. Shirui Yuan quietly waited for him to finish, then looked up several remedies for hiccups. Finally, after much effort, Jiang Meng managed to stop his hiccuping. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and it was soon bedtime. Jiang Meng remained irked by Shirui Yuan's earlier scare. After showering, he emerged still damp, rolling around on Shirui Yuan's bed several times until the sheets were soaked before he finally left, satisfied. Shirui Yuan watched the little troublemaker scamper off after causing chaos. Chuckling helplessly, this little rascal was indeed becoming more endearing by the day. Jiang Meng was blissfully unaware of Shirui Yuan's enjoyment as he excitedly fidgeted beneath the thin blanket, pulling the drowsy chicken Xiaobang out of his stupor, urging, quick, check if the progress bar has increased. In the enveloping darkness, chicken Xiaobang lazily replied, it's at 12. Jiang Meng responded with a cheerful hum, deep in thought about how to tease Shirui Yuan the next day. Chongguang Middle School, an elite institution in S City, boasted a meticulous security system that reassured parents sending their children there, along with a dazzling array of extracurricular courses. Jiang Meng gazed at the enrollment form, excitement bubbling within him as he considered each sport listed under the physical education section. In his past, he had to tread carefully even while walking, as overexertion could leave him breathless. During gym class, young Jiang Meng would sit alone on the grass, propping his head on his hands, wistfully watching other children play. forever isolated. As he matured, the self-consciousness stemming from his heart condition transformed into an outward bravado, leading him to swagger around with his younger companions, bullying others.
Now.
Liberated from his frail body, Jiang Meng's eyes sparkled with indecision between ice skating, swimming, and soccer. Chicken Xiaoping joined him in his dilemma, patiently analyzing the options. Forget soccer. Running around in the summer heat will leave you drenched in sweat and possibly hit in the face with the ball. Ice skating is fine, but you might face some nasty falls during the early lessons. Your front teeth could be at risk. Jiang Meng contemplated seriously, acknowledging the wisdom in Chicken Xiaoping's words. He couldn't afford to appear too clumsy. However, if he chose swimming, would his round little belly be exposed? That would ruin his refined image. Chicken Xiaoping peeked at Shiru Yuan's enrollment form and, acting as a neutral pen, marked swimming with a check. Swimming is great. The male lead also chose swimming class. Jiang Meng shot him an annoyed glare, retorting, "Admit it, this is your selfish desire. You just want to see the male lead in tight swim trunks." Chicken Xiaoping feigned ignorance, disappearing from view. Foam Ku approached with his enrollment form and, spotting Jiang Meng's choice of swimming, expressed mild regret. Why not choose soccer? Showing off your skills on the field is what a real man does. The duo, one tall and one short, with contrasting skin tones, shared an unusual bond where Jiang Meng's words were always heeded by Foam Ku. Jiang Meng rolled his eyes at him, threatening playfully, "Watch your front teeth." Foam Ku, noticing Jiang Meng's displeasure, scratched his head and hesitantly suggested, "How about I join you for swimming?" Jiang Meng waved him off, disdainfully declaring, "Big Black Tur has no place here." At the dining table, Jiang Meng, shedding his gluttonous persona, hesitated to indulge in his favorite sweet and sour ribs. After silently repeating, "I want to lose weight" several times, he cautiously reached for the plate of vegetables. Shiru Yuan, surprised, quickly understood the child's convoluted thoughts and found it amusing. Xin Qing also noticed her son's unusual behavior and exchanged a knowing glance with Shiru Yuan before chuckling softly. "Xian is still growing. You must eat enough. If you're worried about gaining weight, you can run with your brother, and exercising can also help you grow taller." Jiang Meng glanced at Shiru Yuan, realizing why he was tall and sturdy, with beautifully defined muscles visible on his arms. He had been running behind his back. Shiru Yuan smirked. "Then, Xian, shall we run together tomorrow?" Jiang Meng, reluctantly extracting himself from the sea of vegetables, huffed defiantly, "Fine. Running is for those who don't want to be pigs." The next morning, before dawn, Shiru Yuan appeared like a ghost at Jiang Meng's bedside, tickling his feet to wake him. Jiang Meng, lost in a dream of being surrounded by classmates who admired his height of 1.8 meters, was jolted awake by Shiru Yuan's antics. The child protested, burying his head under the covers, threatening in a growly voice, "If you don't stop bothering me, I'll tell my mom to kick you out." Shiru Yuan remained unfazed, standing firm as he reached under the blanket to grasp Jiang Meng's struggling ankles, his voice deeper than usual. "Wei Xiaozhu, will you get up or not?" Jiang Meng shouted a string of complaints but remained drowsy, curling beneath Shiru Yuan's chest with his messy hair, murmuring softly, "Still want to sleep." Shiru Yuan felt a flutter in his heart. The child's unguarded sleeping face, so pure and delicate, resembled a finely crafted doll. Watching the boy drift back to sleep, Shiru Yuan sighed and swiftly lifted him to the bathroom sink, attending to his morning routine. At 6:30 a.m., Jiang Meng and Shiru Yuan embarked on their grueling morning run. Grueling was certainly the right word for Jiang Meng, who possessed little athletic ability. After barely running 400 meters along the tree-lined boulevard of the Villa district, he was already out of breath and cursing Shiru Yuan for his lack of compassion. His face flushed and breathing labored. He appeared on the verge of collapsing. Shiru Yuan, clad in black athletic wear, jogged beside him, patiently correcting his running posture and breathing rhythm, his chiseled profile strikingly handsome in the morning light. Jiang Meng averted his gaze, resolutely denying the truth that Shiru Yuan was indeed quite attractive, and focused on the run. Gradually he began to grasp the rhythm of running, finding it less exhausting than before. This early morning exercise continued for a week. Despite Jiang Meng's reluctance, Shiru Yuan's determination prevailed. No matter how he protested, Shiru Yuan ensured he got out of bed and monitored him to run for a full 30 minutes. Finally, it was time for swimming class. The indoor pool at Chongguang Middle School was pristine, equipped with a large teaching area and a fenced-off competition lane. Jiang Meng changed into the red swim trunks that Shen Qing had bought for him in the changing room. Though his soft belly lacked muscle, it was not as round as before, evidence that running had its benefits. Just as he was about to boast to Shi Riyuan, he turned to find him standing nearby in black swim trunks, his healthy complexion, broad shoulders, long legs, and well-defined abs on full display. The system, fearing it would become a drenched chicken, transformed into a fitness bracelet on Jiang Meng's wrist. Witnessing such an appealing sight, it remarked, although the swim trunks aren't tight, the male lead's physique is still undeniable. Jiang Meng's expression darkened, and his mood soured instantly. He stole a glance at his own lower half, feeling a surge of frustration. He considered arguing with the system but hesitated, feeling embarrassed, and ultimately directed his ire toward Shi Riyuan. With an air of arrogance, Jiang Meng brushed past Shi Riyuan. Nostrils flared, deliberately ignoring him as he marched straight toward the instructor. The bracelet sensed his discontent and quickly reassured him, "You're still young. You haven't fully developed yet. Who knows how you'll look in the future?" Jiang Meng paused, contemplating for a moment, before thoughtfully replying, "That's a fair point." The swimming coach was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, his well-built and tanned physique intimidating. A black mole adorned the corner of his left eye, making him appear somewhat daunting. The students stood in silence, arranged by height, with Jiang Meng and Du Shaoqian at the front. They were barefoot on the ground, and to his surprise, Jiang Meng found he was as tall as a little girl. Shi Riyuan's dark, bright eyes silently met Jiang Meng's gaze, revealing no discernible emotion. The students soon dispersed, but Du Shaoqian tugged at Jiang Meng, refusing to let him leave, eagerly asking, "Xian, do you think my swimsuit is pretty?" The fair-skinned girl wore a blue and white striped dress, and her slightly developing figure modestly showed through. Her large, expectant eyes looked at Jiang Meng as if she were about to meet her crush. Jiang Meng initially thought he was being flirted with, but upon hearing her address him, he became furious and coldly warned her not to call him that, then sulked away. The system, confused, quietly inquired, "Do you dislike that name?" Jiang Meng pursed his lips seriously, stating, "It doesn't sound formidable. It's like a little girl's name." When he was 5 or 6, he was teased by his kindergarten classmates for looking like a girl and having a girl's name. His grandfather, bemused, had explained at length that his name was derived from the concepts of heaven and earth, symbolizing the vigorous growth of life, akin to the resilience of plants. Little Jiang Meng had gazed at his grandfather's face, silent for a moment before reluctantly accepting his name. Sensing his emotional shift, the system tentatively suggested, "Then from now on, shall I call you boss?" In the system's limited memory, boss was the most audacious title. Jiang Meng immediately brightened, grinning as he nodded in agreement. "Sure." The system having lifted his spirits, Jiang Meng skipped to the pool's edge, spotting Shi Riyuan with his back turned. An idea struck him, and he stealthily approached, summoning all his strength to push him. With a splash, Jiang Meng fell into the water instead. The water enveloped him instantly, and lacking swimming skills, he panicked, swallowing a mouthful. Although the pool wasn't deep, his short stature and the buoyancy made it impossible for him to touch the bottom, causing his limbs to flail helplessly. Fortunately, this state lasted only a few seconds before someone swiftly approached and pulled him from the water. With a splash, his head broke the surface, and he gasped for air as if reborn. Shi Riyuan held Jiang Meng's soft little body, looking down at him. The child's eyes, glistening with panic, contrasted with his fair, almost translucent cheeks, and droplets of water rolled off his petite frame, giving him the appearance of a delicate porcelain figure. Shi Riyuan raised an eyebrow, finding the situation oddly delightful. Having spent a month together, he discovered that he didn't find this brother as bothersome as he initially thought. In fact, he found Jiang Meng's antics somewhat endearing. Previously, in the orphanage, he had several little followers like Jiang Meng, who quietly trailed behind him, elated at any interaction, always careful not to overstep boundaries for fear of angering him. But Jiang Meng was different. He was bold and oblivious to the melancholic whims of adolescence. He burst into Shi Riyuan's life like a vibrant firework, disrupting the calm with his exuberance, unabashedly claiming a place in his heart. "Ha ha, Wei Zishuan, do you know what it means to shoot yourself in the foot?" Jiang Meng's blunder had clearly amused those around him. The breathtakingly handsome duo turned heads wherever they went, and it was evident that they had witnessed Jiang Meng's recent folly. Shiru Yuan cast a cold glance around, his demeanor somewhat menacing. Soon, the students within a 3-meter radius dispersed, as if under some dreadful threat. Jiang Meng, still clinging to Shiru Yuan like an octopus, looked up with a pitiful expression, his eyes brimming with tears. Wah, you actually dodged when I pushed you, making me fall in and be laughed at. His words trailed off as he pouted, tears glistening as they fell. Though he complained about Shiru Yuan, his limbs remained tightly wrapped around him, feeling a mix of fear and an undeniable sense of security from this annoying companion. Shiru Yuan set Jiang Meng down on the poolside, gently wiping away his tears with a finger, his smirk carrying a hint of unintentional tenderness. Next time, I'll let you push me, alright? Jiang Meng hastily wiped at his tears, suddenly realizing that crying was unbecoming. He scowled, kicking Shiru Yuan's stomach with his small foot before running off. After regrouping, Coach Shen instructed them to practice floating. Jiang Meng, mustering his courage, grasped the edge of the pool and diligently learned to swim alongside his classmates. During a break, he caught sight of Shiru Yuan standing with Coach Shen, conversing before he leaped into the swimming lane, effortlessly gliding through the water. To Jiang Meng's astonishment, he swam exceptionally well. The girls squealed and gathered around, while Coach Shen nodded approvingly, allowing him to join the school's swim team for competitions. Jiang Meng immediately felt deflated. In the past, even when he performed poorly, those around him would exaggerate praise, and his family would celebrate even the slightest of his achievements. Now, with a burgeoning self-awareness, he recognized the preferential treatment he received as merely a reflection of his inherent shortcomings, and with the spotlight now on Shiru Yuan, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disparity. The system kindly advised, boss, that's just the protagonist's halo. Let us not dwell on it. Jiang Meng, unusually silent, wondered when the halo of the antagonist would grace him. As July arrived, and Jiang Meng had learned to swim like a little mermaid, the final exams approached. He managed to scrape a mediocre score through a combination of luck and cunning, maintaining his facade. In contrast, Shiru Yuan directly advanced to the middle school entrance exam, dazzlingly scoring full marks to enroll in the prestigious Chengwang High School. The absence of comparison would have spared him pain, yet Jiang Meng gradually acclimated to the situation. Feeling less jealousy as time wore on, observing Shiru Yuan excel in every aspect became normal to him. He lazed about, comfortably embracing the role of the young master of the Wei family, devoted to pleasure and mischief. One day, upon reaching 20 of his task progress, Chicken Little, overjoyed, celebrated with Jiang Meng, toasting with cola on the balcony. The warm sunlight bathed every corner of the balcony as Jiang Meng reclined on the swing, lazily rubbing his belly. Chicken Little, I feel that what we did to Shiru Yuan before was mere child's play. Progress has been too slow. Can't we have any groundbreaking advancements? Chicken Little shifted from lying back to a prone position, his bright eyes glinting like a battle-ready rooster. Boss, what are your brilliant insights? I am all ears. Jiang Meng straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor akin to a stern headmaster. We need to drive Shiru Yuan out, let him roam the streets with stray dogs, rummaging through trash when hungry and sleeping in underpasses when tired. These experiences were naturally foreign to Jiang Meng. They were merely gleaned from the television dramas he watched with Xinqing. The chubby little chicken pondered thoughtfully, continuing to inquire, if Shiru Yuan were to commit an unforgivable error and Mama Wei were to fly into a rage, he could be expelled immediately. But we have no leverage against him. Jiang Meng's expression began to fracture, his irritation manifesting as he kicked his legs restlessly. Aren't you an omnipotent system? Can't you even procure this bit of information? The chubby little chicken immediately feigned innocence, with teary eyes, and whined. Boss, it all depends on you. If we succeed in this world, perhaps I will level up in the next. Jiang Meng, incensed, ignored him and stood up, glancing out the window just in time to see Shiru Yuan gathering his books and basketball bag, preparing to leave. Ever since Shiru Yuan scored full marks, Xinqing could not have been more pleased with her foster son. Each time they met, her smile deepened, etching more crow's feet into her face. Not only did she grant him ample free time to go out and play at his leisure, but she also incessantly praised him in front of Jiang Meng, hoping her son would be influenced and mend his ways. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed Qing had miscalculated. Her darling remained unrepentant, dashing towards the life of a lazy, good-for-nothing scion. Seeing that Yuan was about to leave, an idea struck Jiang Meng. He promptly informed Feng Ke, his shield, planning to feign a trip to the school library to do homework while secretly trailing behind. Having spent years in the orphanage, Yuan occasionally exhibited the demeanor of a delinquent. This time, tracking him might just reveal some clues. Jiang Meng rubbed his hands together, inspired by the detective stories he had recently watched, convinced that Yuan was up to no good. The chubby little chicken, even more enamored with detective stories than Jiang Meng, eagerly concurred. There is only one truth.
Boss.
Let us peel back the male protagonist's false facade and glimpse his hidden heart. The two kindred spirits exchanged knowing smiles and swiftly put their plan into action. Feng Ke notified Qing via phone, and as he arrived at the Wei family-esque gate on his bicycle, he noticed that Yuan had just departed. Recently, this boy had grown taller at an alarming rate, and although he still could not match Yuan, he was now a striking young man from afar, with a face that was increasingly dark and a set of pearly white teeth. In the sweltering summer, the willows swayed in the hot wind, and Jiang Meng, having lost a few pounds, wore cool shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. His skin remained as pale as ever, showing no signs of sunburn, as if the fierce ultraviolet rays avoided him. Feng Ke, oblivious to his beautiful companion, felt a bit drowsy under the sun, muttering, "Young Master Wei, I'm going to melt." Jiang Meng retorted sarcastically, "If you melt into a puddle of asphalt, it would be perfect for paving the road. Hurry up, classmate. We need to follow Yuan." Feng Ke, having long understood this little tyrant's tempestuous nature, didn't he bother to ask why. He dutifully grabbed Jiang Meng's backpack and, after hoisting him onto his back, stealthily followed the walking Yuan. Instead of heading to the nearby basketball court in the villa area, Yuan took a bus heading north. Jiang Meng nimbly leaped from the back seat, deftly retrieved Feng Ke's wallet, and the two swiftly switched transportation. Hopping into a taxi. "Oh, the big guy can even mock others now." Jiang Meng shot him a sharp glance, grumbling, "You're nitpicking over such petty cash. If I hadn't failed math, my money would be enough to support you." Feng Ke thought to himself how one had to be quite out of their mind to want to be supported by him. Yet he was too tongue-tied to argue with Jiang Meng, thus wisely kept silent. The taxi drove into increasingly dilapidated and crowded areas, and it was only upon reaching their destination that Jiang Meng discovered Yuan had arrived at the basketball court adjacent to the orphanage. The rotund little chicken perched on Jiang Meng's shoulder, solemnly concluding, "This is the orphanage where he spent 3 years. He must be here to meet a friend." Jiang Meng paused. "A girlfriend?" The little chicken replied, "Actually, no." As their target veered into a tree-lined path, Jiang Meng and Feng Ke quickly followed, slipping into the basketball court and hiding in the bushes. Beneath the rusted basketball hoop, Yuan stood with another tall, thin boy, whispering furtively. Just as Jiang Meng was about to send the little chicken to eavesdrop, he saw Yuan slowly turn around, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, exhaling smoke with practiced ease. His expression was grim, and the sharp angles of his handsome face seemed inscrutable behind the haze. He exuded both youthful audacity and adult composure. Jiang Meng thought to himself, "Finally, I've caught you." He swiftly took out his phone, preparing to document the evidence, when an unexpected scene left him dumbfounded. Suddenly, a petite girl in bright red sportswear leaped down from the nearby wall and ran straight towards Yuan. Upon stopping, the girl began crying uncontrollably while lifting her shirt to reveal her bare belly. Jiang Meng's hair stood on end, and he gaped in disbelief. Jiang Meng struggled to comprehend the scenario before him. Having been sheltered from the world, his mind, steeped in the tropes of dramas, was momentarily overtaken by a storm of imagination depicting street bullies harassing innocent children. Yuan was far from the exemplary student he pretended to be. He was a morally twisted villain. While Jiang Meng recognized that he himself was no saint, he would never stoop to bullying a 7- or 8-year-old girl. Furious, he momentarily forgot his original intent, charged towards the scene of the incident, ready to confront the perceived injustice. The little girl in red was startled by Jiang Meng's sudden approach, her wide eyes fixed on the handsome boy before her, momentarily forgetting her tears. Jiang Meng pulled her behind him, pointing angrily at Shirun. I misjudged you. I thought you were just a delinquent, but I never imagined you would stoop to such despicable acts. Though his words were firm and righteous, the youthful Jiang Meng, with his cherubic face and an unbroken voice, lacked the imposing presence he intended to convey. Standing nearby, Shinseki was taken aback for a moment before he couldn't help but chuckle, his chiseled features softening, even the scar on his forehead appearing less menacing. He assessed this sudden intrusion of a Na'vi hero and, smiling, lit a cigarette, inquiring Shirayuan, "Is this the brother you picked up for free?" Before Shirayuan could respond, Jiang Meng hurriedly interjected, denying that he was any sort of perverted brother. His cheeks flushed with emotion, resembling a tempting red fruit. Shirayuan, teasingly licking his lip, seemed to find amusement in the situation, his previous gloom dissipating. He took a few steps closer to the indignant child, suddenly bending down, and released a thick cloud of smoke towards him, lazily asking, "How did you end up following me here?" Jiang Meng instinctively recoiled, taken aback by Shirayuan's audacity, his body stiffening momentarily before he inhaled sharply. "Coughing you. Cough, do you want to die?" Although Foam Ko typically yielded to Jiang Meng, he was not intimidated by Shirayuan. Leveraging his height and strength, he shoved Jiang Meng aside, coldly asserting, "Don't go too far." Shirayuan staggered back a few steps from the push, yet did not appear angry, maintaining a smirk as he regarded Jiang Meng, his expression as infuriating as ever. Jiang Meng, incensed, ground her teeth and glared for a moment before finally gaining a semblance of self-awareness. Recognizing the vast disparity in strength between herself and her adversaries, she grasped the little girl's hand and attempted to seek the assistance of the police. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when several youths descended from the Welfare Institute's wall, each wearing a fierce expression and exuding an air of arrogance. "Alarm! Alarm! The newcomers are not friendly. Boss, retreat swiftly," chirped the chubby boy, Ji Xiaoping. Among them was a leader, as tall as Shirayuan. Yet his appearance was worlds apart. His dirty yellow buzz cut epitomized a rural aesthetic, and his wicked demeanor was almost unbearable to behold. Brother Yuan is meddling too much. Even as a rich second generation, he still gets involved in the trifles of the Welfare Institute. Such hard work, he remarked, glancing at Jiang Meng with a grin. "Who is this delicate little brother? He looks just like a porcelain doll. Care to come play with us?" Jiang Meng remained composed, while Shirayuan flicked the cigarette but to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. He gestured for Qin Xiqiang to take the three children aside and spoke in a chilling tone, "Enough with the chatter. If you win, you'll leave me in peace for a month." The rural youth chuckled in agreement, his companions laughing mockingly, seemingly optimistic about their leader's chances. The scene swiftly morphed from one of lewdness to a brawl, leaving Ji Xiaoping with a massive question mark above his head as he stared blankly at his leader. Similarly, Jiang Meng was bewildered, her small face reflecting confusion. The two factions locked eyes for several seconds, the atmosphere tense. Finally, Foam Ko realized that the situation had escalated beyond normalcy and began whispering to Qin Xiqiang. Suddenly, the golden-haired boy unleashed a punch, only to have Shirayuan seize his wrist and twist it forcefully backward. Both combatants exerted their full strength, exchanging merciless blows, each strike seemingly aimed at annihilation. Although Shirayuan held a clear advantage, he could not entirely evade taking a few hits as the minutes dragged on. Jiang Meng could no longer bear to watch. Shirayuan was the one being bullied, and she could not tolerate further aggression. Sensing his unease, the little girl squeezed his fingers and whispered, "Brother, don't interfere. They have always been like this. The children at the Welfare Institute are divided into two factions. I follow Brother Yuan. Ever since he was adopted, we've been bullied." As she spoke, tears of grievance welled up. "Yesterday, Huazi and his gang stole our books to sell. I was pushed down, and I have a huge bruise on my belly." She lifted her shirt, revealing the same sight Jiang Meng had just witnessed. The reality was so far removed from what she had imagined. Jiang Meng realized she had misjudged Shirayuan, clearing her throat awkwardly and asking, "Do the teachers at the Welfare Institute not intervene when they bully others?" The little girl, being quite young, struggled to articulate her thoughts, prompting Qin Xiqiang to explain the situation. Originally, the Welfare Institute was established with the support of a local private enterprise, but once that company went bankrupt, It fell under the jurisdiction of the local government. Its primary source of funding relied on donations from charitable organizations and individuals. The institute, small in scale and lacking proper treatment, housed many orphans under the age of 14 who were abandoned due to physical disabilities. This particular youth, with his rural aesthetic, had been abandoned by his parents due to a limp. He watched helplessly as healthier children were adopted, fostering deep resentment and a propensity for violence over time, leading him to form cliques within the Welfare Institute to bully the able-bodied children. Attempts by the teachers to educate him were futile, and due to societal pressure, they could not expel him. Eventually, they grew apathetic. When Shi Ruyuan's mother's body was taken away, the cold-blooded boy remained silent, standing up only to collapse after a few steps, succumbing to a high fever and unconsciousness for 3 days in the hospital. Upon awakening, he was sent to the Welfare Institute, appearing pale and frail. That very night, Huazi and his gang cornered him at the restroom, demanding he hand over valuable possessions. Now, with the support of the Wei family enterprise, conditions at the Welfare Institute were gradually improving. More and more benevolent individuals donated supplies and books to the children. However, Huazi and his cohorts, often seen loitering in internet cafes and restaurants, resorted to robbing other children to fund their escapades. Shi Ruyuan had a good ally at the institute in Chen who, due to a hearing impairment in his right ear, was also unadopted. Unlike Huazi and his gang, he harbored no twisted mentality and previously supported Shi Ruyuan in combating evil. Now, without his protector, he was vulnerable and had suffered losses, prompting him to call Shi Ruyuan the previous night. Upon hearing this, Jiang Meng glanced at the disheveled Shi Ruyuan and began to feel that he wasn't so detestable after all. She furrowed her brow in thought, took out her phone, and attempted to call for help against Huazi, only to be stopped by Feng Ke and Chen Xiqiang. Feng Ke, exasperated, advised, "Young Master Wei, you don't want to provoke a group fight, do you? Is it not enough to land us in the police station?" Chen Xiqiang, with a beaming smile, ruffled Jiang Meng's hair and said, "There are ways to handle minors. Let Brother Yuan beat them until they can't find their teeth. And the Welfare Institute will be peaceful for a month." Jiang Meng reluctantly nodded, glaring fiercely at the gang of small ruffians, waiting quietly for Shi Ruyuan to finish his fight. As daylight faded into a soft orange hue, the confrontation between the two youths concluded with the rural boy unable to rise. With a bruise at the corner of his mouth, Shi Ruyuan approached, rubbing his shoulder and smiling. "Xian, did I scare you?" Jiang Meng immediately retorted, "Absolutely not." After a moment of involuntary scrutiny, she realized he hadn't sustained severe injuries. Alleviating her worries. "Do they keep their word? What if they bully others in your absence?" Shi Ruyuan continued to smile, unable to resist ruffling the top of the little girl's head. "Don't worry, they wouldn't dare." The little girl had become quite familiar with Jiang Meng, tugging at Shi Ruyuan's arm while not wanting to release the hand of the handsome older brother, her voice sweet as she exclaimed, "Brother Yuan is the strongest. Chang'e says that being with Brother Yuan means there's meat to eat." Chen Xiqiang grinned widely, pulling a clean shirt from his backpack for Shi Ruyuan to change into, suggesting they venture out to the night market for skewers and beer. Jiang Meng and Feng Ke, having grown up on green nutritional meals, had never had the chance to indulge in the chaotic delights of a night market. However, the summer heat had left them famished, and their eyes lit up at the mention of the market. Yet, Shi Ruyuan hesitated momentarily. Their usual skewers were located in an old street where the city inspectors would send them fleeing in panic. Would these two precious young masters be able to handle it? Feng Ke, merely a teenager himself, secretly envied the rebellious youth who fought and brawled, once idolizing the gangsters from Hong Kong films. Now, having witnessed the spectacle firsthand, Shi Ruyuan's stature in his eyes soared. Not only was he an all-around academic, but he was also righteous and formidable in combat, leading a gang of little brothers. Now that was a true man. With a broad grin, he called out to Shi Ruyuan, and under Jiang Meng's eager gaze, he persuaded him, emphasizing that an occasional indulgence wouldn't be a problem. Shi Ruyuan remained steadfast, and as Feng Ke's soft coaxing failed, Jiang Meng firmly protested, hands on her hips. "I don't care. I want to go eat skewers and drink beer." Shi Ruyuan, troubled by Jiang Meng's insistence, found himself cornered. Ultimately, he relented, but only under the condition that they would have just a little bit to eat and he would dictate what they would consume. On the other side, Xin Qing felt immensely gratified, while a certain brother felt his spirits lift, longing to pull the child close and hear him call out a few more times. Thus, the group of young boys, alongside the small and lively Dengya, set forth towards the old district. They coincidentally encountered students flooding the narrow alleys as classes from nearby tutoring centers dismissed, the air thick with enticing aromas from various food carts amidst a cacophony of laughter and shouts. Jiang Meng, brimming with exuberance, darted about with unrestrained excitement, at one moment clamoring for fried fish balls, and at another, fixated on the spectacle of shooting balloons. Even 7-year-old Dengya appeared more composed than he. To Jiang Meng, these amusements were novel. Dengya, having accompanied her brothers to such places since childhood, found them rather tiresome. Observing the naive exuberance of the young boy, her gaze was filled with sympathy for his unworldly demeanor. Shiru Yuan, with a resigned smile, tightened his grip on Jiang Meng's wrist, anchoring him securely at his side. The crowd was a chaotic blend of characters, and the path was fraught with obstacles. It would be unfortunate if the child were to stumble or get hurt. The little imp, Jiang Meng, struggled in vain for a moment before casting a pleading glance. His voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "I've never been to a place like this before." Softening at his words, Shiru Yuan turned to instruct Chen Xiqiang to take the others to the barbecue restaurant while he accompanied this little treasure on a leisurely exploration. Chen Xiqiang nodded in agreement, casting a lingering glance at Shiru Yuan as he departed. He could not help but acknowledge that his friend's demeanor was gradually transforming, shifting towards a more optimistic and sunny disposition. Having grown up in an orphanage, Chen Xiqiang remembered the first time he encountered Shiru Yuan, whose youthful face bore bruises, exuding an air of cold aloofness that kept others at bay. After gaining notoriety from a confrontation with Hua Zi and his gang, many children sought to befriend him, yet Shiru Yuan remained indifferent. Only when a few troublemakers dared to mention his family or the tragic fate of his father did the boy's demeanor shift, becoming intensely focused and mercilessly punishing those who dared to provoke him. The children in the orphanage feared him, and even the teachers were intimidated by his icy stare. Timidly inquiring, "Xiao Yuan, what do you wish to become when you grow up?" The young boy answered calmly, "To avenge my father." In Chen Xiqiang's eyes, he resembled a young wolf, filled with bitterness and devoid of warmth. Whether he ultimately found himself on the path of righteousness or the underworld, he was destined to become a formidable presence. Dengya noticed her elder brother lost in thought and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Xiqiang shook his head with a smile, guiding them through the throng ahead. The author wishes to convey, the emotional progression in this first world may be somewhat gradual, but I assure you that there will be blush-inducing developments within 3 chapters. Jiang Meng dashed through the throngs of students, causing Shiru Yuan to wish he could tether the boy to his waistband. A group of students encircled a small stall, shrieking with excitement, which piqued Jiang Meng's curiosity. Capitalizing on his diminutive stature, he squeezed into the crowd and squatted there, refusing to budge. Shiru Yuan, tall and lanky, felt utterly out of place among the sea of young children. After considerable effort, he finally managed to reach Jiang Meng, who was intently gazing at a blue cage containing an adorable little hamster. The tiny creature was tirelessly running on its wheel, resembling a rolling snowball. Jiang Meng's eyes sparkled with delight, and when he turned to see Shiru Yuan looking down at him, he quickly stashed away his usual bravado and tugged at Shiru Yuan's pant leg with his delicate fingers, adopting an expression of innocent pleading. "Could you buy me one, please?" he asked, his voice laced with a hint of coaxing. Shiru Yuan couldn't help but chuckle internally. He feigned deep contemplation before leisurely proposing a condition. "You must call me brother from now on, and I shall buy it for you." Jiang Meng froze for a moment, casting him an indignant glare. If it weren't for the fact that his foolish system couldn't convert into cash. Well, pride aside, a true man must be flexible. "Brother," he reluctantly acquiesced, his brows knitting together in a playful manner. Shiru Yuan triumphantly laughed, retrieved his wallet, and soon led the boy and the hamster to a barbecue restaurant. Inside, Dengya was engaged in a lively discussion with Feng Ko when she suddenly heard the familiar sound of the hamster wheel. She spun around and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey!"
Pudding.
Jiang Meng, who had just entered, was contemplating a grand name for his new pet but found himself settling on Pudding, as it seemed more fitting than any other name he had considered. He nodded in agreement, echoing Dengya's excitement. Shinseki gestured for them to sit and explained to Dengya that Pudding was a hamster he had previously owned, but it had tragically passed away after just 3 days. Jiang Meng, with his gaze affectionately fixed on his new pet, suddenly looked up in shock and apprehension. Shinseki, having experienced Jiang Meng's affection for his brother, winked at Dengya, signaling her to tread lightly with Jiang Meng, lest she provoke Shirui Yuan's ire. Quick to understand, Dengya couldn't help but lean closer, discussing how to ensure the hamster thrived. With his new companion, Jiang Meng shamelessly neglected the little chick, who felt betrayed by the sudden lack of attention.
Boss.
Don't forget your mission. You aren't seriously being swayed by a hamster, are you? Jiang Meng smacked his forehead, realizing he had indeed forgotten about his task, his thoughts consumed by Pudding. The meal became tasteless as he struggled with how to fulfill his mission while feeling slightly guilty for Shirui Yuan's recent generosity. Initially planning to indulge in food and drink, he found himself restricted by Shirui Yuan's meticulousness, resulting in him consuming only a couple of skewers of roasted sweet potatoes, with no beer in sight. Unsatisfied, the little master sulked, muttering complaints about his predicament. Jiang Meng's eyes brightened suddenly, and he declared, "Then I want to eat pine nut corn." Shirui Yuan, indulgently watching him, nodded in agreement. Across the table, Feng Ko, with grease on his lips, stood up and announced plans to play basketball with Shinseki in a couple of days before cycling away. As they exited the night market, Jiang Meng ambled behind, carrying the cage, the neon lights reflecting on his face, accentuating his delicate features and bright, sparkling eyes, giving him an almost angelic appearance. A unique little angel he had found. Upon returning to the Wei residence, Wei Cheng was seated on the couch, accompanying his wife, Xin Qing, as she watched a television drama. Xin Qing, donned in a beige loungewear set with a face mask, elegantly sipped a bowl of nourishing soup. Upon seeing the two brothers enter, she approached them warmly, only to let out a shriek as her mask cracked.
Ah, Wei Zixuan.
You've taken up with a mouse? It is well known that the lady of the Wei household harbored a deep-seated fear of furry creatures, avoiding cats and dogs alike, let alone an unassuming little hamster. Wei Cheng hurriedly calmed his wife, while signaling Shirui Yuan to escort Jiang Meng upstairs, taking on the role of peacemaker. Jiang Meng clutched Pudding's cage as if it were a precious treasure, scampering up the stairs under Shirui Yuan's protective watch. He had resolved to care for Pudding, determined to make it plump and happy. The little chick trailed behind Jiang Meng, observing with dismay as Jiang Meng circled the bedroom several times before finally placing Pudding down. Then foolishly wishing the hamster good night. The little chick lamented, "The boss must have gone awry. How can a wicked villain become a lovesick pet owner?" In deep reflection, the chick realized that its host was a fade of bravado, appearing fierce but revealing himself to be a naive child at heart. Sighing, it concluded that the world's rewards would remain elusive. Jiang Meng exchanged curious glances with Pudding, but noticing Shirui Yuan had yet to enter, he wondered if that fellow had been detained by their parents. He tiptoed out to eavesdrop on the conversation. In the living room, the television had been turned off, and Xin Qing's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, she addressed Shirui. "I don't care what you did with Xian today, but Xiao Yuan, now that you are part of the Wei family as Xuanxuan's brother, you must set a good example. Cut ties with those dubious friends." At first, Xin Qing's attention was drawn to the hamster, oblivious to the bruise on Shirui Yuan's lip, but upon noticing, she quickly surmised the situation. It was understandable that she feared her precious child would be led astray, given the children from the welfare home often matured too quickly, picking up undesirable habits. Shirui Yuan nodded, his voice devoid of any emotion. "I will be mindful moving forward." For some reason, Jiang Meng felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this. Wei Cheng cleared his throat, attempting to diffuse the tension. "The child is still young. You're being too stern." Shirui Yuan's face was obscured in the dim light, rendering it difficult to discern his expression. "Understood." Taking a deep breath, Xin Qing softened her tone. "That's good. Auntie only wishes the best for you. It's all right. I want to pursue today as events further. You may go upstairs." The author has a message. The next chapter will be filled with sweetness. When the Wei family established their foundation, Qing personally verified the list of beneficiaries and their backgrounds. Upon reviewing Shi Ruoyuan's profile, she felt a deep pang of sympathy. However, considering that the boy was growing up, possessing a sense of individuality and self-awareness, she wondered if he could truly be nurtured. Wei Cheng suggested adopting a younger child, but Qing insisted on selecting Shi Ruoyuan. Her son was innocent and spoiled. As he ventured into the world of the family business, he would inevitably face challenges. Thus, having an older brother to protect and support him, wholeheartedly devoted to him and the Wei family, was the best outcome she could envision. Born into a military family, Shi Ruoyuan's upbringing was undoubtedly influenced by the family's strong values. If the Wei family were to bestow even the slightest kindness upon him, they would undoubtedly earn his unwavering loyalty. At that time, Shi Ruoyuan felt akin to a caged beast, yearning desperately to comprehend all that his father had endured and to avenge Shihan. Yet, the welfare institution imposed restrictions. They merely offered banal platitudes under the guise of psychological counseling. However, the arrival of Qing provided him a glimmer of hope. Naturally, he kept all of this to himself. For instance, at this moment, a curious child gazed up at him, imploring him to divulge the little secrets regarding his parents. Shi Ruoyuan remained unyielding, his deep gaze fixed upon the child for several seconds before he turned to engage with the little pudding, successfully diverting Jiang Meng's attention. This creature cannot be kept in the bedroom. Upon hearing this, Jiang Meng erupted in indignation, his small face darkening as he exclaimed, "Little pudding hasn't done anything to you. Why are you being so difficult with it?" Crossing his arms, Shi Ruoyuan observed him leisurely. "I fear it may practice its iron-toothed skills at night, disturbing your slumber and causing a ruckus the following day." Jiang Meng, exasperated by his stubbornness, cast a glance at the little pudding gnawing on a wooden stick and muttered, "Then where should you put it?" Shi Ruoyuan found the child far more endearing than a hamster, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. "Let us place it in the study." Thus, the little pudding settled comfortably into its new abode. Aside from attending school, Jiang Meng was inseparable from the little pudding each day, occasionally cradling it in his hands while coaxing Shi Ruoyuan into digging a track in the small garden, where they would race the hamster and share the trivialities of growing up. Qing had long ceased harboring hopes for his academic performance. Watching Jiang Meng mature, she would buy him easily digestible books on business management or take him to various social gatherings, hoping to subtly impart knowledge of commercial operations while igniting his ambition to plan for his future. However, Jiang Meng dismissed these notions, declaring he merely wished to be a charming rice worm or, like the little pudding, to indulge in food and fun, occasionally teasing Shi Ruoyuan for amusement. Shi Ruoyuan, ever patient, assisted him in appeasing Qing, and while completing his high school studies, had already enrolled in university courses on finance and business management, surprisingly finding himself capable of engaging in serious discussions with Wei Cheng regarding company development and planning, exuding an air of industry elite. In comparison, he felt as if he were worlds apart from his own self. Another instance of the protagonist's halo, one might say. Chick Xiaopeng reviewed the narrative arc of the original world and calmly remarked, "Rest assured, boss, Wei Zishuan's character is precisely like this." Jiang Meng nodded, and they continued to enjoy a languid existence for several years. By the time he reached adulthood, the progress bar had sluggishly advanced to 30. Yet that summer, the little pudding departed from him. In truth, it had been unwell for quite some time. Jiang Meng watched helplessly as it transformed from a lively ball of fluff to a mere shadow of its former self. Despite Shi Ruoyuan's efforts to consult numerous doctors, the white coats merely shook their heads, resigned to fate. One morning, Jiang Meng abruptly sat up in bed, having dreamt that the little pudding had died. His heart heavy with unease. Forgetting to slip on his slippers, he hurried to the study, only to find the cage empty. The little pudding was gone. He called out for Shi Ruoyuan, but there was no response. Chick Xiaopeng was still fast asleep. Jiang Meng's heart sank as he anticipated the worst and dashed down the stairs. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, he spotted the butler standing in the small garden, while Shi Ruoyuan was using the small shovel he had played with to bury something. "Shi Ruoyuan, what are you doing?" Jiang Meng's voice trembled, his face paling instantly. Shi Ruoyuan hadn't expected him to awaken so early and frowned slightly upon seeing Jiang Meng's bare, pale feet standing in the dirt. He was acutely aware of how much Jiang Meng cherished the little pudding, and upon finding its lifeless body that morning, a wave of guilt washed over him. The lifespan of small animals could never compare to that of humans, and in focusing solely on Jiang Meng's happiness, he hadn't considered how the child might cope with the inevitable separation. Now, witnessing Jiang Meng's frantic demeanor tugged at his heartstrings. The butler, feeling equally troubled, lowered his head to fetch slippers for the young master, entrusting the task of comfort to Shi Ruyuan. Jiang Meng approached the grave, tears welling in his eyes,
his heart aching.
In his youth, due to a weak constitution, his family had never allowed him to keep pets, and the little pudding had been his first earnest companion, even closer than Feng Ke. The thought of its soulful black eyes gazing at him just yesterday, now buried in the earth, left a bitter pang in his heart. Shi Ruyuan sighed softly, wordlessly enveloping Jiang Meng in his arms as the child flailed like a distressed little creature, quietly listening to his intermittent sobs. After a while of crying, Jiang Meng began to settle down, his lashes still glistening with tears. He glanced at Shi Ruyuan's shirt, now smeared with his snot and tears, and muffled, "Hey, Shi Ruyuan, put me down." Shi Ruyuan held Jiang Meng firmly, shifting him into a princess carry, playfully shaking his dirty little feet, and smiled. "You're going to dirty the carpet." Jiang Meng huffed, having indeed exhausted himself, and allowed Shi Ruyuan to carry him while he adjusted his position comfortably, burying his tear-streaked face into Shi Ruyuan's chest. This was not the first time he had felt embarrassed in front of this person. He had lost count. But at that moment, feeling miserable, he couldn't care less. Shi Ruyuan tightened his embrace, his gaze softening as if cradling a rare treasure as he entered the villa. The butler approached with his slippers, witnessing the little master, who had been throwing a tantrum, being held so gently, resembling a docile little rabbit, a sight that felt entirely harmonious. He sighed deeply. The young master was nearly a year younger than Shi Ruyuan, consuming the same meals. Yet, Shi Ruyuan had matured into a composed young man, while Wei Zishuan still stood under 5'7", weighing barely 100 pounds, his cherubic face reminiscent of a primary school student. What would become of him in the future? What girl would find such a little brother appealing? The kitchen maid poked her head out to inquire about lunch, and the butler, with a face full of worry, murmured, "Prepare something that promotes growth." Shi Ruyuan carefully set Jiang Meng down at the edge of the bathtub, adjusting the water temperature before rolling up his pant legs and expertly washing his feet. This was not their first encounter. For years, Jiang Meng had failed to devise a means to rid himself of Shi Ruyuan's service, relegating him to the role of an obedient servant. Indulged since childhood, Jiang Meng saw nothing amiss, believing Shi Ruyuan to possess a remarkable talent, his massage techniques exquisite, leaving him utterly relaxed whenever he applied lotion. The bathroom felt refreshingly cool, and as Shi Ruyuan's fingers glided over the shower gel, he gently caressed Jiang Meng's instep and soul with utmost care, the little bubbles forming and bursting with each delicate motion. Jiang Meng giggled at the ticklish sensation, his recently tear-stained eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Yet, as the laughter subsided, thoughts of the little pudding resurfaced, and his voice grew faint. "I think the little pudding was a bit pitiful. It used to have me to play with." Shi Ruyuan lifted his gaze, teasingly affectionate. "With a little tyrant like you, the little pudding had a tough time." Jiang Meng pouted in disagreement, splashing water onto Shi Ruyuan. "Not at all. I merely jested with you. When did I ever bully it?" Upon hearing this, Shi Ruyuan couldn't help but chuckle, seizing the opportunity to grasp the small, smooth foot of the child. Observing the child's foot arching slightly in response to ticklishness, along with the plump, rosy toes, his heart swelled with affection, prompting him to lean down and plant a gentle kiss. The sensation was soft and delightful, akin to tiny creatures scuttling about. Jiang Meng, taken aback as if struck by lightning, froze for a few moments, her eyes wide in shock as she withdrew her foot, curling her arms around her knees and leaning against the wall, resembling a frightened little animal. What are you doing?" The author wishes to convey, "Thank you for your support." Noticing Jiang Meng's startled expression, Shi Ruyuan stood up, maintaining a facade of indifference, as if what had transpired bore no relation to him. "I did nothing. It was just like how you sometimes kiss little pudding." Jiang Meng furrowed her brow, contemplating this response with dissatisfaction. Although she cherished little pudding, she only ever kissed its head and certainly would not stoop to kissing its little paws. Recently, Shirui Yuan had matured significantly, his facial features becoming more defined and chiseled, especially his deep-set eyes, which, unbeknownst to her, harbored a multitude of inscrutable emotions.
Now,
As he gazed at her intently, Jiang Meng inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly averted her gaze, struggling to maintain her fierce demeanor. Yes, I truly dislike you. Shirui Yuan, you, an outsider, should not be so presumptuous. As her words hung in the air, a sudden silence enveloped them. After a moment, Shirui Yuan regarded her quietly until she could no longer withstand his gaze, rising with a demeanor that suggested he had not been perturbed, a hint of affectionate amusement playing at the corners of his lips. Very well, as you wish. I shall prepare breakfast for you. Put on your socks and brush your teeth. With that, he exited their shared bedroom. Little Chubby emerged, yawning widely and stretching his wings in an egg-like shape. What on earth are you two fussing about? The previous scene in the bathroom lingered in Jiang Meng's mind, and after a moment's hesitation, she murmured, Little Chubby. Do you think Shirui Yuan is abnormal? Just now, he kissed my foot. Little Chubby's feathers instantly fluffed up in surprise. You mean, the male lead kissed your foot? Jiang Meng sighed heavily, solemnly nodding. Little Chubby twirled around excitedly, as if electrified, then flopped onto the bed with an expression of impending doom. Boss, please don't tell me you're considering a romantic relationship with the male lead. You must not forget your role as the antagonist. Jiang Meng poked its belly disapprovingly, muttering softly, what romance? I'm not gay. I'm merely questioning Shirui Yuan's orientation. He can't possibly have ill intentions toward me, can he? Little Chubby pondered for a moment, unable to recall any instances of the male lead exhibiting such tendencies prior to meeting the female lead. Thus, it began to suspect its boss was overly self-involved. While you may be somewhat attractive, you certainly don't exude the allure of a captivating victim. Don't overthink it. Perhaps the male lead is simply teasing you. He and the female lead are destined to be together. Jiang Meng pursed her lips, feeling a pang of discomfort at the thought of Shirui Yuan being so kind to another person in the future. Perceptively, Little Chubby, adopting a more serious tone for the first time, advised, Boss, consider how few antagonists resemble you. Antagonists are typically fierce and unyielding, able to complete their missions with precision and charisma. I implore you not to develop any emotional attachments in this task world, otherwise complications may arise. The difficulty of the initial world task was already quite low, yet as Jiang Meng grew more familiar with Shirui Yuan, sometimes even bathing together and sharing mutual care, the harmonious scene struck a chord in Little Chubby's heart. It couldn't help but glance skyward, pondering if it had truly chosen the wrong companion. While Jiang Meng fiddled with her fingers, she lifted her head, her expression troubled. But it's been so long, it's difficult not to develop feelings. Moreover, Shirui Yuan has been genuinely kind to me, never angered even when I act unreasonable, and is exceedingly accommodating. Little Chubby narrowed its eyes, adopting a profoundly contemplative expression. After a lengthy silence, it finally spoke. The plot indicates that significant events are on the horizon. You might seize the opportunity to inflict some torment. The progress could accelerate dramatically. At noon, sensing her son's melancholy, Qing instructed the kitchen to prepare his favorite dishes, squirrel-shaped fish and soup dumplings. The previously somber villa was soon filled with delightful aromas. The enticing scent of food attracted several stray cats. They're scraggly for a far cry from the elegance of feline royalty, their plaintive cries growing increasingly desperate. They squatted in a row by the garden fence, exhibiting remarkable patience in their quest for sustenance, seemingly unwilling to leave until fed. Previously, Jiang Meng had shooed them away due to Little Pudding's presence. But now that Little Pudding was gone, she found herself feeling a twinge of sympathy for the forlorn creatures. Deciding to show mercy, she resolved to carry a bowl of fish to feed the strays. Concerned that the child might impulsively reach out to touch them, given their status as strays harboring numerous germs, Shirui Yuan informed Qing and followed her. He watched as Jiang Meng knelt down earnestly, extending the small bowl while softly murmuring, Eat, eat. Consider it a good deed for Little Pudding, so that in the next life, it may be reborn as a wealthy and prosperous creature, ideally one that enjoys longevity. Shi Ruoyuan couldn't help but smile, approaching her to gently lift her up, attempting to lighten the mood. Little pig is having a meal now. Jiang Meng turned her head away, dodging his hand and glaring at his shoes, stomping her foot in a huff before running off. How dare he call her little pig? On the first night after Little Pudding's departure, Jiang Meng inexplicably developed a fever. The elderly butler explained that the young master had always been prone to such fluctuations in emotion, resulting in fevers. Recalling how a reprimand from Xin Qing for running about had caused him to faint from fever that very night. At that time, Wei Cheng had been both exasperated and amused, jokingly declaring that he had raised a little tyrant who couldn't be scolded or punished.
Today,
it was likely due to Little Pudding's absence and her subsequent tears that the ailing child lacked the appetite for dinner, choosing instead to curl up under a blanket, ignoring everyone and focusing solely on her restless slumber. As Wei Cheng and Xin Qing remained occupied with company affairs, Shi Ruoyuan instructed the butler to bring some thin porridge and fever-reducing medicine, feeling a sense of unease that compelled him to ascend the stairs. He treaded lightly into the bedroom, where a large lump under the blanket revealed a soft, furry little head and a rosy little face. Shi Ruoyuan furrowed his brow in concern, gently placing his hand on the child's forehead, which felt slightly warm but not excessively so. Jiang Meng, having had a restless night, was now blissfully lost in sleep, and the sudden coolness against his forehead was immensely soothing. He instinctively nuzzled against it, his damp eyelashes fluttering, while his slightly parted lips emitted a sound reminiscent of a purring kitten. His rapid and shallow breaths grazed Shi Ruoyuan's arm, creating a stark contrast between the inner turmoil and the outer tranquility, intensifying his desire to embrace and cherish the little one. The room, devoid of air conditioning, felt somewhat stifling. The tall young man braced himself on the bed, his expression inscrutable, while the others sprawled out in innocent oblivion. After a moment of silent standoff, Jiang Meng, seemingly haunted by some phantasm in his dreams, murmured softly before a warm little foot inadvertently pressed against Shi Ruoyuan's abdomen. The warmth seeped through the thin fabric, and this unconscious motion seemed to disrupt a delicate equilibrium, prompting Shi Ruoyuan to lean down. One hand restrained the restless body while the other caressed the tender earlobe and neck, cautiously seeking to kiss the long-desired lips. Their lips met softly at first, like delicate dragonflies skimming the surface, as if afraid to disturb the moment. They tenderly traced one another's lip contours, lingering in the sweetness. Jiang Meng, disturbed from his slumber, furrowed his brows, mumbling incoherently. Shi Ruoyuan chuckled softly, seizing the opportunity to deepen the kiss. Despite it being his first intimate encounter, he exhibited no awkwardness. Instead, he skillfully coaxed open Jiang Meng's lips, gently exploring each tooth and palate, teasing the soft little tongue, savoring the faint taste of milk lingering in his mouth. The desire within him, initially a gentle stream, now surged with fervor, rushing towards his lower body. Yet, amidst the chaos within, Shi Ruoyuan maintained remarkable patience, akin to an elegant and cunning cheetah savoring its meal. His beloved was truly delectable, a sweetness that was irresistible. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from outside the door. "Is young master awake?" It was the butler. Shi Ruoyuan, unfazed, concluded the kiss and straightened, using his fingers to wipe the lingering moisture from Jiang Meng's lips. His voice a low murmur, "You may come in." Jiang Meng, already stirred by the kiss, was on the verge of waking when the butler entered. Catching sight of his young master rubbing his eyes, looking sickly, and nestled into the pillow, Shi Ruoyuan discreetly shielded a certain discomfort with the hem of his garment, propping Jiang Meng up against the pillow, holding a glass of water to his lips. "Drink some water first. We'll have the medicine after the meal." Jiang Meng, still dazed, seemed not fully awake, his fevered cheeks tinged with a faint flush and his eyes glistening with unshed tears, presenting an utterly pitiful sight. Despite being roused, he bore no ill will, obediently tilting his small head to drink several gulps of water. Shi Ruoyuan's throat moved subtly, his expression betraying nothing. He took the bowl of porridge and, like a caregiver tending to a baby, fed Jiang Meng spoonful by spoonful. The butler nodded approvingly before quietly exiting, thinking to himself how fortunate his young master was to be so cherished. After a few spoonfuls of porridge, Jiang Meng finally regained some clarity. He licked his pink tongue around his lips and smacked them together, grumbling, There's not enough sugar. Shi Ruyuan gazed at him intently. His eyes filled with deep affection, the youthful vigor contrasting with an indescribable gentleness. Isn't Xianyuan afraid of getting cavities? Jiang Meng blinked in surprise. Recalling the prospect of his little white teeth being overtaken by ugly, fat bugs, shuddering at the thought, and weakly waved his hand. Oh, then never mind. The child's innocent demeanor stirred a chaotic warmth within Shi Ruyuan. Under the pretext of changing Jiang Meng's clothes, he explored every inch of his body, seizing the moment to pull him into an embrace, ruffling his soft hair. Perhaps due to his feverish discomfort, Jiang Meng had lost his usual bravado. Resembling a tiny hedgehog exposing its vulnerable belly, compliant and utterly endearing. With minimal effort, Shi Ruyuan finished feeding him, coaxing Jiang Meng into taking his medicine with a piece of candy. With the task complete, he dimmed the lights and quietly settled down with a book, waiting for Jiang Meng to fall asleep. However, after much time had passed without sleep overtaking him, Jiang Meng's discomfort became apparent. Having listened attentively to the sounds from the bed, Shi Ruyuan, amused, extricated Jiang Meng from the blanket, leaning down to inquire, "What are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping?" Jiang Meng shot him a forlorn glare, torn between wanting Shi Ruyuan to carry him to the bathroom and fearing a repeat of the foot-kissing incident. His little mouth tightly pursed in a serious expression that was quite amusing. Upon noticing Jiang Meng's round belly, Shi Ruyuan quickly understood, suppressing a laugh as he offered a plausible excuse. "Is it because you're unwell that you lack the strength to go? Unable to hold it any longer?" Jiang Meng tugged at Shi Ruyuan's sleeve, sitting up with a determined expression, desperately opening his arms and pleading for an embrace. Carry me, or I'll wet my pants." Shi Ruyuan burst into laughter, effortlessly lifting Jiang Meng as he walked, casually pulling down the loose-fitting little sleep pants. Fearing an embarrassing exposure in broad daylight, Jiang Meng hastily grasped at his precarious underwear, yelling, "Ah, you big rogue. Hands off." Shi Ruyuan ignored his protests, pushing open the bathroom door and continuing toward the toilet without any intention of putting Jiang Meng down, leisurely stating, "Aren't you about to wet your pants? I'm helping you." "Helping me?" Jiang Meng exclaimed in alarm, worried that Shi Ruyuan might impulsively assist him in more intimate matters, and he flailed about. "No, I can do it myself." Seeing the child's flushed face, Shi Ruyuan resignedly laid a towel on the floor, finally allowing Jiang Meng to stand without his bare feet touching the cold tiles. Since that morning in the bathroom, Jiang Meng seemed to have grown more aware, his defenses heightened, no longer issuing commands with carefree abandon. Shi Ruyuan looked down at him with a predatory glint in his eyes, and Jiang Meng became increasingly convinced that he was being eyed with ulterior motives. With his ears flushed, he hopped about on tiptoes until he finally shooed Shi Ruyuan out of the bathroom, racing to the toilet where he relieved himself. After resolving this physical issue, Jiang Meng felt a wave of relief wash over him. After flushing and properly dressing, he confidently called Shi Ruyuan back in. With the little piglet nowhere in sight, he understood that he must remain vigilant against any untoward advances from the male lead. Jiang Meng slipped out of Shi Ruyuan's embrace like a slippery little eel, diving into the blanket and covering his head, only extending a small arm to wave. "I'm going to sleep. You can go now." Shi Ruyuan approached and adjusted his blanket, revealing his head, and casually uttered a small fib. "Keep your head exposed while sleeping. We wouldn't want to suffocate our little Xian. Rest assured, I will read for a bit and then leave." After saying this, he sat upright in his chair, adopting a decorous silence. Jiang Meng, after some hesitation, ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming effects of the medication and fell into a deep slumber. The young man in the chair listened intently as his breathing gradually steadied and lengthened, before quietly moving closer, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on his beloved. He then lay down beside him, unknowingly drifting off to sleep as well. The room was softly illuminated by a single orange wall lamp, casting a warm glow over the two slumbering figures on the bed. The smaller one had begun to sweat, his damp hair tousled upwards, revealing a smooth and full forehead, while a trickle of drool escaped the corner of his rosy lips. His arms were tightly wrapped around his brother's waist, sleeping soundly like a rosy little piglet. Meanwhile, the elder one, perhaps fearing that his younger brother would kick off the blanket and catch a chill, held him close, yet seemed restless. furrowing his brow at the sound of Wei Cheng's movements, as if on the verge of waking. Wei Cheng smiled at the two children, thinking to himself that as Xuanxuan's biological father, he was truly outdone by this non-biological brother in terms of care and thoughtfulness. Just as he planned to quietly slip away, Shi Ruiyuan awoke, exchanging a glance with Wei Cheng. He gently repositioned Jiang Meng into a comfortable sleeping posture before exiting the room alongside Wei Cheng. The author wishes to express, writing such sweet narratives feels like a delightful indulgence. After more than 2 years of discreet observation, Wei Cheng had come to understand Shi Ruiyuan, realizing that he was not as innocent and harmless as he appeared. Whether in attending to his younger brother's trivial needs or participating in important company meetings, he presented a calm and dependable exterior, yet beneath lay a sharp and ambitious spirit, ready to reveal his brilliance whenever he chose. However, it was evident that Shi Ruiyuan held genuine affection for his adopted son. Wei Cheng acknowledged that he and Xin Qing were not exemplary foster parents, given Xin Qing's previously outspoken and distant remarks. Yet, at this juncture, he no longer pressed for anything, simply wishing to keep him close, not only for the future of the Wei family's endeavors, but also for the sake of his cherished son. Accompanying Wei Cheng into the study, Shi Ruiyuan conducted himself with utmost politeness. "Uncle, there is a matter I hope you will consent to." Wei Cheng seemed to anticipate his words and smiled kindly. "Is it regarding your future plans?" He could see that the boy still harbored lingering concerns about his father's situation, and the thought of this child carrying such a grudge since childhood stirred his compassion. "Little Yuan, I understand that neither your aunt nor I can deter you, and we are willing to support you, but you must consider carefully. The path of a Special Forces soldier is truly arduous." Shi Ruiyuan nodded, fully aware of the dangers faced by a Special Forces operative, having learned much from Shi Han. Yet he felt he had no choice. Only by vanquishing the deep-seated obsession within his heart could he find peace in remaining with the Wei family beside his little treasure. After leaving the study, Shi Ruiyuan returned to their shared bedroom, brushing his fingers across Jiang Meng's forehead, discovering that his fever had significantly subsided. He then dampened a towel with warm water from the bathroom and gently wiped the perspiration from Jiang Meng's body. After gazing down for a moment, he leaned down to kiss those soft, fragrant lips. Perhaps foreseeing an impending farewell, his eyes glimmered with an uncontrollable yearning as he grasped Jiang Meng's hand, his breath gradually becoming heavier. Oblivious to the actions of the fervently devoted protagonist while he slept, Jiang Meng was lost in a dream, envisioning himself in an orchard, attempting to pull out a sizable carrot that seemed to grow larger with each tug. "How peculiar," he mused. "Is this carrot becoming sentient?" After a night of deep slumber, Jiang Meng emerged revitalized, bouncing out of the bedroom, reverting to his former boisterous self. Time sped by, and he was the last to learn of Shi Ruiyuan's impending enlistment. Originally, as a new recruit, Shi Ruiyuan had no opportunity to participate in this summer's Special Forces selection. However, since Wei Cheng had promised to assist him, he leveraged his connections to secure a spot in the selection process. If successful, Shi Han's comrade, Gu Mingfei, could arrange for him to join the Capital Military District's Special Forces, the very unit to which Shi Han belonged. Upon hearing the news, Little Chicken became anxious, flapping its wings and exclaiming, "Boss, boss, the protagonist is about to leave, and our progress bar is still far from passing. Aren't you worried?" Jiang Meng, lounging on the bed and scrolling through cake images on his phone, paid Little Chicken's anxiety no mind. "Why does this strawberry snow cake have cheese? I don't like it at all." Seeing his leader's nonchalance, Little Chicken fell into despair. "There's still a week until your birthday. Why the rush?" To which Jiang Meng shook his head in disagreement, solemnly asserting, "Every year I grow older, I inch closer to taking over the company. Once I become the boss, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to bully Shi Ruiyuan?" Little Chicken gaped in astonishment at Jiang Meng's grandiose declarations. "Do you honestly believe, with your current demeanor, Wei Cheng would allow you to manage the company?" Jiang Meng, with an air of understanding, replied nonchalantly, "Even though I know nothing, I can delegate tasks to my subordinates." After a pause, he added, blinking innocently, "That's how it works on television." Little Chicken was at a loss for words, pondering the unfortunate fate of having such a naive host. As the man entered the room, merrily distributing gifts, Jiang Meng launched himself into his embrace, eagerly demanding, Where are my limited edition sneakers? Wei Chung playfully pushed his finger against Jiang Meng's forehead, grinning as he teased. Oh, young Master Wei. You can't even play basketball, and yet you dare ask for sneakers? This accusation was not unfounded. Ever since acquiring swimming skills, Jiang Meng, while still unable to outswim Shi Ruyuan, had achieved modest success, his proud little tail practically soaring to the sky. Later, witnessing Feng Ke and Chen Siki play basketball, sweating profusely, alongside the foolish girl Deng Ye cheering them on, he felt a pang of envy. As a spectator, Jiang Meng grew increasingly frustrated, secretly practicing for an extended period, though he remained unable to run with the ball for more than 5 meters. Little Chicken, now accustomed to the absurdity of it all, responded without batting an eye. Perhaps it's because you lack an extraordinary pair of basketball shoes. Consequently, Jiang Meng immediately dragged Shi Ruyuan to purchase a pair. Yet due to his small feet, they did not have size 36 available and could only be custom ordered from abroad, nearly bringing Jiang Meng to tears. Later, when Wei Cheng planned to travel abroad for a project, Jiang Meng pouted and pleaded for the sneakers all night, his sweet, coaxing voice causing Shi Ruyuan to have a night filled with indescribable dreams. At that moment, Wei Cheng remained unaware of the significance Jiang Meng placed on those shoes. When Jiang Meng was publicly embarrassed, his lips curled in a pout, his eyes wide and round, ready to unleash his fury. Unable to bear it any longer, Shen Qing sighed in exasperation, tossing the shoebox into Shi Ruyuan's arms. Please take that little troublemaker away. Every time I hear him chatter, my heart races. I truly wonder if I've raised a son or a daughter. The entire family erupted in laughter, while the little troublemaker's attention swiftly shifted to Shi Ruyuan, forgetting his grievances with his father and mother, eagerly following his brother upstairs. The following day, in a bid to demonstrate the prowess of limited edition sneakers, Jiang Meng surprisingly rose early. Without a moment's hesitation, he boldly yanked away Shi Ruyuan's blanket, prepared to unleash a thunderous howl to rouse him from slumber. However, the sight before him was so astonishing that his voice faltered. The young man on the bed lay bare from the waist up, his sun-kissed, inverted triangular physique adorned with beautifully sculpted muscles, and his abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. The chiseled lines of his physique extended enticingly downward, a spectacle to behold. Jixiapeng, who had been drowsily perched on Jiang Meng's shoulder, was suddenly invigorated by the tantalizing scene before him, flapping his wings in a whirlwind of excitement, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Finally, I get to witness the impressive stature of little Yuan in action." Jiang Meng felt a twinge of embarrassment, though a layer of fabric separated them. His cheeks involuntarily flushed. This was not due to any latent inclination, but rather a consequence of his previous lifestyle, one of restraint and simplicity, which left him unaccustomed to such sticky realities. His personal experiences of crafting cucumber juice were few and far between. Now, witnessing another's natural physiological response, he couldn't help but feel a bit bashful, and perhaps a hint of envy. Jixiapeng, noticing the expression on his leader's face, asked in astonishment, "Your reaction is akin to that of a young maiden. Surely, you haven't indulged in self-pleasure?" Jixiapeng stood frozen, shock rendering him as still as a roasted chicken. In truth, Shi Ruyuan had long been awake. Upon hearing Jiang Meng scampering barefoot to the bathroom and filling the tub, he had feigned sleep, only to be taken aback when Jiang Meng audaciously lifted his blanket. The mixture of curious yet bashful glances and the faint blush on the tips of his ears was undeniably charming, each subtle movement and expression tugging at Shi Ruyuan's heartstrings. Oh, how he longed to pull the young man closer for a tender embrace and a kiss. Taking a deep breath, he managed to suppress the turmoil within, his voice emerging in a husky timbre. "Is it pleasing to the eye?" The author wishes to convey, "Well, we hardly indulge in cruelty, W. Jiang Meng, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, cursed rogue before bolting away in haste." Shi Ruyuan chuckled softly, took a few tissues in hand, and reclined beside Jiang Meng's bed. With his eyes closed, he inhaled the familiar scent lingering on the pillow and blanket, releasing his pent-up emotions in solitude. After changing into sports attire, Shi Ruyuan descended the stairs with a refreshed demeanor to partake in breakfast, while a flustered Jiang Meng sat at the dining table, diligently sipping on her nutritional porridge, her gaze unwavering and her small mouth moving incessantly, fearful that Shirui Yuan might discern her embarrassment and mock her. Amused yet cooperative, Shirui Yuan feigned ignorance, and the two maintained an air of tranquility. Upon reaching the basketball court, they found Dengya and Shinseki already waiting. Since Huazi and his companions had been sentenced for theft, life at the welfare home had stabilized significantly. 6 months prior, Shinseki underwent successful hearing restoration surgery and had been diligently training with Shirui Yuan, aspiring to enlist together. Although his physical condition precluded him from qualifying as a special forces soldier, he could certainly become an honorable soldier. Dengya had grown considerably taller over the years. Once a carefree little imp, she had learned the importance of sun protection, donning a sky-blue sun hat that framed her rosy cheeks. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed the habit of smiling shyly with pursed lips whenever she encountered Shirui Yuan. Jiang Meng, witnessing the little girl's attempts at behaving like a lady, could hardly contain her amusement and teased, "Yeah, are you dreaming of marrying Brother Xian when you grow up?" Dengya nodded bashfully, only to be met with Shinseki's teasing remark, "What nonsense. What does a child under 10 know? Besides, Brother Xian already has someone he likes." Infuriated, Dengya's ire was not due to Shirui Yuan's affections, but rather Shinseki's blatant dismissal of her feelings. Her spirited nature revealed itself as she bit down on Shinseki's finger, releasing him only when he squealed in protest. Jiang Meng discreetly glanced at Shirui Yuan, who was lounging casually on the railing, smoking, yet his gaze remained fixated on her, a mischievous smile lingering on his lips. His penetrating stare felt as though it could burn through her, sending shivers down her spine. She thought to herself, "Oh no, could it be that he actually has feelings for me?" The portly companion, Chicken Xiaopeng, clucked in frustration, "Boss, it seems we won't accomplish our task. We haven't even encountered the female lead, and the male lead is already bending toward you." Jiang Meng vehemently defended herself. "Nonsense. When did I lead him astray? He is simply bent on his own accord." Chicken Xiaopeng, after a brief moment of contemplation, concluded, "If the male lead strays too far from the plotline, our future missions will be hindered. Let's do this, boss. In the days to come, avoid him. I've noticed he seems to enjoy your torment. We need to keep him at bay and find an opportunity to report him to Xinqing, claiming he has ulterior motives, and have him expelled." Jiang Meng hesitated, feeling that reporting him would undermine her villainous image. However, upon recalling the painfully slow progress of their mission, she felt disheartened, considering whether she should offer herself as bait for Shirui Yuan, only to be caught red-handed by Xinqing. Yet, the thought of being kissed inappropriately by Shirui Yuan sent chills down her spine, and she mused, "This guy truly is a terrifying creature." Dengya, sensing the tension, adeptly shifted the topic. "Brother Xian, your new shoes are really cool. Did you just buy them?" Jiang Meng then adopted a serious demeanor, meticulously explaining the techniques, though her words and actions were somewhat at odds as she struggled with dribbling. Fortunately, Dengya, oblivious to the complexities, offered exaggerated gasps of admiration, embodying the role of an innocent supporter. Jiang Meng relished the little girl's reactions, her vanity momentarily satisfied, prompting her to repeat the dribbling explanation multiple times. Shinseki chuckled, observing the little one leading another in basketball, then elbowed Shirui. "Your little one is quite entertaining. Adorably foolish." Shirui Yuan clicked his tongue, playfully punching Shinseki on the shoulder. "That's your sister-in-law. Show some respect." After a moment of laughter, Shinseki sighed and lowered his voice. "That child is quite straightforward. Her parents surely won't approve. What are your plans?" After finishing his last puff of smoke, Shirui Yuan replied nonchalantly, "My people will be well trained. If they misbehave, they shall be bound and taught a lesson. As for everything else, I trust a path will reveal itself in due time." Shinseki scoffed, guessing Shirui Yuan was jesting, and patted his shoulder. "Brother Xian, you're quite ruthless. Well, this is your affair. I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth." Shirui Yuan remained silent, merely nodding, a hint of something unusual flickering in his deep eyes before fading away. After a morning of basketball, Jiang Meng stood beneath a tree, panting and seeking respite from the heat, her fair face glistening with perspiration, droplets tracing down her jawline and pooling at her collarbone before disappearing into her shirt. Shirui Yuan approached with a bottle of mineral water, offering her a few sips, then retrieved a damp ice towel to wipe her sweat. Shi Ruiyuan raised an eyebrow, silently following her. For the following days, Jiang Meng and Chicken Xiaobang united in their mission, resolutely implementing a cold treatment policy, treating Shi Ruiyuan as though he were invisible, indifferent to his presence. Unfortunately, this serene state could not endure. One night, as Jiang Meng drifted between slumber and wakefulness, she sensed movement beside her. Groggily, she licked her lips, sticky with saliva, and struggled to open her heavy eyelids. In the dimly lit room, she was startled to find Shi Ruiyuan lying beside her, his dark eyes gleaming like those of a wolf, fixating on her. Instantly alert, she hastily checked to ensure her modesty was intact, then retreated cautiously, lowering her voice in anger. "What are you doing awake at this hour?" Shi Ruiyuan regarded her silently for a moment, then reached out, pulling her into his embrace, holding her tightly and preventing her from moving. His lips brushed against her soft earlobe, his voice smooth yet chilling. "Why are you hiding from me?" Author's note: Little Xian has reached his breaking point. Jiang Meng was firmly held in Shi Ruiyuan's embrace, struggling with all her might for a while. However, having just awakened, she lacked the strength, and the man's hold felt as impenetrable as a fortress. Gradually, she quieted down, grumbling in dissatisfaction. "What did you eat to grow so strong?" Her eyes darted around, attempting to concoct an excuse for Shi Ruiyuan, but after much contemplation, she could not think of anything. In a huff, she turned her back to him and sulkily declared, "It's a secret. I can't tell you." Upon not hearing any excuses like "I don't want to play with you because I dislike you," Shi Ruiyuan sighed in relief. He pinched Jiang Meng's plump cheeks playfully and asked with a chuckle, "What if I insist on knowing?" Having never encountered such an annoying person, Jiang Meng found it perplexing that Shi Ruiyuan, usually aloof and arrogant, was now so chatty. Irritated, she kicked him lightly with her foot and retorted, "I don't care whether you want to know or not. Humph." Understanding that his precious little one was grumpy from being awakened, Shi Ruiyuan ceased his inquiries. He pulled Jiang Meng closer, resting his chin on her fluffy head, and gently said, Xian, be good and go back to sleep." Faced with this somewhat domineering figure, Jiang Meng felt a bit intimidated, her slender legs curling up awkwardly, her small fists clenched defensively against her chest, ears perked up like a little animal, listening intently to the sounds behind her. As time passed, it seemed Shi Ruiyuan had fallen asleep, his breathing deep and steady. Sensing no ill intentions from him, Jiang Meng's taut nerves relaxed, and before long, her eyelids drooped heavily as she drifted off. However, the sleeping Jiang Meng was anything but still. Within minutes, she turned over and slowly inched closer to Shi Ruiyuan, wrapping her arms around one of his, burying her little face in the crook of his neck, and smacking her lips as if savoring some delightful feast in her dreams. Shi Ruiyuan chuckled softly, realizing that while the little one protested verbally, her body was quite honest. He planted a kiss on Jiang Meng's forehead, contentedly drifting back into slumber. A week passed, and as the delicate morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Jiang Meng concluded her late-night talk with Chicken Little and cheerfully climbed out of bed. Fresh from his morning workout, Shi Ruiyuan emerged from the bathroom and spotted the child sitting cross-legged on the bed, her cheeks flushed with health. Uncontrollably drawn to her, he approached and tousled her unruly hair, lingering a moment longer to pinch her earlobe. Today marked his 20th birthday, and in high spirits, Jiang Meng was not angered by Shi Ruiyuan's playful gestures. Instead, she seriously extended her hand toward him, saying, "Ahem, where's my gift?" Shi Ruiyuan smiled slyly and suddenly leaned down, planting a quick kiss on Jiang Meng's soft, pink lips, then straightened up as if nothing had happened, asking, "How about this gift?" Caught off guard by a sudden assault, Jiang Meng was momentarily stunned, her big, bright eyes wide open, revealing a few perfectly aligned white teeth. After a long pause, she abruptly covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes drooping pitifully as she rushed to the bathroom, turning on the faucet and rinsing her mouth vigorously. Shi Ruiyuan followed with a frown, lifting her from the water, his tone somewhat cold. "What are you doing? You've chapped your lips." At some point, a layer of mist had gathered in Jiang Meng's eyes, and upon hearing Shi Ruiyuan's words, sparkling tears began to cascade down her cheeks as she wailed, "Whoa, Shi Ruiyuan, you rogue. That was my first kiss." Having never dated in reality, Jiang Meng had no experience with such matters, and while the last kiss was somewhat forgivable, this was entirely different. The thought of her first kiss, preserved for 20 years, being stolen by this man made her seethe with anger. Shirui Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled at her indignation. Although this was not the first kiss between them, for a sober Jiang Meng, it indeed felt like her first. He lifted the pitiful child into his arms, gently shaking her while soothingly saying, "Silly Xian Xian. While I kissed you, my first kiss was also taken by you. You have not lost out." Jiang Meng shuddered, contemplating the discrepancy. There was a significant difference between initiating a kiss and being kissed without consent, wasn't there? Suddenly, she opened her arms and wrapped them around Shirui Yuan's neck, leaning in to give him a fierce bite on the lips. Then, breaking into laughter, she playfully wagged her little tail. Now that's fair. Shirui Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and as he processed her actions, he couldn't help but lick the spot she had bitten, marveling at her peculiar logic. He felt increasingly fortunate to have stumbled upon such a delightful little treasure. Chicken Little, standing on the soap dispenser, witnessed the antics of his foolish leader with wide eyes, and, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Boss, did you forget how we decided that day? We agreed to keep things cool. Why did you kiss him?" With her mouth full of foam, Jiang Meng innocently blinked, her confusion evident as she mumbled, "I didn't kiss. Just bit him." Chicken Little was ready to explode with frustration. Biting is even more provocative than kissing. "I just saw the male lead getting all excited," Jiang Meng muttered under her breath. Realizing Shirui Yuan was this eager, her face grew serious. "Fine. Tonight's birthday party will just be the three of us. We won't bring him along." Chicken Little nodded glumly, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. At noon, the birthday banquet for Wei Zixuan was held at a private estate, exuding exotic charm with the rich aroma of wine wafting through the air. The well-dressed gentlemen, mostly business partners who had collaborated with the Wei family, mingled casually, while the invited ladies, elegantly attired, savored exquisite desserts and whispered gossip. Jiang Meng, clad in a tailored British suit selected by Shinqing, exuded an air of noble arrogance. Her fair skin as pristine as freshly fallen snow. Her bright eyes sparkled with life, and her cherry-pink lips were irresistibly alluring. After assisting his parents in receiving guests for half the morning, Jiang Meng, parched, reached out to the side, prompting Shirui Yuan to immediately bring her a glass of freshly squeezed juice, offering it thoughtfully to her lips. Du Minghai, the president of a real estate company, entered with his daughter, Du Xiaoqian. Having just signed a new project with the Wei family, they were somewhat familiar with the Wei couple. After exchanging a few congratulatory words, Du Minghai patted his daughter's shoulder, signaling her to present the gift. Du Xiaoqian, clad in a custom-made dress that beautifully accentuated her curves, had transformed from a naive girl into a poised young lady. However, she clearly showed no interest in the formalities of the occasion, awkwardly stretching her mouth as she dryly wished Jiang Meng happy birthday. Jiang Meng stifled a laugh, properly accepting the gift and responding politely, "Thank you." Jiang Meng, Du Xiaoqian, and Feng Ke had once been close companions in class, their grades dismally poor and their playful natures landing them at the top of the teacher's watch list. Facing the impending college entrance exams, the kids had been lectured by their teachers and parents, forced to break free from their chaotic lives and confront this pivotal moment in their lives. Influenced by Shirui Yuan and Chen Siki, Feng Ke had declared he would join the military instead of attending college, only to change his mind after a scolding from his father and decided to aim for the capital S military academy. As Du Xiaoqian transformed from a lovesick supporting character into a seasoned fujoshi, she surreptitiously signed a 20-year contract on a certain website. One day, feeling exasperated by incessant nagging, she boldly slammed her self-written risk story onto her father's desk, momentarily liberating herself from her plight. After all, Du Minghai had only one daughter, and he never anticipated that the pressures of the education system could warp her into such an eccentricity. Thus, with a sweeping gesture, he declared that if she was unwilling to attend university, then so be it. In contrast to the tumultuous duo, Jiang Meng maintained a relatively conventional demeanor. His examination results were average, and he had already discussed with Shin Qing the principle of a gentleman's conduct to resolve conflicts with words rather than actions, even if it meant enduring grievances while treating him like a cherished infant. Qing had completely lost faith in her son, merely hoping for Xiao Yuan to retire sooner rather than later. With no burdens weighing upon him, Jiang Meng spent his days in high spirits. After greeting the guests, he ushered Feng Ke and Du Xiaoqian into a lounge, where they excitedly plotted how to make the evening's birthday party a lively affair. Upon hearing they needed to sneak out without Shira Yuan, Feng Ke inquired, "Why must we hide it from Brother Yuan? Isn't he leaving soon?" Observing Jiang Meng's silence, Du Xiaoqian slyly remarked, "Look at our Xian, acting like a little wife. Have you two had a spat?" Frustrated, Jiang Meng slammed the table, resembling a groundhog caught by the tail. "Do not casually speculate about my relationship with that guy. I am telling you, we have no such connection." The author wishes to convey, from now on updates will be daily, typically after midnight. Any announcements will be made at the top of the text. Thank you for your support, dear readers. Du Xiaoqian pouted, feeling that these two had fed her enough dog food to turn her into a fujoshi. She shared a knowing glance with Feng Ke and playfully asked, "Do you believe it?" Feng Ke shrugged nonchalantly and scoffed. Who would believe that? Unable to counter their banter, Jiang Meng fell silent in frustration. At some point, Feng Ke and Du Xiaoqian discerned that Shirui Yuan harbored a peculiar affection for Jiang Meng, an emotion heavier than friendship yet more possessive than familial love. Once they grasped the nature of the sentiment, Du Xiaoqian's world was overtaken by a gentle yet domineering affection, while Feng Ke initially found herself startled. Having watched numerous male films, they both noticed Shirui Yuan's kindness toward Jiang Meng, while Jiang Meng unknowingly leaned on Shirui Yuan for support. Consequently, they tacitly agreed to label Jiang Meng as the proud and temperamental recipient in this dynamic. At that very moment, they exchanged glances at Jiang Meng, realizing he was once again in a huff. The door swung open, and Shirui Yuan entered, carrying 3 steaming lunches. Du Xiaoqian and Feng Ke cheerfully greeted him, leaving the sulking Jiang Meng to the side. Noticing Jiang Meng's glum expression, Shirui Yuan bent down to gently nudge his nose, asking with a smile, "Why is Xian unhappy?" Jiang Meng stole a glance at Shirui Yuan, determined not to drag this peculiar ambiguity any longer. He swallowed hard, adopting an imperious demeanor, and coldly declared, "I am now an adult. I am no longer the little kid you can manipulate. From now on, we shall go our separate ways. I wish to have no ties with you." The little chubby chick chimed in, "Yes, our handsome protagonist. Don't get too attached to the antagonist. Go find your true love." Poor Feng Ke and Du Xiaoqian exchanged bewildered looks, unsure how they had stumbled upon this couple's playful banter. Shirui Yuan seemed weary of such declarations of severance. He gestured with forks to the 2 spectators, inviting them to help themselves, then playfully pierced a piece of chocolate mousse cake with his fork, teasingly nudging it toward Jiang Meng's tightly pressed lips, coaxing, "Care for a taste?" Having coveted the cake for hours, Jiang Meng's stomach growled in response, causing his earlier bravado to evaporate. He waved the noisy little chicken to his pocket and decided to satisfy his hunger first. Watching Jiang Meng open his mouth and devour the cake, Shirui Yuan smiled and, without hesitation, used Jiang Meng's fork to lift another piece, savoring it himself. Du Xiaoqian and Feng Ke were once again inundated with metaphorical dog food, clutching their chests with a sense of shared longing. After confirming the time and location for the evening's birthday party, they made a hasty retreat. Shirui Yuan patiently fed Jiang Meng until he was full, then affectionately patted his round little belly, his expression inscrutable yet slightly cool as he inquired, "So, are you all going out tonight? Who else is joining besides the 3 of you?" Jiang Meng licked his lips, still smeared with chocolate, and casually replied, "There are also Bai Ruirui and Zhao Xinyu from other classes, as well as Du Kongfan and Chu Hanqing from the special class. In short, you wouldn't recognize them and you'll not be able to join in on the fun, so don't bother with me." As he spoke, Jiang Meng noticed Shirui Yuan's expression darkening. For reasons unknown, he felt increasingly intimidated in Shirui Yuan's presence, his voice gradually diminishing until it was but a whisper. "I just don't want you to go. I don't want my classmates to misunderstand." After a moment of silence, Shirui Yuan suddenly reached out to ruffle Jiang Meng's hair, seemingly lamenting, "Why is Xian being so disobedient?" Confused by his words, Jiang Meng tilted his head. only to see Shi Ruiyuan turn and leave without insisting he stand for half an hour after his meal. A rare occurrence indeed.
Sighing,
Jiang Meng realized that his isolation might have genuinely upset Shi Ruiyuan. The little chubby chick joyfully emerged, exclaiming that their progress had finally surpassed the 50% mark, only to find Jiang Meng slumped like a wilted eggplant. Jiang Meng shut his eyes, hesitating as he pondered. Little fatty, can I just play the role of the perfect gentleman? Every time I catch a glimpse of Shi Ruiyuan's eyes, my conscience aches. The little chick blinked its beady eyes, determined not to let Jiang Meng dwell in negativity. It racked its brain and finally devised a comforting rationale. Every seemingly perfect protagonist has endured countless trials. Our current teasing and vexing him is merely a means to temper his resolve. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Jiang Meng's face. So, we're still the protagonists after all? Exactly, boss. Ultimately, we are acting in his best interest, so you needn't bear any psychological burden. Realizing the truth in this, Jiang Meng grinned broadly, feeling rather noble about his actions, striding with newfound confidence. Imagining that Shi Ruiyuan might be sulking somewhere, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. After playing games on his phone for a while, the clock struck 7. Jiang Meng had arranged to meet his friends at a bar's private room. The driver dropped him off at the entrance. Previously, Jiang Meng had been under Shi Ruiyuan's strict supervision, making places like bars feel nearly forbidden.
now,
Inhaling the vibrant atmosphere filled with flashing lights and lively music, he felt a twinge of excitement at the prospect of enjoying a few cocktails. The bar's decor was understated yet luxurious, with enchanting melodies flowing gently through the air. Guided by a server, Jiang Meng reluctantly traversed the public area where live music was performed, then ascended the carpeted stairs in search of the reserved room number. As he passed a restroom, a drunken man staggered out, resembling a bloated caricature of a man. Upon seeing Jiang Meng's delicate, beautiful face, his eyes widened with insatiable interest. Jiang Meng detected an unpleasant odor of alcohol, furrowing her brows as she quickened her pace to evade it. Yet, the inebriated man stubbornly pursued her for several steps, reaching out in an attempt to grab a piece of hot tofu. Startled, Jiang Meng let out a terrified cry and prepared to sprint away. Just then, a figure emerged behind her, effortlessly subduing the drunken man. Realizing she had provoked him, Jiang Meng instinctively recoiled, her wandering gaze betraying her anxiety. The drunken man lay unconscious, while Shi Ruiyuan strode over, silent yet imposing. Suddenly, he bent down and hoisted Jiang Meng over his shoulder, forcefully kicking open the door to a nearby private room. Fortunately, the room was vacant, shrouded in darkness. Jiang Meng, uncomfortable against a shoulder, began to whimper, "Ugh. I can't breathe. Please, put me down." Shi Ruiyuan paused, and upon hearing her soft plea, he sighed in resignation and placed her gently on the sofa. With a resounding clap, the room illuminated as brightly as day. Jiang Meng's eyes glistened with tears, her lips pouting in a pitiful manner as she curled up, resembling a little kitten that had been bullied. The small kitten puffed out its cheeks, wide-eyed, meekly accusing the villain. Shi Ruiyuan, how could you be so violent?
how can you treat me this way?
Her words jolted Shi Ruiyuan back to reason. Sitting beside her, he tenderly stroked the back of her head, softly apologizing. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have hurt Xianxian." Given his sincere acknowledgement, Jiang Meng reluctantly hummed in acceptance and then reclined against him, commanding like a little emperor. "Rub my belly, it still hurts." Shi Ruiyuan acquiesced, tracing circles on her abdomen with his palm, his gaze descending to her delicate, trembling eyelashes. His expression a complex mix of emotions. The fact that Jiang Meng had ventured out alone to celebrate her birthday had irked him, prompting him to follow her here. It was audacious of her to enter such a venue alone, without any means of self-defense against harassment. Shi Ruiyuan felt a surge of anger and urgency. Thankfully, he had been there to protect her today, but what would happen when he entered the military? Would this child become even more reckless? Contemplating this, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. He abruptly stood, enveloping Jiang Meng in his embrace, gently caressing her soft, fragrant lips. Jiang Meng's face blanched with panic, trembling like a frightened little chick, for Shi Ruiyuan's gaze was exceedingly fearsome. Her voice quivered with a plea for mercy. "Please, don't do this. Let's just talk. All right?" Shirui Yuan disregarded her, his fingers grazing the edge of her clothing, his voice low and husky. He watched with satisfaction as Jiang Meng nearly broke into tears, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Xian, have you finally learned to fear? Author's note. Dear cuties, please leave more comments. The chapter's word count will increase. I'm not setting any flags, Thanks to Heidong, X2, Moonlight Dawn, Milky Little Rice Cake, and all the adorable readers for their support.
Kisses.
Jiang Meng, trembling and tearful, dared not move an inch. He reached out, attempting to push Shirui Yuan away, but the moment he stirred, his wrist was seized and pressed against the sofa above his head. Just as he was about to curse the man as a pervert, Shirui Yuan disregarded his protests. Leaning down to invade his lips with a fervent kiss that left Jiang Meng gasping for breath, his throat emitting soft, kitten-like whimpers, filled with ambiguity. The rustling of their clothing echoed in the air, and after an intense kiss, Shirui Yuan finally relented, sitting up and brushing his thumb over Jiang Meng's slightly swollen, reddened lips, his gaze inscrutable. Jiang Meng, overwhelmed by Shirui Yuan's sudden ferocity, felt his body go limp, tears streaming down his face as he plaintively murmured, "Whoa. Please let go of my hand." Shirui Yuan paused, his tone dark as he replied, "That man would have stripped you bare and forced you to do things even worse than I have. So, Xian, you must never run off to places like this again. Do you understand?" A charming flush crept over Jiang Meng's exposed skin as he hastily gasped for air, his rosy lips parting to stammer, I understand." Ultimately, he found relief in Shirui Yuan's grasp. Jiang Meng had successfully made banana milk for the first time in his life, his body languidly sprawled on the sofa, limbs weakly hanging as Shirui Yuan had even assisted him with his trousers. The air was tinged with a sweet, metallic scent, and after a bout of wildness, Shirui Yuan pulled Jiang Meng into his embrace, reverting to his gentle demeanor. "Are you comfortable, Xian?" Not typically one of strong will, Jiang Meng had just engaged in an embarrassing act with Shirui Yuan, his mind now a muddled mess, completely forgetting about villains and missions. He blinked his misty eyes, resembling a little mouse that had just pilfered some cheese, his expression one of satisfaction and shyness, before he dazedly nodded. Shirui Yuan chuckled softly, leaning closer to rest his forehead against Jiang Meng's, coaxing gently, "Does Xian enjoy it when I treat you this way?" Jiang Meng fidgeted awkwardly, despite genuinely relishing the sensation. He couldn't simply give in. "I don't like it," he proclaimed, pouting defiantly, yet his nasally tone betrayed an air of petulance. Furrowing his brows, he sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "It's fine for you to be gay on your own, but why must you drag me into this?" Shirui Yuan ruffled his hair, his voice serious, yet softened by affection. "Because I really like you, Xian, very much." Jiang Meng's eyes widened in surprise, confusion swirling in the depths of his dark gaze. Shirui Yuan's confession was akin to a spoonful of honey, warming and sweetening his heart, a sensation he had never experienced before. Placing his hand over his heart, he felt it thumping vigorously, as if a frisky deer were bounding within. "Shirui Yuan," Jiang Meng whispered, wishing to express that his heart raced, perhaps indicating that he too harbored feelings for him. Unfortunately, he was interrupted as the door to the private room swung open, revealing Xinqing and Wei Cheng, their expressions a mix of concern and confusion. 15 minutes prior, Feng Ke and Du Shaoqian had heard from a waiter that a handsome young boy had gone missing after being assaulted, sending them into a panic. After several failed attempts to contact Shirui Yuan, they decided to inform Xinqing. Having spent the day in social engagements, Xinqing and Wei Cheng were about to take a breather when they received alarming news about Wei Zishuan's disappearance. As Jiang Meng and Shirui Yuan were entangled in their own moment, the two were frantically searching room by room. It was easy to imagine how dreadful their feelings were upon stumbling upon their son confessing to their adopted child. Jiang Meng froze for a few seconds, his mind slowly processing as the pink bubbles of his thoughts began to clear. He quickly jumped off Shirui Yuan, stuttering, "Mom, Dad, what are you doing here?" Xinqing, who considered herself quite progressive, found it hard to accept her son's entanglements. "What on earth are you two doing?" Shirui Yuan stood, maintaining a polite demeanor towards the Wei couple, and candidly declared, "Uncle, Auntie, I like Xian and want him to be my partner." Jiang Meng was taken aback by his bluntness, his hair standing on end in shock. Shen Qing's eyes widened in anger as she observed her son's disheveled appearance and swollen lips, her disappointment palpable as she questioned, Xiao Yuan. Did Annie not tell you to take care of your brother? Was this what I meant? Shi Ruoyuan bowed his head, murmuring an apology. Shen Qing inhaled deeply, pulling Jiang Meng in front of her, her voice rising in frustration. Xian, tell me the truth. Did he force you? Jiang Meng felt intimidated by Shen Qing's aggression. Just as he was about to confess that he had feelings for Shi Ruoyuan, his little companion, Chicken Xiaobang, covered his mouth, exclaiming, Boss, I think you're blinded by desire. Have you forgotten our mission to drive him out of the Wei family? Seeing Jiang Meng hesitating, Chicken Xiaobang quickly presented the progress data to him. The male lead is about to enlist. He won't be home for long. If we manage to kick him out, our progress might just pass. Jiang Meng, feeling conflicted, nodded reluctantly and feigned anger as he turned to Shen Qing, saying, Yes, he forced me.
Mom.
Shi Ruoyuan has been inappropriate with me for a while now. Please kick him out. Shen Qing nodded, too enraged to notice her son's reddened eyes. Wei Cheng sighed helplessly, casting a thoughtful glance at Jiang Meng before patting Shi Ruoyuan's shoulder gently. I'll find you a place to stay for a few days. You need to take care of yourself before the assessment. With that, Wei Cheng hurriedly exited. The room was left with only Shi Ruoyuan and Jiang Meng, while Feng Ku and Du Xiaoqian, having inadvertently caused trouble, were likely outside contemplating their misdeeds. In truth, Shi Ruoyuan bore no resentment towards them. Coming out to Xuanxuan's parents was part of his plan, and he had mentally prepared for such an outcome. However, Jiang Meng's words still stung, and he gazed at the boy's silent figure, letting out a soft sigh. Shi Ruoyuan approached, lifting Jiang Meng's small head, only to discover that the previously assertive child was now shedding tears. Alarmed, he quickly enveloped him in his arms, kissing and holding him gently, soothingly asking, Why are you still crying, Xian? Aren't you happy to be rid of me? Jiang Meng sobbed, breathless, not out of regret for betraying his feelings to Shen Qing, but simply from the thought of Shi Ruoyuan leaving, knowing it would be a long time before they saw each other again. He silently pressed his lips together, his expression growing increasingly sorrowful. Shi Ruoyuan, heartbroken, brushed away each tear, attempting to lighten the mood with a jest. Has Xian become mute? Why aren't you speaking? Jiang Meng bit his lip, shoulders quaking as he buried his face in Shi Ruoyuan's chest, apologizing pitifully. Woo. I'm sorry. Shi Ruoyuan paused, realizing that Jiang Meng's tears stemmed from his impending departure, and the cloud of gloom in his heart dissipated. If Xian doesn't want me to go, then why say such things earlier? Jiang Meng blinked his big, rabbit-like eyes, muttering softly, Sigh, you just don't understand. Shi Ruoyuan smiled, reassured that his little one held feelings for him. Everything else was insignificant. Jiang Meng obediently nodded and replied in a muffled voice. That evening, the Wei family villa was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Shen Qing sat at the dining table with an unwell expression, her chopsticks idly picking at a few vegetables. Refusing to eat, Wei Cheng, feeling pained for his wife, gently rubbed her back and consoled her, saying, I have already sent that child away. Why are you still upset? Shen Qing shook her head, revealing a hint of confusion in her expression. Xian's eyes are swollen from crying.
Did you see that?
Initially, she felt guilty for not protecting her son well, but upon seeing Xian's face filled with affection and reluctance, she became perplexed. It was he who had shouted to drive the child away, yet it was also he who could not bear to see him cry. What was happening with their son? Wei Cheng smiled gently, lifted his bowl of congee, took a sip for her sake, and then slowly said, Xian is reluctant to part with Xiao Yuan. The two must have developed feelings for each other, but Xian is still a bit awkward about it, and unwilling to admit it, which is why he placed all the blame on his brother. Shen Qing managed to calm herself, but quickly became anxious again. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? She exclaimed. With a bitter smile, she acknowledged that although both her sons preferred boys, there was nothing she could do about it. After a moment of silence, she hesitantly asked, Xiao Yuan won't hold a grudge against me, will he? Wei Cheng laughed heartily. You are Xian's biological mother. How could he? Meanwhile, Jiang Meng and Ji Xiaobang lay sprawled on the bed, feeling the emptiness of life and the monotony of existence. Ji Xiaobang, also somewhat reluctant to part with Shi Ruoyuan, weakly waved a datasheet and said, The progress bar is at 55. Just shy of passing. Sigh. Jiang Meng responded with a distracted "oh," staring at the ceiling in a daze. You mentioned earlier that Shirui Yuan was seriously injured by a gunshot when he met the female lead. Ji Xiaoping thought for a moment and nodded. Shirui Yuan's father, Shi Han, sacrificed himself near the Mekong River, a crucial point for drug smuggling into the mainland. And Shirui Yuan was injured during the raid on that drug den. Jiang Meng, recalling how even a small scrape made him whine in pain, found it hard to imagine the sensation of a bullet piercing through flesh. His face paled slightly, and after a long pause, he suddenly blurted out, "Can we prevent the plot from unfolding? The author has something to say. Hee, Brother Yuan still hasn't succeeded." Ji Xiaoping smirked mischievously and spun around Jiang Meng, teasing, "Wow. Are you really starting to like the male lead?" Jiang Meng couldn't quite articulate whether it was love he felt, but he definitely felt uncomfortable with Shirui Yuan's absence. Ji Xiaoping found humans in love utterly incomprehensible, yet seeing his leader's worried expression, he didn't beat around the bush. "To be honest, I don't know, leader. The plotline doesn't include the male lead falling for his younger brother, but he did confess to you. So, I'm unsure when or if the injury plot will occur." Jiang Meng sighed in disappointment, suddenly regretting not telling Shirui Yuan to stay safe when he left. Time swiftly passed, and as the new semester began, Jiang Meng found university courses quite relaxed. On weekends, he visited the welfare center, taking Dengye out for a lavish meal. When it came to not running around, Jiang Meng was quite obedient to Shirui Yuan's words. Chen Xiqiang and Shirui Yuan had officially enlisted, and a week ago, Shirui Yuan successfully passed the selection for the Special Forces and headed to the military training camp in the capital. In that harsh environment, they endured grueling training each day to enhance their physical and military capabilities, ultimately aimed at combating crime while managing to preserve their own lives. Wei Chen conveyed all this information to Jiang Meng, and it seemed that Shirui Yuan was not a taboo subject in the Wei household. However, Jiang Meng, often oblivious, failed to notice his parents' change in attitude toward Shirui Yuan. Upon learning that Shirui Yuan had entered the Special Forces with outstanding scores, Jiang Meng inexplicably felt proud and indulged in a few extra servings of vegetables. Shen Qing observed her little ancestor's performance and exchanged a knowing glance with Wei Cheng, silently agreeing to let the children resolve their own matters. Since the bar incident, Feng Ke and Du Xiaoqian had been atoning in various ways, chatting with Jiang Meng during breaks and even recommending a drama about special forces, claiming it was a good way to understand his boyfriend's world. The intense training lasted 12 hours, pushing the special forces to their limits and extracting every last bit of potential from their bodies while forging their iron wills. Thinking of Shirui Yuan enduring such torment while he lounged comfortably in an air-conditioned room filled Jiang Meng with shame, making him restless even while trying to sleep in. When Shirui Yuan was at home, he would always push Jiang Meng to run, and each time, Jiang Meng would complain and resist. Yet now, with Shirui Yuan gone, he inexplicably shed his title of a slacker and gradually developed a habit of morning runs. Jiang Meng mused that Shirui Yuan was quite capable to have made him realize his own potential without him even noticing. The special forces were constantly in combat training, and the only way Jiang Meng could reach Shirui Yuan was through a weekly phone call. At first, he was shy and unsure of what to say, but eventually, perhaps due to missing Shirui Yuan terribly, his aloof demeanor transformed into one of incessant chatter. Each phone call had him clutching his phone tightly, his face beaming with joy as he rambled on, asking if he had been injured during training or if any sadistic instructors had been tormenting him, jokingly saying he would bring a group of friends to seek revenge for him. Yet, Shirui Yuan remained unabashed, occasionally requesting Jiang Meng to call him brother over the phone, and it had to be with a teasing tone. Given such a needy boyfriend, Jiang Meng always locked his door tightly during calls and ordered Ji Xiaoping into sleep mode before daring to listen to those shameless words. Eventually, he tearfully discovered that his little Meng seemed to have developed a sense of belonging. Not only did he respond physically to Shirui Yuan's touches, but sometimes even the sound of Shirui Yuan's voice would elicit a similar response. After each call, Jiang Meng's cheeks would flush like ripe tomatoes, leaving him unable to recover for quite some time. Their relationship resembled that of a newly infatuated long-distance couple, indulging in sweet phone conversations for several months. After the initial training sessions, the special forces were deployed on missions, and the weekly calls became bi-monthly. As of today, nearly a month had passed since their last conversation. Jiang Meng, distressed by this, absent-mindedly munched on some ginger during dinner. In a moment of panic, he summoned Ji Xiaobang to inquire, has Shi Ruyuan been injured? If not, why hasn't he called me? Ji Xiaobang, weary of being bombarded with emotional turmoil, finally relented after Jiang Meng bribed him with food, calmly assuring him, if the male and female leads meet, I'll definitely sense it. Don't worry, leader, perhaps they're off in some remote area dealing with bad guys. Jiang Meng sighed in disappointment, lying down on Shi Ruyuan's bed with a gloomy expression. Just then his phone rang. With a joyful exclamation, he answered. And indeed, it was Shi Ruyuan's voice on the other end, albeit slightly hoarse and laden with fatigue. Xian? Jiang Meng, recalling the anxiety this guy had caused him, sulkily muttered. Why did it take you so long to call me? Shi Ruyuan chuckled softly, speaking with a deliberate slowness. Time is tight for the mission. Has Xian missed me? Jiang Meng let out a small sound of discontent, stubbornly refusing to admit it. Not at all. I'm quite busy, every day. Shi Ruyuan smiled gently, suppressing a cough several times. Jiang Meng sensed something amiss, his brows knitting together in concern. Are you hurt? Shi Ruyuan promised to visit him during his leave, and as he listened to the child's voice, clearly excited yet feigning seriousness, his eyes softened. At that moment, in a military hospital situated at the edge of the Golden Triangle, several local nurses stood outside a ward, shyly pointing and whispering about the person inside. One bold nurse prepared to crack the door open to eavesdrop but was startled by a cold voice. What are you doing? The newcomer, clad in a crisp military uniform, exuded an overwhelming presence, his sharp features commanding respect, unmarred by the passage of time. Gu Mingfei's authoritative demeanor rendered the nurses speechless as he stepped forward to glance inside. Seeing Shi Ruyuan hastily making a phone call after just waking up, he let out a heavy sigh. How is his injury? The nurse, maintaining her professional decorum, replied, Report,
sir.
His lungs were damaged by toxic gas. However, with proper care, he should not suffer any lasting effects. Gu Mingfei nodded solemnly and turned to leave. In this operation, Shi Ruyuan's team not only successfully intercepted a substantial amount of drugs destined for the mainland but also uncovered a location in a cave where drugs were being refined. During the retreat, Shi Ruyuan had been trapped in the cave, nearly succumbing to the toxic gas released by vengeful drug lords as he protected his team. Gu Mingfei and Shi Huan had been comrades for many years. When this young man approached him with his intentions, Gu Mingfei, a seasoned soldier familiar with the harsh realities of battle, felt that the youth was overly radical. How could a drug trafficking organization they had fought against for years be dismantled so easily? Yet, he now had to concede that Shi Ruyuan had surpassed all expectations. Like a fierce leopard, Shi Ruyuan was cold and lethal on the battlefield, composed and wise, which evoked both admiration and sympathy from Gu Mingfei. Years ago, when Shi Huan faced misfortune, Gu Mingfei had considered adopting Shi Ruyuan. However, as a single man without wealth or influence and a special forces soldier constantly on edge, he felt ill-equipped to raise a psychologically scarred child. Now, seeing Shi Ruyuan, pale and in distress, yet putting on a brave facade to reassure the person on the other end of the line, he felt a pang of relief that the Wei family had raised him well, teaching him to cherish those he holds dear. The author wishes to convey, in the next chapter, the two will meet. The brother can finally embrace Meng, haha. Then, he playfully flopped onto the bed, rolling joyfully. The chubby chicken sighed heavily as he emerged, expressing his frustrations. Xiao Yuan's boyfriend energy is indeed at its peak, but you are too complacent. You're not considering abandoning the antagonist's mission, are you? Jiang Meng, avoiding the chubby chicken's scrutinizing gaze, responded evasively. Not at all. I just think Shi Ruyuan looks too pitiful now. The army is tough. Do I really need to torment him? I'll wait until he finishes his service before I bully him. The chubby chicken mercilessly teased him. How will you bully him? When the male lead wants to get close to you, he discovers you're wearing chastity pants and can't get through. Jiang Meng was momentarily stunned, his eyes lighting up in surprise. Wow, I didn't know you were so wicked, Xiao Pang. The chubby chicken, flustered, waved his hands in agitation, attempting to quell his rising anger, and methodically analyzed, the female lead will eventually appear. At that point, you can flirt with her. And I guarantee Shiroi Yuan will be furious. Whether you pass the progress check depends on this encounter. After all, this was merely the first world with a low difficulty level, and the antagonist's intelligence was rather lacking. Not to mention the foolishly naive host and the male lead's infatuation with the antagonist. The chubby chicken was deeply concerned, realizing others could act recklessly. But he could not afford such luxury. He had to push the plot forward. It was merely about finding faults and creating opportunities for his destined partner. Though he was uncertain whether Shiroi Yuan would actually fall for the female lead. Jiang Meng nodded earnestly, unsure if he grasped the chubby chicken's intention. A cunning smile gradually appearing on his face, like a little fox testing the extent of the hunter's affection by sneaking a chicken from the hunter's coop. The chubby chicken, suspecting his leader might have misinterpreted, hesitantly asked, "Do you really understand what I'm saying?" Jiang Meng extended his finger to poke the chicken's head, cheerfully assuring, "Of course. It's just about making Shiroi Yuan angry, a small task." Time swiftly passed through several seasons, and one day during the winter break of their third year, a pivotal turn in the plot finally arrived. That evening, Jiang Meng and the chubby chicken indulged in comics before retiring early to bed. However, Jiang Meng, who usually slept soundly through the night, woke up in the middle of the night, seemingly haunted by a dreadful nightmare. He cried out, flailing about, startling Wei Cheng, who rushed in at the noise. Jiang Meng sat up in bed, clad in a fluffy pajama set, his face pale and his damp eyes glistening with tears. His little mouth formed a sorrowful curve, "Daddy," sob. Wei Cheng could not bear to see his son cry. Upon seeing Jiang Meng's pitiful state, his heart ached, and he gently coaxed, "Xian, don't be afraid. What did you dream about that scared you so much?" Jiang Meng sobbed as he threw himself into Wei Cheng's embrace. The image of Shiroi Yuan falling to the ground after being shot was too vivid. The bullet had pierced through his sturdy uniform, blood pooling around him. Jiang Meng had dreamt he stood helplessly beside him, his limbs frozen, unable to move. Merely watching as Shiroi Yuan lay trembling in the snow, his breaths growing feeble, his eyelashes slowly closing. Jiang Meng's heart raced with anxiety as he called out for the chubby chicken, but no one responded. Desperate, he clutched Wei Cheng's sleeve. His voice laced with fear. "Daddy, I'm really worried. Don't you know anyone in the military? Can you help me find out?" To soothe his son, Wei Cheng reluctantly agreed, promising to make a call at dawn. Jiang Meng hesitantly consented, while Xin Qing heated a cup of milk and brought it in. Ruffling Jiang Meng's messy hair with a smile, "Our Xian doesn't he drink milk for a day and ends up having nightmares. Drink up and mommy will keep you company." The next day, before Wei Cheng could make the call, Gumingfei personally reached out, informing him that Shiroi Yuan had been shot during a mission the previous night and had undergone surgery at the local military hospital. He was currently in stable condition and not in danger of losing his life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Meng could no longer sit still. He turned and dashed to his bedroom to gather his things. He absolutely could not stay at home any longer. He needed to see him without delay. Upon receiving the news, Xin Qing's eyes turned red. She did not consider Shiroi Yuan's wishes and took on a parental stance, requesting through Gumingfei that Shiroi Yuan be granted an honorable discharge due to his injury. This mission had eradicated a long-standing drug stronghold in the Golden Triangle, and Gumingfei understood that the child's internal struggles had been resolved, readily agreeing to her request. As Jiang Meng finished packing, his little backpack bouncing as he hurried out, Wei Cheng found himself in a mix of laughter and exasperation, trying to console his wife. "You can't just rent a plane to the Golden Triangle. That's outside our territory. You can't just leave whenever you please." Jiang Meng was suddenly flustered, her eyes reddening as she anxiously exclaimed, "What should we do, Dad? I want to see how he is." Jiang Meng, reluctant and mumbling, urged Xin Qing to join her in opposing her father. However, Xin Qing had already regained her composure and patiently persuaded Jiang Meng, also convincing herself, "Listen to your father. Insisting on going will only complicate matters." Jiang Meng, unable to contain her eagerness, shook the neck of the little chick, Xiao Peng, until it reluctantly opened its eyes. Only then did she cheerfully declare, "Let's go see him right now." Xiao Peng, nestled in her pocket, felt a wave of negativity. "Boss, why the rush? I must tell you, the leads have already met. The female lead is his current attending physician." Jiang Meng rolled her eyes in annoyance, dismissively retorting, "So what if she's a doctor? I want to see if that woman is more beautiful than a fairy. With a flurry of activity, they arrived at the capital hospital. After inquiring with the nurses, they located Shi Ruyuan's hospital room. Jiang Meng stealthily peered through the window, but saw no sign of the female lead. Instead, she caught sight of Shi Ruyuan, clad in a hospital gown, reclining on the bed. Despite his injuries, he exuded an innate aura of strength, his features sharp, brows defined, nose straight as a blade, eyes gently closed, seemingly resting. Xiao Peng, unable to bear the sight of its boss's pretentious demeanor, flapped its wings and bluntly reminded, "Boss, you are the villain. Show some spirit, take advantage of his weakness." Shi Ruyuan had been in a deep sleep for several days, and though his wounds throbbed painfully, he finally felt a spark of energy. As he squinted, awaiting the child's arrival, his heart, hardened by the trials of military life, gradually lowered its defenses, revealing a softer side. In truth, Shi Ruyuan had noticed Jiang Meng's covert glances while she was peeking through the window. However, with the force still dripping, he could only wish to rush over and embrace the child, showering her with kisses. When Jiang Meng saw Shi Ruyuan's eyes flutter open, she cautiously approached, her onyx-like eyes flickering shyly before eventually locking onto his. "Does it still hurt?" Shi Ruyuan hesitated to let Jiang Meng see him in such a state, but his longing for the captivating little creature was overwhelming. With his uninfused hand, he patted the edge of the bed, fixing his gaze upon her, and lowered his voice, beckoning, "Come here." Jiang Meng flinched slightly, catching sight of the white bandage wrapped around Shi Ruyuan's chest. Feeling a sense of advantage, she reassured herself that there was no need to be afraid, and slowly shuffled over to sit beside him. The injured wolf remained a wolf, and Jiang Meng was blissfully unaware of this fact. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Shi Ruyuan's lips as he straightened his posture, gripping Jiang Meng's slender wrist and pulling her into his embrace. Instinctively, she tried to squirm away, but stopped herself, fearing he might worsen his injuries. Instead, she feebly protested, "Shi Ruyuan, don't go too far. I'm already in my 3rd year. And this is a public place." Shi Ruyuan let out a low chuckle, his strong arms encircling her, the taut muscles pressing against her back, rendering her immobile. He had indeed fallen for her ploy. Loosening his hold, he gazed down at her flustered expression. After a prolonged moment of intense eye contact, he commanded in an irresistible tone, "Bear it." With that, he effortlessly lifted Jiang Meng onto his lap, tilting her face up as a flurry of kisses descended upon her, starting from her forehead, then her eyes, down to her nose, and finally to her lips. The pent-up desire manifested through these passionate kisses as he explored her mouth with fervor, savoring her sweetness. Jiang Meng emitted soft, breathy sounds, the tender caress of his lips sending shivers down her spine. Though she yearned to resist, she found herself utterly helpless, succumbing to his every move like a marshmallow. In a daze, she felt a warm hand slip under her shirt, caressing her with an adoring touch. Fortunately, Shi Ruyuan had not succumbed entirely to his repressed desires. After indulging in kisses and embraces, he released Jiang Meng. She sat beside him, looking utterly disheveled, her eyes shimmering with a hint of desire. Her breath quickened. Shi Ruyuan was incorrigible, always kissing her until she felt dizzy, leaving her feeling like a lamb at his mercy, utterly humiliated. Gritting her teeth, she shot a glare at the shameless man, huffing, "Let me tell you, this time, I'm letting it slide because you're injured. But if you dare act without my permission again, don't blame me for being rude." Shi Ruyuan gazed at her intently, his deep, bright eyes filled with a multitude of emotions. After a moment, he finally spoke, his voice dripping with affection. "Whatever Xian says goes. I will listen to you." Jiang Meng nodded in satisfaction and, noticing the fore fluid was nearly depleted, pressed the call button at the head of the bed. Throughout the day, visitors came in droves to see Shi Ruyuan, while Jiang Meng quietly sat by his side, not causing a fuss, merely keeping him company. Wei Cheng and Xin Qing, aware of their son's feelings, refrained from exposing him, allowing him to cling to Shi Ruyuan. The couple spoke little, instead thoughtfully bringing a plethora of daily necessities and nutritious supplies, reminding Jiang Meng to take good care of her brother before departing. Jiang Meng mused that she was merely keeping him company to stave off his boredom, grumbling, "I'm not sleepy." Shi Ruiyuan sighed, conceding to let Jiang Meng lie beside him. The hospital bed comfortably accommodated both of them. Jiang Meng, cautious of Shi Ruiyuan's injuries, gently rested her foot against his leg. The haunting memories of that night still lingered. Yet the warmth and strength of the man beside her brought her a sense of security. Shi Ruiyuan, she whispered, tugging gently at his shirt. In the dim light, he responded with a soft murmur. The author wishes to express gratitude to the following. Thank you to Ninth Ghost for the 3 mines. Thanks to Pudding for the 30 units of nourishment, to Tang Tang for the 10 units, to San Shui for the 1 unit, to Moonlit Dawn for the 90 units. And kisses to all. A seemingly light remark from Jiang Meng caused a palpable throb in Shi Ruiyuan's temple, reverberating through his heart like the tolling of a bell. This was not a confession, yet it marked the first time Jiang Meng verbally expressed his need for him, though the words were uttered hesitantly. Shi Ruiyuan understood that the injury had genuinely frightened him. The lingering pain from the recently dulled wound was evident, yet Shi Ruiyuan bore a smile. Gently taking Jiang Meng's shy fingers and kissing them, teasingly asking, "Are you afraid I might die, Xian?" Upon hearing the word die, Jiang Meng became flustered, instinctively covering Shi Ruiyuan's mouth with his hands, pouting indignantly, "Pa, pa, pa. Don't you dare mention that word." Shi Ruiyuan chuckled softly, playfully licking the palm of his hand. Perhaps due to a lack of sleep, Jiang Meng enjoyed an extraordinarily deep slumber, awakening only when the sun's rays warmed his backside. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a female doctor, engaged in the rather intimate act of adjusting Shi Ruiyuan's clothes.
Hey?
Broad daylight. In plain view, Jiang Meng bolted upright, his round eyes gleaming with suspicion as he bared his small white teeth, demanding, "What are you doing?" Song Xing straightened, removing her mask to reveal a naturally beautiful face. "Oh, look who's finally awake. You've nearly pushed the patient off the bed." Jiang Meng glanced down to see the cramped bed, with himself occupying most of the space while Shi Ruiyuan, tall and long-legged, barely had a corner to himself. He quickly shuffled over, refusing to leave the bed, sticking close to Shi Ruiyuan like a stubborn piece of candy. Hearing the doctor call him little brother irked him. "Who are you calling your little brother?"
Don't call me that.
Jiang Meng's jealousy was evident, and Shi Ruiyuan couldn't help but smirk, ruffling his tousled hair and softly explaining, "Dr. Song was just changing my bandages." Having spent the night in each other's embrace, it was clear to Song Xing that their relationship was far from platonic. She sighed softly, feeling a tinge of regret as she departed, having encountered a gentle and doting partner. Seeing the female doctor retreat in defeat, Jiang Meng felt victorious, gleefully inching closer to Shi Ruiyuan with an amusingly triumphant demeanor. The emotions swirling in Shi Ruiyuan's gaze intensified, unable to resist the temptation to lean down and nibble at Jiang Meng's delicate earlobe. Jiang Meng let out a soft sound, abruptly remembering he hadn't washed up yet, and hastily pushed Shi Ruiyuan away before tiptoeing into the bathroom. On the soap dish, the chubby little chick declared dramatically, "Excellent,
Boss.
The female lead has been dazzled by you, and the male lead." After cleaning himself up, Jiang Meng tousled his hair, seemingly oblivious to his earlier jealousy. "Ah, Shi Ruiyuan is utterly devoted to me. What can I do?" At this, he couldn't hold back a chuckle, his pride evident as his little tail wagged high. The chubby chick glanced at the storyline that had gone awry, waving his hand in resignation. "Forget it, as long as you're happy, boss. We'll let the plot unfold naturally." Jiang Meng nodded nonchalantly, skipping out joyfully. Shi Ruiyuan remained in the hospital for a month, during which numerous events unfolded. The most delightful being the approval from Xin Qing and Wei Cheng regarding their relationship, even suggesting that Shi Ruiyuan assist Jiang Meng in managing the company. Jiang Meng, beaming with joy, affectionately kissed his parents, simpering, "So, I want to be attending those business management and finance classes, right?" Xin Qing and Wei Cheng exchanged exasperated glances, sharing a smile with Shi Ruiyuan, realizing that with such a mischievous child, their only recourse was to indulge him. On the day of Shi Ruiyuan's discharge, however, little Jiang Meng mysteriously notified Chen Xiqiang and Foam could pick him up instead of appearing himself. Shi Ruiyuan had long sensed something was amiss with the boy, who had been sneaking into Song Xing's office daily, fidgeting and evading questions with a guilty look in his eyes. A thought crossed his mind, deepening the intensity in his gaze. Dressed in an overcoat that reached his knees, Shira Yuan's stern expression radiated an air of discontent as he dismissively waved his hand. There's nothing for you here. You may leave. Chen Xiqiang, knowing Shira Yuan's temperament, said nothing and took the bewildered Feng Ke with him. When Shira Yuan unexpectedly pushed open the office door, he found Jiang Meng seated cross-legged on the bed, a bare arm extending from his sleeve, reminiscent of a child preparing for vaccination. Beside him sat Songxing, her hand playfully caressing Jiang Meng's arm, their laughter suggesting a camaraderie that felt quite intimate. Shira Yuan's countenance darkened as he approached, casting a disapproving gaze upon the audacious child. Jiang Meng stiffened, unsure how he had found them. Words failed to escape his lips as he was effortlessly scooped up by the man, who placed him in the car with ease. Jiang Meng squirmed, his little limbs wrinkling Shira Yuan's clothing, but the disparity in their strength was evident, leaving him no choice but to exclaim in defeat, "Shira Yuan, what madness is this? In public, you dare to princess carry me?" Shira Yuan pressed his lips together in annoyance, settling Jiang Meng onto his lap. With a mere whisper of movement, he would lean down to kiss him, and with another, he would nibble at his ear. Pausing his playful actions, Shira Yuan fixed his intense gaze upon Jiang Meng, his voice low and serious. "What were you two doing just now?" Feeling increasingly aggrieved, Jiang Meng's nose twitched as tears welled in his eyes.
I
was learning massage techniques from Dr. Song. The injury Shira Yuan sustained was near his chest, affecting the muscles and nerves but not his ability to move. Though it would not hinder daily activities, full recovery would take time, and rehabilitation was crucial. Throughout the month of his hospitalization, Jiang Meng watched helplessly as Songxing conducted his therapy sessions. Determined to help, he secretly followed her lessons, eventually mustering the courage to learn directly from her in her office. Today, with Songxing attending an academic conference out of town, Jiang Meng had no choice but to cancel his plans with Shira Yuan to attend her final class. Little did he know he would be caught, and Shira Yuan would misunderstand the situation entirely. Feeling increasingly resentful, Jiang Meng pushed Shira Yuan away and climbed to the other side of the back seat, sulking in silence. Shira Yuan, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss, the anger that had surged within him dissipating as warmth filled his heart. He realized that his precious Jiang Meng, whom he had always viewed as an eternal child, was capable of such thoughtfulness, diligently learning techniques to aid in his recovery. Understanding he had misjudged the situation, Shira Yuan softened his tone, extending his arms to the sulking child. "Xian, I misunderstood you. I deserve to be punished. Would you like to hit me a few times to let off some steam?" Jiang Meng turned his head, still fuming, stubbornly pressing against the car door, determined to maintain his distance from the bad guy. With a sigh of resignation, Shira Yuan moved closer, but the car suddenly swerved, prompting him to swiftly pull Jiang Meng into his embrace, shielding him protectively. Fortunately, a car accident was averted, and the vehicle resumed its normal course. The driver, drenched in cold sweat, offered his apologies. "I'm sorry for alarming Mr. Shi and the young master. A dog suddenly crossed the road, and I swerved to avoid it." Shira Yuan cast a cold glance at the driver through the rearview mirror and sternly remarked, "There must not be a next time." The driver quickly acquiesced, fully alert and focused on the road ahead. When Jiang Meng was cradled in Shira Yuan's arms, he felt a bit dazed, enveloped by a familiar scent. The man was like a sanctuary, securely holding him close, providing a sense of safety and reliability. However, recalling that they were still in a silent standoff, Jiang Meng attempted to push Shira Yuan away and escape, only to be drawn back into the man's embrace, who unilaterally parted his legs, compelling him to straddle him. Frustrated and indignant, Jiang Meng seized one of Shira Yuan's fingers and bit down hard, mumbling incoherently, "You rogue." Shira Yuan allowed him to bite until Jiang Meng grew weary, then gently lifted the irate little face, affectionately rubbing his forehead with his nose, sincerely apologizing. "I'm truly sorry, darling. I'm genuinely touched. Please don't be angry with me, all right?" Reluctantly, Jiang Meng glanced at the man, easing his body and wrapping his arms around Shira Yuan's neck, burying his face in the man's neck with a muffled humph. Shira Yuan supported him under his rear, sighing, "It's a good thing your parents aren't here, otherwise." Upon seeing Shira Yuan wince in pain, Jiang Meng erupted into childish giggles. Unable to suppress his desires any longer, Shiro Yuan swiftly carried Jiang Meng upstairs, his gait light and unencumbered, contrary to someone undergoing rehabilitation. Jiang Meng initially laughed without a care, but soon felt something hard brushing against him. Curiously, he reached out to touch it. Shiro Yuan's breath grew perilously ragged as he stifled a laugh, pressing down on the mischievous little hand, hoarsely warning, Xian, be still. It was only when he was laid down on the bed that Jiang Meng realized Shiro Yuan's intentions, and in a panic, he rolled about, his cheeks flushing. No. I'm afraid it'll hurt. The man patiently coaxed him, tenderly kissing every inch of Jiang Meng's skin. Jiang Meng, thoroughly teased, felt as if he were a fragile newborn creature, obediently sprawling his limbs while drowsily pleading, please be gentle, all right? On the soft bed, the child's fair skin was tinged with a charming blush, while the long-awaited wolf finally indulged in his precious treasure. The wolf, venturing into new territory, thoroughly savored the tender little rabbit, lovingly tracing the tearful corners of his eyes and playfully demanding him to call his name. When Jiang Meng awoke from a hazy dream, he found Shiro Yuan, bare-chested, gazing down at him with lingering desire. Fearing the man might unleash his primal instincts again, Jiang Meng hastily covered himself and shrank further into the blankets, petulantly complaining, "Big liar, you said it wouldn't hurt." I cried from the pain. Recalling the sight of the child beneath him, tearful and trembling, Shiro Yuan swallowed hard, reluctant to see Jiang Meng suffer, and struggled to suppress his own desires. He lifted Jiang Meng to the bathroom for a shower, and after they were both clean, neither wished to leave the comfort of the bed, playfully tussling with one another. Jiang Meng grasped Shiro Yuan's injured arm, his eyes sparkling. "Can I give you a massage?" Although Shiro Yuan felt he was recovering well, at least not struggling when holding the child, he couldn't bear to dampen Jiang Meng's enthusiasm. With a slight smile, he nodded in agreement. Jiang Meng excitedly settled in, diligently kneading the man's firm muscles, his expression innocent and endearing, resembling a thoughtful little dumpling. Yet the child's soft fingers lacked strength, and while the effectiveness was uncertain, it stirred a rush of blood within Shiro Yuan. He gently restrained Jiang Meng, leaning in to kiss his neck, asking, Xian, shall we be together forever? As Jiang Meng was pushed onto his back once more, their bodies pressed closely together, a palpable tension filled the air. His heart raced as he shyly pushed against Shiro Yuan's chest, stammering, "You, don't pin me down." Jiang Meng glared at him in frustration, while the man remained calm, resolutely refusing to let him evade. Eventually, Jiang Meng, feeling defeated, murmured, "All right." Jiang Meng found himself at a loss against Shiro Yuan's determination, mumbling, "We will be together forever." With a triumphant smile, the man extended his pinky to Jiang Meng, sealing their promise. "It's settled then." Jiang Meng spoke truthfully. Despite the stagnation of their task's progress, he chose to remain by Shiro Yuan's side until the end of their days. Their bond, nurtured over time, became the envy of others and inspired the overly imaginative Dou Xiaoqian to pen it into a novel. Moreover, she audaciously launched a lavish cruise based on their story. However, her actions only attracted shrill cries from seasoned fans and led to a month-long estrangement from Jiang Meng and Shiro Yuan. Foam scolded her for courting disaster. Yet Dou Xiaoqian remained undeterred. "What do you know? It's about embracing both pain and joy." While Jiang Meng often bristled at the public's fantasies, Shiro Yuan would assert during the day that the girl was too excessive, only to transform into a contradictory figure at night, delighting in teasing Jiang Meng in various whimsical poses inspired by the novel. Jiang Meng, alternating between indignation and delight, would exclaim, "You jerk, get away," while blissfully squirming. Thus, the two lived out their lives in a flurry of chaotic joy. Undoubtedly, their love remained steadfast as time flowed relentlessly. Their hearts were forever intertwined. Chapter 19. The second villain in the ethereal realm of dreams. A tall man stood against the light. Though his features were obscured, the golden halo of sunlight framed his handsome silhouette, his long legs and broad shoulders exuding an aura of security. As he took a few steps forward, his magnetic voice resonated. "Xian, shall we be together forever?" Jiang Meng sat on the ground, hugging his knees, blinking in confusion, innocently asking, "Who are you?" Faint sounds of water echoed in the background, accompanied by a soft, furry presence nudging against him, breathing heavily. Reluctantly, Jiang Meng opened his eyes, only to be met by the pitiful gaze of an oversized husky, drool dripping from its mouth as it emitted an adorable howl. Woo-woo. Still dazed, Jiang Meng took a moment before pushing the dog's head away with his soft hand, mumbling, "You're so noisy," and slowly sitting up. The clean wooden floor and bright floor-to-ceiling windows welcomed warm sunlight into the room. One wall was adorned with photographs depicting a charming young boy alongside various adorable animals, radiating warmth and affection. Curiously, Jiang Meng leaned closer, discovering that the boy in the pictures had porcelain skin, black hair, and eyes as clear as a post-rain sky. With a cute little nose and dimples on either side of his beaming smile, he resembled a delightful little prince, utterly endearing. "Don't look, that's you." Chick Xiaopeng emerged seemingly from nowhere, appearing noticeably plumper, resembling a small ball, with its tiny legs entirely obscured. It rolled around as it walked, brimming with excitement upon arriving in this new world, cheerfully greeting Jiang Meng. "How do you feel? Is your head still spinning?" Jiang Meng shook his head, biting his lips slightly. "I just had a dream." Chick Xiaopeng, with a sheepish smile, inquired, "What did you dream about?" For reasons unknown, Jiang Meng felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Casting a glance into a corner, he whispered, "I dreamt that a man confessed his feelings to me." Chick Xiaopeng hesitated momentarily, feigning ignorance. "Come now, boss, you always claimed to be straight." Jiang Meng patted his head, feeling as if something were slipping away, unable to grasp any lingering details. Chick Xiaopeng's dark, beady eyes darted, and with a whistle, the silly husky bounded over, circling Jiang Meng enthusiastically. Successfully diverting Jiang Meng's attention, he scrunched his brows in disdain, thinking how remarkably plump the dog was. Thus, he found himself struggling against the incessantly licking husky while listening to Chick Xiaopeng introduce this new world. This is a modern alternate universe where the Shun family stands as a prominent business empire in Country A. The patriarch, Shun Xinghua, a former military man, transitioned to business after retirement, rising from nothing to great heights, now possessing substantial wealth and a reputation that spans both the legitimate and underworld realms. The male protagonist, Shun Yuqing, is the eldest son of Shun Xinghua and his first wife, Fu Qing. When Shun Yuqing was merely a year old, Fu Qing, who had been enjoying the fruits of their newfound prosperity, tragically passed away from illness. 5 years later, Shun Xinghua remarried by Manqin, who bore him a pair of twins, Shun Beihang and Shun Beixing. Shun Beixing, intelligent and beautiful, is a trendy girl, immersed in the world of celebrity fandoms and Korean dramas, while Shun Beihang is a rebellious wastrel, idling his days away, proclaiming ambitions of leading a gang in his teenage years, often finding himself hospitalized due to his father's disciplinary measures. In stark contrast to his wayward siblings, Shun Yuqing embodies the essence of a natural heir, with a composed demeanor and exceptional abilities, consistently standing out. However, the early loss of his mother rendered him somewhat reclusive, compounded by Shun Xinghua's stringent upbringing, which subjected him to a childhood filled with grueling training camps. The profound lack of familial understanding and affection forged Shun Yuqing into a resolute yet cold-hearted figure. A year prior, a mysterious fire engulfed the Shun estate, claiming by Manqin's life, leaving Shun Beixing traumatized and mentally unstable. Shun Xinghua, upon learning of this calamity, fell gravely ill, while Shun Beihang, who had always clashed with his elder brother, adamantly accused Shun Yuqing of orchestrating revenge, leading to a bitter feud.
Now,
with the patriarch deceased, Shun Beihang's animosity towards Shun Yuqing has intensified, yet lacking the capability to retaliate effectively, he resolved to covertly eliminate his brother. Jiang Meng portrays the antagonist Zhu Xiaobao, a timid and conflict-averse veterinarian. By a twist of fate, he inadvertently aided Shun Beihang and, under duress from the latter's intimidation, became a reluctant spy. For an entire year, Zhu Xiaobao shadowed Shun Yuqing, earning his trust while covertly collaborating with Shun Beihang, ultimately orchestrating a corporate failure that led to Shun Yuqing's ousting from his prestigious position. Perplexed by this narrative, Jiang Meng questioned, how could Shun Beihang be so certain that Shun Yuqing was responsible? Chick Xiaopeng simply shook its head. Mother hen. Jiang Meng pressed on, but did Shun Yuqing truly commit those heinous acts? Chick Xiaopeng continued to shake its head. Mother hen. Growing frustrated, Jiang Meng poked its forehead. Why do you know nothing? Just then, his thoughts were interrupted by an incoming phone call. The caller, Tang San in his 30s, was honest and humble, a fellow townsman of Zhu Xiaobao. Having assisted him in establishing a pet hospital, they maintained a brotherly bond. Once a fitness trainer, Tang San had since aligned himself with a wealthy employer, though he was evasive about the details of his new employment, raising concerns in Zhu Xiaobao about possible entanglements with the underworld. Fragmented memories of the original owner muddled Jiang Meng's thoughts. He raised a finger for silence, and the overly exuberant husky, sensing the shift, lay down quietly. He promptly answered the call. Brother Tang? The line was chaotic, faint sounds of ocean waves audible.
Xiaobao.
Help me, help me. The weak voice startled Jiang Meng, tightening his grip on the phone. Brother Tang, what happened? Tang Sen struggled to breathe, providing a location. Nanlin Beach, bring anesthetics. Hurry. The call ended abruptly, leaving Jiang Meng bewildered as he turned to Chick Xiaopeng. Anesthetics? What kind of plot is this? Chick Xiaopeng appeared equally perplexed but suggested. Let us follow his instructions. Jiang Meng nodded, hastily dressing before rushing downstairs. The author has a message. Oh, still just a little sweet treat. Please give it a share. Love you, W. Zhu Xiaobao's pet hospital spanned 2 levels, with the ground floor housing the clinic, pharmacy, operating room, and wards, while the upper floor contained his bedroom, a bathroom, and a compact yet functional kitchen. As Jiang Meng dashed down the stairs, he encountered a chubby little fellow with a round face and small eyes, clad in an ill-fitting white coat that strained against his belly. Qian Zhuangzhuang grinned at his boss. You're up early today. Got a consultation? Qian Zhuangzhuang was Zhu Xiaobao's junior from medical school, where Zhu Xiaobao had mentored him, and sharing a fondness for animals, he joined the clinic after graduation. Thus, Jiang Meng's character was also a small business owner, due to the prior world's mission failure. The original owner's memories were slightly distorted, leaving Jiang Meng with little grasp of his professional skills, uncertain if he would gradually regain them. He shook his head, unable to recall where the anesthetics were kept, fearing that his novice status as a veterinarian might jeopardize Tang San's condition. He decided to enlist help. Grab the medical kit. We need to head to Nanlin Beach. Qian Zhuangzhuang, though clumsy, moved swiftly, donning the emergency kit in under a minute before locking the clinic's door. As they drove to Nanlin Beach, dawn broke. The cool breeze swept in from the turbulent sea, waves crashing against a beached speedboat. Qian Zhuangzhuang, perplexed, asked, Xiaobao, whose dog drowned? Why is no one around? Jiang Meng sneezed, shivering as he pulled his neck in. Let us check by the speedboat. Upon reaching the vessel, they discovered Tang San, covered in blood, lying unconscious. His pale face lay against the deck, soaked in crimson, presenting a gruesome sight that sent Qian Zhuangzhuang tumbling backward in shock. Murder! Murder! He screamed in terror. Jiang Meng hurriedly covered his mouth, his eyes darting around with a furtive glimmer. After all, he had come to play the villain, and being captured by the police would be quite the predicament. Fortunately, the sun had yet to rise, and Nanlin Beach was far from the city. Not a soul was in sight. Tang Sen furrowed his brow and groaned as he awakened, seeing Jiang Meng preparing bandages and hemostatic agents for his emergency treatment. He urgently shook his head, saying, Don't mind me. Take this speedboat and find a man in a black suit. He's injured too. Give him an anesthetic, then search him. Look for. The sound of the sea wind was tumultuous, and Jiang Meng struggled to hear. As he leaned closer to Tang San's ear, he realized he had already fainted from blood loss. Panicking, Jiang Meng patted Tang San's face and shouted, Brother Tang, you haven't told me what to look for. Tang San lay still, and fearing he might die, Jiang Meng hastily grabbed an anesthetic syringe from the medical kit and tucked it away. He then tossed the first aid kit to Qian Zhuangzhuang, ordering call 120 and get him to the hospital. Qian Zhuangzhuang, with a face full of distress, dragged Tang San out of the speedboat, whimpering, What are you doing? If he dies, what will my grandma back in the countryside do? Jiang Meng couldn't bear to see him in such a cowardly state, glaring at him fiercely. Only then did Qian Zhuangzhuang reluctantly carry the unconscious man away. Ji Xiaopeng flapped his wings with glee, exclaiming, Boss, you better wear a mask. We're about to go bully the protagonist. Jiang Meng grinned, revealing his dimples, pulled out a blue medical mask, and rolled up his sleeves, ready for action. After they had traveled a few hundred meters in the speedboat, they finally spotted another speedboat drifting aimlessly on the water, seemingly out of fuel. A tall man in black sat atop it, his long legs awkwardly curled, his clothes disheveled and stained with blood. Despite being pursued, he appeared composed, his pale lips pressed into a straight line, and his deep, dark irises glimmered with a chilling intensity. It was clear he was no ordinary foe. Jiang Meng halted the speedboat nearby, momentarily intimidated by the man's formidable presence. His confidence waned, and he regretted not arming himself for courage. With wide, round eyes akin to a small animal's, he mustered the courage to call out, "Hey!" The man, surprised at the sight of such a delicate-looking youth attempting to rob him, exhibited a flicker of disbelief in his gaze. Was he jesting? Shen Yuqing had been attending a business party on Haiman Island, hosted by Mu Baihe, the owner of Fangzhou Real Estate. Both companies were rivals in the A-country real estate industry, with no prior collaborations. Recently, the Shun Group had been in turmoil due to Shen Beihong's meddling. Yet the major project, Starlight Amusement Park, remained under Shen Yuqing's meticulous control as it approached its final funding phase. Half a month prior, Mu Baihe had extended an olive branch for cooperation. Amidst the chaos, Shen Yuqing, known for his cautious nature, took his time evaluating the proposition. After extensive deliberation, he finally agreed, and the yacht party was intended to finalize the contract. The party was a typical display of excess, with gluttonous revelers indulging in lavish feasts, surrounded by alluring figures. The opposing party, clearly prepared, outnumbered Shen Yuqing. However, he was no pushover. His sharpshooting skills rivaled those of special forces. After a fierce battle, those sent to kill him gained no advantage. Yet, due to the limited firepower of his bodyguards, both sides suffered heavy losses. All of Shen Yuqing's bodyguards perished, and he himself was shot in the arm, though not fatally. The enemy sustained severe losses, with 2 out of 3 speedboats sunk, leaving only a battered masked man clinging to survival. Out of ammunition, the two engaged in a chase across the sea until dawn, when the assailant fled to seek reinforcements. Shen Yuqing, trapped on the water due to his fuel shortage, notified his team for rescue but remained vigilant. Not long after, he spotted the enemy speedboat returning. As he steeled himself to devise an escape plan, he was taken aback to see a cute, wide-eyed child standing on the speedboat. The boy's tousled hair fluttered in the wind, and a mask obscured most of his face, revealing only a pair of bright, innocent eyes that stared unblinkingly at him. Shen Yuqing was puzzled, wondering if Shen Beihang was attempting another trick. Changing his posture, he casually inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" Jiang Meng clenched his tiny fists and stepped forward, raising his brows in a mock threat. "I advise you to hand over what you have. I am armed." Shen Yuqing smirked coolly, the corners of his lips twitching with an air of authority. "Oh, what am I to surrender?" This caught Jiang Meng off guard, as Tang San had only instructed him to search the man, without specifying what to seek. Ji Xiaobang hopped onto Jiang Meng's shoulder, advising boss. "If you don't want to get caught up in this, stop talking nonsense and just knock him out, then search him." Jiang Meng found this advice sound. With a fierce expression, he declared, "Stop circling around. If you don't cooperate, I want to be polite." Having led the Shun Group for 5 years, Shen Yuqing had encountered all manner of characters, yet he had never met someone as refreshingly naive as this boy. A fleeting smile tugged at his lips, akin to a beast feigning kindness, beckoning the unsuspecting child closer. "Then come over and search me yourself." Surprised by the man's unexpected compliance, Jiang Meng excitedly steered the speedboat closer. He leaped, but as he landed on the other vessel, he lost his balance and, with a splash, found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Facing each other in an awkward position, their eyes locked. Shen Yuqing had intended to lure the boy over to subdue him before making his escape, but the naive child had unexpectedly leaped into his grasp like a cannonball. Dazed, Jiang Meng looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes, his mask slipping down to reveal a cute, slightly flushed nose. Shen Yuqing, feeling a strange stiffness, was unaccustomed to anyone invading his personal space. Yet, the small figure in his arms felt neither burdensome nor unwelcome. The boy's soft back and limbs pressed against him, and his delicate hands clutched at Shen Yuqing's collar. Clearing his throat, the man averted his gaze and asked, "Are you of legal age?" The author wishes to convey, the previous chapter has been updated with an ending. Dear readers, do take a look. It has been 2 years since Xiao Bao graduated from university, yet his cherubic face and fair complexion still make him appear as if he were still in high school. Shen Yuqing nodded, his gaze betraying an unreadable depth before returning to his previous cold demeanor. Jiang Meng, determined not to waste any more time, stealthily reached for the anesthetic syringe, only to find the man suddenly gripping his shoulder. In an instant, Jiang Meng felt a blur before being firmly restrained, as if the police had caught a thief, with his arms pinned behind him. Feeling wronged, Jiang Meng pouted and complained, "Ouch. You're hurting me." Shen Yuqing lifted Jiang Meng and, with a single stride, boarded another speedboat. Upon hearing the boy's cry of pain, the man furrowed his brow and hesitantly relaxed his grip. Shen Yuqing was the archetype of a rugged man, unyielding in both business and daily life, and he had always approached matters with a relentless decisiveness. Yet, in the face of Jiang Meng, a delicate creature who would cry at the slightest provocation, he found himself at a loss. Strangely enough, he could not bring himself to be harsh with this unfamiliar boy. The speedboat surged across the sea once more, with Jiang Meng confined against Shen Yuqing's chest. The chilly sea breeze assaulting him, causing his eyes to redden within moments. The plump little chick, with a complex expression, gazed at his leader and used his wings to wipe away the tears streaming down Jiang Meng's face. "Come on, don't cry. The disparity between you and the male lead has been evident since the last world. You must learn to adapt." Jiang Meng, fuming, ignored him and was hoisted ashore by Shen Yuqing as if he were a chick. The horizon was painted with a layer of rosy dawn, and Jiang Meng wept pitifully all the way, his mask dampened significantly. Shen Yuqing pressed his lips together sternly and reached out to pat the boy's head, his voice slightly hoarse. "How can you still cry at your age?" Jiang Meng squatted on the beach, his head bowed as he sobbed uncontrollably, mumbling something unintelligible, perhaps due to the cold wind that had made him hiccup. Shen Yuqing was increasingly convinced that this must be a Navi child who had been deceived. Taking an unprecedented moment of patience, he crouched down, ready to offer some words of comfort. However, before he could speak, he felt something cool pierce the nape of his neck. Jiang Meng burst into delighted laughter, injecting the anesthetic all at once, clapping his hands triumphantly. "Ha! Take that for bullying me." Shen Yuqing had not anticipated that this little one could play the victim so effectively. He sighed softly, a weariness evident in his features. "If you want money, I can give you more." Jiang Meng concealed the syringe with a sly smile, his dimples appearing as he mused to himself about being a wealthy little boss. "I don't need your money. Just behave and don't move." With that, Jiang Meng began to search him. His soft little hands roamed, and his fluffy head dipped down towards the man's abdomen. Jiang Meng looked up and asked, "You haven't hidden anything in your underwear, have you?" Shen Yuqing shook his head in amusement, his body involuntarily swaying as the effects of blood loss and anesthesia began to take their toll. Uncertain of when Shen Beihong's people might strike again, the man mustered his strength and said to Jiang Meng, "Take me to a safe place. I will give you that thing." "All right. A deal is a deal." Jiang Meng, significantly shorter than Shen Yuqing, worried that his intimidation might not suffice, brandished the anesthetic needle again, signaling not to play any tricks. Shen Yuqing nodded, already feeling the chill spread through his body. He steadied himself by holding onto Jiang Meng's shoulders and whispered, "Call a car to your house." It took immense effort for both to get Shen Yuqing upstairs. Upon seeing the unfamiliar male presence, the husky immediately became dramatic, sporting an expression that seemed to ask, "Do you love me or him?" Jiang Meng, preoccupied with the treasures on Shen Yuqing, had no time for the dog and tossed a bag of dog food to Qian Zhuangzhuang, instructing, "Take it downstairs and guard the door. I have important matters to attend to, so don't disturb me." "Oh, how is Brother Tang doing?" Qian Zhuangzhuang, with a mischievous glint in his eye, leaned in and whispered, "Little Bao Ge, tell me the truth. Was that person just now involved in something shady?" Jiang Meng, curious, asked, "What do you mean?" Qian Zhuangzhuang leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone. "Before we even reached the hospital, a pitch-black car blocked our way, and a group of people got out. They took Brother Tang away." They looked fierce and definitely weren't good people. Jiang Meng concluded that Tang San had probably been taken by Xin Beihang's men. Reassured, he wore a stern expression and warned Qian Zhuangzhuang, "You cannot tell anyone about what happened today, or we will be in big trouble. And your grandmother will truly be left uncared for, understand?" Qian Zhuangzhuang, being quite the Navi soul, took Jiang Meng's seriousness to heart and swore an oath before hastily departing with the husky. After sorting through the chaos, Jiang Meng exhaled deeply and approached his bed, observing Xin Yuqing, who was blissfully unaware and at his mercy, revealing a self-satisfied smile that he believed to be cold and unfeeling but was, in fact, rather foolish. The little chick, feeling giddy, flitted around Xin Yuqing's face, shrieking excitedly for a while before proudly perching on his leader's shoulder, flapping his wings. "What are you hesitating for, boss? Strip him, ravage him, trample him." Seeing the progress bar soar to 10, Jiang Meng's heart swelled with joy as he kicked off his shoes and leaped onto the bed, stealthily beginning to remove Xin Yuqing's clothing. In his slumber, Xin Yuqing furrowed his brow tightly, his cold visage appearing somewhat stern. Jiang Meng, dissatisfied with this, playfully poked the corners of the man's mouth with 2 fingers, creating dimples that mirrored his own. "Now that looks much better." Jiang Meng grinned, kneeling beside the man as he struggled to undress him. The little chick, impatient to see the handsome man's bare form, retrieved a pair of scissors from the drawer and cut open Xin Yuqing's suit. Jiang Meng nodded in agreement, and in less than 10 minutes, Xin Yuqing's tailored suit was reduced to mere scraps. With everything turned inside out, they found nothing of value. The man on the bed was now left in only his underwear, his bare form still exuding a cold, aloof demeanor, his well-defined muscles encasing a perfectly proportioned skeleton, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, making him irresistibly captivating. Hidden beneath those CK black boxers was a rather impressive little creature. Jiang Meng, arms akimbo, was not swayed by the male lead's beauty, tilting his head like a vibrant sunflower, pulling the little chick off Xin Yuqing. "Do you think Brother Tang was mistaken? This man has nothing on him except his phone." The little chick grinned mischievously and pointed with his wing at the sleeping beast. "You haven't checked down there yet." Jiang Meng, skeptical, glared at him. While stripping the man was one thing, was it not a bit perverse to check his underwear? Feeling rather straight-laced, Jiang Meng huffed and casually reached back to inspect whether there was anything unusual about that underwear. However, just as his dark eyes leaned in closer, Xin Yuqing awoke. Author's note. Subsequently, Xin Yuqing established a household rule that as long as he was home, Jiang Meng was not permitted to wear pants, and he was not to ask why. "Me. I feel so sorry for old Xin." 233333 As Xin Yuqing opened his eyes, he discovered himself completely undressed, with a little head slowly inching towards his legs. Clearly, he had underestimated this audacious little creature. When it came to mischief, he truly had no limits. Upon seeing the man awake, Jiang Meng stepped back in panic, but then resolutely stretched out his hand. "You must keep your word. Where is it?" The man furrowed his brow, sitting up to meet Jiang Meng's gaze. Xin Yuqing, having been encircled by the mischievous Xin Beihang and Shun Beixing since childhood, had developed a method of coping through a cold demeanor. By simply being a bit stern, he could suppress their odd little thoughts and keep them in line. However, he found this little one to be rather troublesome, impervious to both kindness and severity, and unusually persistent. Even after committing a mischievous act, he showed no hint of remorse, prancing around with an air of misplaced pride. Xin Yuqing felt a twinge of annoyance. Where had this little troublemaker come from? Jiang Meng noticed the growing displeasure on his face and, fearing that he might become enraged, casually tossed a blanket over to him, attempting to disguise her misdeeds. "A gentleman uses words, not fists. Don't think you can hold me again." Xin Yuqing was nearly amused to the point of laughter by this little creature's audacity. He sighed and surveyed the surroundings. "Where's my phone?" Jiang Meng, with a vigilant glare, replied obstinately, "I've confiscated it. You can't leave without returning what you owe." Xin Yuqing rubbed his temple and, with an icy demeanor, stated, "You may inform your employer that pointless pursuits should be curtailed." Jiang Meng blinked in confusion, momentarily baffled about whom the man referred to as his employer.
"Who are you talking about?"
Ignoring her, Xin Yuqing stood silently and entered the bathroom, slamming the door behind him. The little chick, Xiao Peng, emerged and, clucking softly, said, "The president seems angry. Aren't you afraid he'll regain his strength and retaliate?" Jiang Meng shot Xiao Peng a glare, her teeth clenched. "This is all your fault. Now look, Shun Beihang hasn't he found what he is looking for? And we've made an enemy of the male lead." Xiao Peng, appearing unbothered, flapped his wings innocently. "Boss, we must remain calm. The person we seek is right here. And perhaps Shun Beihang's men will find this place soon, causing the male lead to face dire consequences. Our mission could still be fulfilled." Jiang Meng pondered this and felt a twinge of sympathy for the unfortunate president, who had just been tricked by her and would soon be betrayed by his own brother. With a deep sigh, she rummaged through her wardrobe and retrieved a few oversized t-shirts and shorts, knocking on the bathroom door. "Shen Yuqing, are you planning to run around naked after your shower?" The water inside the bathroom suddenly ceased, replaced by an eerie silence, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Imagining the president's flustered expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. "These clothes are too big, so I'll lend them to you for now. Just remember to return them." When Shen Yuqing emerged from the shower, his hair still damp and tousled, Jiang Meng stood at the stove in a diminutive apron, one hand clutching a spatula while the other held a pot lid, intently watching the heating oil. The sizzling sound of the oil hinted at the urgency of her task. Unable to bear her dawdling any longer, Shen Yuqing approached her and gently advised, "You can add the eggs now." Having been raised in comfort, Jiang Meng was ill-equipped for cooking, and if not for her desire to maintain her faude, she would not have subjected herself to such a chore. Trembling, she picked up an egg and, with a few taps against the edge of the pan, accidentally cracked it open, causing the egg to spill into the oil, which erupted in a furious splatter. Afraid for her delicate hands, Jiang Meng yelped and flung the lid atop the pot, creating a cacophony akin to a battle. Shen Yuqing felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he silently pulled Jiang Meng away from the stove and took charge of the kitchen. Jiang Meng pouted, reclining on the sofa to watch television. Soon, the mouth-watering aroma wafted from the kitchen, awakening her appetite. Due to limited ingredients, Shen Yuqing managed to prepare 2 simple bowls of noodle soup topped with plump fried eggs that looked utterly delectable. Jiang Meng, like a curious little creature, sniffed the air and slowly approached the dining table. Having just bullied him, she felt embarrassed to dive right into the food and instead asked indirectly, "Why did you make 2 bowls of noodles?" Shen Yuqing chuckled, a smile tugging at his lips as he affectionately tousled her mischievous hair. "One is for you. Go ahead and eat." Her face lighting up, Jiang Meng grinned widely and plopped down in her chair, slurping the noodles while praising him. "This is delicious. Shen Yuqing, you must be a chef." Shen Yuqing shook his head, amused, watching her savor her meal, and felt his own appetite grow. In their childhood, during the burgeoning years of the Shen group, Shen Xinghua and Bai Manqin worked tirelessly, leaving Shen Yuqing responsible for caring for his younger siblings. As they grew older, vanity and a desire for control began to dominate their lives, leading Shen Xinghua to gradually transfer the management of the company to Shen Yuqing, which ultimately soured their relationship, resulting in the fractured state they found themselves in today. Shen Yuqing's gaze dimmed, the warmth of their earlier moments evaporating. After dinner, Jiang Meng rubbed her full belly and wiped her greasy mouth, retrieving a first aid kit. Realizing she could no longer ignore the wound on Shen Yuqing's arm, she knew that the bullet graze could easily become infected, especially after he had just gotten it wet. Although she had only a rudimentary understanding of medical skills, she felt capable of tending to his injury. Cleaning, disinfecting, applying ointment, and bandaging were tasks she could manage. As Shen Yuqing sat on the sofa, he noticed the gentle flutter of her eyelashes and the concentration on her little face, and inexplicably, his heart softened. After tending to Shen Yuqing's injury, Jiang Meng leisurely descended the stairs to inspect the hospital and spotted a newly arrived, soft, plush cat languidly lying on the bed, receiving intravenous fluids. Just as she intended to approach and pet the cat, Qian Zhuangzhuang, with a cheeky grin, came over, demanding to know her story. "Little Bao Ge, are you planning to switch to a life of crime? Do you realize you're engaging in illegal confinement?" Jiang Meng casually patted his shoulder, maintaining her composure. "You're an accomplice too." Qian Zhuangzhuang, with a comically distressed expression, felt as if he had been dragged onto a pirate ship. "All right then, little Bao Ge, How do you plan to deal with that person? Do you need my assistance? Jiang Meng pulled out her wallet and handed it to him. Help me buy a new toothbrush, a new towel, and new pajamas. That person will likely be staying over. Watching his little boss ascend the stairs, Qian Zhuangzhuang felt a pang of sorrow. He hadn't expected little Baoge to be such a heavy-handed individual, confining the male lead at home. How depraved! When bedtime approached, Jiang Meng changed into her cow-patterned pajamas and lay on the tatami bed, beckoning to the man sitting on the sofa. Shen Yuqing. I only have one bed, so you'll have to sleep with me. In truth, Shen Yuqing could have easily left. After all, Jiang Meng was hardly a formidable opponent. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself at ease in her company, preferring it over the impending family turmoil he would have to face. Shen Yuqing felt a hint of helplessness regarding his own unusual behavior, but couldn't he resist the pull toward the child's bed. The tatami bed was spacious, and Jiang Meng quickly fell into a deep slumber, her innocent face turned toward Shen Yuqing, her rosy lips pursing slightly, resembling a kitten nursing. Perhaps accustomed to sleeping with a dog, Jiang Meng soon rolled into Shen Yuqing's embrace, playfully touching him as if stroking fur. Shen Yuqing, feeling her delicate hands wandering restlessly, pressed down on her, shamefully realizing his own arousal. The following day, a group of men in suits arrived at the veterinary clinic. The leader, possessing a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, carelessly placed a gun before Qian Zhuangzhuang and smirked. Where's your little boss? Tell him that Lu Si from the Shun group is looking for him. Terrified, Qian Zhuangzhuang hurriedly nodded and rushed upstairs to summon someone. Before long, Lu Si spotted Shen Yuqing descending the stairs in ill-fitting pajamas, following Jiang Meng. With a mischievous chuckle, he quipped, President Shen, I heard you were taken away by a handsome young man. I specifically waited for dawn to come pick you up. How thoughtful of me, right? Shen Yuqing shot him a frosty glance, saying nothing, and ascended the stairs with the clothes handed to him by his subordinate. Lu Si was a close friend of Shen Yuqing, a quintessential rich second-generation heir. Although his demeanor was carefree and irreverent, often flirting with attractive young men, he was not a frivolous wastrel. He possessed a remarkable talent for architectural design and had garnered numerous domestic and international awards, holding a high-paying position as a department director hired by Shen Yuqing. Lu Si turned his attention to Jiang Meng, scrutinizing him with keen interest, and remarked, Little brother, you are truly adorable. Would you like to come along with your big brother? Jiang Meng glared fiercely at Lu Si and forcefully slapped away the hand resting on his shoulder. Absolutely not. Get away from me. As Shen Yuqing re-emerged, now donning his authoritative business attire, he noticed Lu Si's habitual antics had resurfaced. Frowning, he questioned, Have you not wasted enough time already? Are you not done with your antics? Lu Si, aware of his misstep, stuck out his tongue and cheerfully bid farewell to Jiang Meng before the group departed in their vehicle. Gigi, still yawning, emerged, sleepily asking, Was the male lead taken away by Shen Beiheng? Jiang Meng shook his head in disappointment. No, Shen Yuqing was rescued by his subordinate. Gigi paused for a moment, attempting to comfort Jiang Meng. Don't worry, boss. You'll have another chance. In the vehicle, Lu Si stroked his chin, pondering as he gazed at Shen Yuqing. You seem to get along quite well with that foolish child. Shen Yuqing, resting with his eyes closed, replied coolly, Not at all. Lu Si smirked. That fool Shen Beiheng will eventually discover the little veterinarian. When that time comes, neither will he be able to deliver the person nor the goods. And he will surely suffer. Do you want me to find a few people to keep watch? He added, That child is rather cute. It would be a shame if he were to get hurt. This time, Shen Yuqing remained silent for a while but ultimately shook his head. No need. Lu Si feigned a dramatic sigh, thinking to himself that Shen Yuqing would regret his stubbornness eventually. In the VIP ward of the municipal hospital, the pungent scent of disinfectant unsettled Shen Beiheng's mind as his fingertips tapped rhythmically on the table, devoid of any discernible pattern. On the hospital bed, Shen Beiheng lay with her eyes closed, her double eyelids slightly swollen, and her damp eyelashes trembled restlessly in her sleep. After crying and throwing a tantrum for the entire morning, she refused to listen to anyone, violently smashing things and muttering incoherently until she was reluctantly administered a sedative to calm her down. With each outburst from Shen Beiheng, Shen Beiheng's resentment toward Shen Yuqing deepened. The door to the ward swung open, and an elegantly dressed man entered, his astute eyes concealed behind glasses. He respectfully nodded to Shin Beihang and reported, "Second young master. Tang San, who saw the eldest young master for the last time, has died in vain. We found nothing of our interest on him. Our people searched in the shadows for an entire night. The eldest young master was likely rescued by a young veterinarian." Shun Beihang narrowed his eyes, his handsome features twisting into a grimace. "Am I raising them for nothing? They can't handle such a trivial matter?" Xianglan maintained his composure, responding steadily. "Our people have located the pet hospital where the eldest young master was taken by Lu Si 2 hours ago." Shun Beihang furrowed his brow. "What is the relationship between the little veterinarian and Shen Yuqing?" Xianglan hesitated slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face. "It seems they do not know each other." The man, frustrated, stamped his foot, his bloodshot eyes fixating on Shun Beishing's pale lips. "Interrogate her thoroughly. If she refuses to speak, find a way to make her." Xianglan nodded silently and withdrew. At that moment, Shun Beishing, lying on the bed, convulsed, murmuring a few words. "Let go my mother." The pet hospital was unusually lively that day, having just sent off a wave of men in suits, only to be met by another group of men in black. This new group was evidently less refined, storming in and frightening away those who had come to seek medical attention for their pets. The leader, sporting a fierce, scarred face, aimed his gun at Jiang Meng's temple.
Speak.
"What is your relationship with Shen Yuqing?" Never having encountered such a scene, Jiang Meng was left dumbstruck, his face paling instantly and his eyes welling with tears. I don't know him at all." The scarred face, irritated by the tears, bellowed. "Quit your blubbering and speak." Qian Zhuangzhuang, emerging from the pharmacy, mustered a rare show of bravery, trembling as he pointed at the scarred man. "We live in a society governed by law. If you keep this up, I will call the police." The foolish husky, seeing his owner in distress, anxiously circled around Jiang Meng. Upon hearing Qian Zhuangzhuang's words, the dog bravely lunged at the scarred man, biting his thigh. The scarred man scoffed, kicking the husky aside, then fired a shot near Qian Zhuangzhuang's foot, demanding Jiang Meng again, "If you don't know him, how did you find him? And why did you go to the beach 10 kilometers away?" With the cold barrel pressed against his forehead, Jiang Meng, feeling wronged, began to cry. "Woo-woo, it was Brother Tang who asked me to go. He told me to inject Shen Yuqing with a tranquilizer and search him." Upon hearing this, the scarred man's eyes lit up, leaning closer with anticipation. "Where is it?" This made Jiang Meng even more aggrieved. He had thoroughly searched Shen Yuqing according to Tang Sen's instructions, but it was evident that the mysterious item was not on him. "I searched." Jiang Meng wiped his tears away, his lips jutting out in a pitiful pout. "But I didn't find anything." The scarred man, furious at the wasted effort, cursed him as useless and waved his hand, coldly commanding, "Destroy everything." A dozen burly men in black instantly descended into a frenzy of destruction, smashing anything they could see. The cozy beds prepared for the pets were thrown to the ground, and medicine bottles and 4 bags lay scattered everywhere. Within 10 minutes, the once warm and inviting pet hospital resembled a disaster zone. Trembling in fear, Jiang Meng slowly attempted to shrink into a corner. But the scarred man approached and shoved him against the wall, towering over him with a warning, "If I catch you lying to me, you'd better watch your life." Once the black-clad men had finished their rampage, they retreated in a chaotic mass. Alone in the corner, Jiang Meng crouched, his back stinging from the impact, his vision blurred by tears. "What was Zhuangzhuang?" Jiang Meng, still terrified, instinctively sought companionship. After calling out for a while, he found only the foolish husky who approached, nudging his furry head against Jiang Meng's leg. Watching helplessly as his leader was bullied, Gigi felt close to tears, unsure of what to do. For it was merely a system of little worth. Chick Xiaopeng gently wiped away Jiang Meng's tears with his wings, softly coaxing, "Boss, Qian Zhuangzhuang is not a good bird." Just now, when he saw that group of people smashing the shop with such ferocity, he slipped out through the back door. "Let's not play with him anymore. You still have me." The husky seemed to understand Chick Xiaopeng's words, barking in agreement. Jiang Meng gazed at the dismal state of the pet hospital, remembering how the owner of the ragdoll cat praised it yesterday, saying it felt more like a pet paradise than a hospital, and his heart ached. He buried his small face into his knees, quietly crying again. perhaps exhausted from crying. Jiang Meng dozed off on the husky's body, awakening to a heavy head. He stumbled over the chaotic floor to find some water, but felt no better. Pain began to spread throughout his body. Chick Xiaopeng touched Jiang Meng's forehead, worriedly exclaiming, "Boss, you seem to have a fever. What should we do?" Jiang Meng rubbed his throbbing eyes and weakly reassured, I think a little sleep will help. Don't worry." As night fell, the presidential office on the top floor of the Shun Group remained brightly lit. The preliminary architectural design draft for the Starry Sky Amusement Park had been finalized, and the construction team was ready, awaiting government documentation. Secretary Li Yao timely brought in a cup of coffee, but noticed that her workaholic boss was lost in thought. His brows furrowed, evidently troubled by something. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "President, is there anything I can assist you with?" Shen Yuqing remained still, silently shaking his head after a long pause, leaning back in his chair. His life had always been orderly and methodical. The arrival of that child felt like an unexpected twist, instinctively putting him on guard. To care for someone more deeply is to create another vulnerability, and rationally, this did not seem wise. After all, he was a businessman. Later that evening, he had a dinner engagement with the leadership of the Land Planning Bureau. Shen Yuqing rubbed his temples, preparing to dress and leave when the ever-persistent Lu Si appeared, grinning as he greeted, "Oh, President Shen, heading out for some socializing, are we?" Shen Yuqing halted, coldly stating, "Get to the point." Lu Si deliberately dragged out his words, "I heard that Xin Beihong's men went to find that little veterinarian today. The entire hospital was smashed to bits, and his chubby assistant was scared away. The neighbors are afraid of getting involved. Not even the police dared to report it." Shen Yuqing's pupils constricted, his voice rising. "Was anyone hurt?" Lu Si smirked, spreading his hands. "I wouldn't know. I just heard that the little veterinarian hasn't he shown up all day. Probably scared out of his wits." Shen Yuqing pressed his lips together, panic swelling within him. Ignoring Li Yao's reminders about the importance of the upcoming dinner, he drove swiftly to the pet hospital. The night had fully enveloped the sky, yet the two-story building remained dark, its entrance slightly ajar. Shen Yuqing pushed the door open, stepping over a mess of scattered items, the shattered medicines and disinfectants emitting an unpleasant odor. Frowning, he hurried upstairs, where the husky rushed toward him, tugging at his pants as if seeking help. Following the dog into the bedroom, he flipped on the light, revealing the child curled up alone on the bed, visibly trembling beneath the blanket. His heart nearly stopped at the sight, and he trembled as he lifted the child into his arms. Jiang Meng was burning up, his round cheeks flushed with a sickly red, and his lips cracked from dehydration. Unconscious, his head hung limply in the man's embrace, struggling to breathe, producing pitiful sounds that tugged at Shen Yuqing's heart. It felt as though something heavy had struck him, shattering his rationality. He held Jiang Meng tightly, his voice quavering. "Good child. We're going to the hospital now." They sped to the hospital, Shen Yuqing indifferent to the gazes of bystanders, only exhaling a sigh of relief once he carried Jiang Meng into the emergency room, urgently asking the doctor, "How is he?" The attending physician, a middle-aged woman, took his temperature and frowned. "Over 39 degrees. Why was he brought here so late? Are you not afraid of causing brain damage?" The formidable president, usually a force to be reckoned with in business, stood helplessly by the bedside, resembling a large dog that had erred, lips pressed tightly in silence. As the cold liquid flowed into Jiang Meng's veins, he stirred uneasily, his lips quivering as if about to cry. Shen Yuqing quickly bent down, gently ruffling the child's hair. "Softly comforting, sweetheart. The doctor is giving you a shot, so you mustn't move." Jiang Meng, initially intending to merely sleep, struggled to open his eyes. Blurrily, he recognized the man's face, perhaps dazed by the fever, taking a moment to register, Shen Yuqing. The author wishes to convey, the president has entered his infatuated mode. Thank you for your support. Jiang Meng's soft voice stirred a wave of guilt within Shen Yuqing. His voice was low and hoarse, revealing unmasked concern and regret. "It's my fault. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm late. Are you hurt?" Jiang Meng had not thought of the earlier events, but upon Shen Yuqing's reminder, his already reddened eyes glistened with tears. Like a helpless kitten, he weakly raised his little paw, pouting. "Humph, I did exactly what they said, yet they still smashed my house. Why are they so cruel?" Jiang Meng's dazed mind slowly processed the situation, realizing that this man's attitude towards him had softened, even calling him sweetheart in a rather affectionate manner. Shyly, he glanced at the female doctor, shrinking his face into the blanket, muttering, "Who's your sweetheart?" "My name is Zhu Xiaobao." The female doctor was charmed by the adorable boy, her stern demeanor softening as she gently advised, "Once this 4-drip is done, the fever should subside. A nurse will come shortly to conduct a routine blood test. It shouldn't be a major issue. Just make sure to rest well." Shen Yuqing thanked her, adjusting the 4-drip to slow its flow before settling beside Jiang Meng's bed, noticing that the child had once again dozed off, exhausted. Jiang Meng was still feeling quite unwell, his delicate fingers gripping the blanket tightly, breaths heavy and labored. As Shen Yuqing gazed down, his expression softened unknowingly, the quiet single room echoing with the sound of his own heartbeat. Surrendering to the charms of this little rascal, he stood up, gently placing a kiss on the boy's forehead. As the doctor had predicted, once the 4 was removed, Jiang Meng broke into a sweat, lying uncomfortably in bed. Tossing and turning, Shen Yuqing frowned, sending his assistant to buy a set of small pajamas, then quietly preparing to help Jiang Meng change into them. The fever had subsided, and Jiang Meng was peacefully asleep, when suddenly, a certain individual began to meddle with him. Frowning, he delivered a merciless kick. "How annoying. I'm trying to sleep." At that moment, Shen Yuqing had just pulled down the child's underwear and inadvertently caught sight of a small entity nestled between his legs, as pristine and delicate as its owner. Shen, the esteemed CEO, had just begun to smirk, only to be startled by Jiang Meng's words, fearing he might be mistaken for a lecherous figure. Fortunately, Jiang Meng was known to be the reincarnation of the sleep god. He shifted his little bottom, turned onto his side, and curled his slender legs close to his body, emitting a soft sound before falling back into silence. While changing his clothes, Shen Yuqing noticed a bruise on the child's shoulder, stark against his otherwise fair skin, reminiscent of a harsh impact. Shen's movements froze, a sharp pang of pain piercing his heart, as if tiny needles were pricking him. He imagined the child being pushed to the ground, huddled in a corner, wiping away tears, and felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. In the ruthless world of business, Shen Yuqing was a master of strategy and cunning, believing that a truly successful man should not be swayed by trivial affections. However, after his callous adherence to routine yesterday, this foolish child had suffered greatly. And for the first time, Shen experienced the profound depths of regret and anxiety. The emotional walls he had built crumbled swiftly, all for the sake of allowing a naive child into his heart. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaobao, being diligent in exercise and maintaining a healthy diet, possessed a robust constitution. After a night of deep slumber, Jiang Meng awoke refreshed in the morning. Shen Yuqing had kept vigil over him throughout the night, and just as dawn approached, he rested his chin on his hand for a brief nap. Upon emerging from the bathroom after washing his face, he found the child sitting cross-legged on the bed, curiously turning his little head, the few unruly strands of hair bobbing joyfully. "Awake? Are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" Shen Yuqing's voice was slightly hoarse from the night, but it was notably softer than before. Jiang Meng, having been ill the previous night, was slow to react. But upon seeing Shen Yuqing, he finally recognized the source of his misfortune, this very man. With a face full of righteous indignation, he lifted his chin defiantly and coldly declared, "Shen Yuqing, my clinic has been vandalized and I've lost my job. This is all your fault. How do you intend to compensate me?" After a night of self-reflection, the CEO concluded that the only path to atonement was to treat this foolish child with utmost care and affection. Now, witnessing Jiang Meng's serious demeanor demanding compensation, Shen Yuqing felt an unexpected sense of relief. He approached and ruffled the child's hair, asking with a smile, "How would you like me to make it up to you?" Jiang Meng leaned back with an air of authority, crossing his legs, and began to enumerate. "First, you must restore my pet clinic to its former glory." Shen Yuqing nodded, having already instructed his subordinates on this matter the previous night. "Secondly, you owe me and my husky compensation for emotional distress. It must be enough to cover a month's worth of food for both of us, complete with chicken drumsticks at every meal." Shen Yuqing surmised that the little one was likely hungry, discreetly messaging his assistant while nodding in agreement. As for the third, Jiang Meng furrowed his brows in contemplation, but after a lengthy pause without resolution, he nonchalantly waved his hand. I'll think of it later, and we can negotiate then. Shen Yuqing chuckled and nodded, gently checking the child's temperature once more before retrieving a bottle of medicinal alcohol and a spray of Yunnan Baiyao. I see a large bruise on your shoulder. Choose one, and I'll help you apply it. After handing the remedies to Jiang Meng, he carefully unbuttoned a few of the child's garments to expose his shoulder. Jiang Meng recalled bumping his shoulder yesterday, and now, seeing the extent of the damage, he felt a pang of sympathy for himself. Alas, how pitiful I am. All your fault. Shen Yuqing remained silent, applying the spray while noting the child's evident fear of pain, understanding that the oil massage would likely be unbearable. After applying the medicine, breakfast arrived. A special order from Shen Yuqing consisting of lily and white fungus soup, heart-shaped omelette rice, and a refreshing pear dessert. Jiang Meng, indeed famished from a day of minimal food intake, could hardly contain his excitement at the aroma wafting through the air. His eyes sparkled at the thought of sharing this bounty with his husky, reminding himself not to forget about his furry companion while settling into a new home. I will take good care of it, Shen Yuqing assured, as if making a solemn promise, and I will also take good care of you. Jiang Meng, feeling like a cat accepting the loyalty of its caretaker, proudly flicked his imaginary tail. In the car, the chubby chicken glanced at his spineless leader and remarked, Your ears are remarkably soft. Has the male lead charmed you with just a few words? Jiang Meng sat upright, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as he internally communicated with the chicken. You simply don't understand. I'm infiltrating the enemy's ranks, uncovering his vulnerabilities to swiftly progress my agenda. Flipping through the narrative lines, the chubby chicken noted that Jiang Meng was indeed meant to build trust with Shen Yuqing, and this development was heading in a favorable direction. All right, boss, the chicken said with a serious tone, patting his shoulder. Let's be cautious in this world. Don't get yourself ensnared again. Jiang Meng nodded confidently, but unbeknownst to him, the CEO had been observing his every move. Concerned, Shen Yuqing pulled the child closer, asking, Is something wrong, little treasure? Are you feeling car sick? Jiang Meng was still miffed at him, shrinking away with a look of disdain, warning softly, Shen Yuqing, don't think I willingly came to your home. Our business is settled, and I still dislike you. Upon hearing such disdain from a child directed at his boss, the driver felt his temples throb, fearing Shen Yuqing might lose his temper and take drastic action against the insolent child. The author has something to say. The cohabitation mode has commenced. However, the reality diverged from the past. Shen Yuqing did not grow angry. Instead, he wore a tender smile, extending his finger to gently poke the child's nose. Very well, if you dislike me, so be it. The driver couldn't help but twitch his lips, reflecting on the peculiar nature of this world, where a once stoic and desired CEO had suddenly turned into a devoted and docile caretaker for a child. What a strange world it is. Shen Yuqing's residence was located in an affluent neighborhood not far from the Shen Group, surrounded by lush greenery and dotted with modern European-style villas. The private gardens featured soft, thick grass, perfect for small animals. A glass-roofed swimming pool sparkled under the sunlight, reflecting shimmering rays. As the car pulled up to the villa, Jiang Meng's husky, now a pampered pet, dashed towards them, circling Shen Yuqing before grabbing onto the hem of his little master's clothing, expressing his excitement over a night of unexpected adventures. Jiang Meng could hardly endure the sight of this rustic dog, so she lightly thumped her small fist against the fluffy body of the husky, expressing her displeasure. Humph. You are indeed discerning. Shen Yuqing is now your wealthy benefactor, and you look down on me, don't you? The husky affectionately rubbed against Jiang Meng's leg, its tail wagging like a propeller, its silly face adorned with an oblivious grin. Jiang Meng chose not to dwell on it, leading her similarly sized husky with a confident stride into the villa. The interior of the villa mirrored Shen Yuqing's rigid personality, black, white, and gray dominated, exuding a minimalist elegance that, upon prolonged observation, revealed a hint of monotony. Jiang Meng surveyed the surroundings with a serious demeanor, resembling a small leader inspecting her domain, and inquired of Shen Yuqing, where is my room? Shen Yuqing, holding Jiang Meng's luggage, displayed a rare soft smile on his otherwise stern face, perhaps enhanced by the sunlight bathing him, rendering him exceptionally handsome that day. His light-colored shirt was meticulously tucked into his waist, accentuating his slim, muscular physique, and the impeccably tailored trousers embraced his extraordinarily long legs. Jiang Meng glanced at Sun Yuqing momentarily, with a tinge of jealousy, before casting her gaze downward at her own short legs. Alas! Why is it that both of them are boys, yet the height disparity is so pronounced? Sun Yuqing, puzzled by the child's sulky expression, silently contemplated how he had managed to provoke this little tyrant. "Little treasure, what's wrong?" he inquired as he approached and naturally draped an arm around Jiang Meng's shoulders. "Your room is right next to mine. Shall I show you?" Jiang Meng mumbled softly, suddenly realizing that the husky's legs were even shorter, which brought her some comfort as she followed Sun Yuqing upstairs. The beige wallpaper, pristine white carpet, and a round bed resembling a giant cotton candy invited one to roll around on it. Jiang Meng entered, her dark eyes sparkling at the sight of the round bed, her earlier aloofness evaporating as she gleefully leaped onto it, exclaiming, "Ha! I absolutely adore this bed." Observing the child's satisfied expression, Sun Yuqing subtly curled his lips in a smile, but soon his thoughts shifted, and he stealthily cleared his throat. "Little treasure, are you afraid of sleeping alone?" Jiang Meng's quick comprehension was akin to the swiftness of fragrant milk tea, as she interpreted his words literally, proudly patting the husky's head with her crescent-shaped eyes. "I have the husky to keep me company. What's wrong? Are you afraid to sleep alone?" Sun Yuqing shook his head with difficulty, casting a cold glance at the husky while pondering how to discreetly usher this bothersome third wheel away. After the two explored the room, the assistant had already prepared the ingredients for dinner in the kitchen. Sun Yuqing had promised to cook for her every day, and he intended to keep that promise. Jiang Meng changed into her cow-patterned pajamas, sitting side by side with the husky on the sofa, eagerly awaiting the culinary offerings of the esteemed CEO. Wow, when did President Sun acquire two pets? One husky and one adorably foolish child? Lu Si exclaimed upon entering, his curiosity piqued, his suit jacket casually open, his shirt worn in a deep V, projecting the typical image of a flamboyant playboy. Jiang Meng shot him a cold glare, unperturbed by his provocation. Meanwhile, the exuberant husky leaped off the sofa, barking excitedly as it rubbed against Lu Si's leg, its expression oddly suggestive. Lu Si's face darkened, his fur bristling as he pointed at Jiang Meng, indignantly exclaiming, "At such a young age, you should not be leading your dog astray to make advances toward me." Jiang Meng burst into laughter, collapsing onto the sofa and clutching her stomach, stammering, "I did not lead it on. It just likes you, haha." Hearing the commotion, Sun Yuqing emerged from the kitchen, his expression cooling upon witnessing his friend and his precious child in jovial conversation. "Why are you here?" he asked Lu Si. Lu Si, prying the husky off his leg, grinned, "I heard you have a guest, so I came to mooch a meal. Also, this husky is old enough to be neutered. It's not ideal for it to be aimlessly amorous." Sun Yuqing paused, seizing the opportunity to respond. Whether the husky should be neutered is a question for little treasure. Having known Sun Yuqing for over a decade, Lu Si quickly grasped the unspoken understanding, immediately extolling the benefits of neutering pets to Jiang Meng, even offering to accompany the husky for the procedure, promising to soothe its psychological trauma from the surgery. Jiang Meng had no objections to anything that benefited the dog and agreed, without a second thought. Having resolved a minor issue, Sun Yuqing cast Lu Si an approving glance before returning to the kitchen in a cheerful mood. Lu Si, maintaining his composure, chuckled softly as he watched Sun Yuqing leave, then leaned closer to Jiang Meng, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "Hey, little classmate, which room did Sun Yuqing assign you?" Jiang Meng, unsure of Lu Si's intentions, pointed towards her room. "That one." Lu Si gasped exaggeratedly, feigning dismay. How could Sun Yuqing be so inconsiderate as to let a guest sleep in that room? How frightening! Jiang Meng felt a shiver run down her spine at Lu Si's words, her brows furrowing in anxiety as she leaned in closer. "What do you mean? Tell me, what's wrong?" Lu Si pretended to ponder deeply for a moment before whispering conspiratorially in Jiang Meng's ear, "That room. Someone died there. The author wishes to convey, I have been exceedingly busy today, yet I have heard that neglecting updates may incur the displeasure of my dear readers. Thus, I present this brief installment. W. Lu Si raised an eyebrow, momentarily channeling his inner thespian, and after a dramatic pause, he continued, "Well, It is technically Shen Yuqing's personal matter, but it is said that that room used to be an office, and Shen Yuqing had a female secretary who hanged herself there. Jiang Meng instinctively clutched her neck, her small brows knitting together in concern. Hanged, that must have hurt terribly. Lu Si nodded vigorously, vividly recounting the secretary's tragic demise. Indeed. Her windpipe was crushed, her face turned blue, her eyes bulging, and her blood-red tongue hanging out, almost reaching her chin. Jiang Meng, lacking any particular talent except for an overactive imagination, found her mind racing, compounded by Lu Si's elaborate horror-stricken expressions as she envisioned a 2-hour-long terrifying film. Struggling to maintain a facade of bravery, she interjected urgently, "Why are you telling me this? Are you trying to scare me?" Lu Si shrugged. Continuing his theatrics, that secretary committed suicide out of unrequited love for Shen Yuqing, so her resentment must be considerable. If you happen to see a long-haired woman hanging from the ceiling tonight, swaying back and forth, do not be frightened. She will merely give you a fright. She certainly won't eat you. Jiang Meng recoiled in fear, her lips pressed tightly together as she retreated to sit in front of the husky, gently stroking its plump head, whispering, "Let's postpone the neutering surgery. He still needs to keep me company at night." Lu Si clicked his tongue, continuing his relentless chatter. "That's fine. But I've heard dogs can see ghosts. If the husky suddenly perks up its ears and stares at something in the air, it might just be seeing the ghostly lady." Jiang Meng's face paled in terror. If the husky were to fall for the ghostly lady and start pursuing air, she would undoubtedly be scared out of her wits. As Shen Yuqing completed the last dish and brought it out, he noticed the child sitting solemnly on the sofa, petting the dog. While Lu Si sat there with a serious demeanor, his narrow eyes glinting with a hint of schadenfreude. The man furrowed his brow and approached, nudging Lu Si gently, and whispered, "What nonsense are you telling the little one?" Lu Si stood up, stretching lazily, and playfully patted Shen Yuqing on the shoulder. "Buddy, I've been nothing but kind to you. Be prepared to take that little darling to bed tonight." Shen Yuqing was somewhat perplexed, casting a warning glance at him before heading to feed his little treasure. After the three finished their meal, the not-so-welcome Lu Si stood up with the husky to take his leave. Before departing, he shot Shen Yuqing a significant look, as if to convey a sense of accomplishment. Finally, after sending off the 2 glaring light bulbs, Shen Yuqing's smile deepened as he gently rubbed the child's round belly, teasingly asking, "After eating so much tonight, won't you feel stuffed?" The meal was to Jiang Meng's liking, and he obediently shook his head, his large, dark eyes fixed on the man, his expression slightly conflicted, as if he had something to say. Shen Yuqing smiled gently, realizing he had never exhibited such patience towards anyone else in his life. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" In truth, Jiang Meng suspected that Lu Si might have been deceiving him, but certain images had already formed in his mind and were not easily dispelled. He wanted to inquire about Shen Yuqing's female secretary, but he worried that such a question might portray him as timid. Jiang Meng hesitated, ultimately deciding to reassure himself that ghosts could not possibly exist. Did they swing from the ceiling as if on a swing? Temporarily convincing himself to suppress his fear, Jiang Meng flashed a toothy grin, revealing 2 adorable dimples. "It's nothing. Just wondering when my hospital can be renovated." In reality, simply replacing the broken items would not take much time. However, Shen Yuqing desired a complete renovation and the acquisition of more advanced and convenient equipment, which had taken a bit longer. The man affectionately ruffled Jiang Meng's hair and gently caressed the child's delicate neck, smiling, "Now that you're well, just relax here for a while. Once the hospital is finished, I'll help you find a few assistants and you can comfortably continue being the little boss." Mentioning this caused Jiang Meng to recall the treacherous Qian Zhuangzhuang, and his small face darkened with indignation. That little chubby boy appeared honest and simple, yet turned out to be so untrustworthy. Shen Yuqing, aware of the child's frustration, softly reassured him, "Don't worry. The people I find this time will undoubtedly be more reliable than Qian Zhuangzhuang and won't abandon you." Since the incident involving Shen Beihang, Shen Yuqing had resolved never to let the child out of his sight again, vowing not to allow him to be bullied a second time. Jiang Meng nodded, feeling deeply satisfied with Shen Yuqing's attentiveness and the way he handled matters, which resonated with his heart. They watched television for a while, but Jiang Meng, still recovering from his illness, soon began to feel drowsy. His gaze became unfocused, and before long, sleep overtook him, causing him to lean against the armrest of the sofa. His small, white arms and legs curled up together, with his round bottom jutting to one side, and his cherubic face resembled a freshly boiled egg, prompting an irresistible urge to kiss and pinch him. Shun Yuqing's thoughts had strayed from the television. Upon hearing the child's breathing stabilize, he turned to carefully observe Jiang Meng, an indescribable desire stirring within him. The soft, fragrant little being was so close, causing Shun Yuqing's heart, long untouched, to thump vigorously. His breathing grew heavier, akin to a beast poised to pounce, as the blood rushed to a particular area of his body, throbbing with an urgent need for release. At that moment, Jiang Meng unconsciously let out a soft whimper, a sound that felt like a caress against Shun Yuqing's exposed skin, continuously assaulting his wavering mental defenses, igniting a heat within him that reddened his gaze. The man cautiously extended a hand, gently brushing Jiang Meng's soft earlobe, then tenderly touching the child's nose. A delightful sensation coursed through him, as if he were savoring a delectable dessert, torn between desire and reluctance. Jiang Meng, disturbed from his slumber, furrowed his brow, struggling to open his eyes, and softly asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Shun Yuqing smiled without a word, lifting the child into his arms and steadily making his way upstairs. "You must be tired, little one. Let me take you to bed." The author wishes to convey, notice for entry into V. Today, the editor notified me that this work is going to be published. I sincerely thank all the lovely readers for your support. It brings me immense joy to read your comments every day. I hope everyone continues to support this humble author and the original work. Thank you to Luo Zhishi and Xiao Nian 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 Gao for their encouragement. The next nutrient solution will be provided, and once again, thank you.
Moi. Oh.
How did I end up in the male lead's embrace again? Although Jiang Meng could hardly recall the events of the previous world, he vaguely felt that something was amiss. He struggled to free himself from Shun Yuqing's hold, glaring at him defiantly. "I'm not a little girl. You can't just princess carry me around like that." Jiang Meng awkwardly adjusted his pajamas, firmly refusing to admit his overwhelming fatigue, and with short, quick steps, dashed into his room, slamming the door behind him in a display of his displeasure. Shun Yuqing stood outside, met with the door's abrupt closure, and stubbornly asked again, "Are you sure you can sleep alone, little treasure?" Jiang Meng curled deeper into his blanket, wrapping himself tightly like a silkworm, and feigned calmness as he replied, "Of course. You should go back to sleep." Outside, footsteps faded away, leading Jiang Meng to cautiously peek out from his cocoon, his wary eyes instinctively scanning the ceiling. There, aside from an unlit chandelier, the orange wall lamp cast a faint glow on the wall, which appeared somewhat eerie. The notion of a ghost hung in his mind, causing him to hold his breath, the last remnants of sleep vanishing as every hair on his body stood on end. "Oh no, how frightening!" Jiang Meng pouted, his body stiffening, and called out softly for his pet chicken, but the room remained eerily silent, his own voice echoing ominously. Resigned to his fate, Jiang Meng reluctantly pushed aside the covers, hopping out of bed, barefoot, and ventured out. Just as Shun Yuqing finished his business in the bathroom, he heard rustling noises outside. When he opened the door, he found Jiang Meng frozen in a stealthy pose, his little head raised in alarm, eyes shimmering like glass submerged in water, misty and pitiful. Jiang Meng had initially planned to sneak in and sleep through the night, hoping to slip out before dawn. But being caught by Shun Yuqing had thwarted his plan, leaving him feeling embarrassed. Shun Yuqing maintained a composed demeanor, smirking as he asked, "Why aren't you asleep, little treasure?" Jiang Meng leaned against the door, her delicate toes fidgeting nervously as she hesitantly uttered, I feel a bit scared alone." In the stillness of the night, her little treasure had sought comfort in his arms, stirring a long-suppressed excitement within the man. Suppressing a chuckle, he gently ruffled the child's hair and took her hand, leading her into the room. Shun Yuqing guided her to the bed, retrieving a pillow for her. He patted the space beside him, coaxing softly, "Be good. It's late, time to sleep." Jiang Meng, feeling defeated, fell silent, lying still like a docile kitten lost in slumber. The faint scent of milk wafted from the child beside him, and Shun Yuqing turned, captivated by her delicate nose and full lips, blissfully unaware of his increasingly infatuated behavior. Jiang Meng intended to have a peaceful sleep, but Shun, like a voyeur, couldn't stop gazing at her, his heated gaze causing her cheeks to flush. Turning away, she pressed her small hand against his eyes, pouting, "No peeking. You're making it hard for me to sleep." Seizing her soft little paw, Shen Yuqing placed a gentle kiss on it, saying, "All right, I want to look." He pretended to close his eyes, only to sneak a glance moments later to check if she had dozed off. Jiang Meng, wide-eyed, realized for the first time that Shen Yuqing was far from the gentleman he appeared to be. Rather, he was a mischievous tease, often opposing her whims. Fuming, she sat up, adopting a combative stance, shaking her tiny fist. "Shen Yuqing, you better not think anything inappropriate. I'll hit you if you don't behave." Shen Yuqing chuckled, grasping her delicate ankles and pulling her forward. As she fell back, he rose to tower over her, looking down with a smirk. "Oh, little treasure, you're so fierce. I'm tempted to see just how tough you really are." His bathrobe slightly ajar revealed his sculpted chest and his warm body pressed against her, contrasting sharply with his usual composed demeanor. Jiang Meng felt her face burn under his intense gaze, shrinking back as she meekly pleaded, "Shen Yuqing, I won't hit you anymore. I was just joking. Can you please let me go?" Shen Yuqing thought to himself that this little one was rather astute, knowing when to retreat. He straightened up, pulling her close and kissing the nape of her neck, murmuring, "Good, I won't tease you.
Sleep now."
Jiang Meng's small face scrunched up in disappointment, but being merely a powerless pawn in this game, what could she do? After a while of brooding, she finally drifted off to sleep. Shen Yuqing secretly pulled the child into his embrace, inhaling her sweet scent as he blissfully closed his eyes. Though he was tempted to take things further, he couldn't bear to force anything on this precious little heart. He would wait for the day when she willingly offered herself. The following morning, Jiang Meng awoke from a night filled with sticky, peculiar dreams, finding herself back in the embrace of the president. She pursed her lips, sighing. The plump little chick, having vanished all night, now perched beside her pillow, unfazed by the intimate scene, grinning as it asked, "Boss, you're awake? Did you sleep well?" Jiang Meng poked it with her finger, complaining, "Where did you go yesterday?" "I was too scared to sleep alone." The chick blinked innocently, pouting, "I got called for an urgent mission to upgrade the system." Jiang Meng's eyes lit up with interest. "Upgrading the system? Are you going to give me some power-ups? A weak villain like me could use them." Seeing his boss's self-awareness, the chick smiled reassuringly. "Don't lose heart, boss. While there are no power-ups, I think you've made good progress. You've successfully infiltrated the enemy's ranks." This only made Jiang Meng more upset, her ears flushed from either embarrassment or anger.
"How can you say that?"
"It's your fault for suggesting I earn his trust. Now Shen Yuqing treats me like a pillow. What if one day he loses control?" The chick laughed heartily, teasing, "Being a pillow, isn't so bad. You could even blow some sweet nothings in his ear to let Shen Yuqing spare Shen Beihang. After all, you're on the same side. Letting that guy who wrecked his house off the hook?" Jiang Meng huffed, her stubbornness flaring. "No way. I have a grudge against Shen Beihang." The chick, unable to deal with its boss's obstinacy, merely showed her the progress bar before flitting away. After Shen Yuqing helped Jiang Meng wash up, he diligently prepared breakfast, and in no time, delicious vegetable pancakes and walnut porridge were ready. His culinary skills had truly improved. The golden pancakes were crisp and delightful, the diced vegetables vibrant and fragrant. The porridge was sweet and sticky. Even Jiang Meng, who usually disliked walnuts, managed to swallow a fair share. Holding her small spoon, Jiang Meng ate earnestly, her lashes lowered in concentration, while her mind wandered, pondering if Shen Yuqing was planning to seek revenge on her behalf. Would he make Shen Beihang apologize? Just imagining that scenario brought a rush of excitement. As Shen Yuqing watched his little one eat, he felt a swell of affection. Her sky-blue top accentuated her porcelain skin, and the small square neckline revealed a hint of her delicate collarbone. Even her fingers gripping the spoon were as tender as new sprouts. Jiang Meng had devoured a large bowl of porridge and a sizable pancake when her little fingers stealthily reached for a lotus seed pastry. Shen Yuqing, bemused, snatched it away, chuckling, "Are you an insatiable little piglet? Are you going to eat lunch after this?" Momentarily distracted by her thoughts, Jiang Meng realized she had overeaten. Glancing longingly at the pastry, she said, "Save it for me for lunch." Shen Yuqing wiped her mouth gently with a napkin, gazing tenderly at the little glutton. For lunch, we'll have braised ribs and sea fish. Jiang Meng beamed, her pure, untainted eyes locked onto Shen Yuqing, giving him the delightful illusion of caring for a pet. After finishing breakfast, Shen Yuqing called for the driver, and Jiang Meng hastily put on her shoes, trailing behind him. As Shen Yuqing turned, he caught sight of her eager eyes and playfully asked, "Where are you going?" Jiang Meng replied matter-of-factly, "I'm going to work with you." However, Shen Yuqing had no intention of bringing her to the company. He had 2 meetings regarding the Starlight amusement park to attend, and bringing her along would leave him no time to spend with her. Moreover, in such a crowded and scrutinizing environment, if Shen Beihang learned that his brother had a young boy by his side, who knows what trouble it would stir. Seeing Shen Yuqing unyielding, Jiang Meng took a step closer, wagging her imaginary tail, and insisted, "I want to accompany you to work." While she seemed to charm Shen Yuqing, he couldn't compromise on her safety, so he enlisted a friend to the rescue. "I know you feel bored at home, but you can't come to work with me. I'll have Lucy come pick you up, and you two can accompany the husky for its surgery." After being ruthlessly rejected, Jiang Meng pouted and turned away, leaving the president with a cold silhouette. Shen Yuqing could only smile wryly as he stepped out. When Shen Beihang found Shen Yuqing, the latter had just concluded his first meeting. The young man in his 20s, spoiled to the point of recklessness, kicked over several floor vases as he entered, speaking with an arrogance reminiscent of a gang leader. "Shen Yuqing, aren't you going too far? Why did you suddenly cancel the collaboration with Fangzhou Real Estate? Do you have so much money that you can afford to pay the breach of contract? Is this how you squander the company left by our father?" Shen Yuqing fixed his icy gaze on Shen Beihang, his tone as frigid as ice. "Why would I collaborate with Mu Baihe? To facilitate your collusion with outsiders to murder your own brother?" Just a day prior, Shen Yuqing's men had uncovered Shen Beihang's close relationship with Mu Baihe in recent days. And it was evident that those involved in the gunfight included not only Shen Beihang's men, but also Mu Baihe's associates from that evening's party. Shen Yuqing had anticipated this, but he had not expected Shen Beihang to seek revenge by sabotaging the Starlight amusement park project. He had underestimated Shen Beihang's intellect. Thus, Shen Yuqing unilaterally terminated the collaboration, incurring a substantial penalty. Shen Beihang glared at him with fury, and since the truth had been laid bare, there was no need for concealment. "Yes, I wish you were dead. Just seeing someone so ungrateful makes me nauseous." "Ungrateful?" Shen Yuqing laughed in anger, retorting, "If I were ungrateful, you would have been thrown out long ago, and you wouldn't be living your lavish life now." With his eyes reddening, Shen Beihang leaned on the table, gritting his teeth. "Dare you say that in front of my mother and Beixing?" When Shen Xinghua gradually transferred power to Shen Yuqing, Bai Manqin was displeased. Believing her son and daughter should not sit idle, she constantly urged Shen Xinghua to pay more attention to Beihang and Beixing, encouraging them to gain experience at the company. Only Shen Beixing knew the truth about the fire incident, yet she had become mentally unstable. Shen Yuqing stood up, locking eyes with Shen Beihang. Enveloped in a heavy atmosphere that exuded pressure, "I will not explain the fire incident a second time, but I warn you, if something similar occurs again, I will take your life." Meanwhile, Jiang Meng waited at home for a while until Lucy arrived in a flamboyant red Porsche. He perpetually exuded an air of triumph, his almond-shaped eyes sparkling with mischief as he encountered anyone. However, Jiang Meng held a grudge. Had it not been for his ghost stories, she would not have become the president's cuddly pillow. Lucy led Jiang Meng into the car, playfully whistling and teasing. "Hey, who knew you were so clingy? Yuqing called me, saying you insisted on going to work with him." Jiang Meng shot him an indignant glare, explaining, "I just wanted to see his company. But Shen Yuqing wouldn't let me, making me feel like I was doing something shameful." Lucy chuckled, affirming, "Aren't you just a bit scandalous? You are the cherished darling of President Shen. He would love to keep you locked away to pamper you, preventing others from coveting you." Jiang Meng, unfamiliar with the world of flamboyant men, wrinkled her nose in disgust, thinking that if Shen Yuqing dared to confine her, she would hang herself like the female secretary. Noticing the child fuming with indignation, Lucy sighed, thinking to himself that these naive young lovers truly needed him. Slowing down the car, he donned a concerned expression and said earnestly, "Silly brother, Yuqing is not taking you to the company for your safety. Consider it, so many people covet Shen's group." and Yuqing's life is akin to navigating a battlefield. You are his Achilles heel. If others capture you, you would be in grave danger, and Yuqing would go mad. Jiang Meng had not considered this perspective. Upon hearing Lu Si's words, her heart warmed, feeling a sense of pride, as if she were cherished in someone's palm. And her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Oh, is that so? Lu Si glanced at Jiang Meng's smug demeanor, silently lighting a candle for his friend. Encountering such a captivating little spirit, Shen Yuqing, the pure-hearted old bachelor, would be utterly ensnared, with no hope of escaping.
Ah,
what a hard fate. When they arrived at the hospital, the husky had just completed surgery, donning an Elizabethan collar, pitifully lying on the hospital bed. Upon seeing his little master, the husky immediately became aggrieved, tears welling up as he howled mournfully. Facing the exaggerated consolation, the husky rolled his eyes dramatically, lowering his head in silent resignation. Lu Si confirmed the post-operative care instructions with the doctor, then affectionately kissed the husky on the forehead. He declared passionately to the dog, "It's all right, little darling. Daddy will accompany you in slaying the single life." The husky continued to roll his eyes. In truth, Jiang Meng still wished to take the husky home, as unexpected incidents often occurred around Shen Yuqing, and having an additional dog would provide extra support. However, Lu Si had unwittingly fed the husky some strange medication, making it reluctant to part even after the unfortunate surgery. Jiang Meng, unable to go against the doctor's advice, acquiesced to the husky's wishes and allowed Lu Si to take it away. Thus, Jiang Meng found herself alone, waiting aimlessly until Shen Yuqing finished work, insisting that he would not leave her by herself again. Shen Yuqing appreciated the child's clinginess. As a workaholic, he surprisingly took the day off. After dinner, Jiang Meng initially planned to take a nap alone, but upon seeing the loneliness in Shen Yuqing's gaze, which mirrored the husky's pitiful expression, her heart softened, and she reluctantly permitted him to join her. Before sleeping, Jiang Meng cautiously placed a pillow between them, sternly warning the man to behave himself. Unfortunately, upon waking, the pillow had mysteriously vanished, replaced by the warmth of the man's sturdy chest. Jiang Meng poked Shen Yuqing's hard muscles with her finger, murmuring, "Who told you to treat me like a pillow again? How can you not keep your word?" Awakened by the child's antics, Shen Yuqing pulled her closer, still somewhat groggy. But the little one continued to squirm in his embrace. He chuckled softly, giving her a playful swat on her soft rear while whispering, "Move again, and you shall face the consequences." Hearing this, Jiang Meng's eyebrows shot up defiantly, thinking that she would not back down, ready to challenge him. However, when she moved, she accidentally brushed against something hard and hot, pressing against her thigh. Feeling wronged, she deflated, her earlier determination evaporating like mist, akin to the Monkey King frozen at the mention of the tightening curse. Shen Yuqing chuckled, like a rogue savoring his advantage, only releasing her after thoroughly enjoying the moment. Freed, Jiang Meng tumbled off the bed, glaring at the refined rogue with indignation, shouting, "Shen Yuqing, let me reiterate, I am not gay. Don't use your tricks on me." Shen Yuqing lazily propped himself up, feigning innocence. "You were the one who begged me to keep you company, so why are you angry now?" Jiang Meng was momentarily blocked by him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she indignantly exclaimed, "I wanted you to accompany me for some fun, not in that way." Upon realizing that the little one was genuinely upset, Shen Yuqing reined in his amusement and, after a thoughtful pause, proposed, "Shall we go swimming on the rooftop?" Jiang Meng pursed her lips, calming herself as she considered the lack of entertainment in the villa. She eventually nodded in agreement. The glass house on the top floor was warm and inviting, with the pool's azure water glistening like fragile crystal. Sunlight refracted softly around Jiang Meng, highlighting her adorable dimples and the graceful length of her limbs. Her fair, rosy skin was breathtaking, evoking an inexplicable desire to cherish her purity. The man chuckled to himself, thinking it best for the little one to stay close. If she dared to flee, he was uncertain of what he might do. Having not swum in ages, Jiang Meng eagerly raced barefoot to the poolside, leaping in with a splash. This sudden plunge startled Shen Yuqing, who hastily abandoned his inflatable yellow duck to dive in and pull her back, a frown marring his handsome features. "Why did you jump in so suddenly? What if you choked?" Jiang Meng found his reaction overly dramatic, Slipping past him like a little mermaid, she tilted her damp head and proudly declared, "I can swim. No need for you to worry." It struck her as odd. In her memories, she had been a fragile, sickly child. She could not recall when she had learned to swim. Shen Yuqing watched her flail her limbs with surprising coordination, her slender waist and pert backside rhythmically moving through the water, as carefree as a fish. His dark eyes flickered, and he followed her leisurely. Beneath the surface, they chased each other, Jiang Meng's competitive spirit igniting her speed, while Shen Yuqing maintained a tender distance behind her, watching over her. Reaching the end of the pool, Jiang Meng was about to cheer in triumph when Shen Yuqing suddenly broke the surface, droplets cascading from his arms as he bent down, overwhelming her with a fervent kiss. Caught off guard, Jiang Meng momentarily froze before she began to squirm, but his strong arms held her firmly, tenderly nibbling at her lips. Once Shen Yuqing had his fill of kisses, Jiang Meng, unable to breathe properly, felt weak and dizzy, stars dancing before her eyes. Trembling, she reached up to touch her swollen lips, her expression turning sorrowful as tears brimmed to her eyes. "Wah! Shen Yuqing, are you a dog? You bit my mouth." Shen Yuqing was taken aback, unable to suppress a laugh as he lifted her out of the water, gently patting her back while soothing her. "Silly little treasure, I was kissing you," passionately. Jiang Meng sniffled, her shoulders shaking as she protested. "That was biting. I even licked your teeth." She promptly closed her mouth tightly, shaking her head in defiance. Half a month flew by, and Shen Yuqing's audacity escalated, playfully teasing Jiang Meng until she was exasperated. She realized that moving in had been a grave mistake. She had gained no company secrets and had merely become the object of this man's whims. One day, Shen Yuqing's assistant arrived with a group of well-mannered young men, bowing respectfully to Jiang Meng. "Mr. Zhu, this is a veterinarian specially hired by the president for you." Jiang Meng, not having mastered many of the original owner's skills, found this a timely relief. Grinning widely, he entrusted the pet hospital to one of the acting directors. Assuming a carefree role, Shen Yuqing was pleased with Jiang Meng's decision, ruffling his hair and jokingly asking, "Are you planning to stay by my side wholeheartedly?" Jiang Meng's attitude left Shen Yuqing bemused. While he lamented being a bully, she would cling to him affectionately. Was this the infamous submissive tendency? With a wry smile, Shen Yuqing acquiesced to Jiang Meng's wishes. To celebrate Jiang Meng's official induction into Shen's group, Lu Si proposed a night out, to which Jiang Meng eagerly agreed. And Shen Yuqing followed suit. They settled into a quiet booth at a bar where Lu Si, familiar with the owner, effortlessly exchanged jokes, resulting in a few bottles of private stock being brought to their table. The bar was filled with the mellow tones of jazz, the air thick with the aroma of alcohol. Jiang Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement. His fascination with liquor remained unwavering, and he was finally poised to indulge. Noticing Jiang Meng's novice demeanor, Lu Si teased, "What's this? Have you never had a drink before?" Jiang Meng, feeling offended, promptly took a large gulp from his glass, revealing his little white teeth as he proclaimed, "I have now." The rum was strong yet pleasant, warming him as it entered his stomach. Shen Yuqing frowned, concerned that Jiang Meng's naivete could lead him into trouble with the crafty Lu Si. He snatched the glass from Jiang Meng's hands and shot a cold glance at Lu Si. "Reining your antics." Lu Si understood Shen Yuqing's protectiveness over the child. Sighing dramatically, "Come on, Shen. What's the point of going out if we can't enjoy ourselves?" Jiang Meng, having only tasted a sip, was not satisfied. He disregarded Shen Yuqing's reservations and nestled beside Lu Si, clutching a bottle like a mischievous child sneaking a drink. Shen Yuqing watched as Jiang Meng sniffed at the various bottles, resembling a little hamster stealing food, unable to suppress a chuckle. He relented, allowing him to drink a little, but warning him not to overindulge. At Lu Si's suggestion, they began a card game. Though Jiang Meng was unfamiliar with the rules and resorted to a simpler game, penalizing the losers with shots. After several rounds, Jiang Meng consistently lost, eagerly drinking whenever he was penalized. Unable to bear it any longer, Shen Yuqing, fearing that Jiang Meng might develop a drinking problem, called for a halt shortly after 10 o'clock, swiftly ushering Lu Si away. Jiang Meng, his lips stained a rosy hue and his head spinning, remained obedient as Shen Yuqing led him outside. The early summer air was cool, and as the refreshing breeze caressed his face, Jiang Meng yawned comfortably. beginning to sway as he walked. Shen Yuqing intended to carry him, but, seeing Jiang Meng's cheerful demeanor and bright eyes, wondered if he had underestimated the child's tolerance for alcohol. However, reality soon proved that appearances could be deceiving. While Jiang Meng appeared alert, he was, in truth, a delicate child who could topple over with the slightest gust. President Shen picked up Jiang Meng, who had suddenly toppled forward, and sighed helplessly. He leaned down and planted a kiss on the child's rosy cheeks before entering the waiting car. Jiang Meng, nestled in the man's embrace, sprawled like a little monkey, fidgeting about. At one moment, she was sucking on her fingers, and at another, she was complaining about the heat in the car, tugging at her clothes. Shen Yuqing, drenched in sweat from the commotion, had to unbutton the top 2 buttons of his shirt, patiently coaxing, "Be good, little treasure, you can't take off your clothes now. There are others around." The driver rolled his eyes heavenward, focusing on the road, pretending to be an innocent bystander. Feeling a fire burning within her, Jiang Meng groggily opened her eyes. Her tiny hands began to explore, landing on the man's chest, resembling a hungry little lamb as she softly uttered, "Shen Yuqing, I want milk." The author has something to say. The next chapter will involve a rather embarrassing milk moment. I did not intend to pause here. Trust me, once again, I express my gratitude to all the lovely supporters of the original work. President Shen paused for a second, realizing that his limited understanding could not grasp what a grown-up meant by wanting milk. Noticing the man's silence, Jiang Meng blinked her doe-like, moist eyes, and wiggled her little bottom on his lap, urgently repeating, "Shen Yuqing, I want milk." After saying this, her fingers sneakily slipped into Shen Yuqing's shirt, wandering across his chest until they touched a soft spot, prompting her to exclaim in delight, "Wow, I found it. I want milk." Caught off guard by his inebriated little darling's antics, Shen Yuqing stiffened for a moment, his throat tightening as he grasped the unknowing little paw. His face darkening as he coldly warned, "If you don't behave, I'll spank you." The driver, feeling quite scandalized, thought how inappropriate. As the sole witness to his boss being teased by a mischievous little lover, the driver wished he could explode on the spot. If not for gripping the steering wheel, he would have plugged his ears to avoid the trembling worry of whether his boss might silence him. Oblivious to the third person's presence, Jiang Meng felt her hand restrained and pouted, her face scrunching up in a pitiful manner, tearfully mumbling, "You not only want to give me milk,
But you're also scolding me."
Woo-woo. President Shen was utterly exasperated by his little ancestor. He gently wiped Jiang Meng's tear-streaked face and softly said, "All right, I shouldn't have scolded you. How about we go to the supermarket to buy some?" Jiang Meng pondered seriously, her thoughts curiously clear on a peculiar level. "I also want to buy a big milk bottle." Shen Yuqing face-bombed, unable to comprehend the child's logic, and asked with a chuckle, "What kind of big milk bottle does little treasure want?" Jiang Meng successfully diverted her attention to the big milk bottle, momentarily forgetting about seeking milk from Shen Yuqing. She gestured with her hands and slowly described, It's this big, thick, and chubby, filled with white milk. When you suck on the nipple, the milk comes out. That's the kind of big milk bottle I want." Why did the child's description sound so suggestive? Shen Yuqing paused, his lips twitching uncontrollably, instantly deciding against continuing the conversation with this little drunkard. Instead, he instructed the driver to find a supermarket to park quickly. After putting Jiang Meng on the bed, he clumsily prepared a bottle of milk powder and fitted a crystal-clear nipple on it. After testing the temperature, he brought it to the child's lips, playfully poking her tightly pursed lips. "Open your mouth, drink up." Jiang Meng, adhering to her principles, refused to open her mouth. Instead, she meticulously inspected the big milk bottle, satisfied as she patted it, then opened her arms wide, her eyes squinting with glee. "Hold little treasure to bed. Little treasure wants to lie down and drink." Facing the adorably naive child, Shen Yuqing could only indulge her whims, sighing again as he steadily lifted her along with her beloved big milk bottle and walked into the bedroom. After washing up and changing into pajamas, Jiang Meng rolled over happily, resting her little feet against the man's abdomen as she began to drink from the big milk bottle. Perhaps due to Shen Yuqing's lack of experience, the milk powder was not particularly tasty. After a few sips, Jiang Meng scrunched her face in distaste, spitting it out and exclaiming, "It tastes awful." Shan Yuqing wiped her mouth with a tissue, resembling a doting father caring for a mischievous child. Then let us not drink it. How about we sleep instead? The inebriated Jiang Meng stared blankly, seemingly unwilling to sleep. Her little paws wiggled in the air before slapping against the man's chest. This time, Jiang Meng didn't give Shan Yuqing time to react. She nimbly flipped over, straddling him, and, pulling aside his robe, decisively grabbed that soft spot. She squeezed and rubbed, giggling as if she had discovered a new continent. Huh? Why did it get hard? Is it going to squirt out milk? Shan Yuqing was knocked onto the bed, his body stiff as he watched her little head inch closer, her soft tongue extending to lick. There. The man inhaled sharply, instinctively pitching a tent. The tumultuous waves within him could no longer be contained, and Shan Yuqing, parched and dazed, pounced on this unintentional little tease, catching her hand and teasingly saying, "The big milk bottle you wanted is right here." Jiang Meng, oblivious, squeezed it, like a little creature unaware of its greed, swallowing hard. Wow, such a big milk bottle. I want milk, I want milk. The man chuckled softly, leaning down to nibble on Jiang Meng's earlobe, huskily murmuring, "Just a little bit. I fear little treasure might choke." The next day, Jiang Meng awoke to the bright sun shining in, only to find that the man had already left for work. Taking on the demeanor of a little master, she complained, "I have important matters to discuss with your president. Can you afford to waste my time?" The bodyguard remained unmoved, expressionless as he relayed Shan Yuqing's message to Jiang Meng, which basically stated he was busy with work and that she should amuse herself for the time being. Chubby Chicken slumped on the sofa, unable to suppress a laugh. "Boss, your assistant is so inattentive. Look, even the president thinks you're useless." Jiang Meng rubbed her slightly aching head from the hangover and lamented, "Sigh, I shouldn't have drunk last night. It's affecting my work." Chubby Chicken mischievously inquired, "Did you sleep with the male lead after drinking too much last night?" Since she couldn't go out, she sat down, pouting and complaining, "Shan Yuqing is too clingy. He always wants to sleep holding me." Chubby Chicken regarded her with a mysterious expression, whispering, "Boss, the system has been upgraded. A guide to villainous behavior has been added. Do you want to give it a try?" Jiang Meng's eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly asked, "How do I do it?" Chubby Chicken leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "The cooperation between the Shun Group and Fangzhou Real Estate has collapsed. Shan Yuqing has to shoulder the entire Starshine Amusement Park project alone, essentially betting the entire Shin enterprise on it. What you need to do is to stealthily take the project plans and drawings, and later hand them to Shin Beihang. Shin Beihang merely has to make a few alterations and cast the blame of substandard safety performance onto Shan Yuqing, and with some media hype, Shan Yuqing's position as president will undoubtedly be at risk. In short, our progress will surely meet expectations." Jiang Meng disdainfully curled his lips and succinctly remarked, "How despicable. Shan Yuqing has treated him so well, and this act is simply ungrateful." Jiang Meng instantly felt dejected, surrendering with a downcast hand. "All right, I'll go." After a few tasteless bites, Jiang Meng could no longer sit still. He had a standoff with the bodyguard for a while before finally convincing him to take him to the company to find Shan Yuqing. Under the guidance of the secretary, Jiang Meng soon arrived at the president's office. However, before he could knock, a disheveled man named Lu Si emerged from within. Startled upon seeing Jiang Meng, Lu Si lowered his voice and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! How did you find this place?" Jiang Meng looked at Lu Si's messy hair and burst into laughter. "Did you go to Africa to be a volunteer?" Lu Si, who took his image seriously, ruffled his hair and lamented, "It's just that work has been too busy. Shan Yuqing is relentless, and he drags me along to share in his toil."
Skit.
What happened to brotherly love? Lu Si was the director of the architectural design department at Shin's group, and due to Shan Yuqing's last-minute breach of contract, all design plans had to be redone, which naturally placed him on the front lines of the rush to meet deadlines. Jiang Meng looked at him sympathetically, whispering, "What about Shan Yuqing? He hasn't even made me dinner." Lu Si clicked his tongue and ruffled Jiang Meng's hair. "Your president hasn't even had lunch yet. Can't you show a little understanding? Wouldn't it be nice to try being a caring little companion? No lunch?" It was nearly 8 in the evening. Jiang Meng hadn't anticipated that being an OSS would require such dedication, and feelings of guilt began to silently creep in then. "I'll go buy him something to eat." Lucy smiled at Jiang Meng with satisfaction, before casually retreating to his office to sketch. Jiang Meng had never cared for anyone before. His careless nature meant he didn't even know what Shen Yuqing liked to eat. He pondered for a moment with his head down, then went downstairs to buy coffee and a sandwich, stealthily making his way into the president's office. The office was spacious, and its minimalist yet dignified decor made him feel somewhat anxious. The desk was cluttered with various documents, and Shen Yuqing, leaning back in his chair, seemed tired, eyes closed in repose. Upon hearing movement, the man did not open his eyes but rasped, "Go get me a cup of coffee." Jiang Meng stared at Shen Yuqing's weary face, softly replying, "I bought you coffee and a sandwich. Please eat something." The author wishes to express, Jiang Meng is so kind. The road to success is still long. Sweethearts might want to follow. Tonight there will be a ride to another world. Upon hearing Jiang Meng's voice, Shen Yuqing's eyes snapped open, and the bloodshot gaze quickly brightened with a smile. How did my little treasure find this place? Jiang Meng awkwardly straightened his arm, placing the dinner on the desk, and proudly stated, "It's because the kitchen lady's cooking was too terrible, so I slipped out to find food and brought you some." Shen Yuqing approached, took Jiang Meng's hand, and pulled him into an embrace, planting a kiss on his forehead. "Thank you, darling. Once this busy period is over, we'll go on vacation, and I can be with you every day." Jiang Meng discreetly glanced at the documents on the desk, filled with dense numbers and technical jargon that seemed like an alien language to him. Just a glance made him dizzy, let alone informing Shen Beihang. Furthermore, Shen Yuqing appeared quite exhausted. The entire company was working hard on this project, and even Lucy looked utterly dejected. Noticing Jiang Meng's gloomy demeanor, Shen Yuqing lifted him onto his lap, playfully scraping his finger against the tip of Jiang Meng's nose, and asked with a smile, "Do you remember what happened last night?" Jiang Meng stared blankly at the man and, after a few seconds, murmured awkwardly, "Wasn't it just that I wanted to drink milk? I saw the baby formula on the dining table." Shen Yuqing chuckled softly, their proximity creating an intimate atmosphere. He held Jiang Meng's hand, mimicking a motion from the previous night, leaning closer to whisper near Jiang Meng's blushing ear, "You were holding that big milk bottle, contentedly drinking your milk." Jiang Meng slowly processed this, his face turning a fiery red as he exclaimed, "Why, you big pervert! I don't believe you." Shen Yuqing smirked, enjoying the sight of his little one getting flustered again. Suddenly, he leaned down to capture Jiang Meng's chattering mouth, and in an instant, the world fell silent. Jiang Meng, caught off guard, felt like crying from anger. After a moment of contemplation, he managed to come up with an excuse to escape. The food is getting cold." Shen Yuqing paused his actions, realizing it was the first time the child had actively shown concern for him, and he couldn't let this moment slip away. Thus, he temporarily set aside his unmentionable desires and focused on eating. Jiang Meng, seething, sat on the side, coldly observing until the man finished eating, at which point he broached a serious question. "How can you just kiss me whenever you feel like it? Considering I'm your assistant?" Shen Yuqing suppressed a laugh, feigning an attentive demeanor. "Then tell me, what do you think an assistant should do?" Jiang Meng sat up straight, replying earnestly, "For instance, help you organize documents, accompany you to meetings, meet clients, and partake in social gatherings." Shen Yuqing raised an eyebrow, as if pondering the mindset of a cat's owner, faintly intrigued by what this little one might concoct. So proactive? Jiang Meng, concerned about revealing too much, feigned calmness and rambled, "Well, after all, I'm getting paid." Shen Yuqing laughed heartily, pinching Jiang Meng's round cheek with affection. "All right, it's all up to you." During the initial phases of the Starry Sky amusement park project, Shen Yuqing was busy for an entire month, during which Jiang Meng followed him like a little assistant, pouring tea and water being the most laborious task. While the main duty was to be cuddled and kissed by the president, euphemistically termed as relieving mental stress, Jiang Meng, as always, was on the verge of tears. Shen Yuqing, as always, shamelessly flirted. In fact, Jiang Meng had numerous opportunities to access company secrets. Shen Yuqing was never on guard around him, even hiding him under his thigh during video conferences. Yet, despite the abundant opportunities, Jiang Meng always managed to create bizarre situations, missing out on crucial information. Over time, the little chick could no longer bear to watch. Transforming into an irate, fire-breathing turkey, it roared. Boss, you've already exposed yourself. You're deliberately stalling and not tormenting the male lead. Jiang Meng feigned dejection, as if genuinely trying. That day, Shen Yuqing showed me the design model for the Starry Sky amusement park. It's incredibly beautiful, and I feel a bit. The little chick rolled its eyes dramatically, shaking its legs. A bit what? Jiang Meng suddenly grinned, his cheeks forming two deep dimples. I want to ride that carousel. It's 3 stories high and made entirely of transparent crystal. Jiang Meng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration, lamenting, "Oh. So, it turns out you can't bear to part with that amusement park." In truth, Jiang Meng hadn't been entirely honest with Ji Xiaopeng. He had witnessed firsthand the dedication that countless individuals poured into Starlight Amusement Park. Shen Yuqing, as a prominent CEO, worked late into the night on numerous occasions, even lulling him to sleep, while also engaging in lengthy phone calls with Lu Situ. Jiang Meng's heart softened, reluctant to let go. Ji Xiaopeng, observing the progress bar stuck at 40, lamented, but how can the male lead encounter the female lead if he remains in a state of decline? Jiang Meng waved his hand dismissively. Did you not say that destined connections will eventually meet?
Worry not about it.
Ji Xiaopeng, still engulfed in melancholy, thought to himself, well, failure is merely the mother of success. Accumulating experience is essential. Surely, success will come. Eventually? However, he was not entirely convinced. On the day Starlight Amusement Park officially commenced construction, Shen Yuqing and Lu Situ arrived at the site early. Jiang Meng, having had a restless night, awoke to a bright morning. The table was laid out with a lovingly prepared breakfast from the CEO. Slipping into his slippers, Jiang Meng sat down and savored the sweet green bean soup. After a playful moment with Ji Xiaopeng, he suddenly caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor emanating from the hefty dog. Disgusted, he leaned back and scoffed. Is it because you've been living with Lu Situ for too long? You smell rather foul. The husky wagged its tail innocently before lowering its head to sniff its own armpit. Jiang Meng furrowed his brow, worried that Lu Situ's clumsiness might have led the dog to contract some malady. This time, the bodyguard did not trouble him but rather accompanied him with understanding to the pet hospital. Upon arrival, they assumed a benevolent demeanor in the waiting area to avoid frightening the other pet owners. Jiang Meng allowed the acting director to take the husky for an examination while he leisurely admired the view by the window. Just then, a luxury car slowly pulled up outside the hospital, and a tall, handsome man emerged. Although his features were striking, his expression was grim, resembling a debt collector seeking repayment. Following him was a petite girl with long hair, her pale face reflecting a sickly pallor and a dazed demeanor. Ji Xiaopeng leapt excitedly from behind Jiang Meng, exclaiming, "Oh my, it's Xin Beihang and Xin Beixing. What brings them here?" Jiang Meng, wary of Xin Beihang's potential outbursts, widened his eyes in caution. However, this time he felt more composed, bolstered by Shen Yuqing's presence. This sparked Xin Beihang's curiosity. Had it not been for every encounter being thwarted by Xiang Lan, he would have long sought to meet this intriguing little character. As Jiang Meng descended the stairs, the husky had just completed its examination and, perhaps sensing an unpleasant presence, bolted towards the entrance, sinking its teeth into Shen Beihang's calf. Shen Beihang, concerned about startling his sister, quickly stepped back to shield her, growling fiercely, "You foolish creature. Get away from me." According to the narrative, Zhu Xiaobao and Xin Beihang were in a contractual relationship, one providing funds while the other executed tasks, both being far from virtuous. However, Jiang Meng was not the original protagonist and bore a grudge from previous encounters. When he caught Xin Beihang's eye, he presented a face that believed itself to be aloof yet was, in fact, endearingly naive. Xin Beihang raised an eyebrow, surprised that Shen Yuqing would take an interest in this character, and began to contemplate recruiting him, believing it would not be too challenging to deceive this unworldly innocent into doing his bidding. Before Shen Beihang could utter his thoughts, the trembling Xin Beixing suddenly quieted. Stepping forward to face the husky, her delicate features appeared eerily calm, and as she crouched down, she reached out to pat the dog's eagerly wagging head, her hoarse voice murmuring, "You smell so bad." Shen Beihang rushed over with excitement, kneeling down to ask, "Star, can you talk now? Have you regained your memory? Please tell me." Shun Beixing's gaze laboriously shifted from the husky to her elder brother, only to revert to her previous state of despondency, her pale lips pressed tightly together. Unable to suppress a laugh, Jiang Meng found the scene amusing, as if Shun Beixing were implying that her brother was inferior to a mere dog. Being publicly mocked ignited Shun Beihong's temper, as he exploded. "What are you laughing at, you little veterinarian? Do you want me to cut out your tongue?" Jiang Meng remained unfazed by his threats, lifting his chin defiantly, retorting, "Humph, I have every right to laugh. Your opinion is of no consequence to me." Noticing that Shun Beixing seemed intrigued by the foolish dog, Shun Beihang instructed the bodyguard to keep her entertained while he dragged Jiang Meng into a nearby lounge. Slamming the door shut behind them, Jiang Meng understood Shun Beihang's intentions and adopted a cold demeanor akin to Xin Yuqing's, stating coolly, "There's no need to waste your breath. I want to agree to help you." Though Shun Beihang was foolish, he was not utterly dense. Recognizing that Jiang Meng was favored by his elder brother and that winning his favor was essential for mutual benefit. After a brief silence, the ostentatious Shun Beihang adjusted his facial muscles to reveal a stiff and insincere smile, inquiring, "Do you have feelings for Xin Yuqing?" This question caught Jiang Meng off guard. How could he possibly harbor feelings for the male lead, who was essentially the antagonist in his life? He merely awaited the perfect opportunity to confront him. Jiang Meng scoffed coldly, "Not at all." Shun Beihang, noticing Jiang Meng's proud demeanor, twitched his lips before attempting to sound more congenial. "My sister is not in good spirits. Could your dog perhaps keep her company?" Before Jiang Meng could respond, the door swung open, revealing Xin Yuqing in an impeccably tailored suit. Shun Beihang remained unruffled, boldly meeting Xin Yuqing's gaze, exuding an air of arrogance, as if to declare, "I am here to undermine you." A few imposing bodyguards entered, seizing Shun Beihang, who cried out, "Xin Yuqing, you are going too far. Do you believe you are still the all-powerful Xin Yuqing of the past?" The man passed by him with an impassive expression, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. "Indeed. You have Xiangwan to protect you. He is quite an influential figure now." Shun Beihang, momentarily taken aback, sputtered, "What do you mean by that?" "Xiangwan has been with the Xin family for over a decade. It is out of pity that I protect him." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Apparently annoyed by Shun Beihang's incessant chatter, Shun Yuqing swiftly ejected him from the room, slamming the door shut once more. Jiang Meng, reveling in the spectacle, suddenly sensed a shift in Shun Yuqing's demeanor. His previously gentle countenance now bore an undercurrent of simmering anger. Instinctively, Jiang Meng shrank back, clutching his waist with both hands, defensively inquiring, "Why are you glaring at me? I haven't done anything to provoke you." Shun Yuqing snorted coldly, stepping closer to pin Jiang Meng against the wall, his hand resting supportively behind his head. "What did you just say?" The author wishes to convey, all characters exist to serve the delightful moments between Meng and the male lead. So please do not delve too deeply into their intelligence or logic. Jiang Meng innocently blinked her eyes, having just been preoccupied with confronting Shun Beihang, completely oblivious to the fact that her words had irked the esteemed CEO, Xin Yuqing. With a cold expression and silent demeanor, Xin Yuqing remained unyielding. Jiang Meng pondered for a moment, then reached out her small hand to gently scratch the man's taut jaw, attempting to appease him much like a pet who occasionally quarreled with its master. With her eyes curved in a playful manner, she inquired, "What did I just say?" The man lowered his head and playfully bit Jiang Meng's fingertip, neither too hard nor too soft, still maintaining his icy demeanor, clearly unmoved by her gesture of goodwill. "Earlier, Shun Beihang asked if you liked me. What was your response?" Jiang Meng felt a pang of anxiety in her heart and awkwardly attempted to divert the conversation.
"Wow.
Your hearing is astonishing. You could hear, through the door." Xin Yuqing was not so easily deceived. Leaning in closer and rubbing his chin against the delicate nape of the child's neck, exhaling heavily, "You don't like me?" The scratch of his jaw against her skin sent a shiver down Jiang Meng's spine, prompting her to retract her neck slightly while wearing a pained expression. "Alas, you wouldn't understand. In the future, you will like someone else. Don't be so stubborn. Once you become destitute, a heroine will treat you well." Shun Yuqing furrowed his brow, determined to get to the bottom of this. His tone was ominous. "In the future?
Who will you like?"
Jiang Meng struggled to recall the heroine's name, but could only spread her small hands and cryptically assert, "In any case, it will be a woman. Shin Yuqing was almost amused by the absurdity of it all. After spending so much time together, he had assumed the child would harbor some feelings for him. Instead, she now mentioned an inexplicable woman as an excuse. This ungrateful little one. As he gazed down at the resolute Jiang Meng, a wave of untrusting ire surged within him, coiling tight in his chest, rendering his expression dark and brooding. Jiang Meng felt a chill run down her back, instinctively curling in on herself like a frightened caterpillar, a sense of impending doom creeping into her heart. Oh dear, his gaze is rather terrifying. As anticipated, Shin Yuqing unleashed his frustration, pinning her against the wall for a fervent kiss while his hands roamed her soft, fragile body, sweeping past her slender waist and landing on her rounded posterior.
Squeezing it firmly,
Jiang Meng gasped in surprise, futilely flailing her delicate arms in resistance, but it was a lost cause as she soon succumbed to the kiss, her limbs growing weak and unable to hold her upright. With her small frame swaying precariously, Shin Yuqing swiftly positioned one leg between hers, allowing her to sit on his thigh. Jiang Meng glared at him, cheeks flushed like a ripe peach. "You pervert! You always force kisses on me. Why would I ever like you?" Shin Yuqing's breaths were heavy, clearly stifling some deeper desire. He smirked slightly, though the smile was cold, resembling a wild beast cornered with no escape. "If I can't make the little treasure believe in me, I must resort to more direct methods." What was there to believe in? Jiang Meng, with her limited understanding, could not grasp the complexity of Shin Yuqing's emotions. Her big, round eyes blinked in confusion, and before she could voice her questions, she was met with another kiss, plunging her into a haze of passion, rendering the world around her dim and indistinct. The naive little lamb, having endured such overwhelming affection, sulked in a corner, unwilling to leave. Meanwhile, the big bad wolf, having vented his frustrations, felt considerably better, sprawling out with a carefree invitation to be struck, assuring that any damage done would not require his compensation. The little lamb, now chuckling through her tears, playfully punched the wolf's chest with her tiny fist, and thus, the matter was settled. Observing this rather intolerable display of affection as a mere bystander, the plump chick was utterly exhausted, raising its tiny claws in a futile attempt to blind itself to the nauseating spectacle. How it wished to obscure its eyes. Half dead, the chick collapsed onto the back of the husky, muttering, "Oh, so what now?" Jiang Meng pondered deeply for a moment and concluded, "Sigh, why is he so infatuated with me?" The chick erupted in disbelief, feathers scattering everywhere. "Boss, not only have you failed to complete your task, but now you're also force-feeding dog food daily. This is simply unconscionable." Jiang Meng, carefree and giggling, reassured, "There's plenty of time ahead, no need to rush." Suddenly, the chick had an epiphany, digging out the guide to villainous behavior and quickly formulating a brilliant plan.
"Boss,
since the male lead likes you, all you need to do is continue not liking him. Such unrequited affection is inherently torturous." Jiang Meng, accustomed to being cherished and pampered, was unaware of the pains of one-sided love, uncertainly asking, "How torturous?" The chick, lacking experience like Jiang Meng, had to resort to its limited vocabulary, solemnly stating, "It should be to the extent of unbearable pain, heart-wrenching despair, and soul-crushing agony. In any case, completing the task should not be an issue." Jiang Meng contemplated this and realized she had been rather complacent, thus she nodded in agreement. Shin Beiheng, who often stirred trouble, was taken away by Shin Yuqing and confined at home, while Shin Beishing remained at Jiang Meng's pet hospital, enjoying a sweet companionship with the husky. In another lounge, Lu Si lounged with his long legs sprawled on the table, his gaze fixated on the surveillance screen, observing Shin Beishing and the husky's every move. It was uncertain whether the mentally disturbed Shin Beishing would respond to the husky again, and if so, when, but Shin Yuqing was determined not to overlook this rare opportunity. Additionally, he felt a protective instinct towards Shin Beishing, seeing the once vibrant girl in her current frail state weighed heavily on any brother's heart. Suddenly, Lu Si sprang up as if someone had stepped on his tail, grabbing his phone and dialing urgently. Jiang Meng was startled, immediately alerting her senses. Noticing Lu Si's anxious demeanor, she quickly inquired, "What's wrong? What did you discover?" Lu Si slapped his forehead in frustration. cursing under his breath before taking a deep breath and declaring, Shun Beixing mentions Xiang Lan, saying that Xiang Lan wants to burn their entire family. It's indeed that old fox. Jiang Meng had heard the name Xiang Lan before, seemingly mentioned during Xin Yuqing and Xin Beiheng's earlier banter. Wasn't she the housekeeper who had served the Xin family for over a decade? Xin Yuqing's phone was out of service and Lu Si, frowning, called their bodyguard. Only to receive bad news. Xin Yuqing had been in a car accident. Panic surged through Jiang Meng as she hurriedly followed Lu Si, but he restrained her, pressing a hand against her forehead. Stay here and look after Xin Beixing. Xiang Lan, under Xin Beihong's name, has been up to no good. That foolish boy has been sold out while counting the money for others. The hospital is chaotic, and if anything happens to you, I'll be in deep trouble. Faced with the unraveling plot, Jiang Meng felt on the verge of tears, knowing she could not be a hindrance at such a critical moment. She nodded obediently, whispering, Call me once you check on things. I'm a bit worried. Lucy nodded in agreement and hurried off. The plump chick, observing its leader's troubled expression, offered reassurance. Don't panic, boss. I can sense that President Shun is all right. Jiang Meng acknowledged with a soft Stepping into Shun Beixing's room, it seemed that both she and the husky possessed a certain quality, as Xin Beixing appeared relaxed in their presence. Slowly lifting a smile upon seeing Jiang Meng found himself at a loss when it came to interacting with such individuals, naively greeting Little Star, hello. I am Zhu Xiaobao. Shun Beixing turned her gaze toward the back of Jiang Meng, her previously serene expression abruptly shifting to one of terror, as she instinctively covered her ears and screamed, Miss Beixing, do not be afraid. A chilling voice emerged unexpectedly from behind, elegant, yet devoid of warmth. Jiang Meng spun around to see a man clad in a suit standing at the doorway, his pallid skin showing no signs of age, save for his deep, dark eyes that evoked the image of a certain feline creature. Xiang Lan scrutinized Jiang Meng, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Hello, I am Xiang Lan. I know you. Zhu Xiaobao is the precious little heart we are tasked with protecting. A wave of inexplicable fear washed over Jiang Meng as he discreetly glanced outside, wondering if Lu Si's bodyguards had already been disposed of. Biting his lip, he struggled to maintain his composure, retreating to stand beside Xin Beixing, resembling two small creatures huddling for warmth. Noticing Jiang Meng's disregard, Xiang Lan remained unfazed, taking a few leisurely steps closer. He pinched Jiang Meng's chin and remarked earnestly, You are quite adorable, just like the young master in his childhood. Jiang Meng involuntarily trembled, silently praying for Xin Yuqing to come and rescue him, while outwardly attempting to project a fierce demeanor, coldly inquiring, So, what do you intend to do? Kill us? The men in black swiftly bound Jiang Meng and Xin Beixing, silencing them with tape over their mouths. A little chicken named Xiao Peng flapped its wings and alighted on Jiang Meng's shoulder, clucking in dismay. Boss, why are you crying again? Did we not say that only women are made of water? With tears streaming down his face, Jiang Meng bore a pitiable expression akin to an unwanted vegetable. Whoa. I am being kidnapped. Xiao Peng rolled its eyes in exasperation and consoled him. Fear not, you are but a mere pawn in this plot. At most, you will serve as a hostage to threaten the male lead. Xiao Peng continued to shake its head, wondering if the pride of such a significant antagonist had been consumed by a husky. In reality, Shun Yuqing's car accident was merely a ruse to divert Lu Si's attention. Fortunately, Shun Yuqing had discovered irregularities in his phone signal in time to contact Lu Si, thus avoiding a grave mistake. Upon seeing the man's face, Jiang Meng's lips quivered in excitement, tears of joy spilling forth. Shun Yuqing furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion washing over him. But father mentioned that after the Xiang family fell from grace, you willingly came to the Xin family. As a servant? Xiang Lan interrupted with a furious shout, then abruptly closed his eyes, his tone becoming despondent. At this point, let us proceed. Gunfire erupted, and Jiang Meng and Xin Beixing were thrust into a vehicle. Before the driver could start the engine, a gunshot rang out, and he collapsed, lifeless. Shun Yuqing burst in, swiftly freeing the two and carefully peeling away the tape from their mouths. As soon as Jiang Meng was liberated, he choked back tears, instinctively curling up against the man's chest. Shun Yuqing, woo-woo. I was so scared. Shen Yuqing tenderly stroked the back of the child's head, his voice wavering with concern. There, Xiaobao, do not fear. I am here. The author wishes to convey, regarding Shen Beihang, it seems he is somewhat of a victim. Shen Yuqing had previously fallen into Xiang Lan's trap, and this time he would not let him escape easily. The disparity in their strengths was significant, and the gunfight was brief. Xiang Lan was forcefully slammed against the wall by two burly men in black, strands of hair falling across his forehead, his meticulously tailored suit now disheveled and in disarray. Yet, his eyes remained calm, unwavering, and dignified. Lu Si had already transported the shaken Shen Beishing to the hospital, while Jiang Meng clung tightly to Shen Yuqing, unwilling to part from him. When they confronted Xiang Lan, Shen Yuqing gestured for his bodyguards to release their hold, coldly demanding, after enduring humiliation within the Shen family for so many years, why did you choose to set fire on that day? Was it merely to frame me? Xiang Lan let out a low, mocking laugh, his frail figure swaying slightly in the breeze. Indeed, young master, over the years, I have quietly familiarized myself with Shen Group's key partners, accumulating a fortune. And as for Xiaohang, he is so naive, making him easy to manipulate. You two brothers have always been at odds. I merely facilitated matters to my advantage. Shen Yuqing fixed his gaze on Xiang Lan, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke deliberately. The individual obstructing your power grab could be my father or me, but the least likely is by Manqin. You have plotted for years, yet your revenge began with a fire that claimed her life, an unpowerful woman. Why did you kill her? Or, perhaps, was there an unforeseen circumstance that compelled you to do so? Xiang Lan hesitated for a mere second before reverting to his stoic demeanor. Perhaps Shen Yuqing's perceptiveness extinguished his desire to continue the conversation. His voice, tinged with fatigue, murmured, Enough, young master. I know you will not let me off. Proceed. Clearly unconvinced, Shen Yuqing pushed Jiang Meng back, stepping forward to grasp Xiang Lan's shoulder, compelling him to meet his gaze. What are you avoiding? On the day of the contract signing with the Mubaiha, were your men among those sent by Shen Beihang? That fellow named Tang San, was he also one of yours? He had the opportunity to inform others to eliminate me, yet inexplicably brought Zhu Xiaobao instead. Why did you spare me? Xiang Lan paused, a conflicted expression washing over his face, before erupting into a mocking laugh that shook his entire being, brimming with derision. Young master, you truly possess a vivid imagination. I have indeed wished to kill you, and even at this moment, that sentiment persists. Before he could finish, Xiang Lan abruptly lifted his coat, brandishing a sharp dagger aimed viciously at Shen Yuqing. A gunshot rang out. Xiang Lan, daring to resist openly, was struck in the leg by Shen Yuqing's bodyguard, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Meng stood frozen, shocked by the scene before him. He wriggled free from the bodyguard's grasp and rushed forward, witnessing as Shen Yuqing's clothing was torn, blood seeping from his waist. Shen Yuqing, you are bleeding. Jiang Meng's voice trembled, his complexion draining of color. Shen Yuqing cast a complex glance at the kneeling Xiang Lan, then covered his wound with his garment, gently ruffling Jiang Meng's hair, soothingly assuring, It's nothing. I am fine. Just a superficial injury. Tears streamed down Jiang Meng's face, once more as he pressed closely against the man's side, cautiously avoiding his wound, stammering, Quick. To the hospital. In truth, Xiang Lan's knife had not penetrated deeply enough to hinder Shen Yuqing's ability to walk. Amusement flickered in Shen Yuqing's eyes as he leaned slightly towards Xiang Lan, feeling a swell of pride. Both Shen Yuqing and Xiang Lan were soon transported to the hospital. Xiang Lan was taken directly into surgery to have the bullet removed, while Shen Yuqing received a few stitches in his abdomen and was subsequently ordered to rest in bed. Jiang Meng sat beside the hospital bed, anxiously fidgeting with his fingers, occasionally standing to check the 4 on the back of the man's hand, and stealing glances at the man lying on the bed, lost in thought. Upon hearing the doctor mention that Shen Yuqing had received over a dozen stitches on his abdomen, Jiang Meng felt an overwhelming urge to inquire about the pain he might be enduring. However, recalling the words of a friend, she hesitated, reminding herself not to let her concern for him take over. Yet, despite her resolve, she found it impossible to suppress her worry, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. Shen Yuqing, unable to decipher the little one's peculiar behavior, noticed her distress. He suddenly groaned, clutching his abdomen and feigning intense pain, his back curving dramatically. Jiang Meng, feeling a surge of concern, rushed over without a second thought, asking anxiously if he was in great pain and whether she should call for a doctor. Shen Yuqing, suppressing a smirk, embraced her, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. With a playful tone, he asked, "What troubles you, little treasure? Are you worried about me?" Realizing she had been deceived, Jiang Meng felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, stubbornly denying her concern. Nevertheless, her resolve crumbled, and she found herself leaning against his chest, surrendering to her feelings. Shen Yuqing observed her reaction, unconvinced by her claims of indifference. Satisfied, he smiled, feeling as though his heart had been filled with honey. He gently stroked Jiang Meng's back, speaking softly about the enmity between Xianglan and the Shen family, which was fraught with complications that prevented him from taking decisive action. Now that the truth was exposed, he sensed Xianglan's reckless despair, as if he were inviting death upon himself, having intentionally hurt Shen Yuqing in hopes of provoking a deadly response. Jiang Meng furrowed her brows, pondering the implications, but her limited understanding left her with more questions. "What complications?" she inquired. Shen Yuqing, with a teasing smile, half-jokingly suggested, "Perhaps he has fallen for someone he shouldn't, like Shen Beiheng?" Jiang Meng's eyes widened in shock as she gasped, revealing her surprise with two small, equally astonished teeth. "Are you saying both of you are gay? Is it possible that being gay is contagious?" Shen Yuqing sighed with amusement, pulling her closer, so their foreheads touched, enveloped in warmth. "Indeed, it is contagious, and eventually, you too shall be affected." Noticing Jiang Meng's lack of rebuttal, he playfully squeezed her fingers, pressing further. "So, does this mean you have accepted your fate?" A blush crept across her face, betraying her inner turmoil as she slowly complained, "You're so wicked. I truly don't wish to change my orientation." These words, to Shen Yuqing, sounded akin to a confession of love. A fiery passion ignited within him as he seized her chin, leaning down with an assertive kiss. Though bashful, Jiang Meng mustered the courage to reciprocate, allowing his tongue to explore as they clumsily yet earnestly engaged in their intimate embrace, their body temperatures melding seamlessly, their breaths entwined. In the midst of their fervent kiss, an unwelcome intruder in black barged in, interrupting their moment. "Mr. Shen, we have a crisis. The second young master is fighting with the man who was shot." Upon arriving at another hospital room, they found Shen Beiheng exuding an intimidating aura, his fury palpable as he confronted Xianglan, who was being forcefully dragged to the ground, gasping for breath. "You dared to deceive me, Xianglan. What have we done to deserve this?" While it appeared to be a fight, it was evident that Shen Beiheng was solely unleashing his pent-up rage upon Xianglan, who was pale and struggling. Ignoring the recent surgery he had undergone, Shen Beiheng mercilessly assaulted him, driven by a blind rage. The situation escalated as Xianglan, weakened from blood loss, could not withstand the blows, and after a low moan of pain, he slumped into unconsciousness. Shen Beiheng, taken aback by the frailty of the man he had always deemed strong, found his hands stiff as he held the now limp body, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. After Shen Yuqing allowed his brother to vent his frustrations, he summoned the doctor to attend to Xianglan and placed a comforting hand on Shen Beiheng's shoulder. "There are still matters that need clarification," he began, but Shen Beiheng interrupted, his voice cold and trembling with rage. "Regardless of the truth, he deceived me and harmed our family. He deserves to die." Shen Yuqing remained silent, aware that some matters could not be resolved through mere words. Only with time would Shen Beiheng come to terms with the reality of the situation. As Shen Beiheng stormed off, Jiang Meng approached quietly, asking softly, "Is this what they call a love-hate relationship?" Surprised by her knowledge of the term, Shen Yuqing playfully pinched her earlobe, a smile gracing his face. "Something like that. But we shall not emulate them. Our relationship will be filled with sweetness." Taken aback by his teasing, Jiang Meng playfully pinched his arm before shyly retreating. Since discovering the truth, Shen Beiheng had become awkward around Shen Yuqing, wanting to apologize but unable to overcome his pride. During a visit to support Shen Beiheng's psychological treatment, they encountered Shen Yuqing and Jiang Meng. Shen Beiheng was recovering well, often smiling at Jiang Meng and managing to engage in conversation, her memories gradually returning with the help of the psychologist. According to her fragmented recollections, the day of the incident, Bai Manqin had summoned Xiang Lan into a room, where a heated argument ensued, leading to her emotional breakdown and subsequent physical confrontation. In the chaos, Shun Beixing had tried to intervene but was inadvertently pushed, causing a small air conditioning unit to topple, shattering the fish tank atop it and resulting in a short circuit that ignited a fire. Shun Yuqing's subsequent investigation corroborated Shun Beixing's account, revealing that the fire had ignited near the curtains, spreading uncontrollably and nearly consuming the entire villa. Xiang Lan had explained that he could only manage to rescue Shun Beixing, returning to find Bai Manqin lifeless. Shun Beiheng, upon hearing this, fell silent, his expression dark as he entrusted Shun Beixing to Shun Yuqing before departing alone. Concerned about his brother's volatile emotions, Shun Yuqing dispatched several bodyguards to follow him, instructing them to report any developments. With tears staining her cheeks, Shun Beixing, regardless of Xiang Lan's intentions, mourned the loss of both her parents, her psychological scars not easily healed. Shun Yuqing tenderly caressed her hair, his voice soft. "Don't worry, you still have your elder brother." Shun Beixing collapsed into his embrace, weeping profoundly, before looking at Jiang Meng with tear-filled eyes, softly calling her sister-in-law. Jiang Meng chuckled, attempting to adopt a benevolent demeanor as she followed Shun Yuqing's lead, affectionately stroking Shun Beixing's hair. After spending another fortnight recuperating in the hospital, Shun Beixing found herself living with Shun Yuqing and Jiang Meng, having no choice but to reside in Shun Yuqing's villa while her twin brother was occupied with his own pursuits. To avoid being an eyesore, she willingly took on the role of caretaker, sharing her days with the family dog, often taking it for walks. In this narrative, Shun Yuqing finds himself quite content, free from the disruptive presence of the troublesome husky, allowing him to relish the moments spent with the child. Meanwhile, Shun Beixing gradually emerges from the shadows of despair, contrasting sharply with the unfortunate plight of Xiang Lan. Since the violent altercation in the hospital, Shun Beiheng has vanished from sight, while Xiang Lan languishes in the hospital, growing increasingly gaunt and haggard, resembling a specter on the brink of death. Recently, Shun Yuqing's subordinates have uncovered significant revelations, confirming that the Shun family wronged the Xiang family during their joint venture into the domestic real estate market with German clients. A scandal regarding shoddy construction emerged mid-project, leading Bai Manqin to unjustly scapegoat the Xiang family, resulting in the tragic suicide of Xiang Lan's parents. At that time, Xiang Lan was studying abroad and was oblivious to these events. Shun Xinghua, feeling a sense of guilt towards the Xiang family, adopted Xiang Lan, managing all household affairs. Upon discovering the truth about his parents' demise, Xiang Lan secretly plotted revenge against the Shun family, yet fate intervened, and he unknowingly fell in love with Shun Beiheng, causing him to waver in his quest for vengeance. Now, faced with the current situation, he likely feels remorse towards his deceased parents, leaving him utterly despondent and devoid of the will to live. Jiang Meng, feeling pity for Xiang Lan, frequently brings him small treats. One gloomy, rainy day, Shun Yuqing and Lu Si diligently inspect the construction site, while Jiang Meng visits the hospital alone, determined to be a supportive confidant and rescue Xiang Lan's despondent spirit. As Jiang Meng approaches the hospital room, he hears a familiar voice as frantic as ever. "Are you going to eat or not?" Inside, Xiang Lan lies half-reclined on his pillow, his gaunt features accentuating the sharpness of his jawline, his lips pressed into a straight line, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, like a lifeless zombie. Shun Beiheng, witnessing Xiang Lan's dismal state, feels a surge of anger. After all, he was the one deceived, yet here lies Xiang Lan, playing the role of the pitiful victim. During their previous deceitful encounters, Xiang Lan had shown no signs of weakness. Following the death of Bai Manqin, Xiang Lan had become the closest person to Shun Beiheng, managing his daily needs with meticulous care, often bringing him home after drunken brawls at bars. Xiang Lan's care was thorough, neither intrusive nor bothersome, leading Shun Beiheng to momentarily question if he was, in fact, a genuine person. Upon learning about the entanglement between their families, Shun Beiheng felt a lingering disappointment, recognizing that while Bai Manqin and Shun Xinghua were not saints, their actions were disheartening. Amidst his turmoil, his elder brother casually remarked that Xiang Lan had abandoned his quest for vengeance due to his special feelings for Shun Beiheng. This revelation ignited Shun Beiheng's fury, Special feelings? What nonsense was this? He concluded that Xianglan must indeed be a homosexual. Standing by the bedside, Shen Beiheng glared at Xianglan, his voice laden with menace. What? Are you on a hunger strike? Do you wish to perish? Xianglan lay motionless, his emaciated hand connected to an, veins stark against his pallid skin. Shen Beiheng, stifling a fiery frustration, seized the nutritional porridge and forcefully opened Xianglan's mouth, pouring it down his throat. The thin rice soup spilled from Xianglan's pale lips, eliciting a fit of coughing as his eyes finally opened, revealing cold brown irises. Cough. What are you doing? Sitting up slowly, Xianglan wiped his mouth with a tissue and murmured, I'm not giving you the cold shoulder. Shen Beiheng, irritated, furrowed his brows and took a seat. His handsome face darkened with anger. My brother said, You gave up on revenge because of me. What the hell does that mean? Understanding that his feelings could not remain concealed, Xianglan smiled faintly. It doesn't mean much. Bai Manqin and Xin Xinghua are gone now, and I have no need to seek vengeance for anyone. His confession was poorly articulated, only serving to obfuscate his true feelings. Shen Beiheng rolled his eyes, perceiving Xianglan's demeanor as overly sentimental. So, what else with the death wish? Is it because I've been ignoring you? Xianglan gazed steadily at Shen Beiheng, his expression a peculiar blend of reluctance and affection, oddly tinged with a hint of reverence. Shen Beiheng felt uneasy under Xianglan's intense gaze, his irritation boiling over as he reiterated his earlier question. Xianglan, recognizing the urgency of the situation, replied earnestly, I'm not seeking death, Xiaoheng. You really don't need to worry about me. With a scoff, Shen Beiheng retorted, You think you can deceive me and just walk away? Not a chance. Hurry up and get discharged. I need to vent my frustrations on you. Xianglan stared at Shen Beiheng in surprise, believing that after all that had transpired, the latter would harbor resentment towards him, yet Shen Beiheng unexpectedly expressed his need for him. Observing the oddly affectionate look in Xianglan's eyes, Shen Beiheng suppressed an inexplicable shiver, instructing his assistant to bring in a nutritious meal, slamming it onto the table. Eat up. If you don't finish it, I'll knock your brains out. Xianglan, taken aback, questioned his reality for a moment before suddenly finding himself beneath Shen Beiheng, whose previously lifeless expression now radiated excitement and desire. Xiaoheng, do you even know what you're doing? Shen Beiheng's face flushed crimson, internally berating Xianglan for appearing on the brink of death, yet exhibiting such strength. Struggling, he stammered, I haven't figured things out yet. You? Without granting Shen Beiheng time to react, Xianglan seized the moment, driven by longing for someone he had cherished for so long and refused to let go. Their lips entwined passionately. Xianglan fervently tasted Shen Beiheng's essence, breathlessly whispering, Xiaoheng, I love you so much. Shen Beiheng, caught off guard by the intensity of Xianglan's affection, blushed fiercely, shouting, I know, you weirdo. Don't you dare bite me again. Meanwhile, Shen Beiheng, having finished a stroll in the small park with the husky, learned from a bodyguard that her sister-in-law had once again visited the hospital to spread kindness. As she entered the hospital, she spotted Jiang Meng emerging with a mischievous grin. Curious, she dashed over and inquired, Sister-in-law, have you encountered some delightful news? Jiang Meng, reveling in the joy of witnessing the union of two souls, beamed, I saw your brother kissing Uncle Xiang. Shen Beiheng processed this information. Uncle Xiang? With a playful smile, Jiang Meng clarified, Xianglan. Shen Beiheng's heart raced with excitement, urging Jiang Meng to sneak a peek. Oh my goodness, really? You have no idea how narcissistic my second brother is. He always thinks he is at a disadvantage if someone touches him. Uncle Xiang is remarkably bold. How has he not been beaten to a pulp by my rascally brother? Jiang Meng chuckled, grabbing her arm. Whether Uncle Xiang gets beaten or not is uncertain, but if Shen Beiheng finds out we're spying, we will undoubtedly face his wrath. Disappointed, Shen Beiheng let out a sigh, walking alongside Jiang Meng as they headed home. Shen Yuqing removed his suit, loosening his tie with one hand while bending down to plant a kiss on his beloved little treasure, teasing, Why are you so well-behaved today? You even went to the trouble of cooking. With a playful smile, he executed this seemingly lewd gesture with utmost elegance. He settled beside Jiang Meng, picking up his chopsticks and beginning to eat earnestly. Moved by the tumultuous love-hate relationship between Xin Beihang and Xiang Lan, Jiang Meng pondered the dynamics of their interaction. She realized that she could not emulate Xin Beihang's petulance. She needed to show understanding and affection towards her esteemed partner. Recognizing that love is hard-won, and she must be sensible to avoid driving him away. Thus, this heartfelt dinner materialized, albeit at the cost of nearly burning down the kitchen. Shen Yuqing, filled with gratitude, twirled the unappealing spaghetti on his fork, the dish rendered somewhat inedible due to an excess of Sichuan pepper. Observing the child's eager gaze, the dignified CEO summoned his superhuman willpower and consumed every last bite. Jiang Meng felt a surge of accomplishment and handed him a napkin to wipe his mouth, exclaiming with excitement, "See? I told you I have a talent for cooking. How about I make you dinner every day?" Shen Yuqing sipped an entire glass of water, maintaining a neutral expression as he replied, "Next time, I will cook with you, all right?" Jiang Meng, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, nodded eagerly and picked up a cookbook from the table, babbling about all the dishes she wanted to try. Amused, Shen Yuqing thought that given her inability to distinguish between salt and sugar in cooking, achieving dishes that looked like those in the cookbook would likely require several more semesters at a culinary school. After they had eaten and laughed together for a while, Shen Yuqing mysteriously produced 2 plane tickets, announcing, "Get to bed early tonight. We have an early flight tomorrow." Jiang Meng's eyes lit up, and she tiptoed to snatch the tickets from him, exclaiming, "Are we going on a trip? How wonderful!" Shen Yuqing chuckled as he ruffled her hair and leaned down to kiss the corner of her lips. "Yes, we are going on our honeymoon." Surprisingly, Jiang Meng did not react much to the term honeymoon. Instead, she frowned and pointed at his lips, asking, "Why are your lips so numb? Did you eat something strange?" Shen Yuqing couldn't help but laugh, pinching her little nose and feigning ignorance. "I don't know whose pasta I ate, but they put in way too much pepper, and now my lips are devoid of sensation." Realizing this, Jiang Meng felt a mix of concern and frustration, stammering, "You're so silly. Why would you eat something so spicy? What should I do? Should I get you a glass of water?" Shen Yuqing, pulling her into his embrace with a mischievous smile, softly suggested, "No water. I want my little treasure to help me with a little licking." The author has a message. In the next chapter, we will explore the honeymoon and conclude this world. Shen Yuqing, the CEO, has once again resorted to his usual flirtations, now so adept that he does so without even a blush. Jiang Meng, momentarily feeling guilty, closed her eyes in denial, her eyelashes fluttering defiantly. "Humph, no licking." With a glint of amusement in his eyes, Shen Yuqing playfully patted the child's behind, adopting a tone that was anything but serious. "If you don't want to lick, how about calling me hubby?" "Hubby?" Jiang Meng's eyes widened in surprise as she shot him an indignant glare, protesting, "Why should I call you that? I'm your boyfriend too." Shen Yuqing raised an eyebrow, relishing this term of endearment, and smirked. "What should I do then? Does my little treasure want me to call you hubby?" As he glanced at the little darling nestled between Jiang Meng's legs, soundly asleep, he questioned with mock seriousness, "Can you do that?" Though Shen Yuqing's words were delivered in an entirely normal tone, Jiang Meng detected a hint of disdain. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, as she indignantly retorted, "Shen Yuqing, don't underestimate me. I am a genuine man." Recently, Xin Beishing had provided Jiang Meng with ample education regarding the distinctions between the dominant and the submissive roles, offering vivid descriptions. You see, in this dynamic, the dominant partner uses their strengths to compensate for the vulnerabilities of the submissive. Typically, the dominant first becomes aroused, then identifies the submissive's weaknesses before gradually softening. To facilitate understanding, Jiang Meng had been holding a comic that depicted the submissive's conflicted expressions of desire. Terrified, she developed a psychological aversion to the more intimate aspects of their relationship. Xin Beishing, acting as the experienced mentor, reassuringly consoled her, "Don't worry, little sister-in-law. It's all about finding the right rhythm. It's not as terrifying as you imagine." Later that evening, Xin Beishing discreetly placed half a box of lubricant on her brother and sister-in-law's bedside, truly earning the title of the most considerate sister. Ever since learning that the submissive would eventually be taken, Jiang Meng had been anxiously fretting for days, terrified that Shen Yuqing might one day succumb to his desires. As she dreaded the pain, However, just moments ago, after her little darling had been unfairly teased, not really, Jiang Meng suddenly entertained a bold thought. Why should she always be the one on the bottom? The formidable antagonist should at least aspire to be a strong top, right? Seeing Jiang Meng's defiant expression, Shen Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle at her sudden display of bravado. He curled his fingers and lightly flicked her, laughing. Let me see you firm up first. Jiang Meng disdainfully huffed, clumsily pushing him onto the bed, her rear end in the air as she playfully bit down on Shen Yuqing's Adam's apple, declaring coolly, just know that I am the top. You wait and see. With that, Jiang Meng began to wriggle atop him, using her hands and feet to explore. She teasingly scratched his chest while occasionally licking the corners of his lips, ensuring she made the foreplay ample before hesitantly reaching for his belt, thinking that this would be the way to balance their strengths. As a man who had suppressed his desires for years, Shen Yuqing found it utterly impossible to remain unmoved by Jiang Meng's advances. Thus, when she failed to assert herself, the CEO's pent-up passion surged forth, effortlessly flipping their positions. Caught off guard, Jiang Meng's eyes widened in panic, his swirling orbs reflecting his sudden trepidation. I'm afraid of pain. Shen Yuqing chuckled softly, his voice husky with desire. Calm down. We have an early flight tomorrow. Let's take it slow. Later, Shen Yuqing allowed Jiang Meng to help him solve his personal dilemma, their limbs intertwined as they drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Shen Beixing rose early, taking the family dog to the park to meet a fluffy Samoyed. By the time she returned to the villa, it was nearly 8 o'clock. The young girl was rejuvenated, her complexion radiant after her morning exercise, her long, dark hair styled into a voluminous ponytail, resembling an obedient high school student. She stealthily entered the kitchen, intending to prepare a celebratory breakfast for her brother and sister-in-law's honeymoon. That night, Jiang Meng had fallen into a deep slumber, filled with despair, and awoke the next morning still feeling despondent. Seeing his brother's morose expression, the little dog, Chicken Xiaopeng, gleefully inquired, Hee, big brother, what's wrong? Is your love life not harmonious? Jiang Meng, covering his face with his hands, sighed. Oh, Chicken Xiaopeng, I feel like my counterattack has failed. Chicken Xiaopeng smiled benevolently. It's not just what you feel. That's the reality. Jiang Meng cast a resentful glance, tenderly rubbing her little backside. Isn't there any cheat in your system? Like soul detachment or something? She lamented her inability to complete her tasks, yet still dared to voice demands. Little Chicken, with a sigh, subtly indicated his inability to assist. Jiang Meng felt even more distressed. As the two descended the stairs, Shen Beixing had already prepared breakfast, gazing oddly at her sister-in-law. Her back was straight, walking with a spirited gait. Shouldn't she be complaining of backaches and weak legs? Could it be that she had merely imagined things last night? The thought of not indulging in fantasies for a day left him perplexed. Shen Yuqing noticed his sister's odd demeanor and gently tapped her forehead, amused yet exasperated. Your second brother is already settled. As a girl who has inherited the family's looks, wouldn't it be nice to go out and date? Shen Beixing stuck out her tongue, chuckling softly as she whispered in the man's ear, Sister-in-law is under a lot of psychological pressure. Big brother should provide some comfort. Without waiting for Shen Yuqing's reaction, she darted into her room. The honeymoon took place on a romantic island adorned with sprawling white edifices, golden sandy shores, and crystalline gentle waves. After lunch, Jiang Meng finally regained her energy, rummaging through her suitcase for her little swimsuit, eager to go surfing. She hesitated, muttering, I don't need sunscreen. I just want to get a little tanner. Feeling overly pale like a delicate white chicken, she envied Shen Yuqing's sculpted muscles and sun-kissed skin. While she didn't aspire to his muscles, achieving a tanned complexion was certainly attainable. Shen Yuqing restrained Jiang Meng, chuckling, Silly girl, the sun here is fierce. Without sunscreen, you'll get burnt and look unattractive. Startled, Jiang Meng complied, slowly lying back. All right, but you can apply it, just don't touch me too much. Shen Yuqing mused on her wariness, applying sunscreen to her round little belly, smiling helplessly. How else can I apply it if I don't touch you? Don't be scared, I one tea bite. Jiang Meng pouted, wishing she could record his words. There were countless attractions on the island, and Shen Yuqing accompanied Jiang Meng for swimming, surfing, and balloon rides. Each time Jiang Meng laughed joyously, Shen, the CEO, would silence her with fervent kisses, claiming he wanted her to forever cherish the sensation of their kisses. By the end of the day, Jiang Meng felt as though her lips might swell from the relentless affection. With a steady hand, Shen Yuqing held Jiang Meng's petite backside, teasingly asking, "Oh, little darling, what are you hungry for? Is it your mouth or something else?" Jiang Meng recalled a previous incident and kicked Shen Yuqing in indignation. "How dare you? Don't ever speak to me like that again." Shen Yuqing feigned innocence. "You insisted on drinking, and I couldn't stop you." Embarrassed, Jiang Meng buried her face in his neck. "Humph, don't say that." Shen Yuqing chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. "All right, I won't mention it. Let's eat. Then shower and sleep." After a sumptuous feast, Shen Yuqing placed Jiang Meng in the bathtub for a soak before wrapping her in a new set of pajamas, a vast, soft cotton robe adorned with adorable little cows. It featured buttons at the front and back, functioning as both a robe and a particularly cute onesie, reminiscent of baby clothes. This gift from Shen Beixing was said to perfectly suit her sister-in-law's charm. Seeing Jiang Meng in this outfit for the first time, Shen Yuqing was momentarily puzzled by its design, his once calm demeanor now restless. Freshly bathed, Jiang Meng's delicate skin glowed a captivating pink, reminiscent of being immersed in milk. Soft and smooth to the touch, her damp eyes sparkled like gems from the deep sea, drawing one in at a mere glance. Shen Yuqing's hands wandered under Jiang Meng's garment, but halfway through, the robe obstructed him. Applying a bit of pressure, the buttons popped open with a delightful sound. It was far easier than removing trousers. Jiang Meng yelped, realizing she had been set up by Shen Beixing. Scrambling into bed, Shen Yuqing, "How can a dignified CEO behave like a beast? All you think about is my body." Shen Yuqing chuckled, drawing her into his embrace, soothing her gently. "Silly darling, don't be afraid." He lavished kisses upon her, trailing from her forehead to her delicate throat, teasingly licking her collarbone. Jiang Meng emitted soft, melodious sighs. Her small hands tangled in his hair, trembling with pleasure. The atmosphere was intoxicating, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, making her appear as if shrouded in mist. Shen Yuqing lovingly kissed her, softly commanding, "Sweetheart, call me husband." Author's note: have many familiar little cuties abandoned the story? I can hardly see any comments. Chapter 34. The third antagonist. The two were intimately close, Shen Yuqing's heated breath teasing Jiang Meng's ear, provocatively stimulating her sensitive spots. The man repeated, "Good little darling. Call me husband." Jiang Meng arched her neck in response, her delicate feet curling in shivers as she tearfully acquiesced. "Bad husband, boo-hoo." Shen Yuqing responded with a satisfied hum, comforting the tearful Jiang Meng, whispering, "Husband loves you so much." After that night, Shen, the CEO, finally claimed his little treasure completely, and the counterattack plan deeply buried within Jiang Meng's heart was utterly obliterated. Perhaps confirming the old adage within the gay community that love grows over time. As days passed, Jiang Meng's body gradually acclimated to the positions, while her emotional reliance on Shen Yuqing intensified. According to Little Chicken's observations, this wayward antagonist had completely succumbed to the point of publicly flaunting their affection with the enemy. And indeed, they spent countless days engaged in sticky, intimate activities, endlessly enacting the cycle of the big bad wolf wooing the little white rabbit, who cried, only to be delighted again, and then pursued anew. Thus, Shen Yuqing and his little darling lived a life filled with affection and sweetness, savoring each day until the end of their lives. Little Chicken quietly watched, a peculiar glint appearing in his once innocent eyes. Due to a failed mission in the second world, Jiang Meng's memories were forcibly erased during his time travel, safely sealed within the data center, awaiting a future opportunity to resurface. With a sly grin, Little Chicken snapped his fingers, and as Jiang Meng vanished, so too did this world. Once again enveloped in familiar drowsiness, Jiang Meng indulged in a vivid spring dream, envisioning herself, bare and unadorned, in the embrace of a man. Strangely enough, the self within the dream was gasping and moaning, wearing a blissful expression, resembling a flirtatious little wildcat. Jiang Meng abruptly opened her eyes, her heart racing as she patted her chest, scrunching her brows in disdain. "Little chicken fat? I had a nightmare." Little chicken fat flew onto Jiang Meng's chest, examining her with a glimmer of desire in her eyes, and couldn't help but chuckle. Boss, you had a rather revealing dream. The innocent and unpretentious little chicken fat cleared its throat awkwardly and whispered, You can't blame me. You kept calling out, be gentle, and woke me up. Jiang Meng, feeling vexed, frowned. How peculiar. I suspect my subconscious harbors some hidden inclinations. Oh, how annoying. Little chicken fat stifled a laugh and tossed a bombshell at Jiang Meng. Well, in this mission world, you truly are inclined that way. Jiang Meng froze in shock, her face a portrait of disbelief. Little chicken fat paused and then delivered a devastating blow. Moreover, you're an adorable little zero. Do you comprehend what that implies? Jiang Meng's eyes widened in alarm. Could it be that the original owner has already? Little chicken fat hurriedly denied. No. The original owner's innocence is intact. He merely perceives himself as a zero and has long harbored feelings for a man. Jiang Meng flopped back onto her bed, her mood heavy. All right, little chicken fat, please transmit the information to me. This world remains contemporary, and the male lead, Ling Mu, is a third-year computer science student at Haihuan University, blessed with a prosperous background and striking looks. He is not only a distinguished academic prodigy in the three-dimensional world, but also the pride of Haihuan University. Additionally, he possesses a mysterious identity as the almost mythical figure in the online voice acting community, Jing Xingxingji. Jing Xingxingji's voice is as magnetic and elegant as that of a vampire aristocrat, and his talent for performance is renowned. It is said that his captivating audio dramas leave otaku spellbound. However, this illustrious figure is undeniably socially inept, accustomed to his own whims, and has never grasped the concept of amiable interactions, often appearing arrogant and aloof, inadvertently offending many, including Han Chu, the original owner of Jiang Meng's body, who is a lower-level student in the same department. The crux of the matter revolves around Han Chu, who, with a fervent expression, left a lengthy comment beneath Jing Xingxingji's Weibo, attempting to establish a connection, only to be ignored, resulting in ridicule from passers-by. Han Chu was brought to tears not merely because his crush was the male lead, but because the object of his affections also admired the male lead. Han Chu had a tendency to stutter when emotionally overwhelmed, a quirk from childhood that persisted into adulthood, subjecting him to mockery. Unbeknownst to him, this led to an introverted demeanor and a slight social anxiety. Upon entering university, Han Chu discovered his feelings for his dorm mate, Chu Qintian, the captain of the basketball team, who is not only attractive but also gentle, albeit with a reputation as a notorious playboy. Nevertheless, Han Chu was enamored, perceiving Chu Qintian as a vibrant flame, living freely and unrestrained. After a year of secret admiration, Han Chu irrationally reasoned that Chu Qintian's infidelity stemmed from never encountering true love, and finally mustered the courage to confess 3 days prior, declaring his desire to be Chu Qintian's true love. To his dismay, Han Chu was gently rejected. At that moment, Chu Qintian, glancing down at the petite figure, nonchalantly remarked, Sorry, I've always preferred girls with curves. If I were to entertain a relationship with a man, it would have to be someone like Jing Xingxingji. Haha, Han Xiaochu, having dreams is commendable, but one must possess self-awareness. Wouldn't you agree? At that time, Han Chu had no idea who Jing Xingxingji was. Driven by the principle of knowing oneself and one's opponent, he painstakingly crafted a heartfelt 1,000-word comment, condensed into a simple request. Shall we be friends? Alas, Jing Xingxingji paid him no mind, plunging Han Chu deeper into despair. The one he coveted was now pursuing someone else, shattering his fragile heart. Overnight, Han Chu transformed from a timid little white lotus into a fervent anti-fan of Jing Xingxingji, embarking on a path of vengeance that would see him relentlessly criticize him. Yet, deep within, Han Chu felt pain and anger, attributing all his rejection woes to Jing Xingxingji, steeped in bitterness. Jiang Meng, though dissatisfied with the original owner's portrayal as a passive character, was nonetheless intrigued by the unfolding narrative and eagerly inquired. And then? Did Han Chu uncover Jing Xingxingji's arrogant behavior, causing him to lose followers? Little chicken fat, with a mischievous glint in its eyes, replied, To maintain the allure of mystery surrounding your task, the higher-ups instructed me to refrain from divulging details. For now, Your role is simply to embrace being an anti-fan.
All will unfold in due time.
Jiang Meng silently criticized the cunning staff, huffing in annoyance as she waved little chicken fat away before taking stock of her surroundings. This appeared to be a four-person university dormitory, adorned with blue curtains and a blue loft bed with a desk below. Gentle morning light filtered through, illuminating two roommates sprawled across their beds, one snoring, named Yang Chen, and the other grinding his teeth, known as Zhou Lanhai. An impeccably made bed remained empty, belonging to Chu Qintian. It was early, likely he had gone for basketball training. Jiang Meng glanced at her phone. It was Monday, 7:30 a.m. The original owner's memories surged into her mind, reminding her of an upcoming class, prompting her to sluggishly rise from bed and head to the bathroom. Splashing her face with cold water, she gazed into the mirror, encountering the visage of a handsome young man. His fair skin was flawless, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow, and his bright, round eyes sparkled with clarity. A small red mole adorned the tip of his nose, giving him a quintessentially adorable appearance. Aside from that charming little mole, Jiang Meng found this face somewhat reminiscent of her own, instantly likable. With a self-satisfied smile, she turned only to bump into a solid chest. "Have you finished your training?" Jiang Meng stuttered upon speaking, but her voice was melodious, akin to silky dairy products, sweet and soft. Chu Qintian leaned against the bathroom door, arms crossed, scrutinizing Jiang Meng. "Did you not sleep well?" Jiang Meng, slightly dazed, turned to catch a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She looked as handsome as ever, devoid of dark circles. Chu Qintian let out a scoff, his handsome face tinged with mockery. "You were crying in your sleep last night. Feeling that rejected?" Jiang Meng instinctively took a step back, thinking this guy was even more self-absorbed than she was. She hardened her expression and replied coldly, "What happened that day was an accident. Don't dwell on it." Chu Qintian chuckled playfully, reaching out to ruffle Jiang Meng's hair. "I heard you left a lengthy comment for Jing Xingxingji, only to be turned down?" The mention of the original owner's embarrassing history ignited Jiang Meng's fury. That incident was also an accident. Sighing, Chu Qintian was utterly oblivious to the implications of Jiang Meng's words, dismissing them as a childish tantrum. "You like me that much, huh? Ha ha ha." Jiang Meng, thoroughly exasperated, gritted his teeth and forcibly ejected Chu Qintian from the room, yelling, "Are you mental? Narcissist." Seeing their leader's initial setback in this new world, Ji Xiaopeng offered gentle reassurance. "Boss, let's disregard these NPCs. Our primary objective is to undermine Jing Hingji." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Meng realized that remaining in the dormitory would inevitably lead to constant annoyance from Chu Qintian. He beckoned Ji Xiaopeng closer and whispered, "Let's move out." Ji Xiaopeng, evidently troubled by the absence of a comfortable bed, endorsed Jiang Meng's proposition with a flap of its wings. Upon reopening the bathroom door, Chu Qintian remained stationed there like a sentinel, a subtle smirk on his handsome face that telegraphed, "Oh dear, it appears I've brought my admirer to tears. How delightful." Observing that infuriating countenance, Jiang Meng suppressed his anger and, eschewing further interaction, swept past Chu Qintian with an air of aloof elegance. Regrettably, he had barely taken a few steps before Chu Qintian impudently seized the scruff of his neck. The latter grinned mischievously, prodding Jiang Meng's cheek with a finger.
"Hey,
are you really upset? Don't be such a sore loser." Jiang Meng, his face devoid of expression, raised his eyelids and glared at him with wide eyes. Release me. I need to pack my things." He bemoaned the original owner's stutter, which robbed his threats of their intended impact. Chu Qintian, bewildered, tempered his overbearing demeanor. "Why are you packing? Are you dropping out because you can't bear my admirer's relentless pursuit?" Previously, when Han Chu confessed his feelings, the other boys in the class were gathered playing basketball. Han Chu furtively tugged at Chu Qintian's sleeve, leading him to a secluded grove. It was only after stammering through his confession that he noticed Zhou Lanhai, their roommate, eavesdropping behind a tree. Despite Chu Qintian's arrogant and pretentious nature, his undeniable attractiveness had garnered him a considerable number of infatuated admirers. The audio recording of Han Chu's confession to Chu Qintian quickly went viral, and the identity of the soft-spoken admirer was revealed within a day. The girls, who were always daydreaming about their idol, were immediately excited and began to follow Han Chu around, asking about the progress of their relationship. They couldn't be chased away. Jiang Meng lifted his chin defiantly, fixing his gaze upon the man's eyes. Chu Qintian, narcissism is an ailment that requires treatment. I'm moving out solely because I refuse to share the same living space with you, to avoid waking up to your face every morning. Awakened by the heated exchange, Yang Chen and Zhou Lanhai emerged with disheveled hair, their faces etched with bewilderment. What's all the commotion? Chu Qintian, inexplicably displeased, scowled and stood his ground, barking, Zhou Lanhai. You bastard, get down here. You're driving Han Xiaochu to drop out. He presumptuously shifted the blame onto others, all the while maintaining an air of righteous indignation. Jiang Meng calmly packed his belongings, his resolute determination to leave unwavering. Jiang Meng offered a helpless smile, casting a quick lie to the bewildered Zhou Lanhai and Yang Chen. A relative of mine has moved abroad and asked me to take care of his house, which is not far from Haihuan University, just a 10-minute walk. Hearing this, Zhou Lanhai and Yang Chen turned their gazes to Chu Qintian, who was as cold as ice. The latter exuded an aura of forbidding hostility, retorting through clenched teeth. Fine, fine, move out if you want. Just don't say I'm bullying you. Jiang Meng scoffed. After packing his daily necessities into a small black backpack, transforming it into a bulging bomb, he smiled politely and, amidst the three men's complex gazes, left the dormitory with his explosive cargo. Ji Xiaobang hopped out of Jiang Meng's pocket, chirping excitedly, Hey, boss, when did the original owner acquire a relative abroad? As Jiang Meng trudged along, he mumbled, I made it up. Do you think we'll have to sleep under a bridge? Or in an ATM vestibule? Ji Xiaobang rolled its eyes and kindly reminded him, Don't be so pessimistic, boss. You're sophomore in this world. Although your parents are abroad, they've always been generous with your allowance. We have more than enough money to live outside. Indeed, in this society, money was essential. Jiang Meng retrieved his bank card, kissed it, and his face immediately brightened. As the English teacher droned on at the front of the classroom, Jiang Meng buried his face in his textbook, despondent. In his haste to leave the dormitory that morning, he had forgotten his phone. Suddenly, the chair beside him moved, and the ever-present Chu Qintian appeared, tossing Jiang Meng's phone onto the desk. Disinclined to acknowledge Chu Qintian's expression, Jiang Meng immediately grabbed his phone, logged into the original owner's Weibo account under the name Biren Yudu, and diligently unearthed Jing Hingji's Weibo profile. He then surreptitiously liked all the negative comments and, feeling that this was insufficient, painstakingly typed out a few words and reposted them. Well said, couldn't agree more, thumbs up. JPG. His focused expression suggested that he was engaged in some crucial scientific endeavor. In reality, Chu Qintian was a closeted homosexual, compelled to date girls to appease his overbearing mother. However, being a homosexual, his relationships lacked both emotional and physical investment, and were therefore destined to fail. Who knew that teasing him would have such serious consequences? Wasn't he supposed to be his true love? How could he turn on him as soon as he woke up? Was this reverse psychology? His roommate didn't seem that calculating. Jiang Meng remained oblivious to Chu Qintian's tumultuous internal monologue. As a fledgling anti-fan, he was still learning the ropes. By the time he had finished liking and reposting, the professional English class had ended. Meanwhile, his comment section had already been overrun by Jing Hengji's ardent fans. Jingbao's cowlick, TCH, another brain-damaged low-level hater, I see. General Manager Jing personally wakes me up. The more attention you give to these red-eyed people, the more they love to jump around. Let's ignore him. Longing for a good time. Don't miss it. Don't pass it by. The unprecedented Emperor's voice is here. Come one, come all, let me recommend Jing Hingji's drama collection. Mobile version, web link, PC version, web link, but a mission was a mission. He couldn't remember how he had failed in the previous two worlds, but he couldn't fail this time. Chu Qintian noticed that his little roommate seemed dejected, assuming that Jiang Meng had finally dropped the act. However, Jiang Meng merely glanced at him indifferently before turning and leaving without a backward glance. Chu Qintian stood frozen for a moment before indignantly pulling out his phone and dialing a number. The ringing persisted for a long time before the other party answered at a leisurely pace, his voice low and cold, with a hint of languor. What? The heartbroken Chu Qintian furrowed his brow and roared, Ling Mu, You and I have a score to settle. Give me back my sweetie. The other party, perplexed, hung up the phone without hesitation. Chu Qingtian.
Everyone is out to get me.
As an observer, Zhou Lanhai could not help but click his tongue with sympathy as he patted his good friend's shoulder, solemnly stating, in life, disappointments abound. Chu Qingtian immediately exploded in frustration. Get lost. One of the accommodations was a low-rise apartment building near the school, somewhat dated and modest in size. Yet its affordability was a stark contrast to other options. The other was a newly renovated, one-bedroom, two-living-room apartment located 2 subway stops away from the school, ready for immediate move-in, but the rent was beyond the means of an average student. Jiang Meng, having been pampered since childhood and accustomed to spacious living, did not hesitate to select the latter option. After paying the rent and deposit, he eagerly took the keys and prepared to move in. Upon arriving at the Furan community via subway, Jiang Meng, who had a poor sense of direction, inquired around until he finally found his building. As he stepped into the elevator, he let out a sigh of relief, unloading the burdens from his shoulders while rubbing the sore spot. When the elevator reached the 2nd floor, a man in a loose sweatshirt entered. He had a neat haircut, earbuds in place, with strikingly deep-set features and piercing blue eyes that radiated a chilling brilliance, making one feel as if they had stumbled into an ice cavern. The man was tall, and despite Jiang Meng wearing air-cushioned sneakers, he barely reached the man's chest. Discontent, he shifted aside, feeling a twinge of envy. Jiang Meng's rented apartment was on the 19th floor, and perhaps due to a lack of foresight today, he found himself once again embroiled in an unexpected predicament. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled violently, and without warning, the elevator halted at the 12th floor. The overhead light extinguished with a pop, and the elevator began to sway perilously. As the elevator shook, Jiang Meng shrieked and crouched down, clutching the cold metal walls, holding his breath and daring not to move. In his panic, he had thrown his phone, unsure where it had landed. In stark contrast to Jiang Meng's frantic demeanor, the icy gentleman remained composed. In the enveloping darkness of the elevator, even the emergency lights were extinguished. Though Jiang Meng could not see the man's expression, he faintly heard an exasperated click of the tongue, followed by the sound of fabric rustling, likely as he retrieved his phone. Jiang Meng took a deep breath, waiting for the handsome stranger to call for help. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The elevator remained eerily silent, and Jiang Meng did not even see the man's phone screen illuminate. Furrowing his brows, he timidly asked, his voice barely above a whisper, is your phone out of battery? Jiang Meng bit his lip. The confined space stirred his imagination, and an unsettling vision of a ghostly figure dangling from the elevator ceiling flashed through his mind, sending a chill down his spine. How eerie! After a moment of indecision, he finally shifted his body off the elevator wall, his legs numb and unresponsive, moving slowly, like a snail toward the source of the sound. He bumped his forehead against a long leg clad in denim. Ling Mu had no classes that day and had planned to sleep through it, but he was abruptly awakened by Chu Qingtian's incessant chatter. His stomach growled, a reminder of his poor eating habits, and he had felt a pang of hunger. After scrolling through Weibo for a while, he found amusement in the chaotic remarks directed at a certain toxic person and allowed himself a rare smile. Ling Mu, known for his aloof demeanor, was not intentionally trying to appear cool. Rather, he simply lacked the habit of paying attention to others. However, the child in the elevator piqued his interest. When the elevator malfunctioned, he found the child's screams amusing and intended to comfort him after calling maintenance, but was taken aback when the little one collided with him. With a resigned sigh, Ling Mu pulled out a lighter to illuminate the dark elevator, revealing the child curled at his feet, clutching his pant leg with a terrified expression and wide, shimmering eyes. Ling Mu felt a stir of compassion and softened his tone. "Why are you holding on to me?" Jiang Meng's gaze flickered, his features illuminated by the flickering flame, and in a soft voice, he replied, I'm a little scared. The author has something to say. Over 4,000 words, quite lengthy, isn't it? Ling Mu smirked slightly, taking a step back before patiently squatting down, the flickering flame dancing in his striking blue eyes. What are you afraid of? His voice was magnetic and elegant, resonating with depth in the empty elevator. Jiang Meng found himself momentarily entranced, as if struck by a gentle hammer of precious metal against his heart, feeling oddly unsettled. Noticing the child's silence, Ling Mu mistook it for genuine claustrophobia and asked, "What's wrong?" As he stepped back, Jiang Meng's legs, having gone completely numb, betrayed him, causing him to tumble down awkwardly. In the eyes of the surprised ice-cold gentleman, Jiang Meng, a fully capable adult, found himself squatting helplessly on the floor. Ling Mu quirked an eyebrow, bemused, as he extended a hand to help Jiang Meng up, teasing, "Have you been drinking?" Jiang Meng, with a furrowed brow and a pained expression, stomped his nearly unfeeling foot, feeling foolish. I'm not drunk. My legs fell asleep." Ling Mu remained silent, amusement dancing in his eyes as he held the lighter aloft, gesturing to Jiang Meng's phone scattered on the floor. "Call maintenance. My phone is gone." Jiang Meng, feeling embarrassed, hurriedly picked up his phone and dialed. Fortunately, the community staff were diligent, and within 10 minutes, help arrived to resolve the ordinary malfunction. The incident was quickly rectified, and they were safely released from the elevator. As Jiang Meng dragged his burden and climbed the stairs to the 19th floor, panting, he remarked, "Oh, you live on this floor too?" However, the man's enthusiasm seemed to have evaporated as he pulled out a cigarette, not lighting it but merely holding it, reverting to the cool demeanor he had initially displayed, murmuring a nonchalant before entering his apartment. With a resounding thud, the door shut, and Jiang Meng, dissatisfied, shook his fist, thinking to himself that this neighbor had quite the peculiar temperament, unpredictable and uninviting. The plump Chicken Xiaobang, glanced meaningfully in the direction Ling Mu had departed, then hopped on Jiang Meng's burden, exclaiming, "Boss, if I'm not mistaken, Jing Xingxing is releasing a new drama today. Shall we not rush for front row seats?" At this, Jiang Meng shivered and immediately shifted into battle mode, rushing into his new home, flopping onto the sofa, and swiftly pulling out his phone to access Weibo, moving fluidly through the actions, leaving Chicken Xiaobang gaping in astonishment. Hooray! Has the boss finally come to his senses?
Huh?
Joyous news abounds. This time, Jing Xingxing's new release featured a reimagined ancient-style song, Soul Devourer, its grandiose melody and signature voice brimming with raw emotion, yet tinged with sorrow. The entire song vividly portrays the chivalrous yet tender nature of the general, concluding with a poignant and deeply moving sigh from the emperor, filled with restraint and a sense of grievance, evoking tears from all who listen. At some point, Jiang Meng shifted from lying down to sitting up, staring blankly at a point in the air while holding his phone, his eyes misty and his voice trembling with uncertainty. Chicken Xiaobang, this song. It's truly touching." Chicken Xiaobang replied, "I knew it was premature to feel pleased. The boss remains the same old boss, utterly lacking in the self-awareness to play the villain." It tapped Jiang Meng's phone screen with its claw, exclaiming, "Boss, you are a black fan, a black fan. Instead of quickly searching for faults to malign, you're getting emotional to the point of tears." Jiang Meng blinked, hastily wiping his damp eyelashes with the back of his hand, muttering weakly, All right, I'll go," and retweet to slander him. After editing for quite a while, and preparing to send, Jiang Meng suddenly realized a critical issue. The pseudonym Baron Yudu had already exposed the original identity of that silly hat, which meant the male lead, Jing Xingxi, must also know his true identity. How could he proceed with his future slanderous tasks? After all, they attended the same school. Jiang Meng pondered for a moment before registering a new account, hesitating over the username for quite some time, and finally settled on one he thought was sufficiently obscure and relatable, stir-fry without ginger. Thus, the comment section of Jing Xingxi was graced with a new remark, stir-fry without ginger. The entire song is overly affected. The harmonies around 3 minutes and 50 seconds are entirely unnecessary, making the relationship between the protagonists feel muddled. In summary, it lacks standard. Poor review.
Puke.
JPG. Once the retweet was successful, Jiang Meng felt a delightful sense of discovery in his talent for being a black fan. This negative review seemed convincingly professional. Chicken Xiaoping nodded in approval, beaming with the expression of a promising pupil. "Keep it up, boss. Our progress bar is steadily increasing." To become a well-informed little black fan, Jiang Meng downloaded an app dedicated to listening to radio dramas, searched for Jing Xingxi, and diligently listened to all of his performances. He soon discovered that Jing Xingxi's singing and acting style were entirely different. Unlike his subtle and nuanced ancient-style songs, the roles he portrayed were often aloof yet exuding male magnetism, dominant characters ranging from gang leaders in the underworld to fearless narcotics officers and even imperial rulers. Every character was brought to life under his interpretation, showcasing his vocal advantages without reservation, perfectly stirring the hearts of listeners. After hearing this, Chicken Xiaobang was left awestruck, lying stiffly on the sofa, muttering, "I'm completely captivated." Jiang Meng covered his face with his palm, despairingly exclaiming, Chicken Xiaobang, this is bad, I feel like I might bend." Even though both Jiang Meng and Chicken Xiaobang had fallen for Jing Xingxi's captivating voice, duty called. Jiang Meng opened Weibo, ready to brace himself for the next round of attacks from Jing's fans, only to find that everyone's attention was diverted to a pseudonymous figure named Hu Qinglu. Hu Qinglu v. TSK, our little Jing has released another song, truly multi-talented. Jing Xingxi v. New drama ed. Web version. Web link. Immediately, the CP fans surged in, shouting, Jing Lu for life. Wow. Hua is interacting with our Jing again. Drooling. JPG Pianju Bujanshin. This is excellent dog food. Jing Lu is teasing and killing Jing again. Grab a small stool to watch. Shan Xiago Yen, a newbie cluelessly jumping in. May I ask why both of these esteemed deities are renowned for their dominant voices, yet have CP fans? Jiang Meng, equally bewildered as this newcomer, wondered where this Hu Qinglu had emerged from, daring to steal his spotlight. With the incredible mobilization of both fanbases, screenshots of the interactions between Jing Xingxi and Hu Qinglu were quickly posted. In truth, it was quite simple. The voice acting community was relatively small. Jing Xingxi excelled at voicing calm, composed dominant characters, while Hu Qinglu was more adept at portraying roguish supporting roles. The two frequently clashed over a small protagonist in their dramas, while outside the drama, Hu Qinglu had threatened several times to deal with Jing Xingxi. However, such grandiose threats were fleeting, as Hu Qinglu would delete his posts within 10 minutes, essentially slapping himself in the face. Fans were astutely perceptive, immediately concocting scenarios where a stoic Jing Xingxi ordered him to delete his post, forcing Hu Qinglu to comply, tail tucked between his legs. Consequently, the number of CP fans increased, though the interactions remained largely one-sided, with Hu Qinglu persistently teasing Jing Xingxi, who always discreetly obliterated any unrealistic fantasies. Yet, the reality of their relationship remained a mystery. Jiang Meng found their circle quite fascinating, contemplating donning a pseudonym to infiltrate the voice-acting community and gather intelligence regarding Jing Xingxi, perhaps to reap substantial rewards, such as fan engagement. Chicken Xiaobang, sensing his boss's eagerness, eagerly urged, Boss, you should give it a try. Moreover, reliable intel suggests their voice-acting club is always recruiting. You can certainly give it a go. Jiang Meng nodded enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming. Yes, I can try. His voice, undeniably cute and endearing, belied his stutter. Chicken Xiaobang froze in place, trudging heavily towards his boss, softly reassuring. Boss, Han Chu's voice still holds potential for development. Don't worry. Stuttering is merely a psychological factor. Jiang Meng's little face fell, pouting unhappily, looking as though he might cry, sigh. Is there any character that is naturally stuttering? Author's note. It's been a while since I've dropped some landmines and nutrient solutions. Thank you, dear readers, for your generous support. Has cast a landmine at 21:55, 31 on May 20th, 2017. Diao Chong has cast a landmine at 12:40, 05 on May 20th, 2017. AI has cast a landmine at 9:20, 54 on May 20th, 2017. AI has cast a landmine at 14:42, 17 on May 19th, 2017. Zhichun I has cast a landmine at 13:46, 26 on May 19th, 2017. Xianzhui Yunsheng has cast a landmine at 0:02, 10 on May 19th, 2017. AI has cast a landmine at 14:06, 22 on May 18th, 2017. AI has cast a landmine at 21:23:03 on May 17, 2017. Has cast a landmine at 11:44:43 on May 16, 2017. Has cast a landmine at 9:18:59 on May 14, 2017. Has cast a landmine at 20:09:28 on May 13, 2017. Has cast a landmine at 20:09:09 on May 13, 2017. Has cast a landmine at 12:15:00 on May 13, 2017. Has cast a landmine at 7:14:57 on May 13, 2017. Has cast a landmine at 6:55:16 on May 12, 2017. CUTEST has cast a landmine at 0:30:24 on May 12, 2017. Has cast a landmine at 11:35:13 on May 11, 2017. Has cast a landmine at 11:06:32 on May 11, 2017. Has cast a landmine at 7:48:30 on May 10, 2017. Has cast a landmine at 0:44:01 on May 10, 2017. Reader Xiaokong has nourished with 30 at 17:47:43 on May 16, 2017. Reader Su Sure, you are the shadow I cannot shake off. Has nourished with 1 at 13:28:32 on May 16, 2017. Reader Li has nourished with 5 at 6:53:57 on May 15, 2017. Reader Him has nourished with 10 at 1:11:35 on May 15, 2017. Reader Li has nourished with 2 at 18:35:24 on May 14, 2017. Reader Unhappy has nourished with 5 at 1:57:03 on May 14, 2017. Reader Sheng Tang Feng Yu has nourished with 1 at 16:42:23 on May 13, 2017. Reader has nourished with 3 at 9:17:40 on May 13, 2017. Reader Give You a Kiss has nourished with 1 at 7:24:40 on May 13, 2017. Reader Meow has nourished with 20 at 3:19:50 on May 13, 2017. Reader Foodie has nourished with 3 at 23:59:59 on May 12, 2017. Reader Shi Buyu has nourished with 1 at 19:34:38 on May 12, 2017. Reader Anna Lon Lon has nourished with 1 at 17:34:01 on May 12, 2017. Reader Yu Qiao Qiao has nourished with 25 at 13:42:53 on May 12, 2017. Reader Ingzhen Li Sheng has nourished with 10 at 11:15:04 on May 12, 2017. Reader Li has nourished with 1 at 9:40:56 on May 12, 2017. Reader Hanya has nourished with 4 at 9:27:40 on May 12, 2017. Reader Anna Lon Lon has nourished with 1 at 6:55:16 on May 12, 2017. Reader EWE has nourished with 1 at 13:03:00 on May 11, 2017. Reader Li has nourished with 1 at 12:22:04 on May 11, 2017. Reader Gu Ben has nourished with 10 at 23:29:16 on May 10, 2017. Reader Qi Jido has nourished with 10 at 22:52:33 on May 10, 2017. Reader Qing Liang has nourished with 1 at 12:44:38 on May 10, 2017. Reader Li has nourished with 2 at 8:23:49 on May 10, 2017. Reader Anna Lon Lon has nourished with 1 at 7:48:30 on May 10, 2017. Reader My Dad Calls Me a Money Printer has nourished with 5 at 1:36:44 on May 10, 2017. Reader Xiao Ci has nourished with 5 at 1:19:21 on May 10, 2017. Reader Foodie has nourished with 5 at 1:06:21 on May 10, 2017. Reader Ian Su has nourished with 10 at 0:37:42 on May 10, 2017. Reader Jiao Min is here, has nourished with 2 at 21:15:13 on May 8, 2017. Reader has nourished with 10 at 1:14:13 on May 8, 2017. Reader Give an Example has nourished with 10 at 16 on May 7th, 2017. Reader I Am So Handsome has nourished with 1 at 6:36, 11 on May 7th, 2017. Reader A Unique Rabbit has nourished with 5 at 0:30, 14 on May 7th, 2017. Reader Du Chin has nourished with 20 at 23:38, 49 on May 6th, 2017. Reader Smiles Like Flowers has nourished with 10 at 23:30, 31 on May 6th, 2017. Chick Xiaopeng spread its wings and squatted down, furrowing its brow in contemplation. There are roles for stutterers, but the opportunities are too scarce.
Boss.
I believe you should practice diligently to see if you can overcome your stuttering. Jiang Meng rested her chin on her hands, feeling dejected. Practice reading aloud, perhaps?
Alas.
That seems rather childish, doesn't it? Chick Xiaopeng perked up, nudging its boss's knee with its head. So, what if it's childish? To blend into the voice-acting circle, one must endure such hardships. Your goal is to become a CV. Speaking fluently is merely the first step. You might as well read some novels and find your dramatic flair. Indeed, where is success ever achieved without effort? Jiang Meng, invigorated, broke into a smile and promptly opened a literary website to read several acclaimed works that topped the sales charts. Sitting upright on the sofa, she began to read aloud, enunciating each word, his long legs limply wrapped around the man's waist, his head tilted back, eyes vacant as they gazed out the window. Resembling a large bird ensnared by a wolf spider, strong wings unable to escape the venomous fangs piercing its body. Jiang Meng casually read a few lines. The kind of salacious plot beloved by many enthusiasts, her cheeks tinged with shyness. Upon finishing, she awaited the critique from Chicken Xiaopeng with the anxiousness of a student awaiting a teacher's evaluation. The little chicken, unable to contain its excitement, flapped its wings and perched on Jiang Meng's shoulder, stammering with exhilaration. Boss, did you not notice that you did not stutter at all? Not a single hitch. At this revelation, Jiang Meng blushed with joy. Really? Is that so? Oh, why did I stutter again? Chicken Xiaopeng, with an air of wisdom, rested its chin on its paw, explaining, Han Chu still harbors some psychological barriers, unless reading directly from the script, he tends to falter when anxious. But that doesn't hinder him from being a voice actor. They always read with a script in hand during recordings. Instantly, Jiang Meng's mood brightened, and she snapped her fingers with enthusiasm, swiftly purchasing a complete set of voiceover equipment online. Once everything was in order, she clapped her hands in satisfaction and flopped onto her bed, exhaling in bliss. Ah, this feels so good. Having accompanied Jiang Meng throughout the afternoon, Chicken Xiaopeng was now quite hungry, its belly grumbling audibly. It hopped onto Jiang Meng's stomach and listened closely, delighting in the familiar sounds. Boss, shall we go eat? I'm so hungry. Indeed, Jiang Meng was famished. She changed out of her white down jacket into a cozy knitted sweater and took her wallet as she headed downstairs. Upon exiting the corridor, she noticed several luxury cars parked below. The tinted windows obscured the view inside, but a burly man with thick eyebrows and a square face sat in the driver's seat, exuding the aura of an expensive bodyguard. The driver cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Meng before respectfully addressing the back seat. Sir, the second young master refuses to come down to see you. What do you wish to do? A man of unknown origin inside chuckled, his voice trembling with anger. The old lady has been hospitalized for 3 days. And this brat has the audacity to hide here. Jiang Meng discreetly eavesdropped before hastily departing, the conversation reminiscent of a rebellious youth fleeing home, only to be pursued by enraged parents. Living independently now, she realized it was best to avoid such troublesome individuals, quickening her pace to exit the community. The nearby restaurant was quite pleasant, and after enjoying a hearty meal, Jiang Meng and Chicken Xiaopeng indulged in 2 boxes of cream strawberries from a fruit supermarket before heading home. Upon reaching the 19th floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal the intimidating bodyguard escorting a bespectacled man in a suit. Both men wore grim expressions, clearly having been rebuffed by their own headstrong child. To Jiang Meng's surprise, the rebellious child was none other than the frosty gentleman living next door. She silently clicked her tongue, her lips curling in disbelief. Who would have thought this seemingly mature and composed man could be so willful? The door to his apartment stood wide open, indicating a rather unsatisfactory departure from the earlier visitors. Cautiously, Jiang Meng stepped closer and saw him expressionless, seated on the sofa near the floor-to-ceiling window, his profile resembling a frozen statue, emanating an aura of icy indifference. Since he was her first acquaintance in this new world, Jiang Meng decided to extend a gesture of kindness and attempt to comfort her irritable neighbor. The Ling family was a leading entity in the domestic building materials industry, and after the tragic loss of his parents in a traffic accident, Ling Mu was raised by his grandmother, Qian Xiaolian, a formidable Russian woman. Now in her 70s, she had sustained the family's business through sheer vigor, yet her eldest grandson, Ling Yuanga, though eager to inherit, lacked the aptitude and acumen, leading Qian Xiaolian to favor Ling Mu instead. Unfortunately, the young Ling Mu was still in his rebellious phase, adamantly refusing to become a shrewd businessman like his grandmother. Even during college applications, he stubbornly chose to pursue computer science, much to the chagrin of his family. Ling Yuanga, feeling overshadowed, begrudgingly followed Ling Mu around, hoping to find him a suitable partner to settle down, but after an incident regarding an arranged marriage with the Qin family, Ling Mu had stormed out. In truth, Ling Mu shared a good relationship with Qian Xiaolian, but he could not bring himself to disclose his orientation as a gay man. The young lady chosen by his grandmother, Chen Donan, was both beautiful and kind, yet Ling Mu felt no attraction, regardless of her qualities. When Ling Yuanga claimed that Qian Xiaolian was gravely upset, Ling Mu's mood sank beyond mere displeasure. The cunning old lady was likely feigning illness to manipulate him, engaging in psychological warfare with her grandson. Just as Ling Mu was lost in his thoughts, he noticed a small figure peering in curiously. The neighbor, dressed not in bulky white down but in a navy-knitted sweater that highlighted his fair complexion, approached cautiously, his lips pursed in a serious expression. It appeared he had pieced together the situation and was preparing to offer some words of comfort. Ling Mu typically despised others meddling in his affairs, yet inexplicably, he felt no aversion towards this adorable little neighbor, secretly scolding himself for being a gay man attracted to such a charming, well-mannered boy. Jiang Meng, inheriting the original owner's disposition, struggled with social interactions and felt anxious speaking to unfamiliar individuals, causing her words to stumble. Did you argue with your family? The man lifted his gaze, softened his expression, and gestured to the sofa beside him. Sit. Feeling somewhat awkward, Jiang Meng complied, contemplating her words carefully before clumsily articulating. Family is important. They care for you. Look at me, my parents. Left me alone in the country. How pitiful. Ling Mu found her words amusing, his gaze turning gentle as he reached out to ruffle her hair. Is that so? How pitiful can it be? Jiang Meng was momentarily at a loss, wide-eyed, pondering how she could possibly claim to be pitiful when she had just dined heartily. Ling Mu, perceptive to her discomfort, offered her an out. Without family around, do you feel lonely? Jiang Meng slapped her thigh, her lips curling upward. Exactly. With family, I won't feel lonely. Ling Mu, gazing down at her in silence, appeared lost in thought. Jiang Meng then presented her strawberries, holding them out to her frosty neighbor with the earnestness of a warm-hearted volunteer. Strawberries for you. Don't be angry. Ling Mu instinctively accepted it, momentarily lost in the clarity of Jiang Meng's gaze. He pondered who this foolish child belonged to, questioning the negligence of his parents, and whether they were not concerned about him being targeted by ill-intentioned individuals. Jiang Meng felt a sense of accomplishment, contentedly departing, and one could easily envision the smile adorning his face from his silhouette alone. On the other end of the line, Chu Qintian was evidently in a foul mood, speaking through gritted teeth. I've been dumped. Come over and drink with me. Ling Mu reverted to his usual languid demeanor, reclining against the back of the sofa, idly turning the box of strawberries in his hands. Isn't there a birthday song party for the clownfish tonight? Is Hu Qinglu really going to bail? Chu Qintian, exhaling in frustration, retorted angrily. I've just been dumped. Who cares about the clownfish? You have 10 minutes. Meet me at the harem bar near Haihuan. Strangely, Ling Mu felt rather cheerful and graciously agreed. Fine. Surprised by the affirmative response from his friend, Chu Ban Chao inquired, what has gotten into you? Usually at this hour, you'd be feigning fatigue and saying you need to sleep. Ling Mu clicked his tongue and chuckled. Look at you being so desperate. Jiang Meng immersed the strawberries in a basin of water, washing them meticulously. He is my neighbor. I am doing this to cultivate goodwill. In case of a fire or a thief breaking in, he would surely help me. My parents are not around. I must take care of myself. The pudgy little chick seemed skeptical, muttering something under its breath. Once they had finished dividing the strawberries, Jiang Meng habitually opened Jingxing Hangji's Weibo, finding no updates, and then browsed through his fan club, where he discovered a post. Tonight at 8 o'clock, Sleepy Clownfish's birthday song party will be held in YY Channel 321 XXX. With invited guests Jingxing Hangji V, Huiqing Lu V, Give Me Pen V. Jiang Meng's eyes brightened, swiftly registering for a YY account and eagerly researching a guide for black fans online. After a long wait until 8 o'clock, Jiang Meng had showered, changed into his pajamas, and wrapped himself in his quilt, poised to bombard the screen with comments as soon as Jingxing Hangji took the microphone. Unfamiliar with voice live streaming, he was oblivious to the fact that black fans could be swiftly ejected from the room. The host of the party was a sweet-voiced girl who sang a cheerful children's song to warm up the atmosphere before introducing the birthday star, Sleepy Clownfish. This clownfish often partnered with Jingxing Hangji in audio dramas, his voice typically resembling that of a refined young gentleman. However, during the party, he appeared somewhat shy, speaking slowly, revealing a gentle character through his tone. As the guests appeared one by one, the original order of speaking was altered repeatedly, leading to an awkward atmosphere for the host. As the clock approached 9, the anticipated presence of Jingxing Hangji and Huiqing Lu was still absent, causing the comment section to stir with unrest. "Oh no, Jingxing Hangji has actually stood up Sleepy Clownfish," exclaimed one user. Another chimed in, "And he disappeared with Huasama. What have I discovered?" Someone else added, "Will Sleepy Clownfish be heartbroken? After all, he adores our Jing god." Before long, the moderators restricted the comments, and it seemed that the clownfish's spirits were genuinely affected, rendering the lively party momentarily stagnant. Frustrated, Jiang Meng exited the YY interface. Feeling indignant for the adorable clownfish, inspiration struck him, and within half an hour, he composed a lengthy Weibo post, resolutely condemning Jingxing Hangji's unjustifiable actions of standing up a friend. The author had a message: it's late, my apologies, W. Jiang Meng believed she had finally uncovered a weakness in Jing Xingxi and was preparing to pin her lengthy Weibo post to stir up a tempest. However, the comment section was flooded with fervent fans of Jing, each more irate than the last. Li Guzhu, as a dedicated hater, please show some professionalism. Jing Xingxi is currently explaining the situation at the concert. Who doesn't he have urgent matters to attend to? Rolls eyes. JPG Jing take me gray. How can someone so clueless about the situation be so brazen? Who gave him the audacity to act this way? One pillar supporting heaven. Would a ma stir-fry without ginger only follows Jing Xingxi? This must be true love, right? Jiang Meng's face stiffened, and she hurriedly opened the YY room, just in time to hear Jing Xingxi singing. The barrage of comments was relentless. Jing is so warm when apologizing, sob sob sob. Speaking of which, could that drunkard he mentioned be the infamous Huiqing Lu? Oh my gosh, don't stop me. I'm marrying Jing. In truth, Ling Mu was a man of his word. Once he committed to attending the concert, he would not renege. He sought out Chu Qintian at the Palace Bar, intending to attend the concert together. However, he found Chu Qintian inebriated, clinging to a pillar and insisting it was his white steed, proclaiming loudly that no one should stop him from marrying the bone spirit. After this commotion, time had slipped to 9 o'clock. Ling Mu tossed Chu Qintian onto the sofa, quickly opened the YY channel, and explained the situation to the drowsy clownfish and fans in the room before apologizing with a song. Jiang Meng watched as the Weibo comments grew increasingly hostile and harsh. Even with her resilient mentality, she found herself struggling to bear it. Her face paled, and her eyes reddened, tears brimming and threatening to spill. Ji Xiaobang hastily pressed Jiang Meng's phone screen off with his little claw, softly coaxing, "Boss, do you know what a little hater needs to develop the most?" With a gentle flap of his wing against her heart, he continued, "It's resilience. As a villain, one must endure the scorn of the masses. Don't pay them any mind. Let us focus on completing our task. Look, our progress bar is already at 30. Jiang Meng weakly replied, though she understood the sentiment. She couldn't shake the feeling of sadness. They're all so fierce calling me an idiot, it's all because of this task sigh. Noticing Jiang Meng's despondent mood, Ji Xiaobang was reluctant to push her into the task and urged her to drink some milk and get to bed early. Jiang Meng lay on her bed for a moment to collect her thoughts, then went to the kitchen to heat some milk. Just as she was halfway through her drink, a tremendous slam echoed through the hallway. Bang! Then came the sound of someone furiously pounding on the door, followed by a string of curses. Jiang Meng paused mid-sip, wondering if perhaps the neighbor's parent had come looking for them and was being turned away by the icy handsome man next door. She tiptoed to the door, peering through the hallway monitor, only to discover that it was the icy handsome man himself who had been expelled. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Meng opened the door and warmly inquired, "Why were you thrown out? Who's inside?" After struggling to comprehend his words and noticing his just-bathed appearance, she hesitated and asked, "Would you like to come sleep at my place for the night?" In this scenario, if not for Jiang Meng's perpetually clear eyes and naive expression, Ling Mu might have thought he was being set up. There was a subtle change in the depths of his blue eyes, a stirring tide beneath, and the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. All right. Prior to this, Ling Mu was internally unraveling. Though he maintained a stoic facade, he was seething with frustration. Just 5 minutes earlier, the unconscious Chu Qintian had suddenly awakened, drunkenly declaring his affection for Ling Mu's duvet, demanding, "Baby, spread your legs and wrap around my waist." Ling Mu was taken aback by the transformation of this drunken fool, his temples throbbing with indignation. He resolved to dispose of this incoherent being at a hotel. Yet, just as he dragged the disoriented Chu Qintian to the door, the inebriated man, in a fit of rage, shoved him back and yelled, "Bad person." Ling Mu was furious, longing to broadcast the chaotic antics of the renowned Hu Qinglu in his drunken state. Just then, a small head peeked out from the neighbor's door, clutching a steaming cup of milk, with remnants of white liquid adorning its rosy lips. Dressed only in a cartoon-patterned robe, with tousled hair, a fair neck, and delicate hands, the sight was enchanting, stirring something within Ling Mu, akin to a creature of the wild, captivated yet restrained by moral boundaries as he stepped into Jiang Meng's abode. Was this child akin to him? Ling Mu pondered seriously. Jiang Meng had just endured an onslaught from a crowd and welcomed the company of a friend. She enthusiastically invited Ling Mu to sit and went to the kitchen to heat another cup of milk. "Drink some milk before bed. It helps you sleep well." Ling Mu swallowed hard, accepting the cup with a thank you. Jiang Meng rented a small one-bedroom apartment. She had not yet reached the point of offering her bed to others, and her icy neighbor, displaying self-awareness, only requested a blanket, opting to sleep on the sofa. Feeling a bit tired herself, Jiang Meng diligently brushed her teeth, ignoring her nearly abandoned Weibo, and collapsed onto her bed, falling into a deep sleep. Ling Mu briefly skimmed through her posts. They were somewhat coherent but lacked sophistication, resembling the work of a primary school student. He could easily envision her eager anticipation to discredit him. Observing the heated comment section, he felt a mixture of sympathy and amusement. So, he casually shared a humorous video of a cat, hoping to redirect the attention. With a buzz, Ling Mu's phone vibrated. He opened it to find a message from sleeping clownfish. "Is Jing Xingxing Sama with Hu Qinglu? Why was he drunk?" The juxtaposition of the honorific Sama for himself and the formal name for Chu Qintian raised a brow of amusement in Ling Mu. Despite having collaborated on numerous projects with his clownfish, he had never entertained the thought of a romantic entanglement. The feeling was mutual. It appeared that this individual had affections elsewhere. He wondered how they would react upon discovering the drunken antics of their beloved Hu Qinglu. Ling Mu typically shied away from meddling in others' affairs, so he simply replied, "If you want to know, just ask him yourself," then set his phone down gently. Treading lightly into Jiang Meng's bedroom. The room was not pitch black. A warm-toned floor lamp illuminated the area, and the person on the bed lay on their side, sleeping soundly, half of their face buried in the pillow. The other half was peaceful and gentle, long, curled lashes resting on their eyelids, and their upturned lips suggested they were lost in sweet dreams. Ling Mu's heartbeat resonated loudly, yet it did not deter his meticulous observation of his prey. He leaned closer, feeling the gentle, shallow breaths of the other person brush against his face, their scent delightful. The man, somewhat uncontrollably, extended his finger, and finally touched the coveted, soft lips he had long desired. Plump and bouncy, the sensation was indeed exquisite. Suddenly, Jiang Meng, lost in slumber, let out a soft murmur and turned over nonchalantly. This series of actions jolted Ling Mu into the realization of how much he resembled a pervert. He chuckled helplessly to himself and straightened up, preparing to withdraw. When his gaze fell upon Jiang Meng's phone, the screen glowed with a message from Weibo. Special attention. Jing Xing Xing GV. Cute. JPG Global Cat Association V. Cat Majesty Blessings. The fat orange cat demonstrates the return my pretty fist. GIF. The man's azure eyes sparkled momentarily. As if he had just discovered a kindred spirit after wandering alone at sea for days, a rush of excitement coursing through him. Jiang Meng had a habit of leaving her phone unlocked, and after a brief hesitation, Ling Mu clicked on the message, revealing a familiar username, stir-frying without ginger. He felt a mix of surprise and a peculiar sense of honor. Being pursued by such a small, devoted fan was not entirely unwelcome. Turning to gaze down at the oblivious Jiang Meng, the remnants of his moral compass crumbled into dust. Without hesitation, he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. Little one, you have willingly fallen into my trap. Meanwhile, in a drunken stupor, Chu Qintian dreamt that he had not only surrendered the sweet treat to another, but had also brought it to that person's lips. In the depths of his dream, the classically handsome Chu lamented in despair. What the hell is happening? Is there no one to slap him awake? The author has a word to say. Spare a moment of sympathy for Xiao Tian. Jiang Meng found his slumber unusually arduous, as the gentle arrival of spring enveloped him in a dream that rendered his body exquisitely sensitive. Despite the ample warmth provided by the heating in the room, he felt an unsettling chill between his legs. This time, unlike the previous occasion when he dreamt of being trained by a mysterious man, the dream retained an air of blush-inducing intimacy. The heightened intensity stemmed from the enigmatic figure performing oral acts upon him. Although the man's visage remained obscured, his golden ratio physique and sensuous gasps suggested he was undoubtedly a strikingly handsome man, characterized by deep-set eyes and a prominent nose. The shy bird, blushing profusely, was caressed by the warm springs that teased every contour of its feathers. Jiang Meng trembled and let out a soft moan, as the gentle waves nourished every intricate line, nibbling and teasing, engulfing all rational thought in waves of pleasure. He quivered and arched his back, only to be startled by a sudden flash of light.
Hey.
Your phone has been ringing for 10 minutes. The deep-set eyes and prominent nose. Could it be that he finally glimpsed the man's face? The bold Lin, who had taken advantage of the night, was momentarily taken aback, yet he observed his little black fan with an air of detached amusement. Jiang Meng tugged at the blanket, two plump cheeks flushed with the hue of a fiery sunset, his damp eyes glimmering with mischief, clearly hinting at no good deeds. To his dismay, his neighbor had witnessed him in the throes of a spring dream. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with mirth, showing no hint of remorse. He discreetly patted a certain round area and, in a serious tone, declared, I was awakened by your ringtone, so I came to investigate. Jiang Meng, affronted by the intrusion of this voyeuristic neighbor so early in the morning, felt a surge of indignation, nearly transforming into a pufferfish. What are you looking at? I'm not alone. Lin Mu leisurely perched on the edge of the bed, a smirk playing on his lips as he mused. Oh, privacy, is it? Upon hearing the insinuating tone, Jiang Meng rolled his eyes in exasperation, his voice hoarse from shouting, Could you please leave? Otherwise, I'll call the police. Seeing that he had riled Jiang Meng, Lin Mu stood up and sauntered towards the door, adding nonchalantly, You might want to change your underwear. It must be uncomfortable being all sticky. Jiang Meng, frowning, changed his underwear and solemnly confided in Chicken Little, Han Chu's body is insatiable. Why does he constantly think about such things? Chicken Little awkwardly cleared his throat and shrugged. I don't know, boss. Maybe he just entered puberty a bit late. Entering puberty in his 20s? Jiang Meng scoffed, clutching his soiled underwear as he retreated to the bathroom. When Jiang Meng emerged, he found Lin Mu sitting on the couch, munching on bread, his fingers idly tearing pieces to feed himself, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Meng's fondness for this neighbor had plummeted into negative territory. He hastily snatched the bread from Lin Mu's hands, indignantly declaring, This is my breakfast. Why are you still here? Leave. Lin Mu calmly swallowed the last bite of bread and explained, my friend hasn't he woken up yet, and I have no money on me. So I rummaged through your fridge. Jiang Meng bit into the bread with exaggerated gusto, as if deliberately leaving none for Lin Mu, and muttered, then just starve. Lin Mu gazed down at Jiang Meng's pouting expression, placing a hand on his stomach, his azure eyes reflecting both innocence and pity. Starving will lead to stomach pains. Despite his tall and slender build, Lin Mu was not the hulking brute one might expect. He was pale and lean, and his deliberately weak tone instinctively relaxed one's defenses. Jiang Meng scrutinized him closely, quickly falling for his ruse, and broke off a piece of bread to offer, whispering, fine, hurry up and eat. I still need to go to school. Lin Mu smiled at him, seemingly casually inquiring, is the school far from here? Jiang Meng prepared a packet of black sesame paste, sipping it with a tiny spoon. Not far, just at Haihuan University. Lin Mu acknowledged with a simple choosing not to press further, quietly finishing his bread. As Jiang Meng headed to school, on the other side, Chu Qintian groggily awoke, having drunkenly lost consciousness the night before. His mind was a muddled mess, and a throbbing headache plagued him. He surveyed his surroundings and was taken aback to find himself in Lin Mu's apartment. A grimace crossed his face as he prepared to apologize, only to discover he was the sole occupant of the entire space. What the heck? Opening his phone, he was bombarded with notifications, including over 30 messages from Sleepy Clownfish. The messages mainly inquired why he hadn't attended the singing event, expressing concern about his well-being. He irritably rubbed his temples and hastily typed a reply, had something to do yesterday, sorry. After tossing his phone aside, Chu Qintian showered and, upon stepping out, was greeted by Lin Mu standing there. Lin Mu coldly scoffed, lazily remarking, drunk and throwing a fit, even sending your savior out into the cold. You, young Master Chu, are quite creative. Chu Qintian, feeling frustrated, rubbed the back of his neck, his features contorted. I didn't mean to. I'm feeling terrible now. Can you just let this slide? After the proclamation, he closed his eyes in resignation, akin to a valiant warrior facing his fate. Just give me a slap. Lin Mu, perplexed, merely smiled faintly and declared, I can't be bothered, before shutting the door with a decisive thud. Given Lin Mu's usual temperament, Chu Qintian's drunken antics could have warranted a severe reprimand, either an ultimatum never to return or a sound thrashing. However, today was different. Chu Qintian was taken aback, wondering if he had truly witnessed a smile from the usually stoic Lin Mu. Suddenly realizing something, he banged on the door, shouting, Lin Mu, where did you disappear to last night? You didn't take me along. At Haihuan University, although Jiang Meng aimed merely to pass his courses, he quickly realized he had underestimated the challenge ahead. Some of the specialized subjects exceeded his intellectual grasp, making even the disassembled characters difficult to decipher. As each lesson felt like a tormenting ordeal, Jiang Meng nonchalantly shook his head, continuing to endure the torturous lectures. Zhou Lanhai sighed deeply, speaking earnestly, actually, Tiange isn't too keen on you moving away. He asked me yesterday to inquire about your new place. You two still have a chance. Don't lose hope so soon. Jiang Meng turned to him with an expression akin to encountering an alien. I truly have no such intentions. Please don't overthink it. Noticing Zhou Lanhai's tendency to ramble, Jiang Meng quickly fabricated a reason to silence him. Besides, I already have someone I like. Zhou Lanhai paused, taken aback, while Jiang Meng turned away, a smug smile gracing his lips as he savored the moment of silence. Chicken Little, bored, perched on Jiang Meng's desk, lazily remarked, Boss, I know you're feeling hurt by those nasty comments, but a task is a task. Do you intend to give up halfway? Jiang Meng fiddled with his phone on the desk, sighing in frustration, then opened his Weibo interface. The incessant vibrations continued to emanate from her phone, prompting Jiang Meng to curiously open the notifications. To her astonishment, she had gained nearly 10,000 followers overnight, with the messages surrounding reaching into the thousands. Jiang Meng shivered. Had she once again become a target? Why has the master suddenly followed a small black fan? Please investigate. S. Personal maid. Just a second ago, Jing Bao has once again likes Weibo post. There's something going on. As a supporter of the Jing UCP, should I just give up?
Hey.
Who exactly is Jiang Meng was utterly bewildered. To her shock, she discovered that Jing Xingji not only followed her, but also liked every single one of her Weibo posts, including the lengthy one that deliberately smeared her reputation. Had the master's account been hacked? Author's note, Chu Qintian. Is there some misunderstanding regarding me? Confused emoji, Jiang Meng widened his eyes and meticulously verified whether the individual who had taken an interest in him was indeed a remarkably lifelike impersonator. A prominent figure on Weibo, with a staggering follower count of 339 million, is the renowned voice actor Jing Xingji. A small firework of excitement and anxiety erupted within Jiang Meng's heart. Given his limited experience with detractors, he was at a loss as to how to approach the attention of the male lead, whom he had consistently criticized. Perhaps it was the recent backlash that had instilled a sense of fear in him. The tide of public opinion had shifted dramatically, transforming the sharp tongues of netizens into an almost hysterical curiosity, which left Jiang Meng feeling rather pleased. Beside him, Ji Xiaopeng stood by the phone, twitching at the corners of his mouth. He had deliberately withheld the information that the aloof, handsome man was Jing Xingji, hoping to ensure Jiang Meng would complete his tasks diligently. But what was this unexpected turn of events? Had the esteemed figure's hand cream made him overly slippery? It seemed he had slipped far too many times. Jiang Meng, with a slight smile, felt a surge of inexplicable pride. What did he mean by that? Ji Xiaopeng clicked his tongue, dousing Jiang Meng's enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. I don't know, but it certainly can't be good. No one would harbor any affection for someone who has unjustly tarnished their reputation. Don't underestimate the situation. Jiang Meng blinked, nearly forgetting his duties as a detractor. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then put on a composed expression, wiggled his fingers, and began his usual quest for flaws and provocations. The voice acting community is divided into countless groups, with the Nice Theater being the oldest, featuring numerous prominent figures like Jing Xingji and Hu Qinglu. Their radio drama resources are abundant, and the quality of their productions is notably high, yet the lack of post-production staff means their output is painfully slow. Conversely, Furong City, a newly active voice acting group, consists of university students specializing in post-production, desperately in need of voice actors. Recently, Furong City acquired the rights to adapt a particularly popular novel, The Self-Cultivation of a Cat Master, featuring a domineering yet tender male lead opposite a soft, tsundere protagonist. Their design team had already created an adorable poster and was currently seeking suitable voice actors. The novel is vibrant and lively, showcasing the male lead's affection for the protagonist, with occasional intimate moments that evoke a sense of lightheartedness, demanding a high level of performance and openness from the voice actors. As Jiang Meng scrolled through the comments regarding who should voice the male lead, Ouyang Feng, the fervent fans naturally recommended their beloved master. A cunning yet passionate dominant character, an ideal fit, it seemed. A segment of book enthusiasts, having been informed of this, enthusiastically endorsed him, exclaiming in unison, "Wow, that's so charming. Isn't that just my Ouyang?" Jiang Meng chuckled, armed with the sharp wit of a seasoned detractor, and incisively commented, though Jing Xingji's voice exudes authority, he is not particularly adept at portraying such emotionally charged roles. In his previous works, he shone in grandiose scenes, yet during moments of interaction with the protagonist, it felt excruciatingly awkward. A voice actor unwilling to invest genuine emotion cannot be deemed exceptional. If he were to voice the main role, it would surely falter. Ji Xiaopeng nodded in approval, recognizing the high caliber of Jiang Meng's criticism. While Jing Xingji's emotional performances were not outright awkward, he was indeed less skilled in narrative-driven plots. And this novel, rife with saccharine affection, may not suit him perfectly. As Jiang Meng's remark circulated, a wave of agreement from fellow detractors surged in the comments, igniting a frenzy. Given that Furong City was a nascent group still in need of renowned voice actors to bolster their popularity, they were taken aback by the barrage of envious critics. The planner of The Self-Cultivation of a Cat Master, Zuanixio Oceanshise, trembled as she commented, "We are currently coordinating with Jing Xingji regarding scheduling. The specific role has yet to be determined. Everyone, please remain calm." Her words, however, seemed futile against the escalating chaos in the comment section, where two factions clashed in utter disarray. Jiang Meng exhaled triumphantly, noticing the progress bar had climbed to 40, which made even his professional course instructor seem somewhat more amiable. Watching from the sidelines, Zhou Lanhai fretted over his close friend, observing Han Chuxin animatedly fiddling with his phone. Feeling a chill in his heart, silently, he texted Chu Qintian. Han Chuxin has already found someone new. You can take your old flame elsewhere. At that moment, Chu Qintian lay languidly at home, and upon receiving the message, he jolted upright in shock. His mother, concerned by his pallor, urged him to rest at home. While he lamented, "Mom, your son is destined to be alone forever." Chu's mother, with a smile, reassured him, "Don't worry, dear. I'll take care of you." With a bittersweet smile, Chu Qintian bolted out the door. Checking his phone, he realized there was still ample time before class. Jiang Meng, accompanied by his equally famished companion Ji Xiaopeng, decided to head to a nearby convenience store for snacks. However, upon exiting the academic building, he encountered Zhou Lanhai, who looked indifferent, and Chu Qintian, whose expression radiated displeasure. Jiang Meng, with a haughty demeanor, lifted his chin and prepared to stride past them, his gaze icy. Chu Qintian could no longer contain himself. He rushed over and seized Jiang Meng's wrist, demanding, "Han Chuxin, have you had enough of this? Are you truly seeing someone new?" Jiang Meng pursed his lips tightly, his cheeks flushed with indignation. "Yes. How many times must I repeat myself? You annoying pest." Several female students began to gather around, and Chu Qintian, visibly irked by the public rejection, glared at Jiang Meng, his pride wounded. "Are you deliberately trying to get back at me?" Zhou Lanhai silently rolled his eyes, tactfully dispersing the onlookers. Jiang Meng's stomach growled, urging him to leave, yet he found himself ensnared by Chu Qintian's obstinacy. With a fierce glare, he recited a classic line from a drama. "Chu Qintian, if you keep this up, we won't even be friends." This statement struck a chord with the domineering Chu Qintian, leaving him momentarily speechless, his eyes filled with confusion and regret. Upon witnessing his distress, Jiang Meng sighed quietly. Though he bore no malice toward Chu Qintian, he understood the necessity of clarifying certain matters. As Jiang Meng prepared to indulge in his meal, a gentle knock resounded at the door. He quickly gulped down a mouthful of soup before rushing to answer, only to find the aloof, handsome man from next door standing at his threshold, cradling an oversized package. Jiang Meng's curiosity piqued. "What is this?" Ling Mu appeared somewhat displeased, seemingly at odds with someone, as he entered Jiang Meng's home, casually stating, "Your package. Have you forgotten?" Jiang Meng exclaimed with delight as he squatted down to unwrap the box. "Yes, it's my microphone." "Wow, that was quick. The delivery guy said it wouldn't arrive until tonight." Ling Mu gave a slight nod, settling onto the sofa in silence. Jiang Meng, oblivious to the tension, examined the expensive microphone with childlike glee, his emotions clearly visible on his face. Meanwhile, Ling Mu gazed down at him, maintaining a stoic expression, his lips tightly pressed together. Perhaps the man's oppressive low spirits were too overwhelming, prompting Jiang Meng to finally raise her gaze to him and tentatively inquire, "Why are you unhappy?" Alas, troubled youths are often beset by myriad concerns. Could it be that his family had frozen his bank card? Such scenarios often play out on television. Ling Mu regarded Jiang Meng with a peculiar expression, slowly articulating, "My stomach hurts." Had this man, who suffered from morning hunger pangs due to skipping breakfast, now caused his discomfort by neglecting to eat again? How could he, a grown man, be so careless about his own well-being? Ling, the formidable protagonist, suppressed a laugh, feigning a look of deep contemplation as he declared, "I am too upset to eat your food." Upon hearing this, Jiang Meng felt a sense of relief, gradually resuming her meal while engaging him in conversation.
Who upset you?
Was it me? Ling Mu straightened, resting his arms on his knees, as if recounting a mundane occurrence. "Today, I witnessed someone I admire entangled with another person, and now I have an urge to make him cry. What do you think I should do?" Jiang Meng was so startled that she dropped her chopsticks, frowning as she earnestly admonished, "How can you frighten a girl like that? It is decidedly unrefined." In truth, earlier that day, Ling Mu had intended to casually encounter his little neighbor, but after wandering the campus for a while, he stumbled upon the sight of her confronting Chu Qintian with great fervor. It was then that Ling Mu realized the sweet pastry Chu Qintian had mentioned was indeed Jiang Meng. Although he knew their relationship was no longer significant, Ling Mu felt a lingering discomfort in his heart. In the afternoon, He had summoned Xu Qingtian for a basketball match to vent his frustrations, resulting in a genuine lack of appetite for dinner, although his stomachache was merely pretense. Moreover, a crucial source of unease for Ling Mu was his identity within the online dubbing community. This little neighbor happened to be a devoted fan of Jing Xingxingxi, while Xu Qingtian was aware of his true identity. Should Jiang Meng discover this other facet of himself, Ling Mu feared his fate would not differ much from Xu Qingtian's, and he might find it impossible to even approach her again. After much contemplation, Ling Mu resolved that he must claim her for himself before his true identity was revealed. Seeing his serious demeanor, Jiang Meng feared he might be plotting something unruly and hurriedly urged, "Are you perhaps misunderstanding? They might just be ordinary friends. That girl might even like you." Ling Mu sat beside her, feigning innocence. "Indeed, he is quite a kind and charming young lad. When I had nowhere to go last night, he graciously offered me shelter in his home. This morning, when I complained of a stomachache, he kindly shared half of his bread with me. Do you think he has feelings for me?" Jiang Meng listened, feeling a strange sense of familiarity in his words. She tilted her head in confusion, her mouth filled with soup, cheeks bulging. The man then leaned down swiftly, capturing her lips with his, using his tongue to pry open her slightly parted mouth and drawing the soup into his own. He swallowed audibly. Jiang Meng was left in shock, her lips glistening as though adorned with gloss. It took her a few moments to comprehend that she had just been forcefully kissed, and she leapt from her seat. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "What was that for? Even if you're hungry, you can't just drink from my mouth." Ling Mu regarded her with a composed expression, a victorious glint in his eyes. "The young lad I like is you, so why shouldn't I kiss you?" Jiang Meng, flustered, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, her entire being electrified with indignation. "You are unreasonable. I was just trying to be nice." Ling Mu, witnessing her on the brink of tears, felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and soothe her, but he feared crossing a line that would frighten her away. Thus, he raised his hands in surrender. "Calm down. I came to confess my feelings today. Do not be angry, sit down and eat." Ling Mu nodded in agreement with her. But before leaving, he reminded her, "Even if you are upset, do not skip your meals. I will be upset." Jiang Meng huffed in frustration, and once he departed, she sat down in a daze, pondering over the promised icy handsome man. The author has a note, Jiang Meng. What kind of nonsense is it to kiss someone without warning? Does it demonstrate unique soup-drinking skills? With a frown, Jiang Meng sulked for a moment, only to realize she was still somewhat hungry. It seemed that being upset was merely a temporary state. She licked her lips, her gaze inevitably drawn to the 2 lunchboxes. "Well, I might as well eat, but I am absolutely doing it out of hunger. Not because I want to heed that man's words." With this self-affirmation, Jiang Meng quickly finished her meal. After tidying the table, Jiang Meng discovered the stiffened chicken xiaopang beneath her chair, lying on its back, exposing its soft belly, its bulging eyes rolled back, and its tiny tongue dangling from its beak in a pitiful state. Startled, Jiang Meng poked its head. "Hey, what happened to you?" Chicken xiaopang remained motionless, prompting her to touch its belly, realizing it had ceased to breathe. In a panic, she cradled it in her hands and placed it on the sofa, prying its beak open to attempt artificial respiration. At last, Chicken xiaopang's eyes returned to normal, waking up with a cacophony of squawks. "Wow. Big boss. Someone is coming to take me away." Jiang Meng breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes crinkling with joy. "Which master is coming for you, you little chicken?" Chicken xiaopang responded with a serious, high-pitched scream. "I'm not joking. Sometimes I fall into forced hibernation. Just like just now, when the icy handsome man entered, I fainted." Jiang Meng, puzzled, wondered aloud, "Could it be that there's a glitch in your system?" Chicken xiaopang, with a worried expression, pondered. "I didn't notice anything unusual." Jiang Meng, not wanting Chicken xiaopang to know about her kiss, retrieved a strawberry can from the kitchen, skewering one with a toothpick for Chicken xiaopang. "Here. This might calm you down. It could just be an accident." Chicken xiaopang, like its owner, could not miss a meal, and upon seeing its favorite fruit can, it disregarded everything else and began devouring it eagerly. Jiang Meng gently patted its head in comfort, then set up the newly arrived dubbing equipment according to the instruction manual, casually adjusting the sound card to bar effect, putting on headphones to test the sound. Han Chu's voice, modified by electric currents, transmitted into the computer. And the recorded dry sound differed slightly from what Jiang Meng heard. The bar effect enhanced its texture, making it sound as pure as a bubbling spring, and coupled with his unique pronunciation habits, it indeed resembled a soft and delicate young voice. Once Chicken Xiaopeng was sated, it flapped over. Its spirits lifted after hearing Jiang Meng's recording and eagerly exclaimed, "Boss, the self-cultivation of the cat lord is also gathering voices for the roles. I believe your voice is perfect for it. Shall we give it a try?" Jiang Meng, flattered by the praise, felt her sense of accomplishment soar and readily agreed. Upon unlocking her phone, Jiang Meng discovered that the fervor of being followed by the esteemed deity had waned.
Now.
The screen was dominated by another wave of excitement. Jinxing Xingzi invites a certain black fan to collaborate on a radio drama. Jiang Meng read it slowly, perplexed, and hurriedly opened her notifications to find an astonishing Weibo post with an overwhelming number of likes and comments. Jinxing Xingzi V. Let's make an appointment Chao Kaibu Fang Jiang. Although Jinxing Xingzi's voice is undeniably powerful, but many words omitted. What does this mean? Jinxing Xingzi actually retweeted his Weibo? Jiang Meng was bewildered and continued to scroll through her messages, stumbling upon numerous comments from fans filled with envy and jealousy. Fei Mao Nalita. What does this mean? Oh deity. Are we really making an appointment in broad daylight? Yunbei. JPG Jingbaot Eng Tuzue Shui. This plot is truly full of twists and turns. Chao Kaibu Fangjiang must be its Sundra character. Every day, just secretly criticizing his own protagonist. I sympathize with his little chrysanthemum. Wu Jiao Chao Tianqi Lai Hai. I happily accept this dog food, and have already imagined 1,000 words unlocking various positions in a steamy novel.
Wow.
I eagerly anticipate the two of you on stage together. Jiang Meng, having just experienced an unexpected kiss, was now overwhelmed by the collective enthusiasm of netizens. The chubby chicken, feeling the tension between the two, weakly suggested, "All right, boss, let's ignore that and focus on joining the crew first." Jiang Meng steadied her mind, proactively added the crew SQQ group, and after her verification was approved, she didn't even bother to change her alias, boldly declaring herself to be Chao Kaibu Fangjiang and that she was there for an audition. As a person of integrity, how could she shrink back into her shell when Jinxing Xingzi had thrown down the gauntlet? Jiang Meng thought with great ambition, eager to retort against those sharp-tongued netizens clamoring for attention. The director of the MASU-MANHUA crew was somewhat taken aback. The esteemed Jinxing Xingzi had just agreed to voice the main character, Ouyang Feng, and yet another rising star had appeared on the topic list. Deng Fenlai was presumably a delightful girl, using cute emoticons while communicating with Jiang Meng. As long as he didn't have to face strangers directly. Jiang Meng typed fluently and politely expressed his desire to audition for the role of the main character, Ge Xiaobai. After a brief hesitation, Deng Fenlai delicately suggested, "Ge Xiaobai's character is quite charming, and there are many CVs coming for the audition. If you don't mind, Jiang, you can audition tomorrow morning at 9. And I'll send you the script and." Jiang Meng glanced at his class schedule and found he had no classes tomorrow morning, promptly agreeing. To better immerse himself in the role, Jiang Meng diligently retrieved the original novel and read it thoroughly. He discovered that the story was indeed sweet. The ragdoll cat, Ge Xiaobai, inadvertently saved the CEO, Ouyang Feng, and was then cherished by him, spending a blissful week together. One day, the CEO awoke to find a beautiful boy with cat ears in his arms. Although the plot was somewhat formulaic, the author's writing was exquisite, bringing vivid characters to life, and the story was refreshingly delightful, leading to high subscriptions and popularity. Jiang Meng found himself fond of Ge Xiaobai and confidently reread the script, even practicing some lines. The chubby chicken praised him highly, causing Jiang Meng's imaginary tale to perk up in delight. After a night of dreamless sleep, Jiang Meng prepared himself and entered the YY room early to await his turn. The role of Ge Xiaobai was undoubtedly popular, with at least 5 other CVs auditioning, including seasoned veterans like the sleepy clownfish. Jiang Meng clutched the script, unable to deny his nerves, his fingers feeling somewhat stiff. Finally, it was his turn. Once the stage manager brought him on the mic, he modestly greeted everyone with a soft, cute voice. Because he had written a draft on paper, he spoke without a stutter. Jiang Meng inched forward, leaning close to the microphone, but his nervousness caused a bead of sweat to trickle down his nose. At that moment, the ever-watchful Jiang Meng spoke up. "Don't be anxious. I'll help you with the lines." The staff from Furong City couldn't help but smirk. Was this deity really being so biased? Didn't he know the saying, showing off your love leads to a quick demise? Jiang Meng was taken aback. Usually, unless specifically requested, the crew would not pair CVs for lines, but Jiang Meng was unexpectedly offering to assist him. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Meng felt that the voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't place where he had heard it before. Jiang Meng chuckled, his voice laced with amusement. "What's wrong? This student who doesn't put ginger in his cooking, aren't you happy?" Jiang Meng hurriedly denied it, taking a deep breath to immerse himself. "You mere mortals, how dare you touch the rear of this celestial being?" Jiang Meng chuckled lowly, creating sounds of fabric rustling on the other end of the microphone, his voice deep and enticing. "When you're a cat, you weren't this stingy. Come over and let me pet you." Jiang Meng had thought the male lead was merely a lecherous rogue, yet now, as Jiang Meng voiced the lines, he felt the electricity coursing through his body, leaving him weak and trembling. Jiang Meng shivered, realizing he was quickly getting into character. He imagined himself as a coy cat, secretly enjoying the CEO's affections while pretending to struggle. "This celestial being is the purest of the heavenly clan. How could you mere mortals defile me?"
No.
"Don't kiss me." Jiang Meng recorded with heartfelt intensity, synchronizing his breaths with Jiang Meng's, his voice becoming husky, laden with masculine allure. "Xiaobai, be good. What I'm about to do is the real defilement." As the auditions concluded, despite his somewhat naïve performance, Jiang Meng's talent shone through. And, with the support of the illustrious Jiang Meng, he naturally secured the leading role in the MASU-MANHUA crew. Meanwhile, Chu Qintian, utterly bewildered, nudged his brother with his elbow. "What is going on here? Are you here to flaunt your love at my place?" Ling Mu raised an eyebrow, casually removing his headphones and exiting the YY channel. With arms crossed, he nonchalantly regarded his despondent friend. "I'm just here to check on you." Chu Qintian glared at Ling Mu, biting back his words. "Oh, thank you so much. You and your little black fan are causing quite the stir. And now you're so openly giving him a backdoor entry. Once the cast list is released, Chao Kaibufengjiang will certainly be scrutinized." Ling Mu's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. "Why?" Chu Qintian rolled his eyes towards the heavens, finding it difficult to endure his brother's low emotional intelligence. He mockingly raised his feet, replying leisurely, "Simply because he's a rookie, lacking work and experience. This drama is bound to draw attention. Once it's released, if he performs well, that's one thing, but any slight misstep will lead to backlash. There are other CVs vying for this role, and if any of your favoritism leaks out, you'll have your dedicated fans to protect you. But what about that little black fan? He'll inevitably become the target of public scorn." Ling Mu raised an eyebrow dismissively. "I won't let that happen." Chu Qintian was momentarily taken aback by his brother's attitude, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. "No way. Brother, have you really fallen for someone?" Ling Mu was too weary to respond. Chu Qintian's curiosity was piqued, and he leaned in, pressing for more information. "This doesn't seem like an online romance. You've met in person, right? Is she a celestial being or a little dragon girl? Has she rendered you so smitten that you've lost your senses?" Jiang Meng's approach to new connections and roles had always been carefree, showing little interest in the pairings within dramas. However, this time, he had indeed intervened in the selection of the main lead. While he was indifferent to others' opinions of him, the thought of Han Chu having shared a dormitory with this fellow for over a year irked him. He shot a cold glance at Chu Qintian and remarked, "By the way, I forgot to mention, I've agreed to let you play the main lead as partner in that drama. A clownfish paired with the main character." Chu Qintian's lewd expression faded into one of confusion. "When did you become my assistant? Ling Mu, have you lost your mind?" Ling Mu's brows twitched, and he replied tersely, "You two, can explore your relationship. The author wishes to convey. The great master is truly going all out to pursue his beloved. 23333333. Chu Qintian stared wide-eyed, standing up to touch Ling Mu's forehead, incredulously asking, "Have you become foolish from love? Or are you possessed by some unclean spirit?" Ling Mu turned his head away, awkwardly clearing his throat a few times before silently leaving Chu Qingtian's home. Though he was dissatisfied with this covert situation, he recalled how Jiang Meng had nearly cried from his irritation just the night before. If he were to inform Chu Qingtian, that big mouth would surely spill the beans. And Jiang Meng would be furious to learn that not only had he teased him online, but had also forced a kiss in real life. The thought of it made him feel rather disgruntled. As he walked down the sidewalk towards the Funan community, Ling Mu passed a high school, where a beautifully decorated dessert shop stood at the entrance. A group of girls in school uniforms queued up, their eyes sparkling at the array of pastries inside. The man paused momentarily, hesitating for a few seconds before slowly changing direction. Meanwhile, Jiang Meng, having successfully secured a roll, rolled around on his bed, unable to contain his joy. "Little fat chicken, did I perform well just now?" Little fat chicken sighed, exuding an air of disillusionment.
Yes.
"You were so good that you practically made me hard." Jiang Meng stopped rolling and shyly replied, "From now on, please don't lie on my lap." Although Han Chu was small in stature, when he felt something, his reflexes were quite impressive. Little fat chicken responded nonchalantly, "Boss, you've successfully infiltrated the online voiceover circle, creating an illusion that you and the great master share a deeper connection. Although this was not your intention, it's inconsequential. What matters is that you are no longer just a simple black fan. You will wield more influence when you speak. And we need to dig up some dirt on Jingxing to ruin his reputation." Jiang Meng found himself somewhat bewildered by Little Fat Chicken's lengthy tirade and anxiously asked, How do I unearth dirt on him? I don't even know him." Little Fat Chicken scratched his fur, feigning mystery.
Boss.
"Our plan to uncover secrets can extend into real life." Before Little Fat Chicken could finish, there was a knock at Jiang Meng's door. Assuming it was the delivery person, he cheerfully opened it, only to find his neighbor standing stiffly at the threshold. The man, clad in a black turtleneck sweater, had strikingly cold features and now regarded him with a blank expression, as if he had never broken character. How hypocritical. Jiang Meng crossed his arms, haughtily huffing, clearly unwilling to allow this thirsty individual to enter his home again. Why are you here again?" The man's diminutive figure was reflected in his striking blue eyes as Ling Mu smiled, producing a box of pastries from behind his back. "I come bearing gifts." For a food enthusiast, the allure of delicious treats within a 5-meter radius could swiftly elevate their spirits. The familiar aroma wafted through the air, and Jiang Meng's attention was undeniably captivated. He fixated on the square box, his nostrils twitching with excitement. Is that durian pizza?" Ling Mu nodded, but intentionally held the box high, relishing the way Jiang Meng gazed at it with anticipation. He naturally stepped into Jiang Meng's apartment. Jiang Meng eagerly followed him into the dining area, resembling a hungry puppy. "Did you just make it? Is it still warm?" Ling Mu chuckled softly, ruffling the hair of his little neighbor before opening the packaging and offering a piece to Jiang Meng. "Open wide." Jiang Meng knelt on the chair, propping himself up on the table, his round bottom in the air as he opened his mouth and took a big bite, devouring a third of the slice. His face lit up with satisfaction. The durian was generously layered, the cheese thin, and the crust was perfectly soft. Delicious. Jiang Meng's eyes sparkled as he savored the pizza, leaning his head toward the box, as if to discover where this delightful shop was located. Ling Mu, ever thoughtful, turned the box around and stood up to pour some water. "It's right at the entrance of the 18th high school. There's no delivery, but I can buy it for you often." Jiang Meng was pleased by the gesture, yet he was not one to be easily placated by a single pizza. After finishing the slice, he addressed Ling Mu earnestly. "Hey, we should agree on something. I'm straight and not into that." Having slowly pieced together his neighbor's intentions, Jiang Meng felt a mix of regret and concern. He was dismayed that such a perfect ice-cold handsome guy turned out to be gay, and worried that he seemed to attract such attention. Having just dealt with Chu Qingtian, now here was another neighbor, whose name he didn't even know. Ling Mu was taken aback by Jiang Meng's blunt refusal. He placed a cup of water next to Jiang Meng and sat beside him, his handsome face appearing as if he had something significant to announce. Jiang Meng instinctively shifted closer to the edge of a seat, stuttering, Why are you sitting closer? Men shouldn't be so intimate." Ling Mu sat upright, his deep eyes shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, the online voiceover master leaned down and pecked Jiang Meng's lips, the action swift and innocent, akin to a schoolboy stealing a kiss from his desk partner. Jiang Meng's reaction was rather slow, his mouth agape, revealing two small front teeth. He stared blankly for a few seconds before straightening his face and exclaiming, Not this again. You look so serious, yet you act so mischievously. With a poker face, Lingmu replied, Honestly, do you find it annoying? Jiang Meng retreated slightly, his eyebrows knitting together in concern. Of course, I find it annoying. I've already said I'm not into your kind. Hey, why do you? Jiang Meng's plump, moist lips were enticingly soft, akin to creamy pudding. Lingmu, with utmost seriousness, licked and gently bit, seemingly irritated by Jiang Meng's incessant complaints of his lewd behavior. The man deepened the kiss, blocking Jiang Meng's throat, playfully entangling with his stiff little tongue, fervently and greedily claiming his breath. The two shared an intimate moment, the air thick with a palpable tension. The person in his arms was soft and sweet, and Lingmu felt an escalating impulse surge through his cerebral cortex. Although it was his first kiss with someone, he quickly grasped the essentials and transformed his initially awkward movements into tender and lingering caresses until the other's body completely melted in his embrace. Jiang Meng emitted an indistinct whimper from his throat, as if his senses were enveloped in an unusual ecstasy, his lips tingling from the kiss. Feeling as though his entire mouth was not his own, he sensed one of the man's hands slide down from the back of his neck, gripping his wrist. And soon their hands found their way between his legs, where a firm presence had inexplicably arisen. Lingmu leaned close to his ear, his voice husky and alluring. You're reacting, yet you claim you're not gay? Jiang Meng's entire being flushed crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp as he shrank back, whimpering. Is it true? I said I'm not, yet you keep kissing me, don't you? It seemed this fellow intended to kiss him until he confessed. Lingmu smiled and nodded, his icy demeanor shattered into fragments, reassembling into a perverse persona unbeknownst to others. Ever since arriving in this new world, Jiang Meng had been persistently dreaming of men, and now he could no longer deceive himself. He truly felt no attraction toward women. His face flushed a deeper shade of red, and with a hint of reluctant admission, Jiang Meng murmured, All right, I do have feelings for men. But that doesn't mean I like you. Lingmu, having achieved his objective, grinned childishly, then picked up a slice of pizza, leisurely stating, You may temporarily not like me. Temporarily.
Not like me.
Jiang Meng felt exasperated by this self-absorbed man, and he rushed over, clutching the remaining piece of durian pizza to his chest, like a little hedgehog bristling with its quills. No, you can't eat that. I'm still hungry. Lingmu swallowed the bite of pizza in his mouth, his eyes shimmering as they scanned below Jiang Meng's abdomen, inquiring, Do you need my assistance? Jiang Meng, still irate, retorted, No, I don't need it. I have hands. Lingmu stood up, gazing down at Jiang Meng's face, mischievously blinking. I don't need hands. Jiang Meng quickly grasped the man's implication and felt an overwhelming urge to avert his gaze from this lecherous creature. His expression darkened, as if on the verge of an outburst. Can we still be good neighbors? With his playful antics exhausted, Lingmu shifted to a gentler approach, asserting, Of course we can. But let us be clear, you cannot prevent me from pursuing you. I'll take you to school this afternoon. Jiang Meng felt his head spinning, realizing this man was not only narcissistic but also clingy. Fearing relentless entanglement, Jiang Meng weakly acquiesced with a reluctant 2 days passed in this manner, with the man escorting him to and from school until the long-absent Chu Qintian reappeared. This fellow, perhaps under the influence of some strange concoction, was no longer wearing a tortured expression upon seeing Jiang Meng. Instead, he feigned indifference, his face a mask of aloofness. Uttering not a single word, he clumsily produced a box of chocolates, stuffing it into Jiang Meng's arms before turning to leave. Jiang Meng, bemused, watched his retreating figure and tucked the box of chocolates into his backpack. The boys were tasked with a 1,500-meter timed run and a 400-meter frog jump, a sheer madness. Han Chu's physique was hardly robust, and after such exertion, he felt utterly drained. Jiang Meng dizzily retrieved the box of chocolates, sharing some with his classmates and treating himself to a piece. True to form, the old teacher, Deng, soon noticed Jiang Meng's distraction and called him to the blackboard to solve a problem. Yet, Jiang Meng remained seated, sensing something was off. His heartbeat thundered, as if ready to burst from his chest, and he felt utterly weakened, struggling to lift his head, his breath becoming labored, and darkness encroaching on his vision. Zhou Lanhai, seated behind him, noticed the anomaly and squeezed his shoulder. Han Xiaochu, what's wrong? Jiang Meng grimaced in pain, his eyelids fluttering shut, and without warning, he collapsed from his seat. The author wishes to assure, do not worry, Meng is fine. After being rejected by Jiang Meng, Chu Qintian wallowed in despair at home for several days, avoiding school, playing video games incessantly. He thought to himself, what was the big deal about a little crush moving on? Yet, saying it was easy, executing it was another matter entirely. A certain petite figure lingered in his mind, agitating him like a ticking bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Zhou Lanhai and Yang Qin could no longer bear to watch and taught Chu Qintian the ropes of pursuing a girl, dinner dates, movie outings. Flowers, essentially helping Han Chu to no longer be so averse to him. Chu Qintian, in a morose state, pondered for a long time, struggling to recall what his sweet crush enjoyed eating. Now, outside of class time, meeting him was a challenge. The class heartthrob, troubled, pinched the bridge of his nose. Deciding to try gifting something first, Zhou Lanhai insisted that he must personally select the gift to showcase sincerity. Having never cared so much for anyone after reaching adulthood, Chu Qintian, after much contemplation, decided to lavishly ask a friend to bring back a box of rich art chocolates from abroad, which he then thrust into Jiang Meng's hands. At that moment, Chu Qintian appeared cool and detached, yet internally, he was overjoyed like a fool. After gym class, Chu Qintian stealthily trailed behind Jiang Meng, seeing him share chocolates before indulging in a piece himself, feeling elated, as Zhou Lanhai had remarked, his smile almost reaching his ears. However, to his dismay, Jiang Meng fainted during class. The sudden collapse of a student nearly terrified teacher Deng to death. Was it really necessary to feign over being called to the blackboard? It was as if a love-struck boy had messaged Jiang Meng on WeChat, though Ling Mu was indeed a love-struck boy at heart. Although he internally despised this side of himself, his fingers obediently danced across the keyboard. Later, as classes resumed, he began to feel unwell, sluggishly stating he feared he might faint. Ling Mu sensed something was wrong and called immediately, only to have Jiang Meng's classmate answer in a fluster, explaining that Jiang Meng had suddenly collapsed in class and providing the hospital's address. The man's pupils constricted violently, breath catching in his throat, and without even donning his coat, he dashed out the door. At the municipal hospital, Jiang Meng was whisked into the emergency room, and a nurse hurriedly approached Chu Qintian, inquiring, based on initial assessments, the patient likely consumed something he's allergic to. Do you know what he ate before fainting? Upon hearing those words, Zhou Lanhai surged forward, glaring at Chu Qintian. Have you lost your mind? You actually gave him chocolate? Don't you remember how he broke out in hives after drinking chocolate milk tea during military training in freshman year? That incident marked Jiang Meng's first allergic reaction to chocolate. Although not severe, it had caused him considerable distress, and at that time, Chu Qintian had mocked him for being more delicate than Dayu. Sharing a dorm. Even Zhou Lanhai recalled this, yet Chu Qintian had completely forgotten.
Now.
Chu Qintian stood rigid at the emergency room door, all anger dissipated, his eyes bloodshot, voice hoarse as if sandpaper had scraped it. I forgot. Zhou Lanhai knew his brother was indeed a selfish scoundrel, professing affection while truly caring little for Jiang Meng's well-being. As for why he is so preoccupied now, it should resonate with the saying that what one cannot obtain will forever stir the heart. Frustrated, he struck Chu Qintian's chest, exhaling a sigh. You, sigh. Think about it carefully. Han Chu has been living in the same dormitory with us for nearly 2 years. Have you ever genuinely tried to understand him? He lacks self-control and is rather absent-minded. Even if he were with you, what good would come of it? Chu Qintian gritted his teeth, and for the first time, his typically nonchalant face revealed an unmistakable sense of despondence. He stared blankly at the ground, his lips moved, yet no words escaped. When Ling Mu arrived, Jiang Meng's emergency treatment had concluded. She remained unconscious as several individuals hurriedly transported her into the hospital room. The attending physician, A man with thinning hair resembling a Mediterranean coastline glared fiercely at them, rapping the desk with a ballpoint pen. The patient's constitution is already weak, and after extensive physical exertion, she is nearing dehydration. You actually thought chocolate would help replenish her strength? Severe allergies can be fatal, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Chu Qintian turned pale, transforming into a mute statue, lost in thought, oblivious to Ling Mu's presence. Ling Mu cast a cold glance at him, politely nodding to the doctor. It was my oversight. Doctor, how is Han Chu? The Mediterranean doctor huffed, his tone still unfriendly. Anaphylactic shock. Slight edema in the throat, bronchial spasm. However, these symptoms have been controlled with medication. After receiving an 4-drip, she should regain consciousness. Be more careful in the future. Negligence could lead to serious consequences. Ling Mu's lips pressed into a thin, icy line. He nodded slightly and inquired, "May I see her?" The doctor waved his hand dismissively, sternly instructing, "Keep the noise down. Let the patient rest." Ling Mu nodded and then dragged Chu Qintian out the door by his collar. Perhaps sensing the ominous aura emanating from this unfamiliar handsome man, Zhou Lanhai and Yang Chun hurriedly approached, wearing forced smiles. "Hey, big brother. You must be a relative of Xiao Chu, right? Chu Qintian certainly didn't mean to feed your child chocolate. We can testify. Please don't be angry." "What nonsense is this kid babbling?" Chu Qintian roared in annoyance, urging the two noisy fellows to leave. Then turned to Ling Mu with a perplexed expression. "What brings you here?" Ling Mu fixed him with a steady gaze, replying coolly, "Han Chu is the one who doesn't use ginger in his cooking, lives next door to me, and I am his boyfriend. Do you comprehend?" Chu Qintian stared at him in shock, feeling his brain struggle to process the information, his tongue stumbling. "You mean, that little black fan is Han Xiao Chu? But wait, didn't he say he stuttered? How did I not realize that during the audition with the crew?" "Oh, wait, you said you are his boyfriend? When did that happen?" Ling Mu, feeling overwhelmed, had no desire to indulge him in idle chatter. He sidestepped Chu Qintian and entered the hospital room directly. Soft light filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting fragmented reflections on the 4-bag. The person on the hospital bed lay quietly, fragile as though they could shatter with a mere touch. The pallor of their face accentuated the small red mole on their nose, making it even more prominent. Ling Mu had always considered himself an emotionally detached being, interacting with family and friends in a manner as bland as a cup of plain tea, never capable of intimacy. In truth, he often felt stirred within, but due to habit, he subconsciously neglected his feelings, presenting a perpetually icy countenance. Yet, there were those who could completely overturn his past self, leaving him standing helplessly by this person's bedside, filled with anxiety and concern. Ling Mu's heart was in turmoil. If only this troublesome little creature were not still asleep, he would hug him tightly and give his backside a good smack for not knowing he was allergic to chocolate. Were you reincarnated as a little fool? However, Zhang Xiaofu remained blissfully unaware of his worries, deep in slumber due to the medication. His delicate eyelashes resembled two exquisite little fans, utterly still, while his soft lips were almost translucent, revealing fine, cracked lines upon closer inspection. Ling Mu, after a moment of silent frustration, looked up to see Jiang Meng's serene and fragile sleeping face, and his heart softened unexpectedly. He reached out to touzle Jiang Meng's messy hair, then gently perched himself on the edge of the bed. He grimaced slightly, murmuring softly, "It hurts so much." Ling Mu hurriedly stood, leaning down to lovingly touch Jiang Meng's forehead. "Where does it hurt? Shall I call the doctor?" Jiang Meng finally focused on the man before him, blinking in confusion. "Why you? How are you here?" Ling Mu pressed the call button, simultaneously grasping Jiang Meng's unhooked hand and kissing it gently. "You frighten me." The little chubby chick had never informed him of Han Chu's chocolate allergy, and Jiang Meng remained oblivious as to how he had suddenly fainted. He glanced at the needle in the back of his hand, slowly asking, What illness do I have? How dare he even ask that?" Ling Mu's movement stalled, anger bubbling up inside him again, the urge to scold rising. Yet, the innocence and bewilderment in Jiang Meng's dark eyes caused him to take a deep breath, gently tapping Jiang Meng's nose with his finger. "You are not ill. It is a chocolate allergy." Ling Mu clicked his tongue, patting Jiang Meng's side with a serious tone. "Still blaming others? If you had been more careful, Would you have needed to come to the hospital? Jiang Meng pouted pitifully, thinking how unfortunate it was that Han Chu couldn't consume chocolate. At that moment, the Mediterranean doctor and his assistant entered, conducting a routine examination. They confirmed Jiang Meng was no longer in critical condition, and the small rash on his body would soon fade, reiterating the seriousness of allergies and the need for caution. Noticing the man's gloomy expression, Jiang Meng felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of being scolded, awkwardly shifting the topic. I feel a bit itchy. Ling Mu recognized Jiang Meng's clumsy attempt to change the subject and chuckled. Is your bottom itchy? Jiang Meng, bewildered, replied with a soft awe, shaking his head in disagreement before extending his other arm towards Ling Mu, revealing the red spots on his wrist. It's my wrist. It itches. Help me. Scratch it. His voice was faint, laced with an undertone of I'm so pitiful. How can you still blame me? Ling Mu's heart softened as he grasped Jiang Meng's wrist. Speaking gently, be good. The doctor said, scratching it will only make it itch more. Try to endure. Ling Mu's palm felt cool, providing a soothing effect against the itch. And Jiang Meng blinked in surprise, questioning. Hey, you're wearing just a sweater in this cold winter? Your hands are freezing. A fleeting smile graced Ling Mu's lips as he feigned indifference. It's because I was worried about you. I forgot to dress properly when I hurried out. Jiang Meng stared blankly at the man's face, his heart fluttering at those words, a hint of color rising to his pale cheeks. Quietly he mused. This icy neighbor truly knows how to stir one's feelings. He felt a bit shy. Seizing the moment, Ling Mu leaned down and planted a kiss on Jiang Meng's face. Mischief dancing in his eyes. What improper thoughts are you harboring? Blushing so much. Jiang Meng feigned anger, glaring at him before burying his head deeper into the covers. Mumbling, You're the one being improper. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Ling, the chief commander, secretly reveled in his satisfaction as he tenderly patted Jiang Meng's blanket, his expression radiating affection. Sleep well, I shall keep you company. Outside the door, Chu Qintian, who had been silently observing, let his gaze fall in desolation. He cast a sorrowful glance at the figure within the hospital room, remaining motionless and somewhat foolish. Not far off, a man clad in a white coat stood still, his scholarly visage adorned with metallic framed glasses. With striking features and a gentle demeanor, he exuded an unmistakable aura of asceticism unique to the medical profession. The doctor's intense gaze pierced through the back of Chu Qintian's head, his focus burning as if he intended to carve a great hole into him. Zhou Lanhai's intuition alerted him that their class's heartthrob had unwittingly attracted the attention of an eccentric physician. Before long, the man seemed to sense something, casting one last lingering glance at Chu Qintian before hurrying away. Chu Qintian, after observing for a moment, was overtaken by a nameless discomfort and in a fit of irritation. He turned and strode forward, violently kicking over a trash can that stood by the roadside. Zhou Lanhai rushed over, pointing in the direction the doctor had departed, and conspiratorially remarked, I just saw a man spying on you. Hey, I'm curious. Do you have a secret lover at the hospital? Furrowing his brow, Chu Qintian retorted impatiently. Stop talking nonsense. I am a model youth with impeccable character. The first person I liked was Han Xiaochu, alright? Zhou Lanhai scoffed dismissively, unrelentingly exposing his friend's past. Don't spout such nonsense. I distinctly remember that you had a childhood friend older than you. Once, while bathing, you pointed to the scar on your backside and said it was from when your older brother pushed you into a fire pit. Caught off guard by the revelation, the class heartthrob erupted in embarrassment, shoving Zhou Lanhai aside with force. Are you out of your mind? Stop with the ridiculous talk. Zhou Lanhai, undeterred, leaned in closer, his curiosity unabated. Oh, I can't contain my curiosity. What's your older brother's name? I can help you investigate. With a fierce countenance, Chu Qintian issued a stern warning, enunciating each word clearly. If you utter another word, I will pull your intestines out and stuff them in your mouth. Do you believe me? Zhou Lanhai, trembling in fear, quickly relented. All right. Chuga, please spare me. I won't dare to speak out of turn again. Author's note, wishing not to leave anyone lonely, the pairing for Chu Qintian is that childhood doctor. After a restful slumber, Jiang Meng's allergic reaction had significantly subsided, and the small red rashes on his wrists and ankles had vanished. His vision was still somewhat blurred, and as he rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, he noticed that the hospital room was eerily empty. The clingy neighbor was nowhere to be found. Perhaps he had gone out to fetch dinner for him? It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and Jiang Meng patted his flat stomach, feeling a gnawing hunger. Chick Xiaopeng crawled from beside the four-drip to the pillow, its little claws awkwardly crossed as it apologized softly. "Boss, you've suffered. This is my fault. My carelessness has caused you to end up in the hospital." Jiang Meng felt that Chick Xiaopeng was genuinely concerned about their shared task, and it was only natural to overlook some details about Han Chu. He smiled, carefree. "It's all right. I'm fine now, aren't I?" Chick Xiaopeng nodded, confessing. "Actually, boss, there is something else I've been keeping from you." At some point, the needle in Jiang Meng's hand had been removed, and he struggled to turn over under the heavy blanket. His interest piqued. "What is it?" Just as Chick Xiaopeng was about to speak, the door to the single patient room swung open, and Ling Mu entered, exuding an air of frosty charm. "You're awake? How do you feel?" Jiang Meng slowly sat up, his round eyes fixated on Ling Mu's hair, which was dusted with delicate, crystalline snowflakes, making him appear as though he had aged overnight. Excitedly, Jiang Meng peered out the window. Is it snowing outside?" Ling Mu nodded and brushed the snowflakes from his hair. When he looked up again, he caught sight of Jiang Meng's eager gaze. Unable to resist, Ling Mu leaned down and gave Jiang Meng a gentle peck on the cheek, asking, "Shall we take a look at the window?" Startled by the man's sudden approach, Jiang Meng instinctively recoiled, but his reaction was too slow, and he was still kissed. He pushed against Ling Mu's chest, feigning anger. You should really have your unruly mouth sewn shut." Ling Mu inched closer, pinning Jiang Meng's flailing limbs beneath the blanket, and nuzzled against his neck, saying, "If I can't use my mouth, I'll use my hands instead." Ling Mu's casual tone dripped with a seductive allure, causing Jiang Meng's heart to skip a beat. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Jiang Meng was momentarily oblivious to the implication of Ling Mu's words as the surprisingly strong man effortlessly lifted him, blanket and all, and carried him to the window. Though he was a sickly boy who couldn't even eat chocolate, it felt utterly ridiculous to be bundled up like a meatball in someone's arms. Jiang Meng's pride was wounded, and he glared defiantly at Ling Mu, trying to intimidate him with his fierce gaze. Though he knew he couldn't win in a physical contest, Ling Mu, pleased with himself for holding his beloved, chose to ignore the fierce look directed at him. With a light-hearted tone, he remarked, "I forgot to bring your slippers, so I had no choice but to carry you." Jiang Meng felt his face flush with indignation. Resembling a turtle flipped on its back, his arms flailing helplessly, "You're becoming more and more like a bandit." Ling Mu, with a mischievous smile, adjusted Jiang Meng's position for comfort and tapped the window's glass with his fingers, saying, "Look." With a sigh, Jiang Meng relaxed, content to be a cocooned caterpillar, resting his forehead against the window to watch the snowfall. It was the first snow of winter, gently blanketing the streets. Large snowflakes danced in the wind, brushing against the glass before melting into tiny ice crystals, fleeting and ephemeral. The world outside was cloaked in a shroud of white, and he spotted a little boy in a red coat twirling joyfully in the snow. Ling Mu nestled his face against Jiang Meng's neck, chuckling softly. "Would you like to have a snowball fight?" Jiang Meng quickly averted his gaze, stammering defensively, "Of course not. I'm far too grown up for that." Ling Mu chuckled deeply, his warm breath sending shivers down Jiang Meng's spine. Just as he was about to continue his playful antics, the Mediterranean doctor suddenly entered the room. Clearing his throat, Ling Mu reluctantly set Jiang Meng down, maintaining his composure while planting a kiss on the doctor's forehead. Jiang Meng, feeling piqued, glared at Ling Mu with irritation. As Ling Mu stood by the bed, a smile lighting up his features, he thought to himself how adorable his precious one looked even when angry. Meanwhile, the Mediterranean doctor, enduring their silent exchange, completed another examination of Jiang Meng, sternly advising, "Young man, you ought to exercise more. Strengthening your physique will lessen allergic reactions." Ling Mu, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, "Of course, doctor. I will ensure he exercises regularly." Jiang Meng, feeling inexplicably flustered, found himself interpreting the doctor's words inappropriately, his face burning with embarrassment. He quickly covered his face, fearing that Ling Mu might catch on to his thoughts. Before departing, The Mediterranean doctor informed them that the allergy source test would be conducted the following morning, advising them not to engage in any late-night mischief to avoid oversleeping. His eyes, lined with crow's feet, hinted at untold stories of his own. Jiang Meng, hidden beneath the covers, clenched his fists as indecent thoughts invaded his mind, growing increasingly flustered. Until Ling Mu, pulling back the blanket, mistakenly assumed his beloved had turned beet red from overheating. Ling Mu chuckled softly, wiping the sweat from Jiang Meng's forehead. "What's this?" Jiang Meng, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment, hung his head in silence, attempting to confront Ling Mu with his silence. But soon enough, his protesting stomach betrayed him, rumbling audibly. Ling Mu ceased his teasing and promptly ordered some light dishes and congee. During Jiang Meng's hospital stay, Ling Mu took it upon himself to care for him, attending to all his needs and exuding a devoted demeanor that left the nursing staff quite smitten. The next afternoon, after receiving discharge approval from the Mediterranean doctor, Jiang Meng sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, sulking with a frown as he and Ling Mu found themselves at an impasse. The snow had accumulated overnight, soft and inviting, and having lived in a city devoid of snow, Jiang Meng was eager to rush outside and frolic in it. However, Ling Mu forbade him, insisting that the sudden temperature drop would surely lead to a cold. After scrutinizing Jiang Meng from head to toe, he treated him as though he were a fragile creature that could not survive without his protection. The two were at an impasse, and the first to relent was, unsurprisingly, Ling Mu. He chuckled softly while soothing Jiang Meng, promising, "Don't be upset, my dear," before personally venturing out to a nearby mall to purchase hats, gloves, and a mask for him. Yet, the worst was yet to come. Jiang Meng, initially willing to accept Ling Mu's considerate gesture, was truly infuriated when he beheld the snow gear Ling Mu had selected. What peculiar quirk did this man possess? The assortment of items appeared soft and warm at first glance, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that the hat sported two round, pudgy barriers, small yet undeniably conspicuous when worn. Jiang Meng's movements froze in place. In a fit of anger, he tossed aside the hat resembling that of a bear, only to resume picking up the gloves, preparing to wear them. However, he soon realized that while the back of the gloves appeared relatively normal, the palms unfolded into chubby bear paws. "Are you treating me like a child?" Jiang Meng pouted, his voice stuttering with indignation. What adult would wear something so adorable? Ling Mu, with a serious demeanor, pointed out the window. "I see many people wearing them. They're windproof and warm. Besides, this is clearly an adult style. I merely chose the one most suited for you." Jiang Meng disdainfully glanced at the pile of peculiar items, yet his eagerness to venture out and play in the snow remained palpable. Reluctantly, he softened his tone and asked Ling Mu, "Is there really no other choice? This is just too childish." Ling Mu, driven by his own peculiar pleasures, rambled on about how biting the cold was outside while efficiently bundling Jiang Meng up. Once finished, Jiang Meng found himself clad in a puffy bread jacket, topped with a hat adorned with bear ears, his face hidden behind a mask, and his small hands encased within bear paw gloves. He looked round and rotund, akin to a rolling ball. With the only visible eye, he cast a resentful look at the man before him and muttered, "You're as nagging as an old woman." Suppressing laughter, Ling Mu leaned down and gently pressed a kiss on Jiang Meng's mask, his expression filled with affection. "My little bear cub is the most obedient." The author wishes to convey, Jiang Meng, my innocent heart has been tainted. Ling Mu, satisfied, led his little bear cub out of the hospital room. Despite Jiang Meng's fiery glare, which seemed ready to ignite, to the outside world, the duo appeared perfectly matched with their adorable height difference. Under the eager gazes of the nurses, Jiang Meng slowly descended the stairs, feeling as though his body had become cumbersome, almost to the point where even lifting his legs was a struggle. He pushed his hat up with his fuzzy bear paw, grumbling, "Ugly, utterly hideous." Ling Mu turned to look at him, a playful smile gracing his handsome face. "No, my classmate Han Xiaochu is still as cool and handsome as ever." Jiang Meng let out a soft scoff, rolling his eyes in disdain, and deliberately quickened his pace. Managing to slip free of the man's grasp the moment, he dashed into the snow. As it was the first snowfall of the winter, clusters of elementary school students were engaged in snowball fights in the small park, their cheeks flushed from the cold, yet they paid no mind to it. their laughter echoing through the streets. Snowballs occasionally landed at Jiang Meng's feet, and beneath his mask, his lips curved into a smile, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy, mirroring the children's delight. Lingmu walked quietly beside his beloved, watching the silly expression on his face, and playfully pinched one of Jiang Meng's barriers. Then affectionately offered, "Shall I help you make a snowball?" Just as Jiang Meng was about to nod, he belatedly noticed that the man was still wearing last night's double-breasted wool coat, its sleek cut accentuating his broad shoulders and long legs, devoid of any bulkiness typically associated with winter attire. However, despite its stylish appearance, the coat offered little in terms of warmth and lacked pockets, leaving Lingmu's hands exposed to the frigid air, which had turned them a bright red, looking rather pitiful. Frowning, Jiang Meng thought to himself how foolish this man was, fearing he might fall ill, and thus wrapping him up like a bear cub, yet failing to procure gloves for himself. He stopped abruptly, pulled down his mask to reveal an exasperated expression, and exclaimed, "How can you be so intent on looking good? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Lingmu puffed warm air onto his hands, feigning nonchalance. "It's fine. I'm already numb. I can't feel a thing." Jiang Meng glared at the man, then grasped his hand, enveloping it with his own bare paw, furiously rubbing it and grumbling, "If you're numb, then you should chop it off and make soup." Though his words sounded harsh, Jiang Meng felt a surge of warmth in his heart, realizing that this man truly cared for him, cherishing him in the palm of his hand. Aside from the occasional biting remarks, Jiang Meng was generally satisfied. Naturally, Jiang Meng's little thoughts did not escape Lingmu's notice, and the latter felt a surge of accomplishment, a warmth igniting within him amidst the cold winter, nearly overwhelming him. "Chop off my hand. Do you truly mean that?" The man's tongue grazed his lips, his deep blue eyes shimmering with unspoken desire, as he subtly engaged the seductive tone necessary for pursuing his beloved. Jiang Meng, defenseless against such provocation, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, yet stubbornly retorted, "Of course. I could bear to do it. I have a heart of stone." Lingmu raised an eyebrow with interest, withdrawing one hand to delve into Jiang Meng's cotton jacket. "Let me check if it's true." Startled, Jiang Meng stepped back, shielding his jacket with his bare paw, and frantically shouted, "All right, fine. I was lying. My heart is made of flesh." Lingmu remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as he contemplated how much more endearing his beloved's contradictory nature was, igniting a desire within him that was difficult to quell. Jiang Meng, feeling uneasy under Lingmu's scrutinizing gaze, transformed from a bear cub to a timid creature in an instant. "What? Why are you silent?" Lingmu chuckled, and in the presence of onlookers, took Jiang Meng's hand, appearing like an ordinary couple strolling through town. "Aside from declarations of love, I wish to say nothing else. Do you wish to hear more?" Jiang Meng obediently followed the man, discreetly wrapping his hand around Lingmu's. However, upon hearing his words, his pride flared, and he suppressed his budding anticipation, retorting stubbornly, "Then you should just keep it to yourself." It seemed this fellow's relatives had come knocking once more. Jiang Meng, empathetic to the situation, remained quiet for a moment before glancing at Lingmu's expression, which had indeed soured, the previous smile replaced by an icy, expressionless facade. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Meng cautiously spoke, "Please, let us not fight. Let us discuss things calmly." Lingmu ruffled his hair, softly responding, "All right." As the elevator doors opened, Ling Yuenga and a bodyguard approached, the former clad in a tailored suit, exuding an air of professionalism. Upon seeing his younger brother, his brows furrowed into a serious expression. Ling Yuenga tightly pressed his lips together, gesturing for the bodyguard to wait downstairs before slowly addressing Lingmu. "If your stomach is bothering you, you shouldn't smoke." Lingmu inhaled deeply, interrupting, "Speak. What's the matter?" Ling Yuenga was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor shifting to a more assertive tone. "Grandma has already met with the Qin family. Miss Qin has visited our home twice. It's rather inconsiderate to keep leaving her hanging, don't you think? What about Grandma's reputation?" Qin Do Nan was a carefully chosen daughter-in-law for their beloved grandson by Qian Shaolian. Under Ling Yuenga's subtle influence, Qian Shaolian believed that a strong-willed wife would help Lingmu settle down. Lingmu had already discerned much of this convoluted scheme. After playing hide-and-seek with the old fox and his family for so long, He found it rather tiresome. He extinguished his cigarette, cold glints reflecting in his deep-set eyes. Yet his tone remained as nonchalant as ever. Brother, you may convey this to Grandma. Her beloved grandson is gay, and I fear she may not get her wish. Ling Yuenge widened his eyes, feigning surprise as he inquired of his younger brother about the timing and the identity of his romantic interest. However, his performance was so lacking in finesse that the ruse was easily discernible. Unfazed by being exposed, Ling Yuenge merely smiled gracefully. Although this brother had never shown any intent to vie for power, their blood relation destined them to occupy opposing sides. Qian Xiaolian was a decision-maker on the brink of retirement, and inevitably, a day would arrive when a choice must be made to entrust the family business to one individual. At least until that moment, Ling Yuenge would not show any mercy towards Ling Muxin. Yet, being his brother after all, Ling Yuenge patted Ling Muxin's shoulder and, adopting the demeanor of an elder sibling, reassured him, Xiao Mu, I shall not treat you unfairly in the future. Ling Muxin felt a chill in his heart. The sensation of being regarded as an adversary by his own elder brother was far from pleasant. He closed his eyes and let out a scoff. Don't bother. I want nothing from that household. After all, the gifts were presented to him by another, and discarding them seemed rather impolite. Jiang Meng contemplated this as she neatly organized the pile of items into her wardrobe. Having tidied up alone while the plump chicken was off gallivanting, Jiang Meng felt a twinge of boredom, her thoughts drifting to the situation of her neighbor across the hall. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved her phone and sent him a WeChat message. Han Chu. Have your family left? At the moment the phone vibrated. Ling Muxin was sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. Upon seeing Jiang Meng's adorable ice cream avatar, the gloom in his eyes lifted slightly. The handsome neighbor. They have left. Han Chu. Oh, the handsome neighbor. You seem quite concerned for me? Han Chu, not at all. The handsome neighbor. Don't use emoticons to tempt me. I fear I may lose control. Han Chu. Han Chu, after all this time, you haven't told me your name. The handsome neighbor, your man. Han Chu, I'm asking for your name. The handsome neighbor. That is my name. My surname is Yor and my given name is Man. Jiang Meng leaned in for a closer look and was taken aback to find that the image was a selfie of the very person who had stolen a kiss from her. Han Chu, you are outrageous. Not only did you steal a kiss, but you also dared to take a photo. The handsome neighbor. Be good, Han Xiaochu. I'm right at your door. Open up and come seek your revenge. Author's note. The next chapter reveals the truth. Jiang Meng's hand trembled, and she thought to herself how audacious this man was. Not only had he changed his WeChat nickname to something suggestive, but he also dared to come knocking at her door. Hastily, she donned a pair of sleep pants and, with a sense of caution, tucked the hem of her top into her waistband. As she approached the mirror by the door, she suddenly realized her top was a V-neck shirt, exposing her slender, alabaster neck to the air, soft and delicate. She gazed at her reflection with a hint of melancholy, feeling as if she appeared rather delectable. Considering the insatiable wolf-like demeanor of the man outside, for the first time, Jiang Meng felt like a timid little rabbit. After a moment's thought, she decided to grab a coat to ensure she wouldn't be easily taken advantage of. Only then did she open the door, revealing a face that exuded cool indifference. Humph. How dare you come to my house? Ling Mu leaned casually against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Meng's peculiar attire. Is your heating broken? Why are you dressed like that? Jiang Meng felt a bit embarrassed and tugged at her oversized coat, feebly stammering, I just felt cold. The man, seeing through her pretense, suppressed a smile and strode into the house, making himself at home as he plopped down on the bed of his beloved wife. Jiang Meng hurried after him, exclaiming, How can you be so oblivious? Guests should stay in the living room. Ling Mu paid no heed to her feeble reprimand. Instead, he turned and sprawled across Jiang Meng's large bed, oddly sniffing the scent on her pillow. The scent of the initial moments is so pleasant, he declared earnestly, glancing at her with a sideways glance. This man always carried an air of flirtation in his words, and Jiang Meng felt an overwhelming surge of emotions welling up inside her. With her sleeves rolled up, she leaped onto the bed, baring her teeth in indignation. Are you looking for a fight? Ling Mu lay there like a lifeless fish, allowing Jiang Meng's small feet to stomp and kick at him in a fit of rage, though the force was clearly restrained. akin to a gentle massage. Inwardly, he reveled in the thought that his precious wife truly cared for him. Jiang Meng's chubby little toes struck against his firm muscles, and for the first time in her life, she found herself wincing in pain from her own actions. Standing with hands on her hips, she glared fiercely, demanding, "Speak. Do you dare do it again?" Her voice, naturally soft and now tinged with breathlessness, was undeniably alluring. Ling Mu, feeling a bit heated, wrapped his arms around her slender legs, nuzzling his cheek against her delicate ankle. "Your foot skills are impressive. I want to dare again." For reasons unknown, Jiang Meng could sense his discontent merely from his tone. Had he quarreled with his family again? Attempting to withdraw her foot, she found it impossible and ended up sitting awkwardly beside his head, slowly asking, "Hey, what's wrong?" Jiang Meng blinked in confusion, not quite grasping the situation. She had only just come to terms with her potential attraction to women and had never envisioned having a boyfriend, let alone a male one. The thought made her stiffen, her cheeks turning a deep crimson. Ling Mu, burdened by familial issues, wished to share his background with Jiang Meng. After all, having come out, he knew that with Qian Xiaolian's obsession with reputation, being cast out would be a mild consequence. Once he graduated, he planned to start afresh, and he wondered if this little one would be willing to endure hardships by his side. In a moment of fury, he pinned Jiang Meng back onto the bed, mercilessly kissing her soft lips. "TSK, who are you thinking of?" As he moved his lips, he pitifully complained, "You're biting too hard." Ling Mu buried his face in Jiang Meng's neck, nibbling and licking her earlobe. The little one beneath him was incredibly sensitive. A mere touch sent shivers through her. Much like a startled fawn, he tousled her hair, asserting his claim as he gazed down at her dazed expression. "From now on, you are not to think of anyone else. Your man is solely me, do you understand?" Jiang Meng felt wronged and almost cried, ready to protest. But this domineering man silenced her with a kiss that left her breathless, nearly causing her heart to seize. For the next several hours, Ling Mu clung to her side, refusing to leave, stubbornly insisting he needed company due to his foul mood. With no other choice, Jiang Meng begrudgingly offered him an arm to hold, yawning widely before drifting off to sleep. When Jiang Meng awoke the next morning, it was nearly 8 o'clock. After freshening up, she emerged to find toast and milk laid out on the table. It seemed the man had already left and she was alone, or so she thought, until she spotted her dejected little chicken companion. The little chicken waddled over to Jiang Meng, sighing heavily. "Boss, I saw your neighbor getting off your bed." Jiang Meng's gaze flickered and she stammered, "We didn't do anything. Don't think too much into it." The little chicken interrupted, lamenting, "The organization says sometimes we must respect the natural progression of the plot, as victory often comes unexpectedly. But boss, I don't mind your budding romance. But do you remember your duties as a hero? Have you found the male lead?" I recall the plot description had a name. The little chicken perused the plot line, its expression unusually solemn. "Actually, that neighbor is." Jiang Meng chuckled at the garbled string of characters, teasing the little chicken for its unexpected function. Jiang Meng failed to comprehend, and the little chicken refused to clarify, so she resigned herself to sitting down for breakfast, as she had classes to attend soon. Meanwhile, Ling Mu sat at Chu Qintian's home, fingers pressed against his temples, eyes closed in fatigue. His icy demeanor reflected his irritation as he muttered a curse under his breath. Earlier, he had come out to his family through Ling Yuenge, inciting the wrath of the elderly Qian Xiaolian, who, at 70, trembled in rage and smashed a valuable purple clay teacup. Ling Yuenge stood by, soothing his grandmother's chest, gently advising, previously, Xiao Mu's minor transgressions were merely youthful rebellion. But we cannot condone homosexuality. It jeopardizes the continuation of the Ling family line. Ling Mu had initially thought that Qian Xiaolian's disappointment stemmed solely from his sexual orientation, leading him to believe he would be cast aside with no chance of competing further. However, it appeared there was still some utility in being a stumbling block, particularly regarding the potential marriage alliance with the Qin family. Chen Donan had been enamored with Ling Mu since childhood, to the point of declaring she would marry no one else, and her father, Chen Wei, had only this single precious daughter. They had tacitly agreed to treat this business collaboration as a dowry. This was Ling Yuenge's first project, pivotal for his future career, and he was determined not to jeopardize it. Crucially, he needed his brother to obediently attend the engagement banquet 3 days hence. In essence, this meant Ling Mu could not only not vie for power, but must also sacrifice himself for his brother's future. With such a brother, Ling Mu found the situation laughably infuriating. Chu Qintian sat beside Ling Mu, nudging his shoe with his foot and hoarsely inquiring, "Are you going to visit your grandmother? Have you made up your mind?" Ling Mu remained silent, feeling a sense of heaviness and fatigue, perhaps due to his current state of emotion. Noticing something amiss, Chu Qintian furrowed his brow and reached out to touch Ling Mu's forehead, startled to find it hot. "Damn, you have a fever." Ling Mu opened his eyes, which were bloodshot, and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "It's not a big deal. Hurry and find Han Chu. I am genuinely worried." Chu Qintian cursed Ling Yuenga under his breath, hastily providing Ling Mu with fever-reducing medication before rushing out the door. Ling Mu pinched the bridge of his nose, slipped into the warehouse to take Chu Qintian's car, and sped towards the outskirts of the city, avoiding Ling Yuenga's associates. However, halfway through the journey, he received a call from Chu Qintian, who informed him that by the time he reached the school, Han Chu had already been taken away by a man, and her phone was now switched off. Frustrated, Chu Qintian exclaimed, "Could it be that Han Xiaochu was kidnapped by your brother? Is he threatening you to submit or something? Damn it, I must take care of Ling Yuenga." Ling Mu's breath hitched, his eyes burning with fury, yet his tone was chillingly cold. "Continue searching. Do not stop until you hear from me." His grip tightened on the steering wheel, veins bulging as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Meng arrived at school and intended to take out her pale English book for some revision. Suddenly, she was called outside by a stranger. When he mentioned young Master Mu, she was completely bewildered. The man in black produced a photograph, pointing at Ling Mu's face, and sternly declared, "This is the second young master of the Ling family, Ling Mu. Don't even dare to say you don't know him." Jiang Meng's eyes widened in shock. Was this not her icy neighbor? How had he suddenly transformed into a leading character overnight? Ling Mu was Jing Xingxi, and Jing Xingxi was Ling Mu. No wonder his attitude towards her had changed. He must have known all along. Jiang Meng's face darkened as she raised her small fist in indignation, pouting and muttering, "Humph, liar. You think I'm easy to bully?" The man in black, lacking the patience to listen to her complaints, shoved her shoulder and directed her towards the garage. "Young Master Ling wants to see you. Come with me." Jiang Meng, still fuming, was pushed and snapped. "I refuse to meet any young master. Tell him I'm cutting ties with his brother. We will no longer have anything to do with each other." Scanning the surroundings and seeing no one, the man in black abruptly bent down and hoisted Jiang Meng onto his shoulder, sprinting towards the garage. Startled, she felt pain as his shoulder pressed against her abdomen, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Wah, where is he taking me?" Chick Xiaobang, panicking from the chaotic situation, suddenly shouted, "Boss, watch your feet. Kick him hard in the groin." Jiang Meng blinked her teary eyes and mustered all her strength to kick. The man in black, caught off guard, howled and fell to his knees, his face contorted in agony. Jiang Meng was thrown to the ground but fortunately landed without injury due to her thick clothing. She quickly grabbed Chick Xiaobang and dashed away, unexpectedly escaping from Haixian University. Gasping for breath, Jiang Meng paused, clutching her chest, mentally applauding her own bravery and cleverness. "Wow. Chick Xiaobang, I'm so impressive." Chick Xiaobang, nearly shaken off from her shoulder, gasped, "Yes, incredibly impressive." After catching her breath, Jiang Meng recalled Ling Mu's deception and proudly lifted her chin, preparing to confront him, only to discover her phone was missing after searching her pockets for ages. Chick Xiaobang consoled her, "It's okay, boss, we have money. We can just buy another one." Jiang Meng responded listlessly, blaming that guy, vowing to make him replace her phone when they met. Meanwhile, Ling Mu sped to the Ling family's old residence, his demeanor cold and forbidding. His lips pressed tightly together as the servants attending to the elderly matriarch dared not breathe. Inside the room, Ling Yuenga was entirely focused on playing chess with Qian Xiaolian, oblivious to his vibrating phone. Ling Mu approached them without a word and suddenly overturned the entire chessboard. Qian Xiaolian remained unfazed, instructing someone to clean up the fallen pieces before leisurely asking, "Xiao Mu, is this how you treat your elders?" Ling Mu nodded slightly, murmuring an apology, "Grandma," before seizing Ling Yuenga by the collar and forcefully slamming him against the wall. "Where is she?" Ling Yuenga, taken aback by his brother's lack of respect, retaliated in anger. As the second young master of the Ling family, how can you be entangled with a gold digger? We cannot afford this disgrace. You will not be together. I will send him to a place where you can never find him. At the very least, with the Ling family's power, making someone disappear completely is a trivial matter. Do you understand what that means? Ling Mu clenched his teeth, rage bubbling within him as a throbbing headache intensified. He raised his fist and struck Ling Yuenga's face with all his might, but stumbled slightly from the force. Qian Xiaolian coldly reprimanded, "Enough." Her sharp blue eyes glanced at Ling Yuenga. "Do you think the Ling family is a criminal organization? Worthless." Ling Yuenga, sensing his grandmother's displeasure, hastily backtracked. Yes. I was momentarily confused. Please don't let it upset you, Grandma." Ling Mu, drenched in cold sweat and trembling from his fever, understood he was seriously ill. After reprimanding her eldest grandson, Qian Xiaolian turned her attention to the troublesome younger one, pausing thoughtfully before signaling for the family doctor. Ling Mu inhaled deeply, his voice hoarse. "Grandma, Han Chu." Qian Xiaolian interrupted. "Focus on your health. Don't expect me to be sympathetic if you fall ill." Ling Mu pressed his lips together, mustering his strength, and stated clearly, "Grandma, I refuse the Qin family's marriage proposal. The reason is Han Chu." Qian Xiaolian remained silent, her expression inscrutable, resembling a cunning fox deep in thought. After expressing his stance, Ling Mu turned to leave when Chu Qintian's call came through. "Damn it, where are you?" "Han Xiaochu is fine. She kicked that guy and escaped." Ling Mu let out a low sound of relief, his heart dropping back to earth. A wave of darkness enveloped his senses, and the ache within him gradually dissipated. He swayed slightly, feeling faint as he leaned back. When Chu Qintian found the unfortunate man who had been struck, the burly man was grimacing in pain, preparing to call for an ambulance. Upon inquiry about the captured girl, he lamented, "That little brat kicked me and ran away." Zhou Lanhai punched him again, feeling relieved. "All right, as long as Han Chu is safe, go find her. I'll take this guy to the hospital." Chu Qintian nodded, anxiously searching along the road for half an hour. When he finally located Jiang Meng, she was squatting on the curb, munching on a gigantic roasted sweet potato, with a fluffy Samoyed sitting in front of her. A man and a dog gazed at each other, seemingly engaged in a profound telepathic exchange. Chu Qintian first called Ling Mu to reassure him of his safety, then rushed over to pull him up, exclaiming in a mix of exasperation and amusement, "Oh dear, my little ancestor, you truly have a carefree spirit. We were nearly frantic searching for you, and here you are, amusing yourself with a dog." Jiang Meng was startled by Chu Qintian's sudden appearance, nearly dropping the roasted sweet potato he held. He leisurely tucked the potato into its bag before looking up at Chu Qintian, bemusedly asking, "Why the rush? I wouldn't be so foolish as to get caught. You haven't seen how I, your brave brother Meng, escaped from danger. You worry for nothing." Chu Qintian chuckled at his antics, pointing to the Samoyed that stubbornly refused to leave Jiang Meng's side, inquiring, "What were you two plotting just now?" The Samoyed seemed to comprehend, wagging its tail joyfully and nudging its snout against Chu Qintian's hand, as if it had been starved for days. Jiang Meng sighed, reluctantly shaking the roasted sweet potato in his hand. "I've already given it a piece, but it won tea, let me leave. What a greedy dog." Noticing Jiang Meng's ears redden from the cold, Chu Qintian helped pull up the hood of his jacket, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Who's the greedy one here?" TSK, has Ling Mu not fed you well?" Upon hearing Ling Mu's name, Jiang Meng's delicate brows furrowed, his eyes glinting with suspicion. "How do you know that guy?" Chu Qintian was momentarily taken aback, then donned a mockingly sorrowful expression, half-jokingly lamenting, "That scheming fellow, ever since he found a girlfriend. He has been wary of his own brothers. Since Han Chu's hospitalization, due to his own carelessness, Chu Qintian had come to terms with Ling Mu being with Han Chu. He was astonished by the profound affection his brother exhibited. Amidst his melancholy, he deeply reflected on his nearly 20 years of romantic history, realizing that aside from some innocent childhood crushes, his subsequent relationships were merely fleeting encounters, lacking true depth. Including his infatuation with the charming Han Chu, which was largely impulsive and whimsical. Chu Qintian felt fortunate to have avoided the pitfalls of love, yet a tinge of regret lingered. He mused that perhaps his life had become aimless, or maybe he was cursed to never find his true companion. Meanwhile, Jiang Meng, oblivious to Chu Qintian's deep-seated grievances, was particularly displeased with the term girlfriend. He halted, adopting a serious expression to correct him. That guy actually dared to deceive me. I'm angry with him, so don't call him that. Chu Qintian rolled his eyes dramatically, gritting his teeth. All right, Han Xiaochu, please show some compassion for the single dogs. Can you tone down the flirtation? You have no idea how anxious Ling Mu is. He thought you were abducted by his foolish brother and went to confront his grandmother about it. TSK, that old witch is terrifying. Jiang Meng paused, his eyes widening in astonishment. What on earth happened? Why didn't he mention this to me? Chu Qintian sighed, recognizing his brother's prideful nature, and patiently recounted the entire incident to Jiang Meng. By the end, Jiang Meng was nearly infuriated by Ling Yuanga's despicable behavior. He wanted to vent his frustration but found no outlet, so he stomped his foot indignantly, declaring, "How can such a person exist? It's utterly outrageous." One's focus and affection often reveal themselves inadvertently. Chu Qintian noticed Jiang Meng's reaction, silently enduring another serving of dog food. He swallowed the metaphorical food with distaste, feeling a sense of noble sacrifice as he played the supportive role. Indeed, your dear Ling Mu was burning with fever this morning. I wonder how he is now. Jiang Meng grew anxious, his stammering intensifying as his face flushed red. Why are you only telling me this now? Qian Xiaolian sat expressionlessly in an intricately carved rosewood armchair, meditating quietly, while Ling Yuanga had just received a call about Han Chu's escape, his expression resembling that of freshly polished shoe leather. At that moment, a man in a beige suit entered carrying a medical case. He appeared unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere, his handsome face adorned with a refined smile, his brown eyes behind glasses radiating warmth. Yan Muqiu greeted Qian Xiaolian softly and nodded at Ling Yuanga before slowly ascending to the second floor. In a bedroom upstairs, Ling Mu was already dressed in his outerwear, preparing to leave. The fever-reducing medication seemed to have taken effect. Although his complexion was still pallid, his spirits had revived from a brief slumber. Upon opening the door, Ling Mu was met with the sight of an unfamiliar man standing at his threshold, holding a small case, smiling amiably. He pursed his lips, his tone curt. "You may leave." Ling Mu's words were firm and resolute. After all, fainting in public had earned a top spot in his personal hall of shame. He disliked revealing any vulnerability and, now that he had regained his composure, had no intention of lying in bed being treated by anyone. Yan Muqiu, well-mannered, remained standing since the room's owner had not invited him in, maintaining a meticulously polite smile. "I am your grandmother's newly hired doctor, Yan Muqiu. It is a pleasure to meet you." His voice was as magnetic and elegant as his demeanor, articulating each word clearly and at a leisurely pace, exuding a gentle charm. Ling Mu found his voice somewhat familiar. Raising an eyebrow, Ling Mu keenly detected a hint of recognition in Yan Muqiu's eyes. "Do you know me?" Yan Muqiu shrugged noncommittally, asking, "Shall we continue our conversation in the hallway?" Ling Mu lowered his gaze, smiling slightly, and stepped aside to allow him entrance. The seemingly demure doctor transformed once inside. He casually tucked his non-prescription glasses into his pocket and cheerfully inquired, "Second young master, may I ask if you intend to usurp your grandmother's authority and step over Ling Yuanga?" Ling Mu was taken aback by the directness of the inquiry. Feeling slightly annoyed by the presumption, "Are you offering your services?" Yan Muqiu sighed softly, his expression a mix of amusement and resignation. "Second young master, you overestimate me. I am merely an ordinary doctor. If you truly wish to stage a coup or simply annul that engagement, I might be able to lend a small hand." Ling Mu smirked, intrigued. "Why would you help me?" Yan Muqiu smiled, his expression earnest. "To express my gratitude for the significant favor you once bestowed upon me." Ling Mu scrutinized him silently for a moment, then chuckled nonchalantly, patting Yan Muqiu on the shoulder. I apologize, but I have no interest in starring in a melodrama. Consider this a debt for now, although I'm not particularly interested in what I supposedly helped you with." Yan Muqiu's mouth twitched in exasperation, silently wondering why today's youth were so difficult to appease. When Jiang Meng next encountered Ling Mu, it was at the campus gate. The man leaned against the car door, his long legs outstretched, his chiseled features resembling a finely sculpted statue, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. His cold, detached gaze only came alive with vivid emotions when he laid eyes on Jiang Meng, transforming him into a vibrant presence. Ling Mu stepped closer, gently cradling Jiang Meng's slightly chubby face in his hands, and with a beaming smile, inquired, "Have you missed your man, Han Xiaochu?" Jiang Meng tilted his head back, allowing the man to act, while solemnly observing his expression. Noticing that he showed no signs of a fever, her heart finally eased. His face contorted adorably, mouth slightly agape, revealing two pearly teeth as he stammered, "Did you and your family have a falling out? Are you all right?" Ling Mu suspected that it must have been the meddling of Chu Qintian. With a soft click of his tongue, he leaned down and pressed a kiss on those milky white teeth, whispering against his ear, "You needn't worry about that. Your man is not as weak as you think." In plain view of the crowd, the domineering top and the soft, adorable bottom unabashedly shared a kiss, quickly drawing countless fiery gazes. A few female students, unable to withstand such a visual shock, let out shrill screams. Jiang Meng hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. Both embarrassed and annoyed, she shot Ling Mu a glare, muttering "We're at the school's entrance. What serious matters does this man have aside from his foolishness? He made her worry for nothing." Ling Mu mischievously nipped at Jiang Meng's earlobe, his voice low yet laced with excitement. "All right, let's go to the car." Jiang Meng's eyes widened in surprise. The phrase "to the car" echoed repeatedly in her mind, and she found herself unwittingly led to the back seat. It was only when Ling Mu began to remove his jacket and attempted to join her that she belatedly realized what was about to unfold. With a pitiful gasp, she scrambled to the corner, curling up in distress, and tearfully hugged herself. What are you going to do?" The little one's tearful demeanor was even more enticing than usual, causing the man's Adam's apple to bob silently, his breath gradually becoming hoarse and heated. "I want to have you." With no power to resist, Jiang Meng bit her lip tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes, and after a long pause, she weakly asked, "Is it absolutely necessary to do this in the car?" The author has a note. "Recently, due to graduation and starting a new job, I've been quite busy. The update schedule may be inconsistent, but I will maintain daily updates. After just running 800 meters, I feel rejuvenated."